Chapter 1. The Primeval Era. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, a woman adorned in palace attire stood solemnly atop a mountain peak, holding a gourd vine. Heavenly Tao above, today Nuwa feels compelled to create a race beneath Mount Buzhou, and thus, I name them humans, a human race, arise. Booming thunder echoed. As Nuwa's voice resonated, the heavens trembled. Countless acres of dark yellow clouds of merit hung, suspended in the sky, instilling awe in innumerable powerful beings. Below, the 3,000 bewildered innate human beings immediately knelt and proclaimed, "We pay homage to the Holy Mother." No sooner had the words left their lips than the vast expanse of merit descended in an instant, engulfing Nuwa completely. Simultaneously, a purple aura manifested above Nuwa's head. A terrifying pressure radiated outward, permeating the entire primeval world. In an instant, every innate flora, fauna, or celestial beings within the primeval realm bowed in reverence towards Mount Buzhou, declaring, "We pay homage to the saint of Nuwa." The human race is newly established for 10,000 years. The myriad races of the primeval realm shall not slaughter the humans. We shall heed the saint's decree with utmost diligence. With a mere thought, Nuwa absorbed the saintly pressure into her being and softly proclaimed, "Today, I have attained sainthood and shall establish the Nuwa sovereignty amidst the chaos." Having spoken, she gazed at the 3,000 kneeling human beings before her, waved her sleeve, and they vanished in an instant. Then, with another thought, Nuwa found herself in the midst of chaos. Almost simultaneously, streaks of light from various corners of the primeval realm soared towards the chaotic void. Time in the primeval realm was unrecorded. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. At the foot of Shoyang Mountain, countless human tribes had established themselves along the slopes. On that day, after Nuwa created the human race and attained sainthood, she utilized her immense magical power to relocate the 3,000 humans from Mount Buzhou to the foot of Shoyang Mountain. Afterward, she did not reappear. The 3,000 innate humans endured countless hardships, battling through adversity and suffering great losses. Under the guidance of Sarin, Zi, and Yu Chao, they finally found stability. After 3,000 years of development, innumerable humans expanded outward in tribal formations, centered around the three ancestral figures of humanity. Atop an unnamed mountain peak stood a young and handsome boy. Yet, between his brows lay a furrow of worry that belied his years. The young man's name was Feng, a university student from Blue Star. He had a profound passion for reading novels about the primeval era. However, during a lecture while engrossed in a novel, he was startled into a transmigration by the professor's thunderous shout. "Damn it! Though I dreamt of traversing to this world and leading the human race to triumph over saints and trample on Hongjun, I never truly wished for this transmigration." Everyone knew the hardships faced by humans in the primeval realm. After Nuwa created humanity, she neglected them entirely. Although there was a developmental period of 10,000 years, the humans of this era lacked both cultivation methods and the protection of mighty beings. Regardless of how many humans emerged, they would inevitably become sacrifices to the slaughtering sword of the witch and demon tribulation. It was falsely proclaimed as a calamity that humanity must endure to become the protagonists of the earthly realm. But what did humanity gain? Of the 3,000 innate beings, apart from the three ancestral figures, the 4 from Xuandu, all perished. The postnatal humans possessed poor aptitude, ultimately blending into the masses. They became mere vessels for the celestial beings to vie for fortune. Some might argue that there were still the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The heavenly sovereign Fuxi was, in fact, the reincarnation of the demon emperor Fuxi. The earthly sovereign Shinon was a fragment of the soul of Hongyun, reincarnated, the other part being the celestial child of the Chan sect. As for humanity, it only had the human emperor Xianyuan and the 5 emperors to hold the fort. This was due to their significant contributions during their reigns, forcibly elevating them to quasi-saint and to Luo golden immortal status through the merits of the heavenly Tao. It is well known that in the primeval realm, Those whose cultivation is elevated through merit are the weakest among their peers. Moreover, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all confined by the supreme Old One in the fire cloud cave, forbidden from emerging. They could only watch as the great saints divided the fortunes of humanity among themselves. Had humanity possessed cultivation methods and ample time for stable practice, the 3,000 innate beings would have been at least high golden immortals. Such was the terrifying potential of the innate Tao bodies. Regrettably, the heavenly Tao forbade it, the saints forbade it, and the mighty beings similarly forbade it. This was also the reason why, after 10,000 years, only 1 in 10 of the 3,000 innate humans survived. Only then did the heavenly Tao guide the supreme Old One to establish a sect among humanity. In truth, Feng had contemplated seeking a master to learn the arts after reaching adulthood. However, he was keenly aware that in the primeval realm, taking disciples relied heavily on fate. Where does fate come from? The guidance of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, given humanity's current predicament, how could one safely leave Shouyang Mountain? Even if he could safely reach the abode of a mighty being, should the latter utter the words, "We have no master-disciple connection," he would be cast away. Though humanity had suffered great losses throughout its development, until now, not a single innate human had perished. After all, innate humans emerged with the cultivation level of celestial beings. Most importantly, they were under the authority of the Holy Mother's decree, and other intelligent races dared not offend them. Yet, Feng understood clearly that once the 10th Ascension restriction was lifted, the demon race, aware of how human flesh could enhance their cultivation, would become frenzied. By then, not only the postnatal humans, but even the 3,000 innate humans would face devastating losses. Just as Feng was lost in thought, a voice suddenly resonated from the foot of the mountain. "Feng, I knew you would be here. Hurry back today. The chief personally hunted a great beast. If we delay, we might miss out." Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes lit up. Having transmigrated to this world for 14 years, it was his first opportunity to eat meat. Although humanity relied on hunting and gathering wild fruits for sustenance, the prey was typically reserved for the tribe's hunting teams. Meanwhile, the women and children in the tribe primarily subsisted on wild fruits. In this world, Feng was simply known as Feng, not the same name as he bore in the novels. After all, the humans of this era had yet to adopt the custom of naming. In the tribe, Feng was fully known as Feng Shi, a direct descendant of the tribe's leader, Feng. Thus, the humans of this time had no names, and subsequent generations were referred to as Feng Shi. Initially, Feng found it quite disconcerting to be born into the tribe, but over time, he adapted. Though he was a postnatal human, he lived amidst the primeval aura daily. If one were to compare it to the golden-pilled Tao of the Old One, he would be akin to a practitioner at the Great Ascension stage. Yet, he possessed only pure physical strength, devoid of magical power. With a single leap, Feng traversed over 10 meters, instantly arriving at the foot of the mountain. Addressing the tribesmen before him, he inquired, "Isn't our turn to go hunting tomorrow?" Having grown up in the tribe, Feng was well aware that upon reaching adulthood, the men would join the hunting team to procure food for the tribe, with the standard for adulthood being the consumption of meat. "Indeed, let us hasten. I've never tasted meat before. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here in this godforsaken place." With that, he tugged Feng and dashed towards the tribe. Feng made no resistance after all. He had yet to taste the meat of the primeval realm in his 14 years of transmigration. It was well known that even the most ordinary of ferocious beasts possessed the strength of celestial beings. In the context of an ordinary cultivation realm, it was undoubtedly divine flesh. As night fell within the tribe, a group of men gathered around a bonfire, performing curious and bizarre dances. Above the fire lay the dismembered chunks of beep. The host can acquire a substantial amount of blood energy by slaying fierce beasts and demon clans, or obtain a smaller quantity through the consumption of flesh. Does this include kills made by others? Beep, as long as the host is nearby, they can absorb the dispersing blood energy. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Feng felt he had grasped the essentials. The demon clans and fierce beasts contained vast reservoirs of blood energy, which became uncontrollable and dispersed into the air upon their demise. As long as Feng was present at the scene, he could draw upon the system to extract this blood energy, thereby exchanging it for the techniques offered by the system. With this thought in mind, Feng hastily inquired, "System, how can I exchange for these techniques?" Beep! The system shop has been activated. At this, Feng promptly delved into his consciousness. Sure enough, a panel materialized within his mind. Feng focused intently, and to his astonishment, he found it brimming with familiar techniques from his previous life. Moreover, they were presented in the form of bound books. Suddenly, Feng's gaze sharpened, and he directed his consciousness towards one of the tomes, prompting an immediate introduction on the panel. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Opens 1.296 billion acupoints, with each acupoint representing a dragon elephant's strength. When mastered, one can annihilate heaven and earth. Exchange price, 100 billion blood energy. 9 Yang Divine Skill. Absorbs the essence of the sun, circulating through the body via a specific route. When perfected, 9 suns emerge, incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Exchange price, 1 million blood energy. 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing. A palm unleashes a golden dragon, following a specific meridian path. The deeper the inner strength, the greater the power. Exchange price, 1 million blood energy. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. A body refining technique that combines the blood of myriad beasts with special herbs to temper the body. When perfected, it becomes impervious to all methods. Exchange price, 1 million blood energy. Gazing at the system shop's descriptions, Feng was so exhilarated that he nearly drooled. However, upon noticing his meager amount of blood energy, he felt a sudden deflation. How long would it take to accumulate such an immense amount of blood energy? Just as he contemplated flipping through the options again, a voice asked. This is the result of Feng's arduous night, and as a consequence, it led him to experience his first bout of overreading. Idly sifting through the exchange list, Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Within the marketplace, even the most affordable internal cultivation techniques demanded over 10,000 vitality points. With his meager 108 vitality, he could not even redeem the simplest foundational skills. However, with the hunting expedition scheduled for tomorrow, the urgency to enhance his strength was palpable. Since internal cultivation techniques were not an option, Feng turned his attention to martial arts techniques instead. 5 Tiger Breaking Gate Blade, utilizing specific skills to exert force. Upon mastering it, the 5 tigers emerged simultaneously, capable of shattering wood and stone. Redemption price, 500 vitality. Grand Ancestor Long Fist. Channeling power through dual fists, its moves are expansive and formidable. Upon mastery, it can shatter mountains and stones. Redemption price, 100 vitality. Upon reading this, Feng let out a resigned sigh. With his current points, he could only afford to exchange for the Grand Ancestor Long Fist, although there were other martial arts available for redemption. Feng understood that the differences were negligible. The techniques he could redeem were merely a transitional phase. System, redeem Grand Ancestor Long Fist. A chime resounded. Congratulations, host. Redemption successful. Cultivation technique is being imparted. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded into Feng's mind. As if he had been practicing the fist techniques for several years, he continued until he reached a state of proficiency, at which point he ceased his practice. Proficiency levels are categorized as initial understanding, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement. Redeeming a technique grants an enlightenment opportunity, directly achieving the proficient state. Different techniques have varying growth ceilings. For example, 5 Tiger Breaking Gate Blade, upon mastering it to its peak, refers to the power of 5 earth immortal tigers, not mythical beasts. Further details will be elaborated in subsequent texts. Feeling the abundant power in his fists, Feng felt a surge of excitement and sprang into action. Practicing his techniques within the confines of the room. In the depths of the mountains, countless towering ancient trees scattered the surroundings, the roars of ferocious beasts and the battle cries of human. Upon hearing the words, Feng finally regained his composure. Realizing that he had already secured the greatest reward from this hunting expedition, he shook his head dismissively and said, Uncle Feng, without everyone's collaboration, it would have been impossible for me to slay that monstrous creature. The credit belongs to all. However, the middle-aged man retorted, merit must be rewarded. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives in future hunts? He then declared, as your Uncle Feng, I shall decide that you will take charge of the beast's whip." Gazing at the enormous tiger whip, thick as an adult's thigh and over a meter long, Yifeng couldn't help but shudder and quickly replied, "Uncle Feng, I think I'll pass." Yet, the middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, little Feng. Why the hesitation? Let me tell you, this is a prized possession. Consuming it will surely drive the women of our tribe wild." Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Yifeng steeled his resolve. Thinking, "I am not motivated by such desires. It is for the sake of vitality. Very well, I accept." With that thought, he promptly stated, "All right, thank you, Uncle Feng." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. It is what you deserve." With that, he hefted his stone axe and struck the creature fiercely. Instantly, the lengthy tiger whip fell into his hands. He then called out to Yifeng, "Little Feng, catch," before Yifeng could react. The whip was tossed to him. The man continued to shout, "Tribal members, let us all carry this beast back." At this time, the Celestial Emperor had yet to be born, and surnames, marriages, ropes, hunting tools, and other concepts were non-existent. Humanity was still in the Stone Age. Additionally, the stones of the primordial world were not ordinary stones, so do not fall into misconceptions. The following day, as the golden crow shone brilliantly in the sky, Yifeng diligently practiced the Taizu Long Quan before his humble abode. Although he had initially grasped its techniques with remarkable ease, Yifeng firmly believed in one principle: there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Only through hard work can one achieve swift growth. Presently, to put it bluntly, in an era where quasi-saints were abundant and Daluo were as common as dogs, he still felt like a mere ant. In fact, even a random celestial being from the demon race could extinguish him with a breath. Though Yifeng was not well versed in the intricacies of martial realms, he understood that great edifices rise from the ground up. Despite possessing a significant amount of vitality, he refrained from hastily exchanging it for internal cultivation techniques. Instead, he prioritized honing his body through the Taizu Long Quan. His tribe, comprising roughly 50,000 individuals, was considered rather small among the human race. The hunting team was divided into 3 groups, one for hunting, one for guarding the tribe, and another for resting. They rotated in turns, which allowed Yifeng to practice in front of his abode today. This arrangement also illustrated that ancient people were not as foolish as often portrayed. Rather, they acted with considerable organization. Although he had read many novels about the primordial world in his past life, knowing that any action beneficial to the human race could yield significant merits from the heavenly way, Yifeng subconsciously hesitated to do so. That it was not that he was unwilling to assist humanity, but rather that they were currently in the midst of the calamity between witches and demons. Any actions taken could attract the attention of the demon race, leading to insurmountable troubles. As he continued his practice, the air resonated with the sound of whistling punches. With each passing moment, Yifeng could distinctly feel his physique gradually strengthening, perhaps due to the rich innate spiritual energy of the primordial world. Just as he was engrossed in his training, a voice called out from a distance, "Feng, what are you doing?" Upon hearing the voice, Yifeng turned to see it was a tribesman who had previously invited him to feast on meat. Remembering the person's name, Sha Feng, phonetically Sha Feng, Yifeng felt a wave of exasperation. However, the entire human race was like this. Being of lowly status, he could not effect any change, and could only acquiesce as for the novels that depicted individuals traversing the primordial world and instantly dominating it. He scoffed at the thought. Just a chance encounter with a great demon of celestial level would spell doom for his entire tribe. After all, the human race lacked any martial techniques. Though the 3,000 innate humans possessed celestial level capabilities, it was merely in terms of physical prowess when faced with demons of the same realm. They were essentially fodder. This was why, even in an environment saturated with innate spiritual energy, postnatal humans boasted the physical strength of earthly immortals, yet still required hundreds or even thousands to besiege ferocious beasts of the same level. "Can't you see? I'm practicing my fist techniques," Yifeng replied irritably. "What is so special about practicing? Can it really make you stronger?" The tribesman, unaware of martial cultivation, scoffed. He then added in a hushed tone, "By the way, I just spotted a woman, remarkably robust. Shall we go find her?" During this era, the aesthetic standards of the human race were still rooted in the notion of robustness. After all, in ancient times, strength was synonymous with power and status, and the current mixed-gender living situation was something Yifeng found hard to accept. After all, no one knew who their father was, which left Yifeng feeling quite at a loss. Yet, For the same reasons, he remained powerless to effect change. Moreover, these matters would eventually be the concern of the celestial Emperor Fuxi after the calamity between witches and demons concluded, lost in contemplation. He replied, "You're right. It can indeed enhance physical strength." Upon hearing Yi Feng's response, Sha Feng appeared bewildered and quickly inquired, "Enhance physical strength? What do you mean?" Yi Feng, at a loss for words, explained, "It means making your body stronger." Still skeptical, Sha Feng retorted, "Is that true? Just these few movements can make you stronger." Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Yi Feng realized that without first-hand experience, the other would not believe him. That he promptly said, "Do you remember the monstrous creature from yesterday? When I struck the stone spear, it pierced right through its hind leg. That was due to the cultivation of this fist technique." Upon hearing this, Sha Feng's excitement surged out. "I see. I thought you were inherently strong. If I learn from you, will I also be able to achieve that?" Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Then teach me. Not looking for women anymore?" "Not now. I want to become stronger and seek out the more robust women in our tribe." Yi Feng looked at Sha Feng's excited demeanor, feeling quite speechless. He chuckled and scolded, "All right, I have no interest in what you do. Now follow my movements and practice." With that, he did not elaborate further and began to instruct him step by step in front of his humble abode. As time passed, half a day swiftly went by. Once Sha Feng had mastered the movements, Yi Feng ceased his instruction and said, "All right, since you've remembered, I won't guide you any further. Practice it on your own first, and I'll help you identify any issues." Upon hearing this, Sha Feng nodded eagerly, refraining from further conversation as he diligently practiced what he had just learned. After Yi Feng corrected all of Sha Feng's mistakes, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good. Practice it a few more times until you are thoroughly familiar." Sha Feng nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood." With that, he immediately resumed his practice. As the moves unfolded, Yi Feng couldn't help but nod in approval. Sha Feng had become proficient enough to be considered a novice. Just then, Yi Feng's expression suddenly changed as he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. He focused his mind and realized that his physical form was gradually enhancing. Could it be? Yi Feng lifted his gaze to where Sha Feng was training. Noting that he was diligently practicing the Taizu Long Quan, he thought to himself, could it be that his practice of the Taizu Long Quan is synchronously reflecting upon me? With that thought, he quickly queried, "System, what is happening? Why does my enhancement occur when he practices the fist techniques?" Ding. Host, this world lacks the existence of martial arts. As a pioneer, the host will naturally receive synchronous feedback as long as the beings in this realm cultivate the martial arts imparted by the host. This is also a fundamental rule of this world. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Feng suddenly understood. In a wonder, Taoist ancestor Hongjun chose to deliver 3 lectures at Zhixiao Palace, and no wonder the great saints opened their mountain gates to teach the path of immortality. While it is said to be a competition for fortune, the truth is that it simply means that as disciples cultivate, their masters naturally gain even more. This explains why, after becoming a saint, Hongjun's cultivation speed not only did not decrease but rather increased at an accelerating pace. All beings in the vast wilderness are engaged in the study of the immortal path. How could Hongjun, as the Tao ancestor, not advance swiftly? Meanwhile, Tongdian, the youngest of the 3 pure ones, surpassed Yuanshi in cultivation after attaining sainthood. This is simply due to the countless immortals flocking to Jiejiao, with hundreds of thousands practicing the Shanqing immortal techniques, leading to Tongtian's rapid growth and strength. As for Taiching Laozi, there is no need to elaborate. Although he practices the path of non-action, Yi Feng, who has read numerous novels about the vast wilderness, is well aware. Taiching is indeed the most cunning among the saints. Not far behind Tao ancestor Hongjun, he discreetly gathers the human race into his fold. It is important to note that the human race will be the protagonists of the heavenly realm in the future. And Taiching Laozi has passed down the golden elixir path, with all humans cultivating. As the leader of the human sect, Taiching Laozi's power surpasses even that of Tongtian. As for the 2 saints of the West, on one hand, they are hindered by a lack of spiritual energy, with fewer disciples than Yuanshi. On the other hand, their strength is naturally not as rapid as that of the 3 pure ones, having attained sainthood through borrowed merit. However, in comparison to the similarly meritorious Saint Nüwa, they are considerably weaker, for Saint Nüwa did not establish a sect. This explains why, despite Hongjun taking Nüwa as an inner disciple in Zhixiao Palace, Jiejiao and Juandi, after attaining sainthood, audaciously address Nüwa as junior sister. It is simply due to the strength they possess. Perhaps this is the rule of the vast wilderness. Contemplating this, Yifeng's eyes shone with brilliance as he secretly resolved, regardless of whether it is fortune or the number of disciples. As long as more members of the human race engage in martial arts, I will inevitably reach the pinnacle in due time. When that moment arrives, will the gods and Buddhas dare to enslave the human race? They should first ask if I agree and inquire whether the hundreds of millions of cultivators among the human race consent. At that moment, Yifeng remarkably shed the sense of crisis associated with traversing the vast wilderness. Just as Yifeng's thoughts swirled, Feng had already practiced the Taizu long fist. Feeling the surge of power within, Feng exclaimed excitedly, "Feng, I truly feel my body has grown stronger." Hearing Feng's exclamation, Yifeng collected his thoughts and smiled. Indeed, do not be reckless, focus on your cultivation and strive to astonish our kin during the next hunt. Although Feng found Yifeng's peculiar phrases somewhat puzzling, the meaning was understood. He promptly nodded with excitement. Yes, I will return to practice. Yes, to cultivate the fist techniques. With that, he dashed out. Witnessing this, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. His words were not merely encouragement. They were intended to inspire Feng to enhance his strength swiftly, so that during the hunt, he could achieve a stunning display. When that time comes, the name of the Taizu long fist will surely resonate throughout the tribe at that point. When all the tribesmen practiced the Taizu long fist, he would rapidly master it to great success. Once his foundation is solidified, he could then choose an internal cultivation method to augment his power, and the Taizu long fist would become the true foundation-building technique for the human race. As he contemplated this, Yifeng suddenly paused, pondering. Relying solely on the Taizu long fist as a foundation-building method seems somewhat monotonous. After all, the Taizu long fist is merely an offensive technique. Wouldn't it be even more perfect if paired with a protective technique? As an avid reader for a decade, Yifeng was certainly aware of the famed Buddhist Golden Bell Shield. This Buddhist sect is not Buddhism. With this thought, Yifeng immediately focused his mind and began searching through the system shop. However, not long after, Yifeng's expression darkened, and he cursed, "System, come out and explain why the Golden Bell Shield is so expensive." Before him appeared the details for exchanging the Golden Bell Shield. Golden Bell Shield, protective technique. When cultivated to perfection, the Golden Bell envelopes the body, impervious to all methods. Exchange price, 1 billion vitality. Ding. Host, the Golden Bell Shield is a divine protective technique. When cultivated to perfection, its defensive power rivals that of the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, in this realm. Hearing the system's explanation, Yifeng's eyes instantly sparkled. It is known that the Chaos Bell is one of the 3 treasures of creation, wielded by the Eastern Emperor Tai during the second cataclysm of the Wu and Yao, single-handedly battling against the 6 great ancestral witches. Di Jun faced one, Kuanping faced another, Fuxi faced one, and the 10 great demon saints faced 2.5, with half being a castrated version of the ancestral witch. Houtu had transformed into reincarnation. This illustrates the formidable nature of the innate treasure. The Chaos Bell, the Golden Bell Shield, when cultivated to perfection, possesses power comparable to that of the Chaos Bell. Although it is only defensive power, its might is nonetheless evident, considering that the demon race is forging the slaughter which soared to annihilate the human race. How magnificent would it be to see billions of humans with perfected Golden Bell Shields emerging? Purely imaginative. Yet, gazing at the terrifying exchange value of 1 billion vitality, Yifeng couldn't help but shudder. How long would it take to achieve such an exchange? Just as Yifeng pondered whether he should change to a different protective technique, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding, detecting the host's strong desire. The system can offer a modified version of the Golden Bell Shield. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression brightened, and he hurriedly looked at the system shop. Golden Bell Shield, modified version protective technique. When cultivated to perfection, the body is as sturdy as a diamond. Exchange price, 10,000 vitality. Null. In an instant, the sounds of stone spears clattering and embedding into bodies echoed throughout the mountain forest. Feeling the pain coursing through him, especially from the spear lodged in his body, the fierce tiger erupted with a bloodthirsty intent. Ignoring the stone spears still embedded in him, he forcefully turned around. In an instant, several individuals were unable to withdraw their spears in time and were violently flung away. However, due to this delay, the others had already retreated in an orderly manner. The fierce tiger now faced a second wave of charging humans. An identical scene unfolded repeatedly in this primordial mountain. The phrase "many ants can kill an elephant" was vividly illustrated here. Although individual humans are insignificant, their combined efforts, even if their individual impact is merely slightly more than a tickle, can gradually wear down even the strongest body. Yet this time, due to the presence of two martial arts masters, the situation was somewhat simplified. As the crowd charged in waves, it quickly came time for Feng and his companion. The two exchanged glances, demonstrating a remarkable synergy as they charged in from opposite sides. This moment, the fierce tiger, still unaware of the brink of its demise, saw another rash human charging toward it. It swung its front paw, intending to swat the spear away. Little did it know, this time the outcome would surprise the fierce tiger. Seizing the opportunity, Feng employed the power techniques of the Taizu long fist. Facing the sweeping paw, he did not evade, driving his spear forward. Mimicking Feng's previous technique, he thrust it straight into the tiger's forelimb. A resounding thud echoed as the spear penetrated the entire limb. Taking advantage of this moment, Feng's spear likewise pierced through the tiger's other front leg. In an instant, the fierce tiger could no longer withstand such injuries and could barely manage to stand. With a thunderous crash, the fierce tiger collapsed to the ground. Without its forelimbs, the fierce tiger posed no threat any longer. In an instant, it became a living target, with countless stone spears continuously piercing and withdrawing. Seeing this, Feng could no longer endure. How much time would be wasted if this continued? He swiftly snatched a nearby spear from another person and aimed for the tiger's neck. That moment, in the face of Feng's assault, the ferocious tiger did not flinch or evade. Instead, it slightly raised its head to facilitate Feng's thrust. With a resounding thud, the mighty beast's body suddenly stiffened. As the stone spear was withdrawn, it collapsed to the ground, marking the definitive conclusion of the hunt. In an instant, a throng of individuals encircled the fallen tiger, engaging in animated discussions. Their gazes flitted between the tiger and Feng. Filled with intrigue. At that moment, the leader strode forward, casting a curious glance at Feng. Previously, one might attribute Feng's prowess to his innate strength, but what of this individual before him? He recalled that during the last hunt, this person had struggled to pierce the hide of a massive insect. Yet this time, he had effortlessly pierced the forelimb of a tiger. After observing for some time, he found nothing particularly extraordinary. Thus, the leader inquired, "How did you manage that?" Upon hearing the question, Feng chuckled heartily, pointing at Feng as he replied, "Brother Feng taught me." The leader's expression shifted to one of realization. It was no wonder the two exhibited such immense strength. Clearly, they possessed some form of celestial technique. Although humanity was in its infancy, Nüwa had created them and ascended to sainthood. She was undoubtedly aware that there existed great powers in this world, leading some to seek celestial methods. However, this knowledge was not common among the younger generation. It was not that the elders of the tribe were unwilling to share, but rather that many who had ventured out in search of celestial fortunes had perished. As for the 3,000 innate human beings, they were born with celestial cultivation and pure hearts. When Nuwa had tasked them with nurturing humanity, she remained within their tribe and did not seek celestial fortunes. Most who ventured out in search of such opportunities did not return, and those who did merely spoke of the importance of keeping celestial techniques secret, with the focus now on Feng. The leader turned to him and admonished, "Since you possess celestial techniques, how could you not know that they must not be shared? If your master were to discover this and take your techniques from you, how would you cope?" Feng, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, glanced at Feng with equal concern. Witnessing this, Feng felt a wave of warmth. The ancient human tribe was indeed admirable. Their intentions so pure. In contrast, had this been in a later age, one might well have relished the prospect of his misfortune. With this thought, Feng shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing to worry about, Uncle Feng. This is something I've figured out on my own. At Ascension celestial technique. I call it martial path." Upon hearing Feng's explanation, the leader relaxed. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him as he looked at Feng, exclaiming, "So, our people have a method of cultivation now. Little Feng, could you teach the tribe members?" At this moment, humanity was still remarkably innocent, and upon hearing Feng's words, they immediately accepted them as truth. Had this been in a world of celestial heroes, Feng might have needed to find an old master to justify his claims. Feng responded with enthusiasm, "I have indeed heard of celestial techniques. In the primordial world, myriad races coexist, each with their unique methods of cultivation. The martial path that I practice is naturally the most suited for our people. Once we return, I will impart what I have comprehended to the tribe." Instantly, the hunting team members, buoyed by Feng's affirmation, erupted into excited cheers. Under the leader's admonition, they soon realized they were still in the mountains and promptly fell silent. However, their Their gazes remained fervently fixed on Yifeng. With the answer in hand, the leader declared, "This place is not suitable for lingering. Tribe members, let us first carry our prey back, and then discuss celestial techniques and the martial path." In an instant, everyone responded, eagerly lifting the tiger and wild boar carcasses, hurrying back with enthusiasm that exceeded even their usual pace when unburdened in the tribal square. Although referred to as such, it lacked any elevated platform. It was merely a spacious area designated for important discussions or gatherings. At the forefront of the square lay the impressive carcass of the tiger, its length spanning several yards. Standing quietly beside it were Shui and Feng, the two strongest figures of the tribe. Indeed, Yifeng's tribe was not solely comprised of Feng, another innate human. Shui shared the leadership. Alongside them stood Yifeng's captain and other companions. The tribe, though modest, boasted a population of merely several thousand, with its strongest members being the two celestial beings. Below them were 15 hunting team leaders, seasoned elders with extensive hunting experience, who led 3 teams that rotated in hunting expeditions. Yifeng, too, served under one of these leaders. Thanks to the efforts of Yifeng and Shui, this particular hunt had yielded results much earlier than usual, saving them a considerable amount of time. Typically, hunting would consume the better part of an entire day to exhaust their prey. As a result, the hunting team returned to the tribe well ahead of schedule. The captain had even introduced Yifeng to the tribe's 2 leaders. This immediately piqued the interest of both leaders, who inquired further and found no adverse effects on the human body. Furthermore, Yifeng himself agreed to share his insights with the tribe. Consequently, the 2 leaders summoned all tribe members to gather in the square, preparing to announce this significant news. "Tribe members, do you see this massive insect before you? Typically, our hunting team would expend most of a day to take down such a creature. This does not even account for the time spent searching for prey and returning to the tribe. Yet today, in just half a day, the hunting team has brought back our catch. This is all thanks to the emergence of a great sage among us. He has created our very own method of cultivation. At such a young age, he possesses extraordinary strength. Just look at this wound. It's a clean penetration. Tell me, how many of you can achieve that?" As the leader Feng's words echoed, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter, ultimately shaking their heads in unison, admitting their inability to at that moment. The other leader, Shui, interjected, "Tribe members, my companion and I have conferred with our great sage. Starting tomorrow, all resting hunting teams may gather here. Our great sage will take charge of teaching you the martial path. Other tribe members who wish to learn may also come, but it must not interfere with our gathering tasks." Instantly, the square buzzed with excitement, each individual brimming with enthusiasm. The prospect of readily available instruction was exhilarating. A more effortless approach to hunting could enhance their own survival and reduce losses. Even the women, typically responsible for gathering, found themselves invigorated. Some even gazed at Yifeng with heightened interest, their eyes ablaze with admiration. As the crowd's excitement gradually subsided, leader Feng continued, "Now, let us invite our great sage to share his knowledge." With that, he turned his attention to Yifeng, who, upon noticing, cleared his throat, addressing the seated tribe members. He smiled and said, "While I appreciate the title of great sage, I would prefer you to call me Yifeng, or simply, the teacher." This statement instantly prompted a wave of laughter throughout the assembly. However, before the laughter could fully subside, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from leader Feng. The crowd fell silent, and even Yifeng felt a slight pressure, just a trace. Although the leader was at the celestial realm, he lacked any profound techniques, and his realm was merely at its nascent stage. In contrast, Yifeng had mastered the ancestral long fist and the abridged version of the golden bell shield. While he too was at the foundational level, his physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers at the earthly celestial realm. Yifeng estimated that his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary peak earthly celestial. All of this transpired in what felt like a mere moment. As silence enveloped the gathering, Feng spoke again. "Do you still wish to learn the martial path? Pay close attention to teacher Yifeng." Seeing that the crowd had fallen silent, he nodded at Yifeng, signaling him to continue. Yifeng, emboldened, resumed, "The path of martial arts is rooted in foundation. In the primordial world, the myriad races refer to us humans as the postnatal species, often claiming we lack innate gifts. Even if we pursue immortality, achieving greatness remains a challenge. However, the martial arts are distinct. I have meticulously studied our physical constitution. Although we are beings born of the earthly realm, we possess remarkable plasticity. This pliability serves as our foundation. Once this foundation is thoroughly refined, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder with those of innate lineage at that time. Whether you choose to transform your cultivation into the realms of immortality or persist in the pursuit of martial arts, the fruits of your labor will be doubled. Recently, I have independently devised 2 martial techniques. Point 1 is the Golden Bell Shield, designed for bodily fortification, while the other is the Taizu Long Fist, a martial method. You may select one or even both to learn. However, I urge you to remember that overextending oneself leads to ineffectiveness. Mastering one discipline is far superior to dabbling in many. As I concluded my speech, Feng nodded to the 2 leaders, indicating I had finished a tea that moment. The leader, Yi, spoke. Very well, I have conferred with Chief Feng. Henceforth, the instructors in our tribe shall not partake in hunting, but will solely focus on teaching martial arts. Since the instructor has stated this, we shall commence our training with the Golden Bell Shield in the morning and the Taizu Long Fist in the afternoon starting tomorrow. Upon hearing that the leader would not allow him to hunt, Feng was immediately inclined to refuse. After all, in order to exchange for superior martial techniques, he required ample vitality points. Without hunting, how could one accumulate such vitality? However, before Feng could voice his objection, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the martial arts teaching system. Interrupted by the system, Feng disregarded his initial refusal to the leader's proposal and silently pondered. System, what does it mean to teach martial arts? Is it possible to receive rewards for instructing disciples? Ding. Host, you cannot directly earn rewards by teaching disciples. Instead, rewards are obtained when the top participates in kills, allowing the host to acquire a portion of their vitality. Upon hearing this explanation, Feng's heart surged with joy. Thus, the more individuals who practiced martial arts, the more vitality he would accumulate. With this thought, Feng hastily inquired, what percentage is that? Ding, 1%. Hearing this, Feng's expression darkened. He participated in hunting every 3 days, earning 10,000 vitality. While he would receive vitality daily from teaching tribe members, it amounted to only 300 vitality every 3 days. At this rate, when could he hope to exchange for advanced martial arts? He continued to think, system, this is far too little. Ding. As the host of this system, do not limit your vision to the present. Feng was momentarily taken aback by these words, but soon realized, given the current trajectory of humanity's development, in a mere 10 millennia, they would number in the hundreds of millions. At that time, how many individuals would be practicing martial arts? This would lead to a significant increase in the proficiency of their techniques, and concurrently, a substantial daily increase in vitality. With that in mind, Feng's heart erupted with enthusiasm. Amin. Observing the excited crowd below, he felt invigorated. Meanwhile, the leader continued. Let us celebrate for humanity. Tonight, we shall hold a tribal gathering here. Women, bring forth the fruits you have gathered. Once the other 4 hunting teams return, we shall commence. Instantaneously, the women of the tribe became fervent. They understood that to ensure the men had sufficient strength for hunting, meat must not be scarce. Although women held a relatively high status in primitive tribes, they would not engage in acts that would undermine their own sustenance. They typically relied on foraged fruits for their daily meals. While the hunting teams would bring back 5 sizable creatures daily, it merely satisfied the team's needs, leaving the women to subsist on gathered fruits. Feng was well aware of this. The women would dry the gathered fruits under the sun for preservation, resorting to these when the hunting teams returned empty-handed. Fortunately, after 3,000 years of development, humanity had grasped the fundamentals of team hunting. Under the guidance of experienced elders, they could achieve commendable results. In contrast to the past, where countless lives were lost during hunts, the current leader's announcement sparked excitement among the women, who typically subsisted on wild fruits. They immediately sprang into action, eagerly preparing to transport the gathered fruits. Disregarding the fact that 4 hunting teams had yet to return. Feng's tribe busily prepared for the evening's gathering. Far to the east, billions of miles away from Mount Buzhou, atop the towering Kunlun Mountains, enveloped in mist and ethereal purple aura, a serene tranquility reigned at the summit. 3 palaces stood majestically: the Palace of 8 Scenes, the Jade Void Palace, and the Palace of Azure Wanderings. This was the abode of the 3 Pure Ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. It had been millions of years since Hongjun imparted teachings, and following the establishment of sanctified positions in the Purple Cloud Palace, the 3 Pure Ones had been immersed in comprehending the primordial purple aura bestowed by the Tao Ancestor. Especially since the ascension of Nüwa 3,000 years ago, the three pure ones felt a pressing urgency within their hearts, particularly for Taiji Laojun, the eldest disciple of the Xinmin, who found himself overshadowed by Nüwa's achievements. This weighed heavily upon Taiji Laojun, who had yet to attain sanctification or cultivate the way of non-action. Thus, upon witnessing Nüwa's ascension, his heart grew increasingly anxious. After observing Nüwa's establishment of the Hua Wang heaven beyond the primordial chaos, he could hardly contain his eagerness to delve into the primordial purple aura. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the primordial purple aura remained unresponsive. At that moment, as Taiji Laojun pondered the primordial purple aura, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart, jolting him back to clarity. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he sent a divine sense to the Jade Void Palace and the Palace of Azure Wanderings. Within a breath's time, two figures materialized in the previously tranquil Palace of Eight Scenes, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian, both of whom were fellow disciples of the Three Pure Ones. Tongtian, known for his forthright demeanor, promptly inquired, "Elder brother, what brings us here? Could it be that there has been progress in our comprehension of the primordial purple aura?" Seeing this, Yuanshi furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction at Tongtian's eagerness to speak first. However, upon hearing the mention of the primordial purple aura, he too could not help but cast a curious glance at Laojun. Laojun shook his head and sighed. The difficulty of comprehending the primordial purple aura is immense. We, as brothers, have sought understanding for millions of years, and only Nüwa has succeeded. I summoned you both because I sensed an opportunity seemingly slipping away, yet I cannot discern what this opportunity is. Leaving me troubled, Tongtian, upon hearing this, suggested, "If you are troubled, elder brother, why not take a stroll outside? It may provide relief and perhaps even lead to the recovery of that opportunity." Laojun felt a flicker of interest at this suggestion and was about to agree. When Yuanshi could no longer tolerate Tongtian's repeated interruptions, he chastised, "Nonsense. The conflict between the Wu and Yao races grows increasingly fierce. The heavenly court is filled with those who wear horns, while the land of the primordial chaos is rife with brutish beings from the Wu clan. All coveting our primordial purple aura. Do not forget the cautionary tale of our friend Hong Yun. Our immediate priority is to diligently comprehend the primordial purple aura and swiftly attain sanctification." Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Laojun, who had initially been inclined to wander the primordial chaos, promptly reined in his thoughts. After all, what opportunity could surpass the importance of the primordial purple aura? He shook his head and sighed. "Third brother, let it be. Yuanshi is right. Our urgent task is to comprehend the primordial purple aura. As for other matters, we shall address them later, perhaps recalling the challenges of understanding the primordial purple aura." Even Tongtian felt a hint of resignation as he remarked, "Elder brother, we have been seeking comprehension of the primordial purple aura for 1,000,000 years without a single sign of progress. Must we continue to endure this?" Upon hearing this, Laojun shook his head and replied, "Nüwa has been sanctified for 3,000 years. It stands to reason that we should be nearing our own breakthroughs. If after another 10,000 years there is still no sign of progress, I shall personally venture into the primordial chaos. As for you two, continue to diligently seek comprehension of the primordial purple aura. Do not become complacent." As the words fell, silence enveloped the space, and the individuals began to sit cross-legged in deep contemplation. Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation before retreating to their respective palaces to ponder further. Unbeknownst to the trio, Yuanshi Tianzun's intervention had irrevocably severed Laozi's path to establishing the human sect and achieving sainthood. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The tribe was neither excessively large nor insignificantly small, with tens of thousands simultaneously cultivating martial arts. The challenge for their mentor, Feng, was evident. To facilitate clear observation for his clansmen, Feng had arranged for a platform several zhang high to be constructed in the center of the square. The two tribal leaders invested considerable manpower and resources to transport and polish the stones, resulting in the scene that unfolded today. But on the elevated platform, Feng endured the scorching sun, his gaze fixed intently on the tribe members below as they practiced their punches. Unlike the previous one-on-one instruction, even excluding those engaged in patrolling or hunting, there remained another group of women practicing the golden bell shield and foraging for wild fruits. Even now, nearly 10,000 individuals were diligently practicing the Taizu long fist in the square. Consequently, Feng found it necessary to break down the movements into individual commands. This way, If any clan member faltered in their practice, he could promptly correct them, although this method consumed considerable time. It was undoubtedly a superior strategy compared to aimless efforts that it is noteworthy that the leader directing the practice was not Feng himself, but rather one of the tribal leaders, though the leader belonged to the innate human race and possessed celestial abilities. They lacked a cultivation method and adhered to the edicts of the Holy Mother Nüwa, striving to develop the human race, coupled with the prevailing rumors that celestial techniques were not to be disseminated. It could be said that the 3,000 innate human beings had completely severed their path to immortality. Now, as their kin pioneered a martial arts system better suited for humanity, even though the leaders were merely at the earthly, immortal level. Their combat prowess was formidable. How could the two leaders not be tempted? They immediately began to follow Feng's example and engage in cultivation. Once the two leaders experienced the substantial enhancement in their combat capabilities through martial training, they chose to remain in the square, treating it as their personal training ground. It was evident that the innate human race, with their innate Tao bodies, possessed unparalleled talent and comprehension compared to ordinary postnatal humans. After merely observing once, they had grasped the fundamentals, and within half a day, they had already reached a state of familiarity. Now, with the passage of another half-month, they had attained a minor level of accomplishment. Thanks to the two leaders and numerous clan members, Feng himself had thoroughly mastered two martial arts to the level of great perfection. Presently, Feng boldly proclaimed his invincibility at the earthly immortal level to all beings in the wilderness. However, while aware of the dangers that lurked in the wild, he refrained from arrogance, knowing that he still awaited the contributions of his kin to bolster his vitality at this moment. The leader directing the practice was none other than Feng's direct lineage leader. Feng, surrounded by the aura of celestial mastery, he continuously shouted commands, while below, the crowd followed suit, executing the Taizu long fist in unison. Feng, meanwhile, kept his eyes roving around, observing which clan members were executing their movements inadequately. After a considerable duration, the set of techniques was finally completed. Feng nodded in satisfaction and addressed the leader beside him, saying, "Leader Feng, the last group of the tribe has now completely memorized the fist technique. Next, they must thoroughly practice the movements until they become second nature. It is essential to understand that martial arts cultivation is not merely about memorizing techniques. It is about transforming them into instinctive actions. Otherwise, even if the techniques are executed smoothly, they will still resemble clumsy fighting styles during hunting or combat. What difference does that make from mere flashy moves?" Upon hearing Feng's words, Leader Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue their own practice. He then turned his gaze to Feng and inquired, "What are your next plans, instructor?" Feng, without a hint of embarrassment or hesitation, calmly replied, "My martial arts inspiration stems from battle. Thus, I intend to join the hunting team to seek out methods for advancing to the next level of cultivation." Feng's current realm had reached its peak, his foundation was solid, and he urgently needed to cross into the postnatal realm. He realized that waiting for his kin to become proficient in the Taizu long fist and golden bell shield before participating in hunting would leave him waiting indefinitely for the right moment to accumulate vitality. After all, acquiring vitality through teaching required a vast number of humans, and with Feng's current capabilities, he could only barely establish a foothold within his own tribe. It would be more advantageous for him to seize this opportunity to personally engage in hunting, thereby accumulating more vitality to exchange for profound inner cultivation techniques. In truth, with his current vitality, he could exchange for some ordinary inner techniques. However, these would yield limited power, and even at great perfection, they might not surpass the abilities of an ordinary true immortal in the wilderness. It would be far more prudent to directly exchange for advanced techniques, thereby starting at the innate realm. Feng's ultimate goal was to attain the legendary innate technique, which corresponded to the true immortals of the wilderness, the initial realm for most sentient beings. Of course, not everyone could achieve such a feat. A stark example was Wang Chongyang, that he practiced the innate technique and emerged as a top-tier expert upon birth, yet his brilliance faded merely a decade later. Without the buffering of postnatal inner strength and with the physical constitution of an ordinary person in the martial arts world, practicing the innate technique was akin to courting death. This was precisely why none of the 7 true ones of the Chuanjian school trained in innate techniques. Instead, they opted for the ordinary inner cultivation methods of the Chuanjian sect. Feng understood the principle of taking one step at a time. However, he did not fall within that category. First, his foundation was already solid. Second, he had the advantage of a system to provide guidance. Even if complications arose, if Wang Chongyang could endure for 10 years, how could his body, nourished by the innate spiritual energy of the wilderness, not last at least a century? And 100 years would be ample time for him to fully exchange for the Golden Bell Shield. By then, with the Golden Bell Shield mastered, the drawbacks of inner cultivation methods would be easily resolved. However, Feng was only willing to consider the innate technique. As for more advanced techniques, such as the 9-yang divine skill, he dared not even entertain the thought. The descriptions made it clear that once practiced to great perfection, the 9-yang would emerge together, rendering the technique overwhelmingly powerful, with inner strength that was intensely scorching. That was the legendary solar divine fire, a force capable of incinerating even the mighty Qua Fu. Feng surmised that before reaching a minor level of accomplishment with the Golden Bell Shield, he would perish upon contact. As for the cultivation methods of the human race, as long as he understood the flow of inner strength, he could derive some gentler techniques to serve as a transitional phase for humanity. Feng had indeed contemplated directly exchanging for the Golden Bell Shield to impart to his kin. With the Golden Bell Shield as a foundation, acquiring profound inner methods would become effortless. Yet, the same principle applied. The better the technique, the longer the cultivation time required. The Golden Bell Shield was so formidable that upon reaching great perfection, its defense rivaled that of innate treasures. Compared to the 9-yang divine skill, it was even more terrifying. For the average human at the earthly immortal level to comprehend, it was akin to a primary school student grappling with calculus. Feng estimated that even if the 3,000 innate humans were to attempt it, achieving mastery in their lifetime would be a remarkable feat. This also elucidated why the Golden Elixir path, passed down by the Supreme Laozi, had so few practitioners at its pinnacle. First, the human race could not comprehend it. Second, there simply was not enough time. Ultimately, the wilderness fragmented, and the innate spiritual energy transformed into postnatal spiritual energy. The so-called Golden Elixir was even inferior to an ordinary earthly immortal. This is why a Golden Elixir stage cultivator in the later stages of the cultivation world only had a lifespan of 500 years. In the wilderness, even with the innate spiritual energy nourishing the flesh, the lifespan of postnatal humans barely reached 5,000 years, while those at the celestial level could only live for 129,600 years. Therefore, it was more beneficial to utilize some ordinary cultivation methods to simultaneously enhance the lifespan of the human race and broaden their foundation, expanding their horizons and laying the groundwork for stronger cultivation techniques in the future. Some might argue that there was still lightness in movement. However, let us not forget that powerful lightness techniques often require a profound inner strength to support them. Without inner strength, even with Feng's peak physique, no matter how dexterous his lightness techniques were, he could only traverse a distance of several dozen zhang at most, in combat with any formidable opponent, where mountains and rivers could be shattered in an instant. A mere several dozen zhang was inconsequential. In truth, both martial arts and the path of immortality share a commonality. The realm one attains determines everything. Within the realm of immortality, one cannot access divine powers without reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Nor can one grasp the laws without attaining the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. Likewise, the quality of innate spiritual treasures is of utmost importance, as evidenced by the countless epics during which the Western saints, Jain and Zhuangzi, wielded superior innate treasures to contend with the three Eastern sages. Additionally, Jiang Ziya, brandishing the supreme innate treasure, the Wuji Xinghuang banner, faced multiple mortal perils, had it not been for the Yuan Shi saint's intervention in his soul. One cannot fathom how many reincarnations he would have endured. The same principle applies to martial arts. To unleash the pinnacle of lightness skill, one must possess profound internal cultivation. Upon hearing Feng's words, the clan leader's eyes brightened instantly. It is worth noting that since practicing Feng's techniques, although his own realm had not visibly increased, his combat strength had surged significantly, now that Feng had reached the pinnacle of Earth Immortal. If he were indeed to devise subsequent techniques, would it not signify a celestial realm? At that moment, the clan leader expressed, "Very well, henceforth, the instructor may freely accompany the hunting team into the mountains and come and go as he pleases. As for the training grounds, I shall take charge alongside Shui." The name of the training ground was originally coined by Feng himself, and both clan leaders found it quite fitting for the tribe's development. Thus they accepted it.as for granting Yifeng unrestricted access to the mountains. It was not due to ignorance of the dangers lurking in the wilderness, but rather an acknowledgement of his innate human lineage. As established by the decree of the Holy Mother Nüwa, given Yifeng's current strength, he could effortlessly dispatch ordinary fierce beasts without concern for his own safety. Regarding the clan leader's arrangements, Yifeng remained non-committal, nodding with a smile before departing. Although he believed he could amass a considerable amount of vitality by venturing into the mountains alone in a short span, he could not, as a member of the human race, neglect the interests of his tribe for his own gain. Therefore, Yifeng resolved to accompany the hunting team into the mountains. This choice would not only minimize casualties among his kin but also provide ample meat supplies for the tribe. Furthermore, Yifeng harbored another motive. As the tribe flourished, neighboring tribes would undoubtedly grow curious. Thus, his martial arts could naturally spread forth. With this thought, Yifeng felt a sense of urgency that he glanced at the sky. Setting aside his intention to enter the mountains, and made his way back to his thatched hut. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had quietly passed, after 6 months of development. Owing to the practice of the Taizu Long Fist and the Golden Bell Shield, the tribe had undergone a remarkable transformation. Particularly within the tribe, numerous martial talents emerged as if they were springing up after a rainstorm. With martial arts realms advancing by leaps and bounds, capable of single-handedly confronting tigers and leopards, coupled with other tribe members practicing martial arts, the tribe's overall strength surged. Consequently, the original 15 hunting teams had expanded to 60. Although the number of members remained unchanged, the size of each hunting team had significantly decreased. Moreover, martial artists cultivating their physiques faced no danger in the mountains, thus eliminating the need for recuperation time within the tribe. Each day, clansmen ventured into the mountains from all directions to hunt. This not only ensured a steady supply of meat for the hunting teams, but also provided sustenance for the women of the tribe. However, as the quantity of hunting increased, the number of fierce beasts in the mountains dwindled. Reluctantly, the hunting teams were compelled to venture farther afield, hinting at a potential competition for prey with neighboring tribes. On a particular day, Yifeng had just concluded a hunting expedition. Under the adoring gazes of the hunting team, he hurried back to his thatched hut, excitement etched upon his face as he gazed at the exchange interface in his mind. The page displayed the innate technique he had long yearned for. Innate technique. The innate powers of the primordial deities, when cultivated to perfection, are comparable to the primordial deities themselves. Exchange price, 300,000 vitality. Through explanations from the system and Yifeng's own understanding of the primordial realm, he grasped the distinction between innate and acquired beings. In the primordial realm, the emphasis is on one's roots. Primordial demons and gods are born from the evolution of heaven and earth. These beings possess formidable physiques and can directly absorb innate spiritual energy for cultivation. Even the most inferior primordial demon possesses strength at the Deluo golden immortal level. Conversely, acquired beings, even when daily bathed in innate spiritual energy, cannot directly absorb it. Forcing such absorption results in assimilation, leading to the dissolution of the physical body and the return of the spirit to the cosmos. Thus, they can only absorb innate spiritual energy and transform it into their own magical power through techniques to enhance their strength. Consequently, the number of acquired beings who reach the Deluo golden immortal stage is exceedingly rare. Most cease at the golden immortal level. The character Wang Chongung from the martial arts world exemplifies this principle, not born of heaven and earth, yet forcefully consuming the essence of the world for personal gain. He perished within a mere decade, leaving no remains. This is also why disciples of the Chuanjian sect speak of their ancestors' ascension to immortality as for Yifeng, having already mastered the Golden Bell Shield and the Taizu Long Fist. His physique had been honed to the utmost. If primordial demons with earth immortal capabilities existed, their physical prowess would likely not differ greatly from his. This provided Yifeng with the confidence to directly choose the innate technique. Upon gazing at the innate technique on the exchange panel, his heart stirred, and he promptly selected to exchange it.in an instant. A colossal vortex of innate spiritual energy materialized above Yifeng's thatched hut. Spiritual energy, swirling violently within a radius of thousands of miles, rushed toward him like a tornado. The hut, originally occupied by Yifeng, was reduced to dust by the terrifying whirlwind of spiritual energy. Dissipating into the cosmos, the immense commotion immediately drew the attention of the entire tribe. Upon realizing it originated from the instructor's location, the tribe members rushed toward Yifeng's dwelling, concerned for his safety. Meanwhile, at the heart of the tribe, the clan leader was engaged in conversation with several other human beings. Observing their formidable presence, it was evident that they also possessed celestial-level strength. In the primordial realm, only the 3,000 innate human beings created by the Holy Mother Nüwa are known to possess celestial-level power. These individuals were the clan leaders of neighboring tribes, drawn here by the rapid development of Feng's tribe and the ensuing conflicts over hunting grounds. They had come to ascertain the situation, more specifically, to inquire about the techniques employed by Feng's hunting team. As fellow humans, both Shui and Feng were willing to impart their techniques to other tribes, united by the mission to strengthen the human race. However, they understood that such matters involved Feng personally, making it inappropriate for them to make decisions unilaterally. Just as they were preparing to send for Feng, they suddenly felt the turbulence of spiritual energy. They raised their heads, gazing toward the source of the commotion, and sensed the overwhelming power of the vortex. In that moment, even those of celestial-level strength felt a profound sense of trepidation, particularly for Shui and Feng, who, after half a year of cultivation, had physiques comparable to late-stage celestial beings. The terrifying vortex made them feel as insignificant as ants. Yet upon recognizing the source of the vortex, they exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered, "Did it succeed?" As the words fell, he could no longer attend to the other tribal leaders beside him and hastened towards Feng's location. This piqued the curiosity of the other tribal leaders, who promptly followed suit. In that moment, the entire tribe was a tapestry of varied expressions. Some were curious, others anxious, and many exhilarated, among a myriad of other sentiments. Meanwhile, on this side, a torrent of primordial spiritual energy surged into Feng's body. Guided by the unique meridian circulation of his innate technique, it traversed continuously through his veins, ultimately converging within his dantian. However, before the dantian could compress and refine the energy, an even greater influx of primordial spiritual energy poured in, relentlessly washing through Feng's meridians. In an instant, even with Feng's formidable physique, honed to perfection by the golden bell shield, he found the impact of the primordial energy painfully unbearable. Yet, this was understandable. One must note that after system exchange, a pivotal enlightenment would occur, allowing one to reach a state of effortless mastery. In the vast wilderness, even the lowest tier of innate demons would emerge with the cultivation of a mysterious immortal. Thus, the process of cultivating inherited techniques was but a gradual progression, flowing naturally. Unlike Feng, who was directly absorbing the immense primordial energy required for a mysterious immortal at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. Were it not for the solid foundation provided by his perfected golden bell shield, an ordinary being would have surely perished from the overwhelming influx, initially, as the vast primordial energy washed over his meridians. Feng managed to emit a series of agonized cries. However, as time elapsed, the pain rendered him somewhat numb. Controlling the last vestige of his strength, he recalled the circulation route of his innate technique, striving to draw forth a trace of the purified primordial energy from his dantian, allowing it to flow through his entire body along the meridians. In that moment, the acupoints around him burst open, and even the notoriously difficult Ren and Du meridians were instantly cleared, transformed into a surging tide that coursed throughout his being. Ultimately, the primordial energy that converged and flooded into his dantian commenced a cycle of cultivation, alleviating Feng's pain just slightly, allowing him to begin to comprehend its essence. As the primordial energy continued to surge in, the Ren and Du meridians were fully opened, and Feng's strength rose steadily to the innate realm. Furthermore, under the continuous influx of primordial energy, his own power was gradually ascending. Time in the wilderness is timeless, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Following the initial chaos, the tribe's members, under the soothing words of leaders Shui and Feng, returned to their normal lives. However, due to the presence of the spiritual energy vortex, the surrounding area of 10,000 miles became devoid of birds and beasts, forcing the hunting teams to venture further afield. Meanwhile, the visiting tribal leaders, after waiting for several years, finally received the generous teachings of leaders Feng and Shui, departing with great satisfaction. With their departure, Feng's exploits swiftly spread throughout the human tribes. During this millennium, Feng did not merely refine the primordial energy. He also simplified portions of the circulation route based on his innate technique. He transformed the originally domineering devouring power into a more moderate process of absorption and purification. facilitating the cultivation of all postnatal human practitioners. Feng named it the Ren Shi Jing, signifying the foundational internal cultivation for humanity. Of course, Feng did not delude himself into believing he had the ability to create a new technique. All of this was merely a lofty endeavor. Had Feng exchanged for the true essence heart method, he would have recognized that the Ren Shi Jing he created bore remarkable similarities to it. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of this. When Feng finally completed the Ren Shi Jing, the long-standing spiritual energy vortex began to dissipate gradually, and he finally awakened from his meditative state. In that moment, a trace of weariness flickered in his eyes. Though immersed in cultivation, Feng's consciousness was remarkably clear. Coupled with the creation of the Ren Shi Jing, he naturally grasped the profound changes of time. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Feng reigned in that sense of weariness. By the standards of the wilderness, a millennium was still a mere blink in the grand tapestry of existence. Even among the human race, a millennium merely marked the transition from youth to maturity, far from the twilight of life. Feeling the surging internal power within him, he concentrated his thoughts, and instantly, a white silk thread materialized above his palm. Under the guidance of his consciousness, it slowly morphed into the shape of a sword. With a flick of his hand, the sword energy erupted forth, penetrating the ground for several zhang at that moment. Feng's heart swelled with excitement. This was the hallmark of the master realm, the external manifestation of internal power. Compared to the practitioners of his mind, Feng gained deeper insights. Practitioners were more suited for wide-ranging attacks, unleashing massive spiritual hands or manipulating the elements. In contrast, martial arts attacks were singularly formidable. A mere comparison of Feng's earlier assault made it clear. An ordinary mysterious immortal could only penetrate the ground to a limited extent, while Feng's sword energy could pierce through several zhang. Of course, not all practitioners in the wilderness were alike. Among those Feng knew was the celestial teacher, who had achieved unparalleled mastery in the sword path. When the four swords of extermination emerged, they unleashed a sword energy that spanned millions of miles. However, this was merely an exception. The wilderness was predominantly governed by the principles of cultivation. One should not underestimate the power of mysterious immortals in the wilderness. At that moment, the great mountain of Buzhou had yet to fall. Even ordinary stones, under the cleansing of primordial energy, bore tremendous power, just as Feng was meticulously sensing the might of the master realm. Shui and Feng, having detected the commotion, promptly leaped over. From a distance, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Feng, they immediately called out, "Feng, have you succeeded?" Hearing this, Feng turned his gaze towards the two. Observing the normally composed tribal leaders, now filled with excitement, anxiety, and hesitation, he could surmise their thoughts. With a smile, he nodded, "I have not failed my mission." Upon hearing this, the two eagerly inquired, "Then, what is your level of power?" Feng, reflecting on their simplicity, thought to himself that this was the nature of the human tribes. Lacking cunning schemes, had they belonged to another race, such brazen inquiries about one's cultivation would surely lead to conflict. Dismissing such thoughts, he replied with a smile, "I have achieved the master realm." The two looked at him, their faces etched with confusion. "What is the master realm? We have never heard of it." Noticing their bewilderment, Feng chuckled. "It is equivalent to the mysterious immortal among practitioners. As for the rest, do not worry, esteemed leaders, that I plan to expound on the subsequent cultivation methods for humanity within the tribe. At that time, you will understand." Upon hearing this, the two rejoiced inwardly. Breaking through to the mysterious immortal level within a millennium was unprecedented among the entire human race. Little did they know, even in the wilderness, apart from the innate demigods, no acquired beings have ever transcended from the realm of celestial beings to that of profound immortals within a millennium. This phenomenon can be attributed, on one hand, to systemic constraints, and on the other, to a significant advantage inherent to humanity. The innate Tao physique not only alleviates the suffering of transformation, but is also intrinsically close to the Tao itself. Whether pursuing the path of immortality or martial arts, both are manifestations of the Tao. Consequently, for humanity, the practice of cultivation is as effortless as the act of eating and drinking, aside from the limitations imposed by lineage. In terms of lineage, with the provision of Taizu Longquan and the Golden Bell Shield by Feng, the development of humanity has become virtually unconstrained. This reality is vividly reflected in the subsequent evolution of the human race. Upon learning that Feng was to impart his teachings, the two individuals were filled with elation. They immediately expressed their willingness to take full responsibility for the dissemination of the teachings. allowing Yifeng to focus solely on his cultivation. Naturally, Yifeng did not decline, nodding in agreement with a smile. Delivering teachings is not merely a matter of announcing one's intent to lecture and inviting others to listen. The first step involves the establishment of a venue. Yifeng practices martial arts, not the kind of cultivation that allows for the spontaneous creation of structures through immense magical power. Moreover, at this juncture, his realm is still at the initial stage of profound immortality. Thus, a substantial amount of manpower and resources is required to construct the teaching site. On another front, spreading the word is essential, as Yifeng intends to share his teachings with the entirety of humanity, not just within the confines of a single tribe. Even if Yifeng were to embark on this task himself, it would take him several hundred years, and such an endeavor would be unbecoming of his status. It is far more prudent to entrust this responsibility to the two clan leaders, Shui and Feng. Meanwhile, he can prepare the content of his teachings and find time for his own cultivation. Time, like a fleeting shadow, swiftly elapsed, and a millennium had gone by. The transformations within the tribe were profound. Having practiced the Golden Bell Shield and Taizu Longquan passed down by Yifeng, even those with lesser innate talents among the acquired humans had reached a stage of great accomplishment after 2 millennia of accumulation. Furthermore, those nurtured by innate spiritual energy possessed no inferior qualities. This moment, the tribe boasted individuals akin to dragons. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, one could even chase down ferocious beasts alone. Consequently, incidents of wild animal attacks gradually diminished, and the number of ferocious beasts in the mountains also decreased significantly. What then should be done with the remaining energetic tribespeople? The solution was simple. On one hand, to continue expanding outward, and on the other, to procreate. Were it not for the absence of individuals at the celestial level to maintain order, the two clan leaders might have considered fracturing the tribe. Thus, the tribe entered a phase of rapid development. Originally a small tribe of several tens of thousands, it had now expanded into a large tribe of millions, with the efforts of the two clan leaders. The news of Yifeng's upcoming teachings had quietly spread throughout the human tribes, with the tribespeople serving as exemplars and the endorsement of nearby clan leaders. Countless members of humanity rejoiced. However, the vastness of the wilderness posed challenges. After thousands of years of development, the human race that once thrived near Shoyang Mountain had already spread to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Now separated by billions of miles, therefore, aside from a few nearby small tribes, only the innate clan leaders could make the journey. Even among the tribes along the Eastern Sea, only one clan leader could venture forth, while the other remained to protect the tribe. For although the Eastern Sea was suitable for human development, it was still home to some minor demons at the celestial level that a millennium passed peacefully amidst the transmission of news and travel among the human races. The once desolate training grounds were now revitalized. Towering stone platforms, several dozen feet high, were complemented by layers of stone steps below. Fortunately, the tribe's people had achieved mastery in physical refinement, or else such a grand scale might not have been possible within a millennium. At this moment, beneath the stone steps, rows of humanity sat on the ground. At the forefront were the 3,000 innate human beings, while behind them gathered nearly tens of millions of their kin, the majority having come from nearby tribes. Thanks to 2,000 years of development, Yifeng's tribe had expanded hundreds of times. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate such a multitude at this moment. The crowd was not quietly waiting. Instead, they were engaged in animated whispers, particularly enviously discussing the tribespeople from Yifeng's lineage. Just then, an elegant figure suddenly materialized upon the previously empty high platform. He promptly seated himself, instantly capturing the attention of those in front. The crowd fell silent in a manner reminiscent of a cascade of dominoes. After a prolonged moment of silence, once the assembly was completely quiet, Yifeng began to channel his master-level inner strength, and his voice resonated throughout the training grounds. I am Yifeng of the human race, aware of the challenges faced by humanity in cultivation. I hereby establish martial arts as our method of practice. The realms of martial arts are divided into the stages of body refinement, acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, celestial being, extraordinary, martial god, and martial sage. In an instant, the gathered humans were filled with an indescribable excitement. However, understanding that Yifeng was imparting teachings, they suppressed their fervor and listened attentively. The human body is frail. To achieve greatness, it is essential to refine one's constitution and solidify the foundation, thus enabling the attainment of the peak. With this, I have created 2 martial arts forms, the Golden Bell Shield and Taizu Longquan. Through mastering these, humanity can establish a solid foundation thereby stepping into the pinnacle of martial arts. With that, Feng immediately rose to demonstrate both Taizu Longquan and the Golden Bell Shield while elaborating on the key elements of their practice. Feng's teaching lacked the profound profundities of the Tao, instead utilizing the most straightforward and comprehensible language, perfectly suited for the current development of humanity. Furthermore, as the listeners were primarily from nearby tribes, most had already mastered the two techniques, eliminating any confusion. In fact, with Feng's direct guidance, any lingering doubts were swiftly resolved. The 3,000 innate humans at the forefront grasped the teachings in a single viewing and promptly rose to practice alongside him. Soon catching a glimpse of the path ahead, their faces alight with joy. Observing this, Feng nodded approvingly, pausing to continue. Once the foundation is solidified, one may cultivate inner strength techniques to enter the acquired realm. For this, I have dedicated a millennium to crafting the first inner strength technique of our humanity, which I have named the Ren-Shi-Jing. Feng then elucidated the concept of meridians and shared his insights on the practice of Ren-Shi-Jing. Instantly, the tribespeople, who had already achieved mastery in their techniques, felt a stir within. Innate spiritual energy flowed continuously into their bodies, and the commotion of millions breaking through to the acquired realm echoed throughout the training grounds, inciting envy among other listeners who attentively committed Feng's teachings to memory. Once they had perfected their physical refinement, they too could step into the legendary acquired realm, beyond the acquired stage. One could continue to refine inner strength and strengthen their meridians. Upon achieving perfection, one could utilize inner strength to impact the Ren and Du meridians. Once these two pathways were interconnected, inner strength would flow ceaselessly, leading one into the innate realm. Seeing the crowd's mixed expressions, Feng refrained from delving into detailed descriptions, for the strongest among them was merely at the celestial level. Thus, he simply outlined the direction of their cultivation. After reaching the innate stage, one should continue to expand their meridians and refine their inner strength. When one can project inner strength outward, maintaining a cohesive presence within 1,000 feet, one has reached the master stage. As the words fell, a sword-shaped ribbon materialized in Feng's palm. With a swift motion of his hand, the ribbon instantly sliced through the vast sky, landing upon the mountains beyond the tribe. In an instant, a resounding boom echoed throughout the entire settlement. Witnessing this, the crowd was filled with indescribable excitement. The primordial world was timeless. The act of imparting knowledge seemed deceptively simple, yet it required the human race to achieve breakthroughs, leading to the quiet passage of several years. As for the realms beyond that of the Grandmaster, Feng did not elaborate in detail. After all, he himself had only reached the peak of the Grandmaster level and had limited understanding of the subsequent realms. Moreover, most of those present were merely at the postnatal stage. Thus, Feng only provided a brief overview of the future realms before concluding his teachings as the impartation of knowledge came to an end. The crowd rose in unison, respectfully bowing to Feng, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Martial Ancestor." In that moment, the atmosphere was electrifying. Simultaneously, with the acknowledgement of the human race and the affirmation of martial arts, the heavenly Tao trembled, and boundless virtues cascaded down from the heavens. Observing this, Feng felt a surge of realization, understanding the reason behind the descent of these virtues. It was due to the martial system he had established, which enriched the foundation of the primordial world and became the method of cultivation for humanity. The heavenly Tao shook, bestowing heavenly virtues as a form of reward, along with the emergence of these virtues. Feng also grasped how to utilize them effectively. He could not employ them directly to enhance his strength like others, as it would destabilize his foundation and require considerable time to rectify. With a mere thought, an immense amount of virtue flooded into his mind, forming a colossal golden wheel of virtue behind him. Unbeknownst to Feng, 3 figures with slightly aged appearances were observing from below. They exchanged glances, nodding in mutual recognition. With the appearance of the golden wheel of virtue, the listeners were overwhelmed with excitement. The words "we pay our respects to the Martial Ancestor" resonated through the air, lingering for an extended period. Beyond the primordial realm, within the chaos, the tremors of the heavenly Tao manifested as virtues surged forth. In the once empty depths of chaos, ripples suddenly began to emanate. In an instant, a purple aura burst forth, revealing a palace deep within the chaos. The palace bore the inscription "Purple Cloud Palace" in the ancient script of the primordial realm. This was, indeed, the place of cultivation for the Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Within the palace, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. In that moment, 3,000 laws of the heavenly Tao surged forth from his eyes. accompanied by the birth and destruction of countless small worlds surrounding him. As the extraordinary phenomena dissipated, the Tao ancestor Hongjun murmured, A new cultivation system has emerged in the primordial realm. Martial arts? How intriguing. Yet it appears to have arisen among the human race. My esteemed disciple of the Xianmin is fated to miss this opportunity. Very well, if that is the case, I shall seek another path. With that, a thought crossed his mind, and the wheel of the heavenly Tao appeared above his head, with a mere flicker of his consciousness. A streak of radiant light shot forth from the wheel, heading toward the Kunlun Mountains. This streak of light could only be seen by Hongjun after achieving harmony. Even the sage Nüwa, having attained sainthood, could not perceive it in truth. Saints were merely a fruit of the primordial realm. Whosoever the heavenly Tao deemed worthy could attain sainthood. Therefore, despite the 6 individuals contemplating for 1,000,000 years, aside from Nüwa's creation of humanity, the others gained nothing, as it was not yet the time for the saints to emerge. As for the notion that the Tao ancestor Hongjun would swiftly eliminate Feng for being an anomaly, such an idea was utterly absurd. Given Hongjun's strength, what difference would it make if an anomaly were to grow, as long as the individual refrained from actions that would lead to the destruction of the primordial realm? Hongjun would not intervene. Moreover, Feng's establishment of a martial system was beneficial for the development of the primordial realm, making it even less likely for Hongjun to take drastic measures. It was a narrow-minded portrayal of Hongjun by the author of a previous life. Little did they understand why the name of the Tao ancestor continued to resonate in the myths and legends of future generations. As the streak of light vanished, the purple cloud palace trembled once more, swiftly retreating into the depths of chaos. Simultaneously, atop Kunlun Mountain, within the 8 scenic palace, the Taiji Laozi, who had been focusing on comprehending the primordial purple energy, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. A surge of golden blood erupted from his mouth, and he could not help but exclaim, "Oh, the pain is unbearable." The commotion within the 8 scenic palace naturally drew the attention of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. They immediately appeared within the palace. "Brother, what has happened?" Seeing the two arrive, Taiji Laozi shook his head, his expression bitter. "Just now, I sense that my opportunity has been completely lost, hence my reaction." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's expression darkened. "Which insignificant being dares to covet my brother's opportunity?" The 3 pure ones were originally one entity, and Tong Tian's expression was equally grim. Taiji Laozi, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied, "I just deduced that this matter pertains to the human race created by Sister Nüwa." Yuan Shi furrowed his brows, perplexed. The insignificant human race is merely a postnatal species created by Sister Nüwa. How could it possibly relate to my brother's opportunity? Taiji Laozi shook his head again, his expression pained that I know not, but the heavenly virtues appeared abruptly, and their source aligns with that of the human race. I suspect this is related. Tong Tian, known for his straightforward nature, immediately spoke up, "Brother, I shall go to the human race and teach them a lesson." Upon seeing Tong Tian's intent to act, Taiji Laozi hastily intervened. "Third brother, do not act rashly. Although the human race is merely a postnatal species, they were nonetheless created by Sister Nwa. Elder brothers, we must afford them respect. At this juncture, Taiji Laozi paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, although the human race has emerged for less than 10,000 years, they have already received heavenly virtues 4 times, indicating their extraordinary nature. If you go there and do not strike, it may be acceptable. But should you choose to act, it would result in the loss of your own heavenly virtues, which would be unwise." Hearing this, Yuan Shi also chimed in, "Brother speaks true. If we act rashly, we will only offend Sister Nwa. The priority now is to diligently comprehend the primordial purple energy and attain sainthood as soon as possible. Only then can we address the matter of lost opportunities with our sister." Seeing both brothers urging him, Tong Tian finally relented, about to speak. Suddenly, Taiji Laozi's expression shifted. He observed a seal appearing within his primordial spirit, transforming into a streak of light that darted away into the distance. Taiji Laozi was unwilling to let it escape, immediately employing great magical power to suppress it. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, witnessing this, quickly assisted him. After some time, they managed to contain the streak of light, revealing its true form, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Kongtong seal. Upon seeing this, Yuan Shi exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, why is the Kongtong seal uncontrollable?" It should be noted that this item was discovered by the 3 pure ones during their travels in the primordial realm. At Shouyang Mountain, Taiji Laozi had refined it for countless years, How could it now be out of control? Taiji Laozi, upon hearing this, shook his head. When I refined the Kongong seal, I realized it was a treasure of the human race's fortune. I surmised that this disturbance stems from my loss of opportunity with the human race, prompting the Kongtong seal to choose to depart. Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, darkened his expression, since it was obtained during our travels. How can it be coveted by others? Brothers should refine it completely at once. Taiji Laozi, however, shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. The Kongtong seal was a treasure of the human race, meant to suppress fortune. As one not of human descent, how could he fully refine it? As the three pure ones fell into silence, Taiji Laozi's expression suddenly shifted. A look of joy crossed his face as he exclaimed, I have just sensed a disturbance in the primordial purple energy. It seems that the path to sainthood is not far off. Upon hearing this, the two brothers smiled and said, Then brother, focus on your comprehension. We shall not disturb you. As the words fell, the figure vanished in an instant. Observing this, the venerable Taiji Laozi refrained from further discourse and immediately closed his eyes to contemplate in the heart of the primordial chaos. An abundance of innate spiritual energy surged forth, and a mountain of indeterminate height soared into the clouds. It was none other than the Buzhou mountain, transformed from the spine of Pangu. Atop this peak, the power of countless stars cascaded like a waterfall, continuously washing over a vast expanse of space spanning millions of miles. Within this immense realm, countless palaces appeared in disarray, which was, astonishingly, the domain of the demon clan's court. In those years, Dijun and Tai traversed the primordial chaos and stumbled upon this architectural marvel atop Buzhou mountain. Although the palaces were numerous, it was immediately apparent that they were products of the world's creation, not the handiwork of any mighty being. Thus, they recognized that their opportunity had arrived. They offered prayers to heaven and earth, establishing the demon clan, with Dijun proclaiming himself the demon emperor and Tai the demon sovereign. They declared that all beings, whether plants taking form or beasts attaining wisdom, belonged to the demon clan. Subsequently, they set up the demon court atop Buzhou mountain to govern the primordial realm. In a brief span of time, countless plant spirits flocked to the heavenly court, and the demon clan's fortune surged. Dijun and Tai seized this moment to enhance their own cultivation, especially Tai, who, wielding the chaos bell, renamed Dong Huang Bell, ascended to become the most formidable being beneath the saints. Dijun, not one to lag behind, not only severed his third corpse through the Houtu and Luo Shu but also comprehended the Hunyuan He Luo Great Array. Following this, they invited Fu Shi and Nuwa to become the demon sovereigns, bestowing upon them the titles of Shi Huang and Hua Huang respectively. Tai further compelled Kunping to lead the Northern Sea demon clan into the demon court, granting him the title of demon master. Simultaneously, Dijun personally conferred titles upon 10 mighty beings, including Bai Zhe, Fei Lian, and Ding Zhao, as the 10 great demon saints. In a fleeting moment, the influence of the demon court expanded, hinting at a potential unification of the primordial chaos. However, the rapid growth of the demon court's power incited dissatisfaction among the 12 ancestors of Wu, born from Pangu's essence. The ancestors regarded Pangu as their divine progenitor, believing that the Wu clan should dominate the primordial realm, not the two avian beings, Dijun and Tai. Consequently, they led the Wu clan tribes into a cataclysmic conflict with the demon court. Dijun and Tai, brimming with confidence, declared their intent to eradicate the Wu clan and unify the primordial realm. Yet, they found themselves facing the formidable physical might of the 12 ancestors, whose bodies rivaled the finest innate treasures, especially with the emergence of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array, which nearly shattered their resolve. As the demon clan suffered successive defeats, and even Tai was on the brink of self-detonation with the Dong Huang Bell. The Dao ancestor Hongjun appeared abruptly, shattering the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array with a mere gesture, thereby instilling awe throughout the primordial chaos. This intervention prevented the annihilation of the demon clan. Simultaneously, the Dao ancestor decreed that from that moment forth, the demon clan would govern the heavens while the Wu clan would oversee the earth, forbidding warfare for 10,000 years. Thus, the primordial chaos entered a brief period of peace. Following this conflict, Dijun and Tai tempered their arrogance. Dijun, through the aid of his accompanying spiritual treasure, comprehended the more formidable Zhou Tian Star Do Great Array, which not only wielded immense power, but also facilitated the absorption of stellar energy for the cultivation of the demon clan. Furthermore, with Hua Huang Nuwa attaining sainthood, the demon clan's prestige soared to unprecedented heights. They could only wait for the passage of 10,000 years before launching an expedition against the Wu clan. At this juncture, in various corners of the demon court, an infinite array of bizarre and wondrous beings resided, continuously absorbing stellar energy to gradually enhance their strength. In the very center of the demon court stood an even grander edifice, inscribed with the 4 innate Taoist characters Ling Xiao Bao Dian. This was the sacred sanctuary for Di Jun and Tai Yi's cultivation. As the heavenly Tao trembled and the merits of the Tao descended, both Di Jun and Tai Yi awoke from their meditative states, their gazes sweeping over the primordial chaos. Instantly discerning the source of the disturbance, Di Jun remarked with admiration, "Truly, the race created by Hua Huang is remarkable. In less than 10,000 years, there have been 4 instances of merit descending that my brother and I have cultivated for billions of years, and the only time we received a significant influx of merit was upon establishing the demon court." Tai Yi, in agreement, added, "Indeed, as the demon court governs the primordial realm, only the Kunping demon master has acquired some merit, greatly enhancing his strength. As for the other demon saints, they have gained nothing, relying solely on the fortunes of the demon court to cultivate slowly." Upon hearing this, Di Jun furrowed his brow and advised, "Younger brother, Kunping is not one who willingly joined the demon court. As the 10,000-year period draws near, we must remain vigilant." However, Tai Yi, filled with confidence, replied with a smile, "Elder brother, you worry too much. As long as I am here, that Kunping would not dare to stir." Tai Yi's confidence stemmed from his belief that with the Dong Huang bell, he could easily dominate any foe beneath the saints. Even if Kunping were to break through to the peak of quasi-saint status through merits, without a spiritual treasure for protection, he would still be utterly defeated by Tai Yi. Seeing Tai Yi's assurance, Di Jun chose not to dwell further on the matter, placing his trust in his younger brother's strength. He sighed. "Yet, as the human race frequently receives merit, our demon court remains devoid of such blessings. This truly undermines our authority. I wonder if my younger brother has any means to acquire merit." Tai Yi shook his head and responded, "Brother, I excel in leading charges into battle. However, strategy is not my forte. Moreover, our demon court's Baizhe possesses wisdom that rivals Kunping's. Why not consult him?" Di Jun nodded in agreement, and a thought instantly surged forth. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared gracefully, bowing and stating, "I, Baizhe, pay my respects to the demon emperor and demon sovereign." The two, even after countless eons of companionship, could not help but silently marvel. What a refined figure. Di Jun took the lead and spoke. No need for formalities. Once Baizhe rose, he continued, "Baizhe, the demon saint, our demon court has received no merit while the human race has been blessed with frequent descents. This is detrimental to our authority. Do you possess any methods to acquire merit?" Baizhe, upon hearing this, immediately responded with a bow, "Congratulations, demon emperor, congratulations." Di Jun, puzzled, asked, "What is there to celebrate?" Baizhe replied calmly, "Currently, the heavenly Tao is deficient, and the position of the empress is vacant. It is the perfect time for the empress's return." Upon hearing this, Di Jun's heart leapt with joy. The return of the empress would harmonize yin and yang, thus mending the heavenly Tao. With such a development, how could merit be lacking? He promptly inquired, "Do you have a suitable candidate in mind for this empress position?" Baizhe, with a serene smile, replied, "The demon emperor hails from the sun star. Thus, the position of empress should be filled by one from the moon star. In this way, yin and yang shall coexist, forming the rightful lineage of the demon court." As Di Jun and Tai Yi pondered this, Baizhe continued, "I have heard that on the moon star resides a goddess named Shihi, graceful and elegant, endowed with great powers, making her perfectly suitable for the role of empress of the demon court. When the moon star returns, the might of our Shou Tian Star Do Great Array will increase severfold." Di Jun, upon hearing this, was elated. He cared little for Shihi's ascension to empress, but was more concerned with the strength of the demon court. Now, upon learning that the return of the moon star would enhance the power of the Shou Tian Star Do Great Array, there was no reason to oppose this. He declared, "Excellent. I shall entrust this matter entirely to the demon saint. I will retrieve 10 mid-grade, innate spiritual treasures from the demon court's treasury for you to manage. Additionally, the 365 demon gods of the demon court shall also be at your disposal." Baizhe, hearing this, responded again, "I must report to the demon emperor that it may be unwise for the goddess Shi to enter the demon court alone. Why not invite Hua Huang to preside over the wedding for the demon emperor?" Di Jun, upon hearing this, agreed, "Very well, as long as Shi consents, I shall personally invite Hua Huang." Baizhe then bowed and took his leave. Subsequently, he selected 10 mid-grade spiritual treasures from the treasury and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Tai Yi smiled and said, "Congratulations, elder brother. This congratulation stemmed not only from Di Jun's impending union with Shihe, but also from the loyalty of the capable Bai Zhe. Having shared countless years together, Di Jun understood Tai Yi's sentiments. He shook his head and remarked, "All of this is merely to bolster the strength of the demon court. For now, we can only await good news." As the words fell, an unexpected silence enveloped the Lingxiao Hall. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe traversed the vast expanse of the starry sky, spending several years before finally arriving outside the Tying Star. This was a testament to Bai Zhe's cultivation. Having attained the mid-stage of quasi-saint, were it a great Luo golden immortal, a century may not suffice to reach this destination. Highlighting the vastness of the Honghuang starry skies, Bai Zhe stood respectfully outside the Tying Star. Bowing and proclaiming, "Is the goddess Xia present?" This humble Taoist, Bai Zhe of the demon court, seeks an audience. At that moment, Xia was seated cross-legged in meditation atop the Tying Star. Unlike the two, Di Jun and Tai, who possessed innate treasures and were bolstered by the fortune of the demon court, Xia had been immersed in profound cultivation since the 3 lectures at the Zishu Palace, remaining at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage without achieving quasi-saint status. Upon hearing of the visit from the demon Saint Bai Zhe, curiosity welled within her. However, considering his formidable strength, she refrained from activating the grand formation of the Tying Star and merely responded, "Pray tell, esteemed Taoist Bai Zhe, what brings you to the Tying Star? This humble abode is quite barren, and I may not offer proper hospitality. Please do not take offense." Bai Zhe understood Xia's caution. After all, the peaceful development of the Honghuang had deviated significantly post the 3 lectures at Zishu Palace. To attain enlightenment, numerous powerful beings began to vie for innate spiritual treasures. Given that Xia was merely a great Luo golden immortal, her wariness was entirely reasonable. He smiled and replied, "No offense taken, I have come with a matter of importance to discuss. Our demon emperor, Di Jun, has long admired the goddess and wishes to bestow the position of empress upon you. Might the goddess consider this proposal?" Without waiting for Xia's inquiry, he continued, "In light of this, the demon emperor has personally selected 10 innate spiritual treasures from our treasury as a bridal gift." With a casual wave of his hand, the 10 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures materialized, slowly drifting toward the protective formation surrounding the Tying Star. Noticing that the treasures bore no formidable energy, Xia finally lowered her guard. Yet she did not immediately deactivate the formation. Instead, she countered, "If he truly admires me, why does he not come personally, but rather sends you in his stead?" Bai Zhe chuckled. To demonstrate sincerity, the demon emperor intends to visit the Hua-Huang heaven personally, inviting the Hua-Huang to preside over the goddess's grand wedding. Upon hearing this, Xia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Moreover, as one of the 3,000 guests of the Zishu Palace, she observed that her fellow Taoists had all ascended to the quasi-saint realm while she remained on the Tying Star. Although she had avoided the turmoil of the Honghuang, her own cultivation had stagnated. With the invitation from Bai Zhe, which involved a saintly figure, she sensed no imminent danger. A smile graced her lips, for she recognized that the fortune of the heavenly court was abundant, and once she ascended to empress, she would have the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Thinking along these lines, Xia spoke, "I shall accept the bridal gift, and in 100 years, on an auspicious day, I will certainly visit the demon court." Bai Zhe responded with a smile, "Excellent. I must return to report, so I bid you farewell." With those words, he transformed into a streak of light and sped away towards the demon court. Meanwhile, upon receiving Xia's reply, Di Jun transformed into a radiant beam, departing towards the depths of chaos. This was none other than the famed Golden Crow's rainbow technique of the Honghuang, capable of traversing 30,000 miles with a single breath. A technique unparalleled in speed. Even the renowned Kunping, known for its swiftness, could not compare. In no time, he arrived outside the Hua-Huang heaven. At that moment, the gates of Hua-Huang heaven swung open, revealing a child, adorned with a collar around his neck, a red belt around his waist, and standing on 2 fiery wheels. He was none other than the Lingzuzi from within Hua-Huang heaven. Upon seeing Di Jun, he was not surprised and immediately spoke in a sweet voice. "The demon emperor's intentions are already known to the empress. I have been specially tasked to convey to you that in 100 years, the empress will assuredly come." Upon hearing this, Di Jun understood the outcome, bowed respectfully towards Hua-Huang heaven, and transformed into a radiant beam as he departed. The Lingzuzi, witnessing this, returned to Hua-Huang heaven. Inside Hua-Huang heaven, a vibrant life thrived, with countless small animals frolicking about. Observing this, the Lingzuzi did not intervene and proceeded directly to the Hua-Huang palace. "Empress, The demon emperor has already departed. Within the Huang palace, the laws of creation surged, and various small creatures emerged in abundance. Though they lacked intelligence, they were quite attached to the elegantly dressed woman at the forefront. Sensing this scene, the Lingzuzi was not surprised and remained quietly in place. However, the restlessness in his eyes and the drool trickling from his mouth indicated his inner turmoil. After an indeterminate time, the elegantly dressed woman gently waved her hand. In an instant, the small animals that had surrounded her departed from the palace. Only then did the Lingzuzi gather his thoughts and inquire, Empress, as the Huang of the demon clan, why do you not summon the demon emperor? It was then that the elegantly dressed woman revealed herself to be the goddess Nüwa, the creator of humanity. Nüwa replied calmly, I am the Huang of the demon clan. And I am also the holy mother of humanity. After I created humanity from clay, I foresaw a great calamity befalling them. The ones to suffer that calamity are the demon clan. Thus, how could I agree to let him enter Huang heaven? The Lingzuzi, upon hearing this, felt even more puzzled. In his mind, Nüwa was an omnipotent being. He immediately asked, as a saint, cannot you prevent this? Nüwa shook her head and responded, this is a calamity that humanity must endure. And it is also the beginning of the decline of the demon clan. It is the will of the heavenly Tao, and as a saint of the heavenly Tao, I cannot intervene. With that, she cast her gaze towards the Hongwang demon court and added, moreover, the contest of fortunes involves the saintly position. Even if I were to intervene, would those two accept their fate? Observing the Lingzuzi's bewildered expression, Nüwa shook her head and smiled. In an instant, Huang heaven blossomed with a myriad of flowers, each vying for attention. She chuckled, you, a mere child, cannot comprehend these matters. Go play. Upon hearing this, the Lingzuzi bowed and hurriedly scampered out of the palace. Observing this, Nüwa shook her head, fully aware of his thoughts. She then turned her attention back to the Hongwang, murmuring, humanity, if you wish to become the protagonist of the heavenly land, you must ultimately rely on yourselves. I wonder if that little fellow, Feng, can truly support humanity. With this thought, Nüwa couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. Humanity had only existed for a few thousand years. How could they possibly compare to Dijuan and Tai, who had cultivated for billions of years? It seemed she was getting ahead of herself. Thus, she returned to her cultivation. In an instant, the power of the saint filled the entire palace, and the laws of creation permeated Huang heaven. At Shouyang Mountain, in the Feng tribe, as the voices of the crowd subsided, the teachings came to a complete end. Feng immediately focused his thoughts, vanishing from the high platform. Utilizing the profound inner strength of a master, he forcefully broke through the gravitational pull of the Hongwang and soared away. This was also one of the hallmarks of a master, walking upon the air, while those of the innate realm could match the battle prowess of true immortals. Their inner strength remained within their bodies, unable to leave. They could glide over short distances, but could not truly walk upon the air. Coupled with Feng's pinnacle mastery of inner strength, he was naturally capable of disappearing without a trace. Only the three foremost figures of humanity could discern Feng's movements, and they too vanished from their locations. As Feng stepped into a new stone chamber, three figures materialized outside the courtyard. With his current cultivation, Feng could easily sense their presence. Recognizing the familiar essence that resonated with his own, he immediately deduced their identities. He swiftly emerged, bowing towards the three. Humanity's Feng greets the three ancestors. To his surprise, the three did not acknowledge him and sidestepped, refusing to accept his bow. The foremost among them spoke. Feng, you have created techniques for humanity and have taught them cultivation, rendering great service to our kind. After deliberation, we formally invite you to become the fourth ancestor of humanity, titled Buzhou. Seeing this, Feng shook his head, saying, even as the Buzhou of humanity, I remain a junior before the three. It is only proper for a junior to pay respects to their elders. As the words fell, he once again bowed to the three individuals before him. It was not that Feng adhered to convention, but rather that he understood the worthiness of these three figures for such reverence. These three were indeed the ancestral progenitors of humanity, Sarin, Yuchao, and Z. In the nascent stages of humanity, when myriad endeavors lay in disarray, these three ancestral beings bravely forged ahead through countless perils. At that time, humanity was so feeble that it could be aptly described as living on raw flesh and blood. Thus, despite being nourished by the innate essence of the primordial chaos, the postnatal humans, reliant on raw meat for an extended period, remained beset by illness, with many succumbing to the earth within a century. Coupled with the incessant assaults from wild beasts, humanity was perpetually teetering on the brink of extinction. In response, Sarin was the first to master the art of fire, invoking the merits of the heavens, and experienced an exponential surge in strength. reaching the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, yet lacking any cultivation methods. They possessed only the realm without the ability to wield it. How could they eliminate the ferocious beasts devoid of intelligence? Thus, Sarin chose to expend the primordial power of the Tai Golden Immortal, driving all invading beasts from the territories of humankind. Yu Chao and Zi followed suit. In those days, Yu Chao was known for wielding a newly constructed dwelling as a weapon against the beasts, while Zi faced countless wild creatures with the newly woven furs. It was not that these three were foolish, but rather that they acted out of a profound desire to protect billions of their kin. One could say that the ancestral figures of that time were indeed fighting for their very existence. Given sufficient time, the three ancestors, with their Tai Golden Immortal status, would have soon absorbed enough primordial essence, wielding immeasurable power even without specific cultivation methods. However, for the sake of their people behind them, they resolutely chose to risk their lives. This was also the reason why, despite being Tai Golden Immortals, the three bore aged visages. Consequently, this was why Feng felt compelled to pay his respects to the three ancestors. Observing Feng's unwavering determination, the three ancestors did not evade, but graciously accepted his homage. Once Feng completed his bow, he spoke. "My humble abode is quite simple. I hope the three ancestors will not take offense. Let us discuss matters in the house." The three ancestors nodded, smiling, and replied, "Very well." Soon, the four of them settled down in the courtyard. Feng took the lead in asking, "Might I inquire what brings the three ancestors to seek me?" Upon hearing this, Yu Chao and Zi turned their gazes towards Sarin. Without hesitation, Sarin began. "Martial Ancestor, you may not be aware, but although we three are the progenitors of humanity with cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal level, several millennia ago, due to the excessive use of our primordial essence and the lack of cultivation methods, we now bear this appearance. While we do not mind it, the primordial chaos is perilous, and our kind urgently requires powerful guardians. We have all comprehended the humanity scripture you mentioned, and while it does have some efficacy, it remains somewhat inadequate for our level of cultivation. We sense that you have likely reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, or as you referred to it, the master realm. Might there be a superior cultivation method available?" Upon hearing this, Feng thought to himself, having perused countless tales of the primordial chaos, how could he be unaware of the circumstances of the three ancestral figures? However, before Feng could elaborate further, Yu Chao interjected. "Of course, we are not in a hurry and believe that with the martial ancestor's aptitude, you will surely deduce it soon." Zi nodded in agreement. Witnessing the three feign indifference while clearly anxious, Feng felt a weight in his heart. He then spoke. "To be honest, esteemed ancestors, I do possess a more effective mental cultivation method. However, this method has high requirements for aptitude. And as most of our kin have yet to stabilize their foundations, I fear that rash practice may lead to complications. Since the three ancestors are here, I shall certainly share the method." He proceeded to elaborate on the primordial technique in detail to the three ancestors. Although the three had no cultivation methods at their disposal, their realms were evident, and given that the humanity scripture was derived from the primordial technique, they quickly grasped the nuances of cultivation. As the three ancestors began to comprehend and cultivate, the primordial essence within tens of thousands of miles surged wildly towards them, continuously being absorbed and refined. The power of the Tai Golden Immortal realm that the three originally possessed also began to transform into the internal energy of the primordial technique. In an instant, countless wondrous phenomena materialized around Feng's residence, arousing the curiosity of the tribe's people. Noticing this, Feng swiftly took to the rooftop, silently guarding the three ancestors. In the demon court, after Emperor Jun returned from the celestial realm, he immediately commanded Baize to lead 365 demon deities and the 9 dragons incense palanquin to the Moonstar to wed Shihi. After all, as the demon deities were merely at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, the journey from the demon court to the Moonstar would likely take decades. Thus, the round trip would approximately span a century. Simultaneously, he dispatched Fushi, Kuenping, and the other 9 great demon saints to various powerful sanctuaries, inviting them to attend Emperor Jun's wedding. At the same time, in the skies above the demon court, the Eastern Emperor bell resonated with the wind. Swiftly appearing in the skies above, with a resounding dong, the sound traveled millions of miles, startling myriad races in the primordial chaos. Following 3 resounding chimes, a voice of immense authority echoed across the lands. "I am the Eastern Emperor Tai of the demon race. 100 years hence, the Emperor and Empress shall return to their rightful place. All cultivators above the Tai Golden Immortal level are welcome to the demon court to offer their congratulations." In an instant, among the mighty beings who heard the chime, some rejoiced while others wore expressions of concern. Nevertheless, As it was a decree from the Eastern Emperor Tai himself, they had no choice but to comply. They hurriedly selected their most precious treasures from their personal vaults and made their way to the demon court. Beneath Mount Buzhou, countless members of the witch clan were in motion, following the appearance of the Tao ancestor to dismantle the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. The 12 ancestor witches had indeed become more compliant. However, while the ancestor witches could diligently cultivate, the members of the witch clan below found it difficult to remain at ease. After all, the ancestor witches lacked primordial spirits and could not sit in meditation like the cultivators of the primordial chaos. With nothing to occupy their time, they would often seek trouble with the demon race. Yet, for the past 10 millennia, they were forced to restrain themselves. Over time, this naturally led to considerable discontent among the witch clan. Of course, this discontent was not directed at the 12 ancestor witches but rather at the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Consequently, the 12 ancestor witches felt compelled to establish a competition arena, allowing the restless members of their clan to hone their skills through combat. At this moment, on the arena, two great witches were engaged in a fierce battle. One wielded a gigantic shield in one hand and a similarly sized axe in the other, relentlessly charging at his opponent. Yet, his adversary remained calm, armed with a massive bow, continuously releasing lethal arrows to repel the charging witch. However, even the sharpest arrows could only force back the opponent, as the latter was shielded by his massive defense. Below them, countless members of the witch clan shouted encouragement. Just as the two great witches were locked in combat, suddenly, 3 chimes reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Both warriors turned their gazes skyward. One of them, in a deep voice, remarked, "Day, with only 100 years left until the deadline, what do you think the Eastern Emperor intends to do?" Day, upon hearing this, scoffed. What else could he want? It is still all about dealing with our witch clan. Xingtian, I've told you to think more and not just engage in endless fighting. Xingtian retorted with pride, with the ancestor witches present. I only need to charge forward. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestor witches were gathered in the Pangu Hall, their gazes fixed on the heavens. Gonggong was the first to inquire. Eldest brother, what scheme are Emperor Jun and Tai concocting this time? Di Jiang speculated. With the deadline of 10,000 years approaching, it seems these two cannot contain their impatience. Zhurong, with disdain, remarked, haven't they learned enough from the last time? It's not even been 10,000 years. And they're already stirring again. Di Jiang did not respond but turned to the time ancestor witch, asking, Jiaoyin, what do you see? Jiaoyin, also known as Zhu Jiaoyin, one of the 12 ancestor witches, adept in the laws of time, gazed at Di Jiang and said with a bitter expression, Eldest brother, I foresee that after a century, the demon court will be shrouded in a mysterious yellow hue. Beyond that, I see only a starry sky. As for what lies ahead, I can only blame my lack of mastery over the laws. Zhurong, however, shouted defiantly, what does it matter if it's a mysterious yellow hue or a starry sky? I say, second brother, why waste your energy on divinations? Once the century is up, we should march straight to the demon court. Would they even bother to consult our opinions as ancestor witches regarding the emperor and empress's return? Upon hearing this, Di Jiang immediately reprimanded, Zhurong, refrain from your unreasonable behavior. Zhurong, upon hearing this, instinctively shrank back his neck. Among the 12 ancestral shaman, Zhurong feared no one, except for this elder brother, as he had been thoroughly intimidated by Di Jiang's past beatings. Noticing Zhurong's silence, Di Jiang continued, it appears that the hue of Xian Huang must be the power of merit as my second brother has mentioned. Di Jun must have significantly increased his strength relying on this merit. That starry expanse must be the trump card the demon clan is using against our shaman clan. Upon hearing this, Xianming furrowed his brow and inquired, Elder brother, how should we prevent this? Di Jiang shook his head and replied, it cannot be stopped. He has already proclaimed his intentions to the Hong Huang. If we attempt to intervene, it will merely make the beings of Hong Huang believe that we, the ancestral shamans, are petty-minded. Zhurong, upon hearing this, immediately scoffed. Our shaman clan acts without needing the opinions of others. Di Jiang remained silent, his gaze fixed sternly on Zhurong. In an instant, Zhurong seemed as frightened as a mouse, hastily retracting his neck and falling silent, which elicited a stifled laugh from Gonggong, who stood nearby. At this moment, Houtu spoke up, since we cannot prevent it, why do we not devise a way to earn some merit for ourselves, to counter the demon court? Di Jiang, intrigued, asked, little sister, do you have a plan? Houtu nodded and suggested, why not look within ourselves for solutions? Zhu Meng urged, little sister, you know that we absorbed too much malevolent energy during our transformation. rendering us unable to coalesce our primordial spirit. Among the 12 ancestral shamans, you are the most astute. Just tell us what to do, and we shall heed your guidance. In response, Houtu chuckled lightly and remarked, "Dear brothers, do you not find the Hong Huang rather monotonous?" Without waiting for further inquiry, she continued, "After our father, the divine creator, expended his strength and perished, he could no longer govern the Hong Huang as his progeny. It is our duty to assume responsibility. The eldest brother is skilled in song and dance. Why not use this talent to govern the myriad clans of Hong Huang? The second brother excels in time. While we have spent countless eons in cultivation, we have yet to learn how to delineate it. Why not plan the passage of time? Moreover, each of you brothers possesses your own strengths. Why not organize them and aspire to some divine office? In doing so, we shall undoubtedly earn merit rewards." Upon hearing this, the other ancestral shaman's eyes lit up. They were not particularly fixated on merit, but rather on Houtu's proposal to manage the Hong Huang on behalf of their father. Di Jiang promptly declared, "Let us proceed as our little sister suggests. We shall each contemplate this matter at 100 years. We shall compete with those two avian beings." The ancestral shamans nodded in agreement and began their respective cultivation. Although Dong Huang Tai possessed profound magical abilities, he had yet to attain the status of a saint, and thus could not resonate across the Hong Huang. Consequently, despite the Dong Huang bell's sound traveling myriad miles, it did not affect the human tribes of Shouyang Mountain. Therefore, Feng remained oblivious to these developments, diligently protecting the three ancestors. Furthermore, even if he were aware, Feng would still not venture forth. Meanwhile, the human tribes continued to operate in an orderly fashion. Time in the Hong Huang is not recorded. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed. Feng himself had long since entered the realm of Grandmaster 50 years prior. Thanks to the tribespeople and the 3,000 innate human practitioners studying the Ren Shi Jing, which accelerated Feng's absorption of innate spiritual energy. After all, the Ren Shi Jing is derived from innate cultivation techniques. Although each individual's contribution may seem negligible, the sheer number of the human race made it impossible to hinder Feng's rapid progress. However, despite his advancements, Feng did not depart. This was likely because the three ancestors were still in the process of absorbing innate spiritual energy to transform it into inner strength. Replenishing their essence. Feng also utilized the 1,000 years of hunting provided by the human race to exchange for a lightness technique, famously known as Lingbo Weibu. However, since Lingbo Weibu is merely a technique for lightness, there were no extraordinary phenomena during the system's enlightenment. In fact, due to its connection to the I Ching, Feng nearly had his consciousness shattered during the enlightenment process. During these 50 years, Feng assisted the three ancestors in their protective duties while simultaneously digesting the knowledge within his mind. He ultimately integrated Lingbo Weibu into his very being, transforming it into part of his foundation. Since receiving the system, Feng had not entirely relied on its enlightenment, as he was uncertain if one day the system might suddenly vanish, leaving him to question the existence of these martial arts. Thus, he merely exchanged martial arts through the system, and then personally pondered until he fully mastered them, much like when he exchanged for the Taizu Long Quan and the Golden Bell Shield. Feng remained diligent in his practice. In truth, he could easily rely on the cultivation of other human practitioners to elevate his own martial arts to great mastery, yet he refrained from doing so for this very reason. Now, after 50 years of study, Feng had finally mastered the I Ching. This, in turn, made him feel as though Lingbo Weibu had become even more intuitive, although he had not yet reached the stage of minor mastery. He believed he was not far from it. This aligns with the age-old adage that what belongs to oneself cannot be taken away by others. Feng pondered deeply. The previously turbulent innate spiritual energy gradually settled into tranquility. Thankfully, the decree of Nuwa restrained its chaos. Otherwise, such a commotion would have surely attracted the attention of other demon clans. At that point, whether the three ancestors could successfully transition to martial arts would remain uncertain. Now, as the innate spiritual energy calmed, the three ancestors, who had been meditating with their eyes closed, simultaneously opened their eyes. Instantly, 3 beams of brilliance shot forth, piercing through Feng's stone chamber. This was a manifestation of their unrefined prowess due to their recent advancements. Upon witnessing this, Feng displayed no sorrow. Instead, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, 3 ancestors, on your improved cultivation. Indeed, after the 3 ancestors transitioned to innate cultivation, they successfully shifted to martial arts, elevating their realms from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the mid-stage of Celestial Being. Hearing Feng's commendation, Rin chuckled heartily. We owe much to the Martial Ancestor. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss on how to replenish our essence. Feng shook his head, saying, as fellow human beings. It is only right. Rin responded with a grin. Regardless, we three ancestors are indebted to the Martial Ancestor. Seeing this, Feng decided not to dwell on the topic and adopted a serious demeanor. Stating, 3 ancestors, we now have less than 3,000 years until the 10,000-year deadline for the human race. This presents a severe trial. Yu Chao expressed his anger, saying, as long as they dare to infringe upon the human race, I shall not hesitate to slay them. Meanwhile, Zi voiced her concerns. Our human race has settled in a corner. We do not contend with the myriad clans of Hong Huang, so we should not attract their covetous gazes. Right. In response to Ziyi's doubts, Rin remarked, third sister, the Martial Ancestor's words hold merit. Even if our human race does not partake in the struggles of Hong Huang, we must remain vigilant. Should other clans invade, it is still the human race that suffers losses, Feng added. Indeed, our immediate priority is to enhance the overall strength of the human race, although we lack high-end combatants. If every human cultivates the Rinshi Jing to reach the postnatal or even innate level, we will constitute a formidable force in Hong Huang and be capable of suppressing any threats. The 3 ancestors were no fools. Otherwise, they would not have achieved their status. They nodded in agreement, stating, it should be as such. Rin immediately organized. In that case, we should set off right away. I will patrol the shores of the Eastern Sea with Yu Chao, while Zi and the Martial Ancestor will oversee the human tribes near Shuyang Mountain. We must promote the Ren Shi Jing throughout the entire human race. The 3 nodded in unison. As Rin prepared to depart, Feng quickly interjected, 3 ancestors, I have recently comprehended a lightness technique. You may ponder it on your journey. He then recounted the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching and introduced the techniques of Ling Bo Wei Bu, personally demonstrating it for the 3 ancestors. The 3 ancestors, being innate humans, grasped the concepts with just 1 hearing and 1 viewing. Of course, Feng did not dwell on his own contributions. Rin smiled, stating, with this lightness technique, our journey will be all the more effortless. The other 2 individuals similarly nodded with smiles. Shortly thereafter, the 4 exchanged fist salutes and, in an instant, vanished into the void, while Feng and his companions busied themselves for the human race. The demon court was equally vibrant and bustling. Regardless of whether they offered heartfelt congratulations or were reluctantly participating, all present wore expressions of joy as they presented their gifts. Subsequently, under the guidance of the various demon kings, they proceeded to the numerous banquets scattered around As for the Lingxiao Palace. It was a domain reserved solely for those who had attained the status of quasi-saints. There, Dijun sat majestically clad in a golden robe of the phoenix, exuding an aura of imperial authority that enveloped the entire Lingxiao Palace. To his left stood the foremost powerhouse of the demon race, Dong Huang Tai. Following them were Fu Shi, Kuan Ping, and 8 demon saints. Within the grand hall, an array of celestial wines and spiritual fruits, along with dragon gall and phoenix marrow, lay scattered about, yet none of the demons dared to partake, as if waiting for something significant. As the demons sat in silent anticipation, a sudden streak of light descended from the west, landing at the southern heavenly gate in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the aura of a late-stage quasi-saint permeated the entire demon court. Without waiting for the demons to send someone to welcome him, the newcomer immediately employed the technique of cloud riding to soar towards the Lingxiao Palace. Soon after, several more streaks of light arrived from various corners of the primordial realm, landing before the southern heavenly gate. These were none other than the ancestors of the Blood Sea, the western figures of Jane and Juandi, as well as Laozi of Kunlun Mountain, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Tongtian of Shanqing. Upon revealing their forms and exchanging greetings, they too ascended into the clouds. At this moment, Dijun, who had been seated on the imperial throne, rose with a beaming smile, gazing towards the entrance of the grand hall. He beheld a middle-aged man clad in a gray Taoist robe stepping into the palace, who respectfully bowed to Dijun and said, I am Jin Yuanzi, here to congratulate my friend on attaining the heavenly marriage. I present 10 ginseng fruits as a token of my esteem. As soon as Jin Yuanzi finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and 10 fruits materialized above the hall. These were the renowned ginseng fruits, also known as Chao Wandan. Legend has it that the ginseng fruit tree is one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots of the primordial realm. It flowers once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and matures every 3,000 years, yielding 30 ginseng fruits. Once ripe, if they encounter gold, they fall. If they meet fire, they burn. If they touch water, they dissolve. If they come into contact with wood, they wither. And if they meet earth, they meld into it. That a mere whiff grants mortals an additional 3,600 years of lifespan, while cultivators who consume them can ascend to immortality instantly. Truly, they are remarkably wondrous. Upon witnessing this, Dijun's smile broadened, and he waved his hand. Immediately, a great Luo demon approached to accept the ginseng fruits. Only then did Dijun speak. It is indeed a blessing for the demon court to host you. Jin Yuanzi, please, have a seat. Jin Yuanzi nodded, his gaze sweeping past Kuan Ping, and with a cold snort, he casually found a place to sit. It turned out that Jin Yuanzi had a close friend, the first red cloud of the primordial realm, who had transformed. The two had been friends for countless eons, but due to the lecture at the Zixiao Palace, the red cloud had given up his seat to the Western figures Jane and Jui, which led to Kuan Peng losing his position. Later, when Hongjun Daozu distributed the foundational primordial purple qi for attaining the Dao, each of the 6 front seats was claimed, and the red cloud was chosen for the last allocation of primordial purple qi. This incident sparked resentment in Kuan Peng, who subsequently plotted to harm the red cloud. By the time Jin Yuanzi discovered this, Kuan Peng had already sought refuge in the demon court, with Dijun and Dong Huang Tai presiding. Jin Yuanzi refrained from confronting him directly, thus keeping a close watch on Kuan Peng's movements. It was unfortunate that Kuan Peng was indeed quite elusive, remaining in the demon court without venturing out. Thus, Jin Yuanzi's earlier cold snort was a reflection of this tension that Dijun and Tai, however, paid no mind, confident that with their brotherhood intact, Jin Yuanzi would not dare to act against them within the demon court. At that moment, a sudden chill and a surge of malevolent energy filled the grand hall. Instantly, the demon saints turned to look, only to see Dijun beckoning, Dao friend of the Nether River. The visitor was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Blood Sea, the Lord of the Nether River. He offered no further words, merely bowing respectfully to Dijun before settling beside Jin Yuanzi. Partaking of the spiritual fruits and celestial wines before him. Dijun and the others were not surprised. They merely waved their hands, and a small demon promptly approached to refill the cup for the Lord of the Nether River. Simultaneously, 3 beams of clear light appeared, revealing Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtan. Laozi bowed to Dijun, saying, "We, the 3 purities, extend our heartfelt congratulations to you, Dao friend Dijun, on your heavenly marriage. Here is a 9-turn golden elixir that I crafted during my spare time. Please accept it as a gift." With that, he gently tapped the purple gold gourd hanging at his waist. Instantly, 10 golden elixirs spun gracefully into the air, collected by a waiting small demon. Seeing this, Dijun, who had been feeling vexed due to the arrival of the Lord of the Nether River, instantly felt his spirits lift. He responded, "Thank you, Dao friend Taiching. Please, the 3 of you, take a seat." Laozi nodded and took the first seat on the right. Although Yuanshi harbored a dislike for the demon race, circumstances compelled him to join Tongtian in bowing respectfully, and they settled into the 2nd and 3rd positions, respectively, just as the 3 purities took their seats. 2 ragged Taoists suddenly appeared. They bowed to Dijun and said, "Dijun Dao friend, we are truly ashamed. The journey from the west was long, and we, brothers, have arrived late. Fortunately, we have not caused any delay. The west is barren, so we can only offer 3 Bodhi seeds as a token of our congratulations." At these words, Dijun, Tai, and the other great powers present couldn't help but twitch their lips. They had encountered the 2 at the southern heavenly gate moments ago, where they had mentioned the long journey, clearly hoping to make a grand entrance. However, Dijun and Tai couldn't voice their thoughts, as they had personally invited these guests, and it was only proper to treat them as honored guests. Moreover, the 2 were disciples of the Dao ancestor Hongjun, making it unwise to offend them. Thus, Dijun could only respond, "Thank you, fellow Dao friends." Jane and Junti then nodded and saluted the 3 purities. "We pay our respects to the 3 purities." This scene elicited another wave of incredulity among the onlookers. Jane and Junti, however, paid no mind, and once the 3 purities returned the gesture, they took their seats below them. They indulged in the spiritual fruits and celestial wines before them, even using their portable treasures to collect more spiritual fruits. Their behavior rivaled that of the Lord of the Nether River, if not exceeding it in an instant. The demon saints turned their gazes toward them, perhaps sensing their excessive indulgence. Jane promptly bowed and said, "Esteemed Dao friends, Please do not mind us. The West is indeed too barren. Our beings have scarcely encountered any postnatal spiritual fruits that I cannot bear to see this, and I aim to bring some back for the beings of the West to taste." With that, he disregarded the reactions of the other great powers and instructed a small demon responsible for serving. "You little demon, do you not see that our table is empty? Why have you not refilled it?" This command left the three purities above and Zhun Yuanzi and the Lord of the Nether River below wishing they could distance themselves from the two. Even the small demon tasked with serving the spiritual fruits and celestial wines was at a loss for how to proceed. If he refilled, he would be outpaced by the two. If he refrained, it would reflect poorly on the generosity of the demon court. In a moment of desperation, he felt as if he might cry. Observing this, Jun exchanged a knowing glance and consoled. "Do not worry, fellow Dao friend. It is merely a few fruits. Once the Empress returns to her throne, I shall present them." Meanwhile, the small demon once again filled the table to capacity. This time, the two were not as extravagant, yet they continued to devour the dragon gall and phoenix marrow without restraint. Just as the guests engaged in their conversations, the once vibrant atmosphere of the demon court suddenly transformed. Resembling a vast starry expanse, the great powers sensed a surge of energy, their primordial spirits stirring as they probed the external environment. High above, 365 great Luo demon gods stood in formation, each holding a command flag, creating a celestial array that connected the power of 365 stars, enveloping the entire demon court. This was none other than the renowned Zhou Tian Star Do Great Formation. Following this, an extraordinarily luxurious carriage descended gracefully from the celestial realm. Drawn not by mere horses, but by 9 true dragons, the legendary 9-dragon fragrant carriage. All of this unfolded. Nothing foretells more clearly that the bridal procession has returned. Upon witnessing this scene, the minds of the powerful were filled with diverse thoughts. At the head of the assembly, Laozi remained expressionless, silently seated in meditation. In contrast, Yuancher's gaze was fixated upon the 9-dragon agarwood palanquin, with thoughts known only to him. Tongtian's attention, however, was directed at the 365 demon gods. Specifically the banners they bore, contemplating in silence. The two figures, Jane and Zhuanti, were even more direct, staring at the 365 Deluo golden immortals of the demon race, saliva nearly dripping from their mouths. Meanwhile, Mingyi merely cast a glance before dismissing the matter. Xinyuan Zizi, alternating his gaze between the Kuanping and the grand celestial array, sighed helplessly, remaining silent. Observing this, Emperor Jun's face lit up with joy as he rose to gaze at the heavens. Beside the 9-dragon agarwood palanquin, the elegant Baizé suddenly spoke. "The auspicious day has arrived. The Emperor and Empress shall take their places. Within the demon court, the power of the starry sky permeated the air, giving the impression of stepping into the cosmos." Baizé's words echoed. Both the denizens of the demon court and the attending cultivators rose respectfully to bow before the 9-dragon agarwood palanquin, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the Emperor and Empress." With the conclusion of this proclamation, the 9-dragon agarwood palanquin gracefully floated to the front of the Lingxiao treasure hall. The curtain of the palanquin fluttered gently, revealing a breathtaking beauty who exuded an air of nobility and elegance. It was the moon goddess, Shiha. Shiha offered a slight bow to Emperor Jun, saying softly, "I pay my respects to the Emperor." Emperor Jun returned the gesture with a gentle bow, smiling, "No need for excessive formalities." Only then did Shiha rise and approach Emperor Jun. He then cupped his hands towards the depths of chaos, proclaiming, "We humbly welcome the Saint Nüwa." As he spoke, the assembled powerful beings were momentarily taken aback, as a figure in palace attire suddenly manifested before them. It was the Saint Nüwa, the creator of humanity. At this moment, the hearts of the powerful tightened, and they immediately stood, bowing deeply. "We pay our respects to the saint." Even the 3 pure ones had no choice but to rise and pay their respects. Nuwa spoke softly, "Fellow Taoists, there is no need for such formalities. Today marks the grand wedding of the demon emperor. I have come to officiate the heavenly marriage." With that, she waved her hand, summoning the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, which appeared in her grasp. Upon witnessing this, everyone gazed on with curiosity. After all, when the Dao ancestor bestowed the red embroidered ball upon the Saint Nüwa in the Zixiao Palace, he had claimed, "This object can secure the marriage of heaven, earth, and humanity." Yet, since receiving it, the Saint Nüwa had never employed it, leaving its true nature a mystery. with the red embroidered ball in hand. The Saint Nüwa infused it with her divine power. Instantly, countless red threads surged within. The Saint Nüwa then proclaimed to the heavens, "Heavenly Tao, on this day, the Lord of the Demon Court, Emperor Jun, and the moon goddess Shihya shall be united in matrimony. The emperor and empress shall take their places. I, with the red embroidered ball as a guide, bestow upon them the position of heavenly marriage." As her words fell, a singular red thread, far surpassing the others, shot forth from the red embroidered ball, swiftly embedding itself into the hearts of Emperor Jun and Shihya. The two exchanged glances, faintly sensing each other's intentions, filling their hearts with joy. Simultaneously, as the red thread embedded itself, the heavenly Tao trembled. Emperor Jun then declared loudly, "Heavenly Tao, on this day, the emperor and empress take their places, harmonizing yin and yang. The entirety of the demon court shall rectify the marriages of the primordial world and enhance the regulations of the heavenly Tao." With a resounding boom, as Emperor Jun's proclamation echoed, the heavenly Tao quaked, and an immense aura of merit and virtue spread across the 9 heavens. In the astonished gazes of the assembled powers, 40% of this energy converged upon Emperor Jun, instantly amplifying his aura. With a mere thought, the Houtu and Luoshu flew forth from his primordial spirit. Emperor Jun then bellowed, "Cut!" As the command left his lips, a figure surged forth from his primordial spirit, bowed to Emperor Jun, and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing within his essence. Emperor Jun, utilizing his merit, directly severed his own corpse, instantly achieving the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Simultaneously, the remaining 40% descended upon Shihya, who too utilized the moon essence wheel to sever her own corpse. Stepping into the quasi-saint realm, the remaining 20% scattered among the demon race, resulting in a significant surge in their strength. At some point, the position once occupied by the Saint Nüwa had become vacant. The assembled powers dared not comment on this. Emperor Jun then laughed heartily. "Today marks a joyous occasion for the demon court. I hereby declare that the banquet officially commences." With that, he raised a cup of celestial brew. Addressing the gathered powers, "Friends, please," regardless of their inner thoughts, all present raised their cups in response. As the banquet unfolded with joyous revelry, voices resonated through the skies, shaking the assembly. "Heavenly Tao, I am Di Jiang, a descendant of Pangu. Having comprehended the chaos of the primordial world, I shall be the god of war and dance, safeguarding the primordial realm. Heavenly Tao, I am Zhu Jiuyin, a descendant of Pangu. Having comprehended the chaos of the primordial world, I shall be the god of time, safeguarding the primordial realm. Heavenly Tao, I am Zhu Meng, a descendant of Pangu. Having comprehended the chaos of the primordial world, I shall be the god of spring in the east, safeguarding the primordial realm. Heavenly Tao, I am Zhu Rong, a descendant of Pangu. Having comprehended the chaos of the primordial world, I shall be the god of summer in the south, safeguarding the primordial realm. Heavenly Tao, I am Ru Shou, a descendant of Pangu. Having comprehended the chaos of the primordial world, I shall be the god of autumn in the west, safeguarding the primordial realm. Heavenly Tao, I am Xian Ming, a descendant of Pangu. Having comprehended the chaos of the primordial world, I shall be the god of winter in the north, safeguarding the primordial realm." As the declaration resounded, "Heavenly Tao, I am Houtu, a descendant of Pangu. Having comprehended the chaos of the primordial world, I shall be the god of the earth, safeguarding the primordial realm." At that moment, 12 voices echoed through the void, causing the heavens to tremble. Soon, a cold eye emerged in the 9 heavens, surrounded by the divine thunder of the Zixiao. The 12 ancestral witches, having bypassed the heavenly Tao, swore their oaths, provoking the ire of the heavenly Tao. However, before the Zixiao divine thunder could descend, a distant, ethereal voice resonated from the depths of chaos. "Granted." With these words, a vast expanse of golden merit descended from chaos. Instantly, the strength of the 12 ancestral witches surged, their presence exuding the might of late-stage Hunyuan golden immortals, overwhelming the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bolstered by the support of the heavenly Tao, the eye of the heavenly Tao could only begrudgingly fade from sight. At this moment, with the approval of the heavenly Tao, the functions of each ancestral which imprinted themselves into the consciousness of all beings in the primordial realm, the expressions of the myriad beings shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, within the demon court, Emperor Jun and Tai were equally furious. The Wu clan's decision to act at this juncture was clear. It was intended to undermine the prestige of the demon race. Tai, the Eastern Emperor, immediately summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, exclaiming, "Brother, I shall teach those brutes a lesson. Seeing this, Emperor Jun swiftly intervened, transmitting a message. You mustn't. Dear brother, To act now would leave us without justification and could provoke displeasure from that esteemed one. Upon hearing this, Tai seethed with indignation but reluctantly returned to his seat. Observing the displeasure on the faces of Emperor Jun and Tai, the gathered powers promptly rose to bid farewell, transforming into streaks of light that vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling Lingxiao treasure hall was left solely with the great powers of the demon race. Eyeing the assembly, Ing Zhao stepped forth, reporting to the demon emperor. The millennium has passed. Shall we declare war on the ancestral witches? The demonic beings turned their gazes toward Emperor Jun to in response. Emperor Jun waved his hand. Now is not the time. I have just broken through in cultivation and need to solidify my powers. Furthermore, the grand celestial array requires further refinement. The matter of war with the ancestral witches must be carefully deliberated. Upon hearing this, the demon sages rose in unison. Understood. Emperor Jun then fixed his gaze upon Fuxi. Inquiring, Fuxi, regarding the war between the Wu and the demon races, can Nuwa participate? Fuxi shook his head and replied, Demon Emperor, ever since my sister attained sainthood, she has been confined within Nuwa heaven and is forbidden from engaging in the struggles of the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's heart stirred. Who else could impose such constraints on a saint? A sense of disappointment washed over him, yet he consoled. No matter, in the time to come, we require your insights to refine the grand celestial array. With that, his thoughts shifted, and the Houtu and Luoshu flew toward Fuxi, not one to refuse. Fuxi accepted the treasured artifacts, stating, I shall do my utmost. As the two clans of liches engaged in their endless turmoil, Feng was making his way towards the fringes of the human territories. The vastness of the primordial world was such that even mighty beings at the quasi-saint level could not fully comprehend it. Although the human tribes were confined to the regions of Shouyang Mountain and the shores of the Eastern Sea, traversing this expanse would still require several centuries, even for celestial beings. Moreover, aside from Feng and the three ancestors, no one among the human race possessed the ability to fly through the skies. Thus, despite having completed his teachings a century ago, there were still innate human beings journeying towards their respective tribes to absorb his wisdom. Just as Feng hastened towards the edge of human territory, an unexpected surge of information flooded his mind. Stunned, he came to an abrupt halt in the void. This information was none other than the great Tao imparting the responsibilities of the 12 ancestor witches to every living being in the primordial realm. Has it begun already? Though he had perused countless novels set in the primordial world, he remained unaware of when the demon race initiated their slaughter of the humans. He only knew that after a millennium of peace between the witch and demon clans, the demons did not first attack the witch tribes, but instead turned their blades against the humans. Contemplating this, Feng could not help but feel a sense of urgency that he immediately activated his Lingbo Weibu technique. In an instant, after-images of his form appeared in the void, lingering for quite some time. It was uncertain how long he had traveled when he considered changing direction. Suddenly, from a distant forest, an enraged wolf howl pierced the air. At that moment, Feng was uncertain which path to take, so he curiously moved towards the source of the howl. Of course, had the human race not been in an era of peace for a millennium, the sound would have sent them fleeing in terror. The only reason he dared approach now was that the demon race was not present in human territory at this time. As Feng's figure flickered with urgency, he soon arrived at the scene. From a distance, he observed several wolves, each several zhang in size, rampaging through the crowd. Each time the humans attempted to encircle and subdue them, the cunning beasts would evade capture. After several attempts, the human contingent suffered considerable casualties. Witnessing this, Feng did not hesitate. Regardless of whether a wolf king was present, his strength was more than sufficient to crush them, with a mere thought. Several strands of inner force sword energy manifested in his palm. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sword energy upon the wolf pack. With a series of puffing sounds, the once formidable wolves fell as if harvested like wheat, collapsing to the ground. For a moment, the humans, preoccupied with evasion, stood in stunned silence. Suddenly, a figure who appeared to be their leader seemed to recall something and respectfully bowed towards Feng, exclaiming, We thank the immortal for your rescue. As soon as the leader spoke, Feng's figure appeared before them. Without allowing the leader to continue, he inquired, I am Wuzhu Feng. Which tribe do you belong to? The leader, filled with excitement, replied, You are Wuzhu? The Hishan tribe pays its respects to Wuzhou. The others present also bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We pay homage to Wuzhou." Although Yifeng had traversed the primordial realm for several millennia, he remained perplexed by one matter. It seemed as though an inexplicable great power was orchestrating everything within the primordial world. From the grand proclamations of the 12 ancestor witches, which all beings could perceive, to the mere 3,000 innate humans and 3 ancestors who recognized his status as Wuzhou, it felt as if all humanity was aware of his existence. Even though many had yet to return to their tribes, though Yifeng found this puzzling, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, his current strength was still insufficient for such contemplations. As they would only serve to create unnecessary worries, he promptly asked, "Has your tribe leader returned?" The leader quickly responded, "The Shan tribe leader has not yet returned." Upon hearing this, Yifeng commanded, "Take me to your tribe to meet the tribe leader." The leader promptly led Yifeng towards their tribe, while the remaining members would handle the retrieval of the prey. During their journey, Yifeng was acutely aware of his purpose: to reach the edge of the territory as swiftly as possible and impart 2 sets of body tempering techniques to the humans. This way, by the time the innate humans who had come to listen to his teachings returned, the local tribe would have nearly mastered the body tempering techniques. Those with exceptional talent might even attain a high level of mastery. Consequently, the tribe leader would only need to directly teach the foundational scriptures of humanity, saving decades of effort. Following this, Yifeng accompanied the humans to the Hishan tribe. After spending over 10 days there, he set off for the next tribe. This scene unfolded repeatedly across the various human tribes along Shouyang Mountain and the Eastern Sea. The primordial realm knew no bounds of time, and in the blink of an eye, several hundred years had passed. At this point, Yifeng had long since reached the periphery of human territories. He could faintly sense a terrifying energy emanating from afar. That why Yifeng speculated that this must be the protective barrier arranged by Nüwa Nyang for the human race. Though Yifeng had a fondness for reading novels set in the primordial realm, he maintained his own judgment and would not take the assertions of individual authors regarding Nuwa's inaction towards humanity at face value. He believed more firmly that the great saints, in their quest for fortune, would not wish for Nüwa to intervene with the human race. After all, Nüwa was revered as the Holy Mother by humanity. If she were to intervene, the other saints would be sidelined, and how could they vie for fortune then? Thus, while the human race aspired to be the protagonists of the heavenly realm, the Holy Mother Nüwa would undoubtedly find herself targeted by other saints. This would lead humanity to become disillusioned with the Holy Mother and turn to other sections. Lost in these thoughts, Yifeng continued his journey, respectfully bowing towards the distance before retracing his steps. This time, he spared himself the trouble of searching for tribes and instructing the humans, as he arrived at Shouyang Mountain in just a few decades. At this moment, the highlands of Shouyang Mountain had yet to witness the establishment of the 8 scenery palace by the Taiji saint, thus lacking the ethereal ambience described in legends. It was merely a place where the innate spiritual energy was slightly denser than elsewhere. After a brief search, Yifeng soon located the residences of the 3 ancestors through the markings left by Sarin. From a distance, the 3 thatched huts appeared rather unremarkable, embodying the essence of Shouyang Mountain, distant mountains adorned with color, while the waters whispered in silence. At that time, the 3 ancestors had not yet returned. Yifeng did not dwell on this, as he believed that, given their strength, they would not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, with some leisure time on his hands, Yifeng practiced swordsmanship through qi manipulation. Tirelessly felling the towering trees within the mountain, he constructed an additional hut near the 3 ancestors' dwelling to serve as his living quarters. He recalled the words spoken to him by Sarin during his time in the tribe. As the ancestor of humanity, one must consider the welfare of the entire human race and survey all tribes, rather than remaining in one place to develop in solitude. Yifeng wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Although the 3 ancestors established their abode on Shouyang Mountain, they often roamed the human territories, and Yifeng intended to do the same. This was also the reason why he chose to depart from the tribe. As he gazed at the sunset's afterglow, savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility, Yifeng finally turned his attention inward as the golden crow sank completely into the valley system, exchanged for the golden bell shield. After hundreds of years of accumulation, coupled with the substantial life force provided by the numerous humans, Yifeng was finally able to redeem the complete golden bell shield. Ding! Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. The system is now bestowing enlightenment in an instant. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from every fiber of Yifeng's being, relentlessly dismantling his original form. Yet, Amidst this destruction, a gentle energy continuously mended the ravages wrought upon him. In mere moments. A pain more excruciating than any he had ever known consumed Feng's consciousness, overwhelming him to the point where his vision faded to white, and he succumbed to unconsciousness during the descent into darkness. Innate spiritual energy from a radius of several 100,000 miles poured towards him, eagerly infiltrating his body. Concurrently, Feng's physical form began to ascend at an observable rate. Time lost its meaning. And eventually, Feng slowly regained awareness. As he felt the terrifying power coursing within him, a satisfied nod followed. Truly, this was a technique that rivaled the innate treasures of the chaos, the likes of which were only attainable at the pinnacle of mastery. Even though his current state was merely that of a novice, Feng could still perceive the formidable strength of his flesh. He believed that the previous version of himself could be crushed with but a gentle tap of his finger. However, the memory of that agonizing initiation lingered, and despite his newfound might, he couldn't suppress a twitch of his lips. The pain had been utterly unbearable. Turning his gaze inward, a surge of vibrant life force materialized in his mind's eye. His once corporeal body seemed to don a veil of ethereal energy, while a robust internal force coursed through his veins, traversing every limb and sinew. Internal force, as if discovering a new continent. Feng suddenly froze, promptly directing his consciousness toward his dantian. What once resembled a small lake of energy had transformed into an expansive ocean. System, isn't the golden bell shield solely for enhancing defense? How has my power increased? Questions arose, and Feng sought clarification from the system, ready to analyze the newfound revelations. This was the essence of standing on the shoulders of giants. Beep. Host constitution has improved. Meridians have expanded, endurance has increased, and the speed of absorbing innate spiritual energy has naturally accelerated. Hence, is there an issue with the enhancement of internal power? The system's explanation seemed sound. The cultivation of internal martial arts was, after all, a continuous cycle of circulating energy until the meridians could bear more, resulting in a natural boost in strength. With this understanding, Feng felt relieved. He had initially feared the system had manipulated his body. He then prepared to acclimate to his newly augmented power. However, upon opening his eyes, he discovered 3 figures seated before him. Feng furrowed his brow, recalling that he was indeed within his own thatched cottage. The house is gone? Buzhou. You have awoken. Congratulations on your significant power increase. Upon hearing the voice of Sarin, Feng snapped back to reality. No matter, I shall rebuild the house if it is lost. He smiled in response. I had an epiphany and refined a martial art. Beside him, Ze responded. Congratulations, Buzhou. In just a millennium, your strength has greatly surged. We feel we are no match for you. Feng was taken aback and quickly inquired. Wait, how long have I been cultivating? Ze paused, replying, a millennium. My elder brother, second brother, and I have been here for 1,000 years. Is time in the primordial world so invaluable? Feng thought, bewildered that I merely underwent an initiation and have lost a millennium. With this in mind, Feng hurriedly asked, what is the current state of the outside world? Have the Wu and Yao clans engaged in battle? Upon hearing this, Wu Chao shook his head. There have been no signs of conflict. Feng released a sigh of relief, yet his heart tightened at the thought that only 2,000 years remained until the 10,000-year mark for humanity. Time felt perilously short. Once 10,000 years pass, the other 5 would likely attain sanctity as well. At that point, the demon clan would massacre humanity, while the 4 sages would block Nuwa, leaving only Tong Tian disinterested in the affair. With these thoughts in mind, Feng promptly stated, 3 ancestors, while my power has increased, I am uncertain to what extent. I ask for your counsel. The 3 ancestors nodded in agreement. Very well. Upon hearing this, Feng rose, circulating his internal force as a sword aura spanning 100 feet manifested before him. He faced the horizon and commanded, go. Instantly, the sword aura zipped forward, accompanied by a thunderous explosion as the towering Shouyang mountain lost a peak in an instant. Beyond that, the undulating mountain range merged into a vast plain. For a moment, both Feng and the 3 ancestors fell into silence. Finally, with a sharp intake of breath, Sarin spoke, to remove several peaks and still possess strength. Buzhou's power has reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Wu Chao added, to think that in merely a millennium, Buzhou has surpassed us. We are truly ashamed. Listening to the praises of the 3 ancestors and witnessing the commotion he had caused, Feng pondered, the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Yet why do I feel this attack cannot breach my defenses? Beep. Host, even in the realm of mastery, the Golden Bell Shield's defensive capabilities are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the growth limit of the innate technique is thus, it is advisable for the host to exchange for a new internal martial art. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Feng was taken aback and began to sense carefully. The innate technique flowed smoothly, and during his moment of contemplation, the previous energy expenditure had nearly fully recovered, a testament to the completion of his internal martial arts. It seemed he indeed needed to switch techniques. Otherwise, what a waste it would be to possess such a formidable Golden Bell shield while remaining a mere spectator in combat. Within the newly constructed thatched cottage atop Shouyang Mountain, the four sat across from each other. Although the system urged Feng to hasten the exchange for a new internal martial art, he did not rush. After all, he understood that no tile of the collapsed house was innocent. When the 10,000-year deadline arrives, humanity would face the predation of countless demons. Even if he attained an extraordinary level of cultivation by then, it would be insufficient to quench the immediate crisis. Moreover, considering the system's tendency to stretch time into millennia, by the time Feng finished his initiation and reached the extraordinary realm, he would likely confront the demon's massacre. Thus, his primary task remained to bolster humanity's strength. Let us not forget that the 3,000 innate humans had not remained stagnant over the millennium. With the terrifying potential of their innate Tao bodies, it was likely they had already perfected their cultivation of the Rinshi Jing by now. 3 ancestors, after a millennium, the leaders of each tribe should have attained the pinnacle of innate strength. The Rinshi Jing is merely a foundational internal martial art, and its growth has likely reached its limit. We 4 must venture out to impart the innate technique to the various tribes. The 3 ancestors nodded in agreement. Sarin was the first to speak. We 3 were also preparing to do just that. However, since Buzhou has been in seclusion for nearly a millennium, we hesitated. While the realm of humanity was temporarily safe under the Edict of Nüwa, the 3 ancestors remained devoted to protecting Feng. And he could not help but feel touched. However, given the initial hardships faced by humanity, Feng chose not to be sentimental. He stated, "Perfect. With this recent seclusion, the Golden Bell Shield has been thoroughly perfected. This technique requires no special aptitude, so I shall teach it to the 3 ancestors. It will be passed down along with the innate technique to the tribes of humanity." Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors nodded eagerly. Very well. As the words fell, Feng immediately imparted the cultivation method of the Golden Bell Shield to the 3 ancestors. With the existence of a simplified version of the Golden Bell Shield and the fact that most of the human race had achieved significant progress, there was no longer a pressing need for the body refinement scripture. The only challenge remained, after breaking through the postnatal realm, how to devour innate spiritual energy to temper the physique. Furthermore, the 3 ancestors, being at the celestial realm, possessed talents and comprehension far superior to most beings of the primordial era. Thus, they quickly grasped the cultivation techniques of the Golden Bell Shield. That moment, the 4 bid each other farewell and set off towards the various human tribes once more. Time in the primordial era was not recorded, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Although 2,000 years had elapsed since the conflict between the witch and demon clans, no significant clashes had erupted, as if both sides were suppressing their hostilities. Only minor skirmishes occurred in certain areas. With the demon race suffering more losses than victories. At this juncture, Feng found himself millions of miles north of Shouyang Mountain. After departing from Shouyang Mountain, the 4 chose different directions to proceed. With each tribe they passed, they gathered nearby tribes to share the teachings. With the complete Golden Bell Shield in hand, Feng was no longer concerned about the potential issues that could arise from the postnatal human race directly cultivating innate techniques. Thus, he decided to impart both sets of techniques and a lightness skill all at once. However, despite the exceptional comprehension of the human race, their inherent limitations and aptitude meant that progress with the Golden Bell Shield was not rapid. Conversely, their understanding of the principles of the I Ching and the wave-walking technique was remarkably swift, as the latter merely involved techniques and the circulation of internal energy, independent of one's innate qualities. Feng could do little to alter this. He could only caution the postnatal humans that until they had entered the threshold of the Golden Bell Shield or reached the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, they should not attempt to engage with innate techniques. The tribal leaders, however, being embodiments of the innate Tao body, quickly broke through the limitations of the Golden Bell Shield after Feng merely explained its cultivation method once. They began to continuously absorb the surrounding innate spiritual energy to refine their physiques. Utilizing the innate techniques, their realm swiftly ascended beyond that of a master, comparable to the profound immortals of the primordial era. In those remote regions of the primordial era, they had become notable figures in their own right. Thus, after nearly 1,000 years of effort, Feng finally concluded his teachings. He had contemplated calling upon the leaders of all tribes to gather at Shouyang Mountain for a lecture. But time was simply too constrained. Considering the peak innate strength of the tribal leaders, the time wasted in back-and-forth travel would leave little opportunity for the postnatal humans to cultivate, observing the diligent efforts of the human populace below. Feng pondered whether he should exchange for some offensive techniques. After all, with internal energy, external skills, and lightness techniques already established, it seemed somewhat unreasonable to lack combat techniques. Should they rely solely on the golden bell shield for defense and engage in barehanded combat, or confront foes with crude internal energy? Previously, the urgency was to elevate the strength of the human race in a short time. However, they now faced impending calamities. Lost in thought, Feng suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and gazed into the distance. At that very moment, all the innate humans seemed to sense something and turned their gazes toward the edges of their territory. To their astonishment, the terrifying power that had once shrouded the border was now gradually dissipating. With this realization, Feng's heart tightened. 10,000 years had passed, and the future held no safety for the human race. Without further delay, he immersed himself in the system, seeking out various techniques. As he exchanged for familiar offensive skills, his blood chi surged like a flood breaching a dam, thousands of years of accumulation vanishing in an instant. Feng felt no regret. Blood chi was transient and could be regained. The priority was to enhance the overall strength of the human race. Techniques such as One Yang Finger, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, Finger of Divine Power, Soul Devouring Palm, Cold Ice Palm, and the art of swordplay flooded into Feng's mind. For a moment, it felt as if his consciousness had been engulfed in a storm. After a long while, Feng finally exhaled slowly, turning his gaze towards the gathered human tribes seated in the plaza. The 10,000-year deadline had elapsed, and the human race was about to face a severe trial. Today, I shall impart to you all offensive techniques. You need only master one, and you shall safeguard your tribes. As he concluded, facing the eager gazes of the crowd, Feng unleashed the techniques bestowed by the system and shared the nuances of their cultivation. Instantly, the air resonated with the roar of golden dragons and the clash of sword energies, as the crowd fell into a state of enlightenment. Observing this, Feng nodded in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. As time flowed on, another millennium slipped by. Just as Feng was returning towards Shouyang Mountain, while imparting his teachings, a different scene unfolded on the distant eastern shore. This moment, the human tribes, having received teachings from Sui Ren and Yu Chao, saw all postnatal strong individuals diligently training within their tribes, leaving the hunting duties to those who had yet to perfect their foundation. On the eastern shore, a fierce battle was underway. One side comprised a team of dozens, while the other featured 2 ferocious wild boar-like beasts, one large and one small. Since the 3 ancestors had lectured on the eastern shore, the human race had developed their own cultivation methods, especially once they reached the postnatal stage. They could absorb innate spiritual energy to supplement their physical needs. Consequently, the demand for food within the tribes diminished significantly. Nevertheless, countless children continued to be born each year, so hunting was entrusted to those who had not yet fully tempered their foundations. Meanwhile, the rest diligently focused on their cultivation, striving to break through to higher realms. However, even those with unfinished foundations had made significant progress in their training. Thus, now, tribes did not require thousands of hunters. Merely dozens sufficed. After all, over the millennia, the human race had grown accustomed to this hunting method and understood the strength of the beasts. Unbeknownst to them, however, 2 figures were silently observing all of this from several hundred miles away. Brother Leopard, is it truly necessary? We must remember that the human race was created by the lady. To offend her merely for our appetites may not be wise. One of the 2 beings, referred to as Brother Leopard, shook his head in response. What is there to fear? The lady has already granted the human race 10,000 years of peace. A few insignificant losses are of no consequence. Besides, the lady is our demon race's saint, while the human race is merely a creation of her whim. It turned out that the conversation was between 2 members of the demon race, small demons residing in the nearby area. Sensing the dissipating power of the saint that protected the human race, they grew curious and approached to investigate. Upon observing the humans, they found them merely at the earth immortal realm and in large numbers. The 2 demons' appetites were piqued, leading to their previous exchange. Meanwhile, as the 2 demons conversed, the battle in the distance had already concluded, and they watched as the humans began to gather their spoils. Let us make our move, Brother Leopard shouted, and with that, he sprang forward, covering dozens of yards in an instant. The other demon, unwilling to be left behind, quickly followed suit, in the blink of an eye. They appeared before the hunting party. The hunters, initially believing they were merely facing ordinary beasts, shouted, "Kill!" However, before they could react, Brother Leopard unleashed a wind blade from his mouth, and with a series of puff sounds, several individuals were instantly cleaved in two. The leader, recognizing the danger, bellowed in anger, "Demon race! Why do you invade our territory?" Brother Leopard, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully, "The entire primordial era belongs to the heavenly court. What claim do you have to territory?" Realizing that reconciliation was impossible, the leader gestured for the others to retreat while angrily declaring, "You slaughter the human race without fear of the lady's wrath." Brother Leopard laughed dismissively. "A joke? Empress Nüwa is our saint. You are but food she created out of pity." As the words fell, the speaker immediately bellowed at the hedgehog, who had inexplicably appeared behind the human ranks. "Hedgehog, why do you not take action?" The leader was instantly taken aback, not anticipating that there were hidden demon clans lurking in the shadows. Yet, before he could react, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air from behind. At that moment, dozens of individuals were gathered together, retreating hastily. In an instant, a significant portion of them collapsed to the ground. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies were strewn about the scene, and a pungent scent of blood pervaded the atmosphere. Witnessing this, the leader's eyes widened with rage, realizing that the chance for escape had vanished. He shouted, "Let us fight to the death. The clan leader shall avenge us." With that, he charged towards the leopard demon. And the remaining individuals, spurred by his words, surged towards the hedgehog. Alas, despite the human's fervor, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Faced with the diminutive demons of the celestial realm, the humans were swiftly slaughtered. As the battle concluded, the hedgehog hurried forward and inquired, "Brother Leopard, what shall we do when the human clan leader arrives?" Unfazed, the leopard demon scoffed, "How long have we trained? We are still in the celestial realm, while the humans have only existed for a mere 10 millennia. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, the hedgehog's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he exclaimed, "Brother Leopard is indeed wise." The leopard demon then turned his gaze to the corpses scattered about and declared, "Forget the rest. Let us savor the flavor of these humans." With that, he inhaled deeply, and in an instant, a substantial portion of the bodies was consumed. The hedgehog, unwilling to lag behind, promptly devoured the remaining corpses. In mere moments, the two demons felt their internal powers surge rapidly, exponentially surpassing the usual absorption of innate spiritual energy. They exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes gleaming with newfound vigor, and without hesitations, they set off towards other regions. This scene unfolded repeatedly along the shores of the East Sea. However, the demons that acted were merely minor demons from various hills, dispatched to investigate the peculiarities of the human race. Those who reaped the benefits of this endeavor kept the information close to their chests, revealing nothing to anyone. Clan leader, 3 hunting teams have vanished without a trace. In a human settlement, a middle-aged man was reporting to the clan leader. The leader, upon hearing this, rose with concern and inquired, "Have we sent anyone to investigate?" The messenger nodded and replied, "I dispatched individuals to probe the area, but they only discovered a large pool of blood." With nothing else to report, the clan leader furrowed his brow, aware of the capabilities of the hunting teams. Ordinary beasts could not render all the teams missing. The only plausible explanation was that cultivators had struck from the shadows. Contemplating this, the clan leader commanded, "Thus, each hunting team shall be accompanied by 1 innate and 2 acquired realm experts. We must uncover this tale." At this juncture, the human race was exponentially stronger than it had been thousands of years prior. Moreover, the 2 clan leaders had ascended to the master realm through their innate skills. Within the tribe, countless individuals had broken through to the innate and acquired realms. Yet, having grown accustomed to their daily hunts, they had not dispatched anyone, remaining instead to cultivate within the tribe. Now, with hunting teams missing, the clan leader immediately arranged for reinforcements to be sent on this day. The leopard demon and the hedgehog demon had just slaughtered a hunting team when the leopard demon suddenly remarked, "The humans always appear in groups of dozens, indicating that there must be a gathering place behind them. Our method of consumption is too slow. Should we not secretly follow them to locate their gathering site before we strike?" Just as the hedgehog demon was about to agree, he sensed another group of humans approaching from afar. He quickly said, "Brother Leopard, hold on. I sense more humans in the distance." As he spoke, he could not help but let saliva drip from his mouth. The leopard demon, having sensed it too, replied, Let us consume these morsels first before stealthily following. Without delay, the two demons opened their maws and devoured the corpses before them. They then hurried after the humans detected by their spiritual senses. In the dense jungle, a team of dozens was traversing the area, searching for traces of ferocious beasts. The three leaders of the group, however, subtly cast their gazes towards the distance, where two powerful demon presences were stealthily approaching. This group was dispatched by the clan leader to investigate the reasons behind the disappearance of the hunting teams. Upon noticing the two demons, the three exchanged knowing glances, suspecting that the missing hunting teams were indeed the work of these two demons. They remained still, waiting for the adversaries to draw near. However, the demons halted their advance when they were still several dozen miles away from the group. At that moment, the three were puzzled. Could it be that they were mistaken? The two experts at the acquired realm turned their eyes towards the leader, who pondered briefly before stating, regardless of whether they are or not, since they have followed us, they must be aware of the situation. We must capture them and inquire thoroughly. Upon hearing this, the two immediately turned around, and in an instant, their figures flickered as they dashed towards the location of the two demons. Not good. We've been discovered. One demon exclaimed, "What are you standing there for? If they can sense our presence, they must be at least of equal cultivation. We must flee." The two demons, while speaking, took off in a frenzied sprint. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded along the shores of the East Sea. The massive leopard and hedgehog demons raced ahead, as if some dreadful terror was pursuing them. As they dashed, countless towering trees were shattered in their wake. In pursuit, however, were two comparatively diminutive humans. Within mere breaths, thanks to their mastery of the Lingbo Weibu technique, the two humans swiftly closed the distance behind the demons. Upon seeing this, the leopard demon's basketball-sized pupils constricted in horror. "Brother Pig, hold them off for a moment. I shall seek reinforcements." Despite their camaraderie, the leopard demon had always looked down upon the hedgehog. However, due to the latter's clumsiness, he found it convenient to utilize him. Now, witnessing the rapid approach of the two humans, he assumed their cultivation surpassed the celestial realm, thus altering his address. The hedgehog, however, did not ponder further. Upon hearing the leopard's words, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Do not worry. I shall hold them off while Brother Leopard hastens to inform the Demon King." With that, the hedgehog's massive form came to a halt. Then, disregarding any need for restraint, he bristled with countless spines, shooting them towards the two humans like arrows. The pursuing humans were momentarily taken aback. Though they had experience in hunting, they had never faced demons of the celestial realm or higher. Coupled with the earlier frantic flight of the demons, they had assumed that the demon race was not formidable. Now, they were paying the price for their short-sightedness. The two human warriors, who had previously perfected their golden bell shield technique, were torn apart by the full-force assault of the celestial realm, their bodies reduced to a mangled state. They simultaneously shrieked in agony as they were flung backwards. That moment, the fleeing leopard and hedgehog demons froze in shock. A singular thought flashed through their minds. When did the hedgehog become so powerful? However, before the two could contemplate further, a booming voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Boldness indeed. Accompanying the voice was an overwhelming aura that enveloped the surrounding space. Not good. A true celestial being. Run. Sensing the overwhelming aura, the two demons dared not linger any longer and immediately fled in haste toward the distance. After a few breaths, a formidable figure enveloped in a terrifying presence suddenly materialized at the spot where the two had been. It was none other than a member of the human race, possessing innate abilities, who had arrived alongside them. The leader, feeling helpless, had originally thought that allowing the two younger ones to confront their demon counterparts of equal standing would serve as valuable training. However, he had not anticipated that they would fall victim to their own carelessness. At this moment, he could not afford to concern himself with the two fleeing demons and hastened to the side of the two individuals, channeling his innate energy into them to assess their injuries. Yet, after merely a breath, he released one of them. The sight revealed that the unfortunate individual had several sharp quills embedded in his neck and heart, already devoid of any signs of life. The other, although appearing to be in a more gruesome state, had sustained no critical injuries to vital areas, a stroke of misfortune amidst the calamity. However, given the severity of his wounds, if not treated promptly, he too would inevitably follow in the footsteps of his fallen companion. Realizing this, the innate-level human could no longer spare a thought for the two demons and promptly seated himself behind the wounded individual to commence healing. Thousands of miles away, the two demons escaped in a disheveled manner. "Brother Leopard, how can it be that the human race possesses such formidable experts? What shall we do?" The leopard demon, filled with frustration, replied, "With such powerful beings among the humans, it seems our previous tactics will no longer suffice. We must inform the king of this situation. We have no option but to retreat." The porcupine demon, resigned, echoed, "It must be so." With that, the two demons ceased their deliberations and swiftly changed direction. Eagle Cry Gorge, nestled within a valley by the eastern sea, is one of the numerous blessed lands within a vast radius of millions of miles. While it may not compare to the grandeur of Kunlun Mountain or other great peaks, it is nonetheless one of the preeminent locations in the Eastern Sea, the king of the giant Kuan. As the sole demon king of this region, has astonishing strength, having reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. It is said that he has certain ties to a demon master within the demon court, which enabled him to be dispatched to this area to safeguard it. Under his command are 3 golden immortal demon generals, Tiger, Snake, and Lion, along with countless others below the realm of Shin Immortal, making him the true sovereign of the Eastern Sea. On this day, a troop of demon soldiers was patrolling their territory under the leadership of a Shin Immortal demon scout. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared from the sky, hastening toward the demons. Upon noticing this, the leading scout shouted, "Who dares approach? This is the domain of the king of the giant Kuan. Retreat at once." The overwhelming demonic aura surrounding the newcomers would have prompted the patrol to strike had they been anyone else. "Everyone, do not engage." As the voice rang out, the 2 demons soon arrived at the forefront, none other than the leopard and porcupine demons, who had journeyed from the human territory. The leopard demon spoke first. "I am the leopard demon under General Tiger. I have urgent military intelligence to report." With this declaration, a manifestation of the Tiger General's essence appeared before the assembled demons. The patrol demons were immediately taken aback and hastily bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to General Tiger." Though it was merely the aura of the tiger demon, the respect was instinctual, a testament to the hierarchy among demons. After this, the demon scout finally spoke. "General Tiger is currently in the training grounds. You may proceed on your own." After expressing their gratitude, the 2 demons made their way toward the valley. On the fringes of the human territories, at Shoyang Mountain, a wolf demon, towering nearly 100 feet, stood proudly atop a human tribe. Below him lay a scene akin to hell on earth. The human settlement was reduced to ruins, the ground soaked in blood. "Indeed, humans are quite delectable. I can feel my strength surging," he mused. "However, since they are creations of the goddess, I shall only hunt a few smaller tribes to avoid drawing attention." Just as the wolf demon prepared to seek out other human settlements, he paused, contemplating. "The bloodthirst can corrode the essence. I wonder what properties human blood possesses, despite being a formidable golden immortal demon." He remained a mere insect among the vast hierarchy of demons. Thus, he lacked any significant treasures, relying solely on spellcasting in battle, observing the blood of the humans strewn across the ground, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not. He waved his hand, causing the scattered blood to be gathered. With that, the wolf demon vanished from sight. Before long, a host of powerful figures appeared amidst the ruins, their anger palpable upon witnessing the devastation. They were the leaders of surrounding tribes. "Cursed be it, the leader of the Haishan tribe is dead. Who could have done this?" The Haishan settlement stood empty, devoid of life or even corpses, a clear indication of a formidable force at work. "What shall we do?" The gathered individuals were in a fervent discussion. At this moment, one leader spoke up. "The leader of the Haishan tribe was on par with our strength, if even he could not withstand the assault. We have no choice but to report to the mountain tribe leader." The others nodded gravely, and with a flicker of their figures, they disappeared from sight. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly around Shoyang Mountain in the fringes of the Eastern Sea, as numerous human tribes faced annihilation. While few demons were privy to the underlying truths, those responsible for the attacks were all of the great demon caliber, golden immortals. Thus, entire tribes of humans were wiped out with each incident. Unlike the wolf demon, however, the other great demons merely consumed the humans before vanishing without collecting their blood. In the timeless expanse of the primordial wilderness, 5,000 years had swiftly passed since Shihi ascended to the demon court. On this day, Di Jun and Tai Yi, stripped of their former regal composure, appeared anxious outside a celestial palace. This was the residence established after Shihi assumed control of the demon court. As the two demons awaited with bated breath, suddenly, a flurry of whoosh sounds erupted from within the palace, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat that permeated the entire heavenly realm. Were it not for the protective formations of the demon court, The intense heat could have reduced it to ashes. At that moment, a female demon in disarray burst forth from the main hall. Her once exquisite palace attire was now riddled with burn holes. Upon seeing Dijun and Tai outside, she exclaimed joyfully, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! The 10 princes have safely been born." Upon hearing this, Dijun was instantly elated, disregarding his composure as he rushed into the palace like a mortal. Tai, equally overwhelmed, understood the significance of this event. After millions of years of transformation from the Sun Star, the bloodline had finally manifested. How could he not feel excitement? As Dijun entered the grand hall, he beheld 10 figures, each radiating the terrifying essence of true solar fire, darting about chaotically, unlike human children. The 10 princes emerged at the realm of Tai, golden immortal. Spotting Dijun, the princes rushed toward him in a flurry. Dijun, witnessing this, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, splendid." He then turned to the weakened Shi-He on the dais, his tone softening. "You have worked hard." Shi-He remained silent, her gaze gently fixed upon the group of princes playfully vying for attention beside Dijun. Ever since the addition of 10 new princes to the demon court, the atmosphere had grown lively, yet it was accompanied by a cacophony of chaos. After all, these 10 princes were still quite young and lacked the ability to control their innate solar fire. Consequently, within the demon court, instances of a deity's cave being set ablaze or a careless attendant being reduced to ashes became frequent occurrences. The lesser demons dared to harbor their grievances, but remained voiceless. Both Dijun and Tai turned a blind eye to the turmoil. That it was not until one fateful day when the 10th prince intruded upon the palace of the Shi Emperor, abruptly interrupting Fu Shi's profound contemplation of the river diagram and the Luo book, that Dijun was driven to a state of great anger. He confined the prince in the Tang Valley, sternly declaring that the prince would only be released once he could master the control of his solar fire. At the same time, as the human tribes on the periphery faced invasions from the demon race, the birth of the 10 princes of the demon court coincided with a momentous event atop Kunlun Mountain. Within the 8 scenery palace, the Taiji Laozi, who had been contemplating for millennia, finally comprehended his own path. With a single step, he appeared outside the palace, and simultaneously, a voice resonated throughout the vast wilderness. "Buoyed by the will of heaven, I am the presence of the heavenly Tao. I am the disciple of the Tao Ancestor, the great disciple of the mysterious gate, Taiji Laozi. Aware of the arduous path of cultivation faced by the beings of the wilderness, I hereby establish the Tao Gate. All practitioners of the mysterious gate in the wilderness shall henceforth be disciples of the Tao Gate." With the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to suppress the fortunes of the Tao Gate, the Tao of the Way is established. As the proclamation echoed, the heavens trembled, and an abundance of virtuous energy permeated the skies. The 3 pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, inherently possessed a portion of the merit from the creation of the heavens. Stimulated by the merit of the heavenly Tao, an overwhelming surge of virtue erupted from the primordial spirit of Taiji Laozi. In an instant, a vast reservoir of merit coalesced within him. Utilizing the power of this merit, the 3 corpses of Taiji Laozi materialized, showing a discernible inclination towards unification. Yet, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable force obstructed this convergence. Observing this, Taiji Laozi sighed inwardly. "Very well." Infinite merit then surged into the primordial purple energy, which instantly melded into the primordial spirit of Taiji Laozi. In that moment, the heavens showered with rosy light, and the earth blossomed with golden lotuses. The purple energy surged from the east for billions of miles. Concurrently, an overwhelming force of a saint bore down across the heavens and the earth, compelling all beings of the wilderness to prostrate in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay homage to the Taiji saint." Within the Lingsha treasure hall of the demon court, Dong Huangtai gripped the Eastern Emperor's bell, standing resolutely alongside Dijun to withstand this terrifying saintly pressure. After a prolonged struggle, the pressure dissipated, and Dijun finally found his voice to angrily exclaim, "Taiji, how audacious!" With the establishment of the Tao Gate, we have been relegated a generation, becoming the 3rd generation disciples of the mysterious gate. Taiyi's expression mirrored his brother's displeasure as he coldly remarked, "Elder brother, what does it matter if they are saints? Let us lead our fellow demon gods and unleash the great starry array to teach them a lesson." At this, Dijun's face flickered with hesitation, but after a moment of contemplation, he solemnly replied, "There is no urgency in this matter. Our immediate focus should be on perfecting the great starry array and seeking a method to break the physical form of the witch clan. Once we have thoroughly dominated the wilderness, then the saints shall have no choice but to heed the decrees of the demon court." Tai intended to voice further objections, yet suddenly, his expression shifted. The Eastern Emperor's bell soared into the air once more, resisting the boundless pressure. Just then, another voice resounded throughout the vast wilderness. I am the disciple of the Tao Ancestor, one of the three pure ones. The Yuching Primordial Lord. I perceive that the beings of the wilderness only understand cultivation, yet are oblivious to the will of heaven. Today, I established the Chan School to elucidate the principles of the operation of the heavenly Tao. The beings of the wilderness should cultivate virtue and accumulate merit. All beings should honor the innate deities above all else, followed by the postnatal beings, and lastly, those that are born from eggs or are wet and born from water. With the supreme innate treasure, the Panga banner, I suppress the fortunes. The Chan School is established. In an instant, the heavens bore witness to another extraordinary phenomenon as the purple energy surged eastward for billions of miles. The beings of the wilderness once again knelt upon the ground, reverently proclaiming, "We pay homage to the Yuching saint." At this moment, Dijun and Taiyi's faces had darkened to the color of soot. The emergence of Taiji had unjustly demoted them a generation, and now the arrival of Yuching had relegated the demon race to the status of the lowest beings in the wilderness. A classification that naturally included the two demon sovereigns. Moreover, while Tongtian seemingly had not offended the two sovereigns, the act of seizing a sliver of opportunity for the beings of the wilderness was, in fact, a direct affront. This meant that as long as the beings of the wilderness sought to listen to the teachings, they would inevitably become entangled in karmic ties with the Chan School. It must be noted that apart from the innate deities in the witch clan, the wilderness was predominantly inhabited by demons. This had been a solemn vow made by Dijun upon establishing the demon race, which had received the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. Now, with the establishment of the Chan School by Tongtian, it was akin to undermining the very foundation of the demon race. How could Dijun and Tai not feel angered and alarmed? As fellow sovereigns, Tai was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. If this continued, the fortunes of the demon court would plummet to a freezing point, jeopardizing their paths to enlightenment. Thus, he quickly urged, "Brother, time is of the essence. We must immediately launch an offensive against the witch clan and unify the wilderness." Upon hearing this, Dijun could only nod in agreement. Summon the demon emperors and saints to convene in the Lingxiao treasure hall. Dong Huangtai nodded, and immediately, the sound of the bell reverberated across the heavens. Throughout the wilderness, all those affiliated with the demon court changed countenance. They promptly gathered their respective troops and made their way to the demon court atop Mount Buzhou. Simultaneously, upon hearing the sound of the Eastern Emperor's bell, all those above the quasi-saint level, including Fu Shi, Kuanping, Bai Zhe, Ying Zhao, Fei Lian, and Jiao Ying, hastened to the Lingxiao treasure hall. As the three pure ones attained sainthood, and the skies above Mount Buzhou darkened with the clouds of impending war. Far in the western world, two ragged Taoists sat solemnly atop a mountain peak. These two were none other than Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, the figures of the West. This mountain peak was the last remaining heavenly blessed land in the Western territories. The Mount Shumi Point, one of the Taoists, with a bitter expression, lamented, "Master brother, the three pure ones of the East have all attained sainthood. I in the wilderness, apart from our fallen comrade, Hong Yun, there are only the two of us left to grasp the primordial purple energy. What shall we do?" The speaker was none other than Zhuan Ti. The implication of his words was clear. Having witnessed the might of the saints, the beings of the wilderness would undoubtedly shift their gaze towards the two of them. If they were to attain sainthood immediately, it would be one matter. However, should they delay further, even as disciples of the Tao Ancestor, they might not withstand the overwhelming desire for enlightenment from the beings of the wilderness. Yet, despite having pondered the primordial purple energy for countless years, the two remained at a standstill. Jie Yin, upon hearing this, displayed an even more sorrowful countenance and replied, "Alas, my junior brother, I have actually gained some insight after pondering the primordial purple energy for countless years. It is to establish a teaching and attain sainthood, like our three pure one friends. However, this method, while promising, only provides enough merit for one person to attain sainthood. Thus, I have hesitated." Upon hearing these words, Zhuan Ti spoke with a fierce voice, "Brother, I can no longer afford to wait. I must first attain enlightenment and, if necessary, borrow some merits to repay later." Upon hearing this, Jie Yin felt a bitter pang in his heart. Borrowing, though easy to say, is far from simple when it comes to the merits of the heavenly Dao. It seems that in the coming eons, both of them would be preoccupied with repaying their debts to the heavenly Tao. However, Zhuan Ti made a valid point. The 7 strands of primordial purple energy, the sanctification of Nuwa, the fall of Hong Yun, and the ascension of the 3 purities. Now only the 2 of them remain. becoming targets of public scorn. If they do not achieve sanctification now, it is unlikely they will have another opportunity in the future. They exchanged a determined glance and proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao above. We are Jiayin and Zhuanti, disciples of the Tao Ancestor. We comprehend the arduousness of spiritual cultivation in the Western realms. We establish the Western teachings, encompassing the 3,000 heavenly Tao and 800 side paths. To supplement the heavenly Tao with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, we shall solidify our destiny. The Western teachings are established. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and boundless merits converged. The myriad beings of the primordial era were filled with astonishment. Could it be that the two from the West also seek to attain enlightenment? Yet at this moment, on Mount Buzhou, the two gazed with pained expressions towards the heavens. The merits were only sufficient for one to achieve sanctification, and the heavenly Tao is not foolish. Thus, the merits did not immediately descend but lingered high above, awaiting their choice to see who would become sanctified. Having coexisted since their transformation, they had witnessed the shattering of the Western spiritual meridians. Together, they had stumbled and supported each other to reach this point in their cultivation, naturally unwilling to abandon one another to pursue enlightenment alone. They exchanged another resolute glance, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. They then looked skyward and declared, "If I were to attain the supreme Bodhi and achieve true enlightenment, my Buddha realm would be adorned with boundless and inconceivable merits. When I become a Buddha, in all worlds, every being born in my realm shall possess bodies of purple and gold, embodying the 32 marks of a great man. When I become a Buddha, all beings born in my land shall possess the foresight of countless eons, aware of their past actions of good and evil, fully perceiving all matters of the 10 directions, past, present, and future, unable to forsake their wishes, unable to attain true enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, I shall gain the threefold patience and wish that I may become a Buddha. The bodhisattvas of other lands, upon hearing my name, shall immediately attain the first, second, and third levels of patience, unable to regress in the teachings of the Buddhas, unable to attain true enlightenment. In that moment, with resonant declarations echoing throughout the vastness, countless cultivators displayed expressions of astonishment. Those whose resolve was shaky, fearing that Kunlun Mountain would not accept them, considered joining the West as a viable option. However, upon hearing the grand aspirations of the two from the West, they quickly dismissed the thought. It would be foolish to venture into what is now perceived as a pitfall. At this juncture, Jiayin and Zhuanti had made 48 grand vows. Each utterance caused the heavenly Tao to tremble, incrementally increasing the merits. Only after the complete manifestation of the 48 vows did the merits become sufficient for both to achieve sanctification together. In the blink of an eye, boundless merit surged into their minds, and the primordial purple energy fully integrated into their primordial spirits. The tremendous force of saintly power pervaded the entirety of the primordial era. Simultaneously, heavenly rain fell, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and purple energy surged from the east for millions of miles, celebrating their attainment of enlightenment. In that moment, although the beings of the primordial era may have looked down upon the method of enlightenment employed by the two from the West, they were still overawed and subdued by the terrifying power of the saints. We pay our respects to the two saints of the West. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuanti felt a stirring in his heart. In an instant, a force of salvation emerged between heaven and earth, a divine power drawn from the 800 side paths. Today, my brother and I establish our teachings on Mount Buzhou. All who are destined may join. In an instant, countless beings of the primordial era displayed expressions of confusion, soaring towards the Western realms. The mighty beings of the primordial era could not sit idly by, although the two were saints. The East was still home to the three purities in Nüwa. They immediately employed various means to dispel the force of salvation from their respective realms. At the boundary between the East and West in the primordial era, above Wuzhuang Temple, an unparalleled innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, suddenly soared forth, transforming into an invisible barrier that enveloped millions of miles. Above the Demon Court, the bell of the Eastern Emperor resonated mightily, shattering the force of salvation within millions of miles into dust. In places like the Eastern Sea, the immortal volcano, and the Blood Sea, large formations rose to obstruct the invasion of the salvational power. On Kunlun Mountain, the three purities had just stabilized their saintly power when they perceived the unfolding scene in the primordial era. Anger surged within them. Taiji Laozi, with a thought, transformed the Taiji diagram into a golden bridge spanning heaven and earth, completely isolating the force of salvation within the Western realms. Meanwhile, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tong Tian were equally unwilling to lag behind. The Panga banner unleashed a torrent of chaotic sword energy, piercing through the void and appearing above Mount Buzhou, targeting the two saints of the west. The four swords of extermination transformed into a radiant arc, traversing the skies above the east and west. Their essence hovering above Mount Buzhou, the sword energy rampaging. In that moment, the two saints of the west found themselves utterly humiliated by the onslaught of the three purities. As they clumsily endured another wave of attacks, Jiayin immediately transmitted a message. Three purities, we of the west have erred this time. Please, do not strike again. Historically, it was always Taiji Laozi who negotiated with the outside world, and this time was no exception. Taiji Laozi, with an air of indifference, replied, "The east is the land of the Xian men. Your western side paths must not enter the east." Upon hearing these words, the two saints of the west appeared even more tormented. Yet they were compelled by circumstances to yield reluctantly. Observing this, the three pure ones finally relented. Among all living beings, only a handful of powerful entities in the primordial chaos were aware of these developments. At this moment, the three pure ones still cared somewhat for the dignity of the saints. Therefore, although the two saints of the west had endured, they merely faced a momentary suppression. The dialogues exchanged between the parties remained unknown to outsiders. With the cessation of the five saints, the primordial chaos erupted into a fervor. After a prolonged silence of 1,000,000 years, today heralded the emergence of the five saints. Many beings took this opportunity to transform and even break through to a significant realm, marking a grand spectacle in the primordial chaos. It is said that when Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, he transformed into all things. His navel became a vast ocean, yet this ocean was not like the boundless seas that nurtured myriad beings. Instead, it was a realm that harbored the blood of living creatures, a place of primordial filth, famously known as the Sea of Blood. After eons of evolution, the Sea of Blood birthed an unparalleled master of supernatural powers. Ming-He, upon taking form, he wielded the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12th rank fiery red lotus of karma, along with the Yuan Tu and Abi swords, enveloped by the fortune of the Sea of Blood. He possessed formidable strength. However, by nature, Ming-He was cautious, and aside from the two paths at Zishu Palace and his collaboration with Kuanping to seize the primordial purple energy, he spent the rest of his time cultivating within the Sea of Blood. He thoroughly refined the Sea of Blood into 1.08 billion blood divine sons, claiming that as long as the Sea of Blood remained, Ming-He would not perish. Yet, despite his immense power, Ming-He had seldom ventured beyond the primordial chaos. Consequently, apart from the powerful beings who attended lectures at Zishu Palace, no one else knew of his renown. 10,000 years prior, when Nüwa created humanity and attained sainthood, the heavenly Tao trembled. Upon witnessing this, Ming-He felt a surge of imitation. Noticing countless fragments of souls floating above the Sea of Blood, he employed his supreme magical powers to create a race, naming them the Azura. However, unlike the human race fashioned by Nuwa, the males of the Azura were hideously unattractive, while the females were alluring. Simultaneously, due to the years of being engulfed by the malevolent aura of the Sea of Blood, their souls became steeped in slaughter. Although a race was created, their development in the primordial chaos was unfavorable. Thus, the heavenly Tao only conferred a portion of merit as a reward. Ming-He, having achieved a breakthrough to the late quasi-saint stage, remained silent thereafter. Seeing this, although Ming-He felt discontent, he could only accept his fate with resignation, silently cultivating within the Sea of Blood to stabilize his realm. One day, the once tranquil Sea of Blood suddenly erupted into turbulence. The emergence of the five saints sent shockwaves through the primordial chaos. At that moment, the Sea of Blood roiled with waves that seemed to mirror Ming-He's own state of mind. After having resigned himself to the creation of the Azura race, Ming-He was reignited with fervor upon the appearance of the five saints. If the five saints could attain sanctity, why could he not? This was the thought that consumed Ming-He. Furthermore, it was not merely a thought. He truly took action. With the heavenly Tao above, he proclaimed, "I am Ming-He, the ancestral figure of the Azura race. I perceive that the beings of the primordial chaos are ignorant of slaughter. Today, I shall establish the Azura sect to enlighten all beings. Slay the heavens, slay the earth, slay all living beings." He utilized the 12th rank fiery red lotus of karma to suppress the sect's fortune. Thus, the Azura sect was established. In an instant, a terrifying aura of slaughter permeated the entire primordial chaos, shocking all beings who dwelled therein. Could such a powerful entity truly exist? Simultaneously, in Kunlun Mountain, Shumi Mountain, in the heavens of Nuwa, the six saints of the heavenly Tao turned their gazes toward the depths of the Sea of Blood. Yuqing Yuanshi declared in a voice filled with fury, What audacity! It must be noted that Ming He had indeed vowed to slay the heavens and the earth, as the saints of the heavenly Tao. How could they not be enraged when the saints were angered? The heavens and earth shifted in Hue.in that moment. As the slaughtering aura spread, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled, casting the entire primordial chaos into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse at this juncture. The six saints awaited Ming He's attainment of sainthood. The moment he succeeded would be when they would act. However, all of this was in vain. The six saints were overestimating their influence. And Ming He was indulging in fanciful dreams. Although slaughter persisted in the primordial chaos, excessive violence would only serve to diminish its essence. Thus, while the establishment of the Azura sect was inevitable, it bore no benefits for the primordial chaos. With Ming He's proclamation, merely several tens of thousands of acres of heavenly Tao merit descended from the firmament. This was still due to the necessity of slaughter in the primordial chaos. Otherwise, should it solely rely on Ming He's words, the heavenly Tao would have unleashed not merit, but the dreaded Zhixiao divine thunder that even saints feared if it were an ordinary Deluo golden immortal. Such a vast amount of heavenly Tao merit could easily allow them to sever their three corpses and ascend to the quasi-saint stage. Yet for Ming He, who was at the late quasi-saint stage, this merit was woefully insufficient. As the merit fell, Ming He's realm surged forward in an instant, swiftly breaking through to the consummate quasi-saint stage, merely a step away from sainthood. Even so, Ming He felt as though he faced an insurmountable chasm. In that moment, millennia of discontent transformed into fury, and he bellowed, "The heavenly Tao is unjust." Instantly, the phenomena of heaven and earth shifted once more. An infinite number of Zhixiao divine thunders converged, striking furiously toward Ming He. The sea of blood churned as malevolent energy surged. It was not until 49 bolts of the Zhixiu divine thunder had ceased that the sea of blood had sunk several hundred fathoms. At this moment, Ming He, with blood at the corner of his mouth, gazed defiantly at the heavens above. He proclaimed, "As long as the sea of blood remains, Ming He shall not perish, if you possess the power. Then evaporate the sea of blood entirely. Today, I declare that you, heavenly Tao, sever the path of cultivation for the beings of the primordial chaos. What crime have they committed?" As his words echoed, the firmament trembled, and thunder raged. Alas, the heavenly Tao could not indefinitely unleash the Zhixiu divine thunder. The great Tao consists of 50, while the heavenly cycles are 40-9. To show disrespect to the heavenly Tao, the 49 bolts of Zhixiu divine thunder served as punishment. If one could withstand it, then the matter of disrespect would pass. If not, they would naturally perish. At that moment, though the heavenly Tao was incensed by Ming He's words, it could no longer act. As Ming He's declaration resonated throughout the primordial chaos, all beings fell into a profound silence. Was the heavenly Tao truly unjust? As the thoughts of living beings coalesced, a surge of calamity energy flowed through the heavens and earth, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the celestial realm. Such a scene could not escape the notice of the heavenly Tao. Immediately, an ethereal consciousness descended upon the minds of the six saints, causing them to feel a tightening in their hearts. As the power of the saints surged, their figures materialized above the sea of blood. Yuqing Yuanshu was the first to admonish, "Enough, Ming He. Do you truly believe that the heavenly Tao cannot do anything to you, allowing you to act recklessly? If you provoke the heavenly Tao to anger, even if we six saints suffer some loss of merit, we shall still evaporate your sea of blood entirely." Upon witnessing this, Ming He cast a cold gaze at the six saints, choosing to remain silent as he retreated into the depths of the sea of blood. In response, Yuanshu grew furious and prepared to act. However, Tongtian interjected swiftly, "Enough, elder brother. Ming He is also filled with resentment in his heart. As saints, must we hold grudges?" Hearing this, Yuanshu relented. At this juncture, the sage of the West, Junyi, spoke. "Brothers, now that the beings of the primordial chaos are beginning to doubt the heavenly Tao, we must open our gates wide and impart the wondrous methods of the saints, thereby dispelling the calamity energy among the populace." The sage Laozi, upon hearing this, replied indifferently, "There is no need for the two younger brothers to trouble themselves. You need only attend to matters in the West." Yuanshu and Tongtian, witnessing this, similarly turned their gazes toward the two saints of the West. Faced with this scene, the two saints, who had just suffered the humiliation at the hands of the three pure ones, dared not speak further. Judging immediately remarked, "What the elder brother has said is indeed true. We shall take our leave and return to Shumi Mountain." As the words fell, the power of the sage surged and vanished instantaneously from the spot. The three purities, witnessing this, directed their gazes towards the Saint Nüwa. Being the first sage after Hongjun to attain the fruit of sainthood, they were reluctant to confront her directly. Moreover, as one of the Eastern sages, a natural camaraderie existed between them. Seemingly perceiving their hesitation, Saint Nüwa spoke forth. Brothers, please feel free to proceed as you wish. I am accustomed to being alone in my endeavors to guide sentient beings, so I shall leave the matter of teaching to you. With that, her figure too disappeared without a trace. The three purities exchanged glances and swiftly returned to Kunlun Mountain. Almost immediately, a voice resounded throughout the vast wilderness. Today, the gates of Kunlun Mountain are flung wide open. Those with destiny may join the three purities sect and receive the profound teachings of the sage. In an instant, the beings of the wilderness became frenzied. Casting aside the notion of unjust heavens, they hastened towards Kunlun Mountain. Among them were not only ordinary beings, but also many endowed with formidable powers. That on Mount Shumi, the saint of purity, Zhuan spoke with a pained expression. Brother, the three purities of the East are inseparable. What shall we do? The Tao ancestor had once said that the West would experience a great flourishing, yet at this rate, when will the West emerge? Upon hearing this, Jain, in stark contrast to his previous distress, smiled and replied, Do not fret, my junior brother. The doctrines of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian are discordant. One day, they will indeed part ways. At that time, the West shall have its day in the sun. For now, we need only to be patient. Zhuan, upon hearing this, smiled and said, Very well, I shall heed my brother's advice. However, his expression shifted as he continued, Yet, since the three purities have disregarded our dignity, we cannot simply let it pass. This time, let my junior brother venture into the East to stir the waters, while also guiding some beings to our West for the comprehension of the supreme teachings. Witnessing Zhuan Ti's intent to disrupt the East, Jain felt helpless. He wished to advise his companion to stabilize his saintly cultivation first. Yet understanding Zhuan Ti's temperament, coupled with their considerable debt of heavenly merit, he knew they could not focus on their cultivation. Thus, he could only reluctantly say, When you go to the East, be exceedingly cautious, and remember, do not let the three purities discover your presence. Zhuan Ti nodded in agreement. I asked for my brother's assistance. Jain nodded, and with a thought, the 12-petaled merit golden lotus materialized above their heads. As the supreme treasure that suppresses fate, its utility was boundless. With the descent of the golden aura, the saintly presence surrounding Zhuan Ti dissipated entirely. Even the likes of the three purities would be unable to perceive it without the aid of such a treasure. Then, Zhuan Ti transformed his form. Appearing as an ordinary Taoist, he bowed respectfully to Jain. Brother, I take my leave. With that, he vanished from the summit of Mount Buzhou in the demon court, within the Lingxiao treasure hall. The high-ranking members of the demon race gathered. Having experienced the grandeur of the five sages' emergence, a sense of urgency began to fill the air among the powerful beings present. They understood that with the hierarchy established by Yuqing Yuan Shi, the demon race would struggle to find its footing. Therefore, their only recourse was to expedite a decisive battle against the witch clan to unify the wilderness. By harnessing the fate of the entire wilderness, the two sovereigns could be elevated to the realm of saints, enabling them to contend with the three sages atop Kunlun Mountain. Consequently, when Emperor Jun resolved to wage war against the witch clan, the gathered powers unanimously consented. Once the battle command was issued, the demon armies across the wilderness hastened towards the demon court. Such a significant movement from the demon race could not escape the notice of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan, who were opposed to them. Orders continuously emanated from the Panga Hall, summoning the members of the witch clan from various tribes to converge upon the Panga Hall. In no time, the ominous clouds of war spread across the entire wilderness. Just as the witch and demon races were preparing for battle on Shouyang Mountain, Feng gradually awakened from his system's enlightenment. It was said that on that day, the saintly power enveloping the human realm suddenly dissipated. Feng sensed the urgency of time and immediately exchanged all his blood vitality for various martial techniques. He then began to preach from the edge of the human realm, making his way back. Although martial techniques were challenging to master, they differed from internal arts, which required years of accumulated inner strength. Moreover, the current human race in the wilderness possessed an understanding far exceeding that of other beings. Thus, their comprehension advanced rapidly. Essentially, each time Feng delivered a teaching, the audience would quickly grasp the fundamentals. Some exceptionally gifted individuals even reached a level of proficiency in no time. By the time Feng returned to Shouyang Mountain, he was astonished to find that the martial techniques he had acquired had all reached a level of great accomplishment. Simultaneously, thanks to the support of millions of humans, the blood vitality he had expended was replenished in abundance. Naturally, Feng was not modest about this, for a war between the witches and demons was imminent, and the human race lacked high-end combat power. Thus, he promptly exchanged the newly acquired blood vitality for an advanced heart method. As a millennium passed, he had fully assimilated the enlightenment. Now, both his physical form and inner strength had reached a transcendent level. Truly, the undying seal of Shiji Xian, which harmonizes yin and yang, transmutes life and death, and maintains unceasing inner strength and life, was remarkable. At this moment, Feng felt entirely confident that, despite having just broken through to the transcendent realm, the undying seal would render him impervious to any attempts from great Luo Jingxian level cultivators to harm him. While it is true that the great Luo Jingxian realm involves the forces of laws, the undying seal also encompasses yin and yang. Furthermore, through the system's enlightenment, Feng gained a deeper understanding of the great Luo Jingxian cultivators of the wilderness. In simpler terms, wilderness cultivators merely comprehend the laws and then employ their immense magical power to manipulate the heavenly laws for assault. In contrast, Feng's undying seal, or martial path, was akin to integrating the laws into his being, wielding them through his own strength. This was reminiscent of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan, yet they were merely 12 individuals, while the martial path could be cultivated by all of humanity. Moreover, with the proficiency level of his golden bell shield, Feng was confident that he could achieve invincibility below the quasi-saint level. As for those above the quasi-saint level, he pondered, well, perhaps that was a bit far-fetched. Although quasi-saints were merely a diluted version of the Hunyuan Jingxian, Feng believed that their immense magical power could indeed exhaust his undying inner strength. At that point, relying solely on the golden bell shield would render him a lamb awaiting slaughter. Nevertheless, he was confident that before the demon saint could react, his golden bell shield would first reach the small accomplishment level. By that time, even an ordinary quasi-saint would not be able to harm him in the slightest. With this thought in mind, Feng's figure flickered and vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a series of indistinct shadows in the void. His speed was so swift that even the subtlety of the Lingbo Weibu could not keep pace with him. The enhancement in strength brought about a corresponding increase in speed. This time, Feng's destination was the edge of the human realm. After all, the martial path differed from the immortal path, and he lacked the means to calculate anything. This, too, could be considered a shortcoming of the martial path. However, every gain comes with a loss. Compared to wielding the forces of laws, Feng preferred to forego the ability to predict. After all, mastering the forces of laws resulted in formidable combat strength. Returning to the main topic, as Feng hastened his journey, he traversed the distance from Shouyang Mountain to the edge in just a few years. With a sweeping gaze, he surveyed the realm, taking in everything within millions of miles. Observing that most of the human tribes were quietly cultivating martial arts, Feng nodded in satisfaction, inwardly pondering, have the demons yet to realize the benefits of the human physique? As Feng suddenly harbored this thought, his eyes widened in fury. He cast his gaze across the vast expanse, where, a million miles away, a small human tribe lay in peril. Suspended in the void above them was a colossal serpent demon. Measuring hundreds of feet in length, below, countless attacks rained down upon it, yet only faint ripples emanated from its scaled hide. With each gluttonous gulp, the great serpent devoured innumerable humans, who were helplessly drawn into its gaping maw. How audacious! Feng exclaimed, his anger surging forth. In a flash, he surged toward the creature with incredible speed. For Feng, a million miles was but a mere handful of breaths, yet in that fleeting moment, he regretted not having exchanged for superior lightness skills sooner, for it was during these few breaths that countless humans were swallowed whole by the serpent demon. At that moment, Feng yearned to confront the beast directly and rend it asunder. After several breaths, he finally arrived a mere 10,000 miles from the serpent demon. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Vile beast, prepare to meet your demise." As the words left his lips, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Roar! Accompanied by the surge of his inner strength, a magnificent golden dragon, hundreds of feet in size, materialized before him, hurtling toward the serpent demon suspended in the void. The dragon, a progenitor of all scaled beings in the primordial realm, particularly struck fear into the weaker scaled tribes. Although the golden dragon was merely an illusion conjured through Feng's dragon subduing 18 palms, the might it exuded was undeniable, especially given Feng's extraordinary prowess. The serpent demon, unable to withstand such power, quivered in terror as it beheld the approaching dragon shadow. Before it could emit a single cry, it was engulfed by the golden dragon. In an instant, the dragon's phantom burst forth from the serpent's body, dissipating into the void. The once mighty serpent demon became rigid and plummeted to the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled violently before settling into silence. However, Yi Feng's heart was heavy with sorrow. As he descended slowly into the human tribe, the remnants of the tribe finally registered his presence. Initially, faced with the serpent demon's assault, the tribe's warriors had fought valiantly. Yet, being a small tribe, their strongest warrior barely reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, and they swiftly fell before the golden immortal level serpent. Nevertheless, the men of the tribe did not retreat. They urged the women to flee with the children to nearby tribes while they themselves launched desperate attacks against the serpent demon. At that moment, the human warriors were resolute, prepared to sacrifice themselves. Thus, they were oblivious to Yi Feng's arrival and his furious roar. It was only after the demon's demise and Yi Feng's descent before them that these once steadfast warriors, now resembling children before a parent, bowed their heads and wept. Martial Ancestor, you have finally arrived. Martial Ancestor, the demon tribe has been too cruel. Many brothers from our tribe have been devoured. Martial Ancestor. Woe is us. In that instant, a surge of pain washed over Yi Feng's chest. Despite having long proclaimed himself as a champion of humanity, he had wished for the human race to endure the trials of the shamanic and demon wars. Since acquiring the system, he had ceaselessly sought to elevate his strength, hoping to empower humanity with the means for self-preservation. Yet, he realized that he had been merely deluding himself. In truth, he had often placed himself above the humans of the primordial era, feeling more sympathy and pity for them than truly identifying as one of them. In this moment of reflection, Yi Feng pondered what his past self would have done when confronted with the trials faced by the three ancestors. The answer was to flee first, consolidate his power, and then seek revenge. But now, witnessing the sorrowful tears of the entire tribe before him, he questioned why. If a stranger came to your aid in a time of peril, you would express gratitude. Yet, if they were family, you would not say thank you. You would bare your soul, whether in tears, grievances, or accusations of why they had not come sooner. The remnants of the tribe wept for him because they regarded Yi Feng as their kin, as their elder. With this realization, Yi Feng felt an inexplicable pang of anguish alongside a raging fury within him. Regardless of others' actions, whether they be sanctimonious or pretentious, as the martial ancestor of humanity, he must take charge for his people. Resolute, Yi Feng dispelled further thoughts. Addressing the grieving crowd, he softly declared, I have arrived late. At his words, the weeping intensified. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng's own heart ached. Yet, this was not a moment for sorrow. He gathered his spirit and reassured them, now that I am here, the situation will not worsen. You must focus on rebuilding your homes or seek refuge in other tribes. Train diligently in the martial arts for your own protection. As for the current plight of humanity, I shall address it myself. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the crowd gradually stifled their grief. They bowed respectfully to him, stating, we shall abide by the martial ancestor's decree. With that, they returned to the tribe, beginning the arduous task of reconstruction. Each face was now alight with determination. Seeing this, Yi Feng's conviction strengthened. This was the humanity he was resolute to protect. They would rise from where they had fallen. In an instant, Yi Feng vanished into the void, scanning the horizon for traces of the demon tribe. After confirming that no demons lingered within 1,000,000 miles, he set off in another direction. Years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng had thoroughly cleansed the border regions of humanity. With the impending battle against the shamanic tribe, most demons had retreated to their court, leaving only a scant few in the human territories. Some weaker demons were swiftly dispatched by the tribe's experts, while those of golden immortal strength fell to Yi Feng's hand. Once the area was entirely cleared, Yi Feng finally found time to inspect the rewards from the system. Indeed, true to their nature, the demons, though all beneath the golden immortal realm, yielded far greater vitality than ordinary beasts. Yi Feng, not one to waste such resources, used this vitality to further enhance his own power. At that moment, whether it was the Undying Seal or the Golden Bell Shield, there was still room for improvement. Thus, he focused his attention on martial techniques and lightness skills. Meanwhile, at the demon court, a gathering of countless demons filled the air with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy stretching across millions of miles. As they gazed upward at the figures standing high above, fervor ignited within their eyes. There, in the sky, Emperor Jun stood resolutely, surveying the vast army of demons before him. With a booming voice, he proclaimed, my sons, the day of reckoning is upon us. Follow me as we crush the shamanic tribe. The demons erupted in fervent cheers. Seeing the effect of his words, Emperor Jun bellowed, activate the celestial star formation. At his command, 365 demon gods immediately took their positions in the sky. guided by the various demon saints. In an instant, flags appeared in their hands, channeling the celestial power of the stars. Within moments, the vast demonic army was enveloped within the formation. Shift the stars. At this, Emperor Jun unleashed the formation, and in the blink of an eye, the demonic legions materialized above the shamanic tribe's stronghold, Dijiang. Come forth to meet your death. How dare you, a mere feathered creature, trespass upon our shamanic territory? As the voice faded, figures emerged from the Pango Hall, revealing their true forms. Indeed, they were the members of the Witch Clan. It is said that upon learning of Emperor Jun's desire for a decisive battle, in order to prevent the Witch Clan's young warriors from being ambushed by the Demon Clan, Dijiang summoned the Witch Clan's youths to the Pango Hall ahead of time. The Pango Hall, transformed from the heart of Pangu, constituted a world of its own, where the young warriors of the Witch Clan were born. Thus, contrary to later tales which assert that only the 12 ancestral witches could enter the Pangu Hall, it was simply the case that the 12 ancestral witches practiced here, making it inconvenient for the other members of the Witch Clan to intrude. As the figures emerged from the Pango Hall, one by one they revealed their original forms, with towering giants being merely the smallest among them. The leading 12, their bodies reaching an astonishing 10,000 zhang, stood like colossal mountains before the Pangu Divine Hall. These were the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch Clan, the foremost among them, red as blazing fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, lacking face and eyes, was none other than Dijiang, the leader of the 12 ancestral witches. Emperor Jun, how dare you invade the territory of the Witch Clan? Dijiang thundered. Yet, Emperor Jun showed no fear, arrogantly retorting, Dijiang, after this battle, there will be no more ancestral witches in the wilderness. With that proclamation, he instantly vanished into the grand celestial star array, brandishing the river map and the Luo book. He bellowed, Rise, power of the stars. As his voice echoed, the heavens trembled, and countless star powers descended from the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, the entire Witch Clan found themselves enveloped within the grand formation. However, within the array lay deeper mysteries. The 12 ancestral witches fell into the formation. The previously vast army of the Demon Clan vanished without a trace, replaced in the eyes of the Witch Clan by ominous stars radiating terrifying energy. In that moment, the 12 ancestral witches, devoid of their spiritual beings, were as blind as bats. Zhu Rong, standing atop a fiery dragon, immediately roared, You cowardly bird, what skill is it to hide your head and show your tail? If you have the guts, come out and fight, and see if I can pluck every feather from you. Yet, Zhu Rong's words utterly enraged Emperor Jun instantly. A thunderous roar reverberated through the starry sky. Rude brute, prepare to die. Even as the sound echoed, divine power surged through the starry expanse. A robust, radiant starlight erupted from one of the stars, hurtling toward Zhu Rong's position. But the starlight was beautiful. It harbored a dreadful intent to kill. Witnessing this scene, the 12 ancestral witches were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Emperor Jun had devised such a formidable formation after 10,000 years. Zhu Rong, caught off guard, was instantaneously blasted away for millions of miles. Had it not been for the ancestral witch's body, comparable to a supreme innate spiritual treasure, this single strike could have easily resulted in his demise. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches were filled with fury. Dijiang bellowed, Brothers, unite to form the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array. The 12 ancestral witches, sharing a common will, immediately activated their bloodlines. 12 bloodlines resonated with one another, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original positions. Suddenly, a colossal illusory figure appeared within the starry sky, towering at 99,999 zhang, as it manifested. A terrifying power of creation radiated throughout the heavens. In an instant, the starry sky began to show signs of collapse. This was the illusory figure of Pangu summoned by the 12 ancestral witches. Witnessing this, Emperor Jun was greatly alarmed. He had not expected that after 10,000 years, the Witch Clan's 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array had elevated to such heights. He immediately cried out, All demon gods, lend me your strength. No sooner had he spoken than within the array, 365 stars began to emit waves of radiant light. 365 great Luo golden immortal demon gods channeled their full powers, and the grand celestial star array slowly stabilized. However, this scene did not escape the notice of the Pangu illusory figure. Without hesitation, the Pangu illusory figure reached out, and a voice echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Axe, come. In that moment, a massive axe-like illusory figure materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, A peculiar aura emanated from the axe, spreading outward. The Eastern Emperor Tai, nearest to the Pangu illusory figure, sensed something was amiss. He noticed that the Eastern Emperor Bell, which had accompanied him for countless eons, was subtly slipping from his control, trending toward the Pangu illusory figure. Startled, he quickly deployed his immense powers to suppress it. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, the Grand Pure One and the Primordial Beginning were equally taken aback as they observed the battle between the witches and the demons. They summoned their saintly powers to suppress the turmoil of the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner. That it was unclear how much time had passed. Perhaps an instant, perhaps years, decades, or centuries, perhaps sensing the inability to summon it. The illusory figure let out a soft sigh. Subsequently, the Pangu illusory figure, wielding the Pangu axe illusory figure, gently waved it toward the 365 stars. In an instant, a beam of axe light manifested, slowly flying toward the stars. Though the axe light appeared to move languidly, it reached the stars in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a resounding boom, all 365 stars shattered, and the great Luo golden immortal demon gods stationed at those stars turned pale, spitting blood as they revealed their forms. Emperor Jun, overseeing the array, exclaimed, "Not good." He immediately activated the grand formation, and beams of starlight surged from the attached stars, illuminating the Pangu illusory figure. It is worth noting that such starlight had already severely injured Zhu Rong, one of the 12 ancestral witches. Its terrifying power was not a whit less than that of a saint's attack. Yet for the Pangu illusory figure, it seemed no more than inconsequential insects. With a sweep of the axe light, the starlight collapsed, and the space trembled. Deep within the chaos, the void quaked, and the purple cloud palace materialized. Hongjun reclined on the 9 layers of clouds, quietly observing the battlefield of the wilderness. He spoke softly, "The momentum of the heavenly Tao is such that even I must choose to compromise and align with the heavenly Tao. The witch and demon clans are destined to vanish from the wilderness." Alas, Eastern Emperor Tai, a once great hero, most likely to attain the mixed origin, falls victim to the machinations of the heavenly Tao. With these words, the purple cloud palace trembled and vanished once more into the chaos. However, had the beings of the wilderness known the essence of Hongjuan's words, it would have surely stirred a tempest of upheaval. Within Kunlun Mountain, Shumi Mountain, and an unknown valley in the east, the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the west regarded the battle between the witches and the demons with grave expressions. Observing the formidable grand celestial star array and the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array, a singular thought arose simultaneously in the hearts of the 5 saints. The witch and demon clans cannot exist. Both grand arrays must be destroyed. Otherwise, it would be a severe blow to the dignity of the saints. The saints of the wilderness had long since transcended death and immortality. Thus, their conflicts often revolved around superficial matters. Yet the grand celestial star array and the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array posed a genuine threat to the saints' facade. How could they not be wary? The thoughts of the myriad saints remain an enigma to the 2 clans of the Lich. Or perhaps they simply lack the leisure to ponder such matters. As the battle rages on, the confrontation between the 2 formidable formations intensifies, reaching a fever pitch, even though Emperor Jun strikes with remarkable swiftness. Beneath the encompassing shadow of Pangu's ethereal axe, nearly half of the 365 manifested Deluo golden immortal demon gods fall victim to its devastating light, their forms and spirits obliterated in this tumult. Emperor Jun too succumbs to madness, unleashing countless starry rays towards the kin of the witch clan concealed behind the Pangu apparition. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of witches, including formidable witches, are vaporized into the void. Concurrently, celestial bodies charged with terrifying stellar power hurl themselves relentlessly towards the Pangu illusion. The great formation of the heavenly stars consists of 365 principal stars, each guarded by a Deluo golden immortal demon god, alongside 129,600 subsidiary stars, each harboring 100,000 Tai golden immortal demon kings. At this moment, as the war escalates, both sides unleash their true might. The subsidiary stars engage in suicidal assaults against the towering Pangu apparition, while beams of starlight rain down upon the witch clan warriors. In this chaotic maelstrom, the losses on both sides are catastrophic, with each collision claiming the lives of tens of thousands from both the witch and lich clans. Over the protracted conflict, while the casualties are roughly equivalent, the witch clan finds itself unable to withstand such losses, especially given the overwhelming numbers of the demon race. Despite the summoning of the Pangu illusion, it is the 12 ancestor witches who command the battlefield. Although the witch clan reveres combat, and believes in returning to the embrace of their primordial deity after death. Such losses weigh heavily on even the 12 ancestor witches. In a moment of desperation, Pangu's apparition clenches its hand, sending resonant echoes throughout the boundless heavens. The sky trembles, and the divine thunder of the purple clouds wreaks havoc. Countless beings in the primordial world are plunged into terror. Open the heavens. In an instant, a more resplendent axe light materializes in the void. An eruption of earth, wind, water, and fire surges forth, assailing every nook and cranny. The entire spatial realm of the great formation of the heavenly stars quakes incessantly. Emperor June, his face ashen, bellows, "All demon saints, lend me your strength." Instantly, waves of quasi-saint power manifest, suppressing every inch within the great formation. Alas, the act of opening the heavens is a technique employed by Pangu in his quest for enlightenment. Having once vanquished 3,000 chaotic demons with it, though it is merely a summoned illusion by the 12 ancestor witches, it is not a mere formation of the strongest quasi-saints that can impede it. However, employing the technique incurs considerable toll on the 12 ancestor witches, which is why they refrained from using it at the onset of the conflict, with a resounding shatter that reverberates through the cosmos. The great formation of the heavenly stars is instantly dismantled. Numerous demon powerhouses manipulating the formation are left aghast, spitting blood. The overseers of the formation, Emperor June and Tai Yi, are grievously injured at this juncture. As the great formation collapses, the witch and lich clans re-emerge in the sight of the primordial beings. The battlefield, spanning billions of miles, is marked by cracked earth, shattered mountains, and floods rushing backward, resembling a scene of apocalypse to the mortal tribes of later generations. Yet, at this moment, the warring clans pay it no heed. With the disintegration of the great formation, Emperor June, Tai Yi, and the vast demon army suddenly appear before the witch clan. In the fearful gaze of the demons. The Pangu apparition gestures once more, its voice echoing thunderously. Banish. Unfortunately, before the command is fully uttered, the Pangu apparition disintegrates, revealing the disheveled figures of the 12 ancestor witches. Among them, Zhu Rong lies unconscious from grievous wounds, and the 12 ancestor witches hastily guard him. Simultaneously, the powerful demons rally around Emperor June and Tai Yi. In an uncanny synchrony, Emperor June and Di Jiang shout in unison, "Demon warriors, slay for me." Witch warriors, perish before us. As their voices resonate through the void, the witch and lich clans charge at each other once more with frenzied fervor. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of both clans tacitly refrain from further intervention. The 12 ancestor witches retreat to the Pangu Hall, while Emperor June and Tai Yi lead the demon saints back to the demon court, at the foot of Mount Buzhou. The remaining millions of witch warriors engage in a chaotic melee with the vast demon army. Magic surges and treasures soar through the air. Yet, as time progresses, the formidable physical prowess of the witch clan proves its strength once again, faced with a demon army exponentially greater in number. The witch clan gradually seizes control of the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, billions of demons fall beneath the iron fists of the witches, the entire demon race collapsing like swathes of harvested grain. In that moment, Mount Buzhou transforms into a colossal meat grinder. Witnessing this scene, the demon army, bereft of will to fight, frantically retreats. The witch warriors, unwilling to relent, pursue their sworn enemies, for they have become mortal foes. Thus, a relentless chase unfolds near Mount Buzhou, with demons scattering in all directions, while the witches resolutely pursue their designated targets. 100,000 miles away, a beleaguered wolf demon scurries desperately into the distance. 100 miles beyond, a robust and imposing figure methodically closes in, seemingly indifferent to the fleeing wolf demon. Indeed, though this hulking man is merely a common witch, he possesses the capability to slay those of the golden immortal realm. The witch clan's formidable physicality becomes increasingly apparent. As the greater the disparity in cultivation, the more pronounced the advantage. The wolf demon in question had participated in the epic battle between the witches and liches near Shouyang Mountain. Fortune smiled upon him, for the summons from the demon court spared him from the purging by Feng. Now, having only attained the golden immortal stage, and being near a human tribe, he opted to flee rather than engage, given the witch clan's current slaughter of demons. However, it seems the wolf demon's good fortune has reached its limit. No sooner had he fled a short distance than he was spotted by a frenzied small witch. Though the wolf demon is of the golden immortal stage, he recognizes that confronting a similarly ranked small witch would be tantamount to courting death, driving him to flee even further. Thus, the current scene unfolds. Perhaps growing weary of the chase, or simply having had their fill of the sport, the small witch suddenly exerts force beneath his feet, and a thunderous crack reverberates through the surroundings. In an instant, he appears 100 feet away, and with another flash, he closes the gap again, the distance between them shrinking to mere hundreds of meters. This is due to the witches relying solely on their physical prowess. Had it been a golden immortal cultivator, they could have attacked from miles away. As the small witch approaches, the wolf demon's heart collapses in despair, whispering, "My life is forfeit," yet, cornered and seemingly facing annihilation. A resolute glimmer ignites within his wolfish eyes. Suddenly, he pivots, unleashing a barrage of wind blades from his mouth, targeting the encroaching small witch. However, despite the ferocity of his assault, it merely leaves shallow marks upon the witch's exposed. The diminutive shaman, standing at a mere 50 feet, appeared somewhat diminutive in description. As the fierce winds of the approaching fists howled through the air, the wolf demon felt as if its consciousness had plunged into darkness. Confronted with the formidable physical prowess of the shaman clan, all of its various spells and supernatural abilities seemed utterly ineffective. Had it possessed a primordial spiritual treasure, it would not have been entirely defenseless. A spiritual treasure. Suddenly, the wolf demon's heart quaked. Although it lacked a spiritual treasure, it seemed to recall that it had recently consecrated a magical artifact before its arrival. While it was well aware that such an artifact could not breach the resilience of the shaman's physique, the wolf demon was too preoccupied to ponder further. As the fist descended, it acted instinctively. A surge of crimson light manifested, slicing upwards toward the shaman's arm. A soft peef echoed, barely audible compared to the earlier sounds of pursuit between the demon and the shaman. Yet, at that moment, both the wolf demon and the shaman were momentarily stunned. The wolf demon was taken aback to discover that the once indomitable shaman's body now seemed as fragile as paper in the presence of the artifact it had consecrated. The shaman, on the other hand, was stunned by the realization that its once proud physique had been compromised by a demon of equal standing. Gazing at the severed arm on the ground, upon hearing these words, Fushi understood that Emperor Jun was displeased. Yet, he found it impossible to personally partake in the slaughter of the human race. Thus, he bitterly remarked, "In that case, if the demon emperor intends to take action, I am reluctant to intervene, and I hope for your understanding." Observing this, Emperor Jun recognized that Fushi had made a considerable concession. However, considering that Fushi, as the emperor of the demon court, harbored sentiments towards Nüwa, he remained unsatisfied. He then spoke forth, "If that is the case, then the Emperor of Shi Huang should proceed to Nüwa's realm to explain matters to the goddess Nüwa on my behalf. As for the Houtu and Luoshu, I still have use for them, so I shall reclaim them for now." It is worth noting that when Emperor Jun initially invited Fushi to join the demon race, he had promised him unrestricted access to the Houtu and Luoshu. This was also the reason Fushi had retained the Houtu and Luoshu since joining the demon race, aside from the great battles. Now, however, Emperor Jun was demanding the return of the Houtu and Luoshu. Fushi naturally understood the growing rift between them and chose not to speak further. With a thought, the Houtu and Luoshu instantly flew out from his primordial spirit, landing before Emperor Jun. Subsequently, Fushi rose and declared, "In that case, I shall proceed to Nüwa's realm, and when the day of the battle between the Wu and the demons arrives, I shall return. At this moment, Fushi, even too weary to use formal titles, referred to himself simply as a humble Taoist. With that, he vanished from the demon court in a flash. The other demon deities lowered their heads in silence, wishing they could render themselves invisible amidst the dispute of the great figures. Once Fushi departed, Emperor Jun shifted his gaze towards the assembled demon deities and calmly stated, "Halmoon demon god, since it was your descendant who discovered this, I entrust you with the task of collecting the blood and souls of the human race. This artifact shall be known as the Slaughter Wu Sword. Execute this task well, and the demon court shall reward you." With that, he casually waved his hand, and a bottle-shaped artifact flew forth, landing before Halmoon demon god. This was the primordial spirit treasure, the Four Seas bottle, capable of containing an entire sea of water. You need only fill it with the blood of the human race. Do not engage in excessive slaughter, as it would be wise to spare some face for the holy Nüwa. Upon hearing this, Halmoon demon god respectfully accepted the Four Seas bottle and departed. Thus, the decision to slaughter the human race was firmly established. Emperor Jun then spoke again. "Everyone, we have found a solution regarding the physical bodies of the Wu clan. However, the 12 capital heavenly gods and fiends' great formation is exceedingly formidable. Currently, Shi Huang has pressing matters to attend to and cannot enhance the power of the great formation of the stars. Do any of you have alternative strategies?" The assembled demons murmured in their hearts, begrudgingly thinking, "Pressing matters? Wasn't it you who forced him away?" Nevertheless, those present recognized Emperor Jun as the true ruler of the demon race and dared not express their thoughts openly. At this moment, the highest-ranking individuals in the Great Hall were Emperor Jun, Tai, Kunping, and Baze. Emperor Jun posed a question. Tai was responsible solely for combat, and Baze had already offered counsel regarding the Slaughterwu sword. This left only Kunping yet to speak. Thus, the gazes of the demon deities turned towards Kunping. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Kunping's heart tightened, and he spoke, "Your Majesty, I have a plan that could drive a wedge between the 12 Wu clans." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun inquired curiously, "What clever scheme does the demon master propose?" Kunping replied nonchalantly, "The 12 ancestors of Wu are inherently combative and frequently engage in mutual conflict. Among them, Zhu Rong and Gonggong are particularly at odds. With but a slight manipulation, I can cause internal strife within the Wu clan." Emperor Jun, however, expressed skepticism, saying, "Though the 12 ancestors of Wu often clash, it is merely in passing. This strategy seems of little use to our discussion." Unperturbed, Kunping's expression darkened as he continued, "Your Majesty is unaware, but in the western 800 side gates, there exists a profound technique that can incite turmoil in the hearts of others. If I subtly apply this method to incite Zhu Rong and Gonggong against each other, it could spiral out of control, leading to a life and death split." Instantly, the powerful beings present felt a tightening in their hearts, casting wary glances at Kunping. Yet, Emperor Jun remained unperturbed and asked, "While your words may hold truth, how do you propose to sway the two saints of the West?" With a shadowy smile, Kunping replied, "He, Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but I once allied with the river of the underworld against Hanyun. Were it not for the assistance of those two, how could we have concealed ourselves from the perception of Xinyuanzi? Thus, I share a certain karmic tie with the two saints of the West. This time, I shall resolve that karmic connection." Emperor Jun understood the implication of Kunping's words. The two saints of the West were indeed Zhuanti and Jing. However, Kunping refrained from mentioning this directly, fearing their perception. The karmic connection he referred to was related to the incident of the Purple Cloud Palace. It was said that during the Taoist teaching at the Purple Cloud Palace, Zhuanti and Jane arrived late. Lamenting their plight within the palace, Hongyun, being the kind-hearted type, could not bear to see others in tears, thus he relinquished his position to the two from the West. However, this act of relinquishment became problematic, as that seat was the very opportunity for attaining sainthood. How could the two from the West repay such a karmic debt? To evade this karma, the best course of action would be to ensure Hongyun's demise. In doing so, the karmic ties would naturally dissipate. Otherwise, to speak plainly, even if the two achieved sainthood in the future, Hongyun could very well loom over them, making their lives miserable. This entanglement of karmic retribution was indeed a serious matter. Just then, Kunping appeared, seeking to claim the primordial purple energy from Hongyun. The two from the West would undoubtedly intervene in secret to disrupt the heavenly mechanisms, while Kunping sought the primordial purple energy. The two saints of the West aimed to settle their karmic debt. Ultimately, however, it could be said that the two Western saints gained some advantage, incurring a minor debt to Kunping, which paled in comparison to the karmic implications with Hongyun. Hearing Kunping's explanation, the assembled powers collectively exhaled in relief. Emperor Jun was particularly elated and promptly declared, "In that case, let the matter of the Wu clan be entrusted to the demon master." Kunping replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Fuxi transformed into a streak of flowing light, traversing through the harsh winds of the nine heavens, swiftly arriving outside Nuwa's realm. He encountered Ling Zhuzi, who had come to greet him. "Welcome, my lord. The goddess has been awaiting you for some time." Fuxi nodded and wasted no time following Ling Zhuzi onward. Soon, they reached the palace of the goddess Nüwa, who sat majestically upon her throne. "I pay my respects to the goddess Nüwa." The goddess Nüwa sighed resignedly and replied gently, "Brother, you still maintain such distance." Fuxi shook his head, saying, "Sister, as a saint, you must not be disrespected," aware of Fuxi's nature. Nüwa chose not to dwell on it, and said, "Since you have come, you should focus on cultivating here in Nuwa's realm. Do not involve yourself further in the matters of the Wu and the demons." Upon hearing this, Fuxi frowned and retorted, "Sister, the human race is your own creation. Will you truly not intervene to stop this?" Nüwa shook her head and replied, "This is the grand trend of the heavenly Tao. The human race must face this calamity as a saint of the heavenly Tao. I cannot obstruct it." Fuxi, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief, thinking that his sister had become somewhat estranged since attaining sainthood. Yet, faced with the frenzied actions of Emperor Jun and Tai, if Nüwa did not intervene, Who could possibly halt their advance? He pondered this in his heart and urgently exclaimed, "But the human race still venerates you as the Holy Mother. Will you truly stand idly by?" At these words, Nüwa's expression turned indifferent, and she replied coolly, "Brother, concentrate on your cultivation here. Do not involve yourself any further in the struggles of the Hongwang." Observing the impassive countenance of the Saint Nüwa, Fushi was enveloped by an unfamiliar sensation. Yet, feeling powerless to thwart the frenzied Dijun, he resolved to avert his gaze and immerse himself in meditation. As Fushi began to traverse the ethereal realms, the Saint Nüwa directed her attention towards the primordial wilderness, silently contemplating, "Little one, the fate of humanity rests solely upon you. Time in the primordial realm is unmarked. A mere century slipped by in the blink of an eye." After expelling the demon clan from the fringes of the human territories, Feng returned to Shouyang Mountain, where he exchanged for the demonic technique known as the heavenly demon illusionary body from the tale of the dual dragons of the Great Tang. Over the course of a century, he had diligently cultivated it to a nascent state of mastery. It is noteworthy that the heavenly demon illusionary body transcends mere illusion, allowing for fluid transitions between reality and mirage. Gazing upon the desolate Shouyang Mountain, Feng's expression grew grave. Over a millennium had elapsed, yet the three ancestors had not returned. One could easily surmise the dire circumstances besieging the human race at the borders. Casting his gaze towards the direction of the unending mountain, he could faintly discern the towering pillar that pierced the heavens, heralding the approach of the demon clan, led by our Martial Ancestor. As his words echoed across Shouyang Mountain, Feng's figure had already vanished. Concurrently, a command emanated from Shouyang Mountain, spreading throughout the human tribes. Martial Ancestor's decree: all warriors of the human race above the innate realm hasten to the Shanha tribe to defend against external foes. In an instant, powerful figures surged forth from the human territories, soaring towards the Shanha tribe, the closest human settlement to the demon court of the unending mountain. Feng, possessing an acute awareness of the unfolding events in the primordial realm, knew that the demon clan was on the brink of launching a massacre against humanity. Logically, no one would anticipate that an isolated faction of humanity would suffer such an unforeseen calamity. However, even with knowledge of impending doom, how could the recently initiated Golden Core cultivators withstand the onslaught of the demon clan? Remarkably, Feng, having significantly enhanced his abilities, traversed the distance from Shouyang Mountain to hover above the Shanha tribe in less than half a year. Upon arrival, he assumed control of the tribe's authority. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the tribe's people, he compelled them to retreat to the rear, leaving behind millions of potent human warriors, all of whom were above the innate realm. Notably, the former tribal leaders, Shan and He, had unexpectedly ascended to the Great Master Realm. At this moment, Shan and He wore expressions of confusion. It is essential to note that the Shanha tribe was one of the original 500 tribes of humanity, boasting a considerable size. After millennia of growth, the human population had surpassed 1 billion. Fortunately, once one reached the acquired realm, they could absorb innate spiritual energy to meet their bodily needs. Otherwise, in the primitive era of subsistence hunting, such a vast number of individuals would have long since fragmented. Martial Ancestor, why disperse the tribe and leave only us million? Shan and He remained unaware of the specific circumstances. Nevertheless, upon hearing the Martial Ancestor's edict, they refrained from voicing dissent. Once the tribe had vacated, they finally voiced their perplexity. Feng, transparent in his intentions, promptly articulated, "Our human race stands on the precipice of survival. We must unite as one." Upon hearing this, the tribal leader of Shan was taken aback and exclaimed, "With the 4 ancestors overseeing us, which force dares to threaten our kin?" Feng's gaze shifted towards the direction of the unending mountain, his expression grave as he replied, "The demon clan." Instantly, every individual present was struck with astonishment. Having cultivated to such heights, they were all exceptional members of humanity, well acquainted with the powers within the primordial realm. It was widely acknowledged that the demon clan ranked among the most formidable forces in existence. Though we dwell in seclusion, we have not clashed with the demon clan. Why would they come for us? The female leader, He, still harbored skepticism. Feng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Could he reveal to them that he possessed foreknowledge of the primordial narrative? Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to cultivate vigorously, maximizing his potential. As the others recognized they could not elicit further information, they suppressed their curiosities and sought a nearby clearing to meditate in silence. As time drifted on, an increasing number of human beings gathered within the Shanha tribe. Each individual possessed at least innate strength, with several even attaining the celestial realm. Yet, despite this, a sense of anxiety lingered within Yi Feng, for the demons, even the weakest of their kind, possessed the cultivation of Xianxian. Let alone the numerous greater demons, demon kings, and demon gods that lurked above that on the human side. Yi Feng stood alone at the extraordinary realm, with merely 2 others at the celestial realm, while a continuous influx of human warriors arrived. Yi Feng understood that the number of celestial realm cultivators among humanity would not exceed a mere handful. It was evident that humanity appeared to be at a significant disadvantage. Although Yi Feng was aware that the demon clan had only dispatched a few demon gods for the purpose of slaughtering humanity. Who could predict whether his presence might provoke the arrival of even more demon gods, or even demon saints? However, having reached this juncture, Yi Feng comprehended that humanity had no path of retreat remaining. Thus, it was better to embrace the challenge head-on. The affairs along the East Sea could no longer be of concern. He must first safeguard Shouyang Mountain. As time continued to elapse, decades passed once more. At this point, the Shanha tribe had once again amassed nearly 100 million human beings, all of whom were above the innate realm. It could be said that every human in the vicinity of Shouyang Mountain had converged upon the Shanha tribe. Centered around Yi Feng, powerful figures could be seen meditating within a vast radius. Yi Feng, too, generously imparted the undying seal technique to those celestial realm warriors among the humans. One day, while Yi Feng was immersed in silent cultivation, he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the skies as he gravely uttered, "They are coming." Though his voice was soft, it resonated in the minds of all present. In an instant, countless warriors of humanity rose, their eyes fixed intently on the distant horizon, their hearts devoid of fear. Though humanity may be weak, they would not be easily subjugated. At this moment, amidst the formidable army of the demon race, the Howling Moon demon god stood at the forefront. War is not merely a matter of striking at will. It necessitates the meticulous coordination of various factions. Hence, although the Howling Moon demon god had long received the decree to annihilate the human race, it took nearly a century to organize the demon troops under his command. This also elucidates why, when Emperor Jun declared a decisive battle against the witch tribe, it took several hundred years to prepare. Fortunately, the existence of the celestial star array facilitated the flow of time, or else this duration would likely have doubled. Beside the Howling Moon demon god was a wolf demon, whose strength merely reached the golden, immortal realm. This scene evoked deep envy among the myriad demon kings trailing behind. Had the deities of the Grand Hall witnessed this, they would have recognized this wolf demon as the one whose blood could pierce the flesh of the witch tribe. Of course, being a descendant of the Howling Moon, this demon was privy to certain insights that other demon gods might not possess. Namely, that consuming human flesh could enhance one's cultivation. Although he himself had already attained the great Luo golden immortal realm and had no need for such sustenance. It is imperative to remember that the demon race is not a monolithic entity. Within the demon court, aside from the white Zade demon sage, who wholeheartedly assisted Emperor Jun and Tai, other demon sages harbored their own ambitions. Similarly, among the demon gods, each plotted for the benefit of their respective tribes. Naturally, the Howling Moon demon god aspired to bolster the strength of his subordinates to gain greater influence within the demon court. Aware of the advantages of human flesh, he would not let this opportunity slip. As the demon army advanced, a thick miasma of demonic energy enveloped the sky, casting it into darkness, rendering even the golden crows above invisible. Gazing down at the human tribes, the Howling Moon demon god noted that humans cultivated martial arts, with their strength residing within their bodies, unlike the practitioners who cultivated the Nüwa palace. Moreover, as humans had only emerged for a mere 10,000 years, the Howling Moon demon god merely sensed the surroundings without detecting any anomalies and coldly commanded, "Demon warriors, we have now entered human territory. Leave behind 100,000 to slaughter these humans. The rest shall disperse and massacre any human tribes they encounter." In an instant, countless demons surged in all directions, leaving only 100,000 demon soldiers to attack the human tribe before them. Observing that the demons had dispatched only 100,000 troops, Yi Feng could not help but smirk coldly. How contemptuous they must be of the human race, since this is the case. I shall graciously accept this gift. Strike first to gain the advantage. Those who hesitate shall suffer. Before the 100,000 demon soldiers could traverse a mere 10,000 miles, 18 golden dragons suddenly manifested in the sky above the tribe. Roar, the thunderous dragon roars reverberated through the primordial expanse as they charged toward the approaching demon army. The sound of the dragon's ferocious cries, the howling moon demon god, who had been standing aloof in the void, was struck with astonishment. Dragons? How could the dragon race appear here? Did they not retreat to the four seas after the Dragonhan calamity? While pondering this, a sudden realization struck him. Not good. However, by the time the howling moon demon god grasped the situation, it was already too late. He witnessed the 18 golden dragons align in formation and sweep through the ranks of the 100,000 demon soldiers. With their extraordinary power, how could mere demon soldiers, whose highest cultivation was only at the Tai golden immortal level, withstand such an onslaught? In an instant, the 100,000 demon soldiers plummeted to the ground like dumplings, their souls extinguished in a single strike. Beneath Mount Buzhou, south of the Pango Hall, a vast witch tribe thrived in this region. In the heart of the tribe stood a grand palace, where the ancestor witch Houtu sat in tranquil meditation. It had been 200 years since the last battle with the demon race. Initially, the 12 ancestor witches had guarded the Pango Hall, but a century ago, upon Zhurong's awakening, they returned to their respective tribes. After Houtu returned to her tribe, she entrusted tribal affairs to her subordinate, the Great Witch Yi, while she herself remained in seclusion. Despite this, Houtu had been restless for a century. Every time she attempted to focus on her cultivation, her mind would inevitably conjure images of countless beings perishing within the celestial star array, filling her with an inexplicable agitation. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged from the void. Houtu was momentarily stunned, her gaze drifting millions of miles away. Demons, that direction must be where the humans reside. Just then, the Great Witch hurriedly arrived, respectfully addressing Houtu, ancestor witch. The demon race is attacking the humans. Shall our witch tribe intervene? The witch tribe, being the bitter enemies of the demon race, instinctively sought to thwart their actions. Therefore, upon discovering the demons assaulting the humans, he was eager to intervene. However, as Houtu contemplated refusing, visions of past carnage resurfaced in her mind. The thought of countless beings facing imminent demise stirred a profound compassion within her. She spoke decisively. The human race is feeble. Take your warriors and do your utmost to protect them. If the situation becomes untenable, allow some of them to seek refuge in our tribe. Yi's heart soared with joy upon hearing this, and he quickly replied, Yes, ancestor witch. With that, he departed to gather the tribe's members. Heading toward Shouyang Mountain, this was the strength of the witch tribe. They did not cultivate the primordial spirit and needed not spend extensive periods in seclusion to comprehend the loss. Instead, through daily combat, they could naturally elevate their physical cultivation. Thus, he quickly assembled the tribe's members in no time. Once he departed, Houtu's restlessness only intensified. With a thought, she began to traverse the primordial realm. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded among the other 11 ancestor witches' tribes. However, unlike Houtu, the other 11 ancestor witches displayed no reaction. They merely believed that the demon race was venting their frustrations on the humans due to their previous defeat. The 11 ancestor witches, regarding the weak humans who bore a resemblance to their own kin with disdain, paid little heed to the demon's actions. Wuzhuangguan, situated at the juncture of the eastern and western realms of the primordial world, was the abode of the mighty genuine Z.It was said to be formed from the primordial essence of the emu and the roots of the ginseng fruit tree. Upon its emergence, it was accompanied by the Earth Book, one of the three great texts of the primordial world. One of the top powers in the primordial realm, Xinyuanzi was known as the progenitor of Earth immortals. After the fall of his friend Hongyun, Xinyuanzi had remained in Wuzhuangguan, devoted to his cultivation, seeking to avenge his friend. One day, while immersed in his practices, Xinyuanzi was suddenly roused by the sounds of battle. After calculating the situation, he found the heavenly secrets obscured, rendering him unable to deduce further. He promptly summoned his disciples, Qi Feng and Mingwei, asking, Do you know what transpired in the primordial realm? Though Qi Feng and Mingwei were merely disciples of Xinyuanzi, they possessed strength at the Tai golden immortal level. The two disciples responded in unison, reporting to our master, the demon race is attacking the human race. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi's expression darkened with anger. It is well known that Xinyuanzi, with his cultivation, would not be troubled by ordinary great Luo golden immortal cultivators. Yet now, the battle spanned tens of millions of miles. While it had not yet reached the might of a quasi-saint, the sheer extent indicated an alarming breadth. The demon race had grown increasingly audacious. The human race, merely residing in a corner, was not spared, regardless of Emperor Jun's motives, since he sheltered Kuanping, It seemed I could not refrain from becoming involved. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Are there any human activities near Wuzhuangguan?" The two disciples, perceiving Xinyuanzi's intent to stir trouble, responded with trepidation, reporting to our master, several hundred years ago, there was a human tribe of several tens of thousands situated 100,000 miles to the southeast. We were planning to drive them away, but we momentarily indulged in play and overslept. Upon hearing the words, Xinyuanzi immediately released his primordial spirit, and in an instant, his late-stage quasi-saint consciousness enveloped an expanse of billions of miles. Although the malevolent energy in the world had reached its zenith due to the demon clan's assault on humanity, and the heavenly Tao had receded, rendering calculations impossible, the cultivator's primordial spirit could still perceive everything in the vicinity. Following the directions provided by the two young attendants, he swiftly located the human tribe residing there. With a mere thought, a celestial script floated above Xinyuanzi's head, and the protective array of Wuzhuang Temple was activated, enveloping the human beings from 100,000 miles away at that moment. Feng and Nüwa were filled with curiosity. However, being aware of their roles as mere attendants to their master, they refrained from inquiring about the reasons. After completing this, Xinyuanzi once again focused on his cultivation. In the Shana tribe, with Yifeng's unexpected outburst, the primordial spirits of 100,000 demons were instantly extinguished, including several demon kings of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. A profound silence fell over the heavens and the earth. The demon army, which was initially preparing to advance to other regions, seemed to have pressed the pause button, staring in astonishment at the unfolding events. What audacity! A voice of fury erupted as a wolf demon, towering nearly 1,000 feet, appeared above the fallen demon army. It was none other than the Howling Moon Demon God. Originally, each demon god under the demon court commanded 100 million demon soldiers. But after the catastrophic losses suffered during the War of Witches and Demons 2 centuries ago, the demon forces had been significantly depleted. This time, the Howling Moon Demon God had brought merely 10 million demon soldiers. Although 1 million is considerable, the territory of the human race is vast. Not only was there the Shoyang Mountain, but dozens of Tai Golden Immortal Demon Kings were also stationed along the shores of the East Sea. Not to mention other directions. Since Shoyang Mountain was personally transported by the Saint Nüwa, it is regarded as the ancestral land of humanity. Therefore, the Howling Moon Demon God personally took command there. To his astonishment, the seemingly insignificant humans suddenly struck, annihilating 100,000 demon soldiers, equivalent to 1/20th of his total forces stationed at Shoyang Mountain. How could the Howling Moon Demon God not be furious? His gaze fixated on the humans before him. He coldly proclaimed, "Humans, do you dare to slay my kin without fearing the wrath of the demon court?" In an instant, the oppressive aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm enveloped everyone present. Faces turned pale, and bodies trembled uncontrollably. Nevertheless, each human's expression bore a resolute determination. As the Howling Moon Demon God's words faded, Feng gradually ascended into the air, despite his seemingly diminutive stature compared to the colossal demon god. Every inch of his skin concealed terrifying power. In an instant, the oppressive force hovering over the human crowd dissipated entirely. It was absurd. The demon clan sought to slaughter the human race, yet they expected no resistance? What logic was that? The Howling Moon Demon God, noticing this, narrowed his pupils slightly and coldly remarked, "Great Luo Golden Immortal. Humanity has only emerged for a mere 10,000 years, and yet such a being has appeared. If this continues, the demon race will face calamity. It seems today, humanity has thoroughly vanished from the primordial chaos." Upon finishing his words, he no longer engaged in verbal sparring with Feng and bellowed, "Demon warriors, annihilate these humans before us." As his command echoed, a terrifying moonlight suddenly erupted from his mouth, charging towards Feng. Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers unleashed their powers, blanketing millions of miles of void with various divine abilities. In response to this terrifying spectacle, Feng remained undaunted, shouting, "Kill!" As his voice resonated, over 100 million human cultivators surged into action. In an instant, golden dragons soared, colossal palms struck, and sword energies crisscrossed, forming streams of luminous light directed at the demon army's assault. Feng, not daring to be negligent, relied on his formidable physique and the unparalleled power of the Undying Seal to charge directly at the Howling Moon Demon God within the primordial chaos. It is a widely held belief that the larger the being, the stronger the power. Although he sensed Feng possessed the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, the Howling Moon Demon God dismissed him as insignificant. Now, witnessing Feng daring to approach him single-handedly, how could the Howling Moon Demon God not be enraged? In an instant, they soared towards the heavens. Preparing to confront Feng.it is crucial to understand that when great Luo golden immortals engage in battle, they possess the power to annihilate the very fabric of the world. Should they clash in one location, regardless of whether they are demon soldiers or human warriors, neither side could withstand the onslaught of a single individual. Meanwhile, countless attacks from both sides collided in the void, allowing the beings of the primordial world to once again grasp the concept of quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation, with a terrifying explosion reverberating through the air. Within tens of millions of miles, countless mountains crumbled, and lakes overflowed. The earth was riddled with fissures stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, as flames erupted from the ground, faced with the assault of millions of demon soldiers. The human race managed to gather over 100 million powerful beings, barely managing to hold the line. This clearly illustrates the terrifying nature of the demon race. As the first wave of attacks fell, the demon army surged from all directions, ready to engage the humans in close combat. For the demon race, their greatest pride lay in their formidable physical strength, except for the abnormal beings of the witch race. They harbored no fear of any other species in the primordial world, especially when confronting the insignificant human race. They possessed a significant psychological advantage. High above the 9 heavens, Feng floated serenely in the void. His martial prowess had reached an extraordinary level, with every movement brimming with immense power. Several years had passed since the two sides first clashed. Initially, the Howling Moon Demon God, relying on his massive frame, sought to confront Feng head-on. However, he encountered the anomaly that was Feng, and after several collisions, not only did Feng remain unscathed, but the Howling Moon Demon God himself sustained considerable injuries. This demonstrates the inherent physical resilience of the demon race, for had he been an ordinary great Luo golden immortal, he would likely have been crushed. Consequently, the Howling Moon Demon God swiftly altered his strategy, shifting from a physical confrontation to employing divine laws and techniques, relying on his years of accumulated magical power to suppress Feng entirely. However, this was a miscalculation on his part. With the aid of the celestial demon's illusory steps and the undying seal, Feng repeatedly appeared before the Howling Moon Demon God, causing him to falter in confusion that it was solely due to the demon race's robust physique that he could barely hold his ground. The great Luo golden immortals, as expected of the mighty beings of the primordial realm, possessed an array of recovery abilities and means of survival. Even someone as formidable as Feng, whose physical strength and internal power were extraordinary, could only keep the Howling Moon Demon God at bay without being able to eliminate him outright. At this moment, the Howling Moon Demon God grew increasingly anxious with each passing moment. Were it not for the imperial decree of Emperor June, he would have likely fled back to the demon court by now. Currently, he could only focus on stalling Feng, leaving the slaughter of the human race to his subordinate demon soldiers. Unbeknownst to him, above the mountains and rivers, the war did not unfold as the Howling Moon Demon God had envisioned. After the initial wave of attacks, human warriors rallied to counter the assault. Some engaged single demon soldiers, while others formed groups of dozens to attack together. Although individually weaker than the demon soldiers, particularly those of the Tai Golden Immortal rank, they still fought fiercely, protected by their golden bell shield and the support of their comrades. Nonetheless, countless human beings and demon soldiers perished in the ongoing conflict. If a cultivator were to gaze down from the skies, they would find the ground completely blanketed with corpses from both sides. However, both factions had long since entered a state of relentless combat. This was a struggle for survival between races, where it was either their demise or that of their adversaries, leaving no room for hesitation. High above the 9 heavens, in stark contrast to the Howling Moon Demon God, Feng held a distinct advantage and thus had a clear view of the battlefield below, witnessing the sacrifices made by countless human warriors. Feng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yet, he understood that should he descend into the fray, the Howling Moon Demon God would be freed from his constraints, leading to even greater losses for the human race. After all, the battlefield spanned tens of millions of miles, and even with Feng's power, it would take several breaths of time to traverse it. If the Howling Moon Demon God launched a surprise attack during that interval, Feng would be unable to provide timely assistance. Therefore, despite his anxiety, Feng could only intensify his assaults, striving to completely subdue the Howling Moon Demon God as quickly as possible. At that moment, A series of insights suddenly surged forth in his mind, accompanied by waves of soreness and numbness coursing through his body. Feng was momentarily taken aback before a wave of joy washed over him. As his realizations deepened, his physical form visibly surged in strength. In mere moments, the golden bell shield, which he had mastered, broke through its critical threshold and descended to a minor mastery level. At this juncture, Feng experienced a profound epiphany, sensing that his golden bell shield could extend far and wide. With a mere thought, an inexhaustible surge of vital energy erupted from his body, and in the blink of an eye, a blood-red bell shadow enveloped an expanse of millions of miles in the void. Instantly, the demon soldiers, who had been attacking furiously, found their movements stifled, and they were subsequently shattered by the bell's impact. The once chaotic battlefield fell silent, and a pin drop could be heard. Meanwhile, the howling moon demon god, already at a disadvantage, sensed the sudden enlightenment of Feng and felt an impending sense of doom. He contemplated launching an assault to disrupt Feng's moment of clarity, but knowing the peculiarity of Feng's physical prowess, he promptly extinguished that thought. Instead, he unleashed his great Luo golden immortal powers and frantically fled towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. Disregarding his own safety. At this moment, Feng remained engrossed in his enlightenment and was oblivious to these developments. By the time everything settled, the howling moon demon god had vanished without a trace. Feng cast his gaze downward, and with a single glance, he swiftly comprehended why his golden bell shield had suddenly advanced. It turned out that the golden bell shield itself was a technique for honing the physical body. Through continuous external forces, it gradually enhanced one's defensive capabilities. In the past, although humans had never ceased to temper their physical forms, the progression of the golden bell shield had been slow. However, after years of relentless combat with the demon race, the physical bodies of human warriors had continuously endured cycles of destruction and recovery. This effectively equated to a rigorous and intensive refining of their bodies. Consequently, over the course of several years, a portion of human warriors had managed to elevate their golden bell shields to a level of mastery. As the Martial Ancestor, Feng naturally broke through his current limitations, achieving minor mastery in the technique thanks to the collective efforts of those around him. With the minor mastery of the golden bell shield, Feng's physical prowess surged to the realm of a martial deity, equivalent to the early stages of a quasi-saint in the primordial world. Thus, Feng had firmly established himself in this realm. Glancing towards Mount Buzhou, Feng remarked nonchalantly, "You may have escaped swiftly. In truth, given Feng's current strength, he could have pursued and caught up if he so desired. However, with the battle just concluded, should Feng appear prematurely, it would only incite panic among the human race. Therefore, he chose not to chase after the fleeing howling moon demon god. Instead, he slowly descended towards the ground. As Feng's figure materialized, the previously bewildered human warriors snapped back to reality, hurriedly bowing and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Martial Ancestor." Feng acknowledged them with a nod and, upon surveying the scene, was astonished to find that nearly 108 human warriors had successfully elevated their golden bell shields to a level of mastery. This signified that the human race had produced 100 extraordinary beings with formidable physical capabilities, among whom shone, and he stood out prominently. As his gaze swept across the battlefield, taking in the countless corpses of human warriors, Feng could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. He then addressed the gathered crowd, saying, "Though the human race has emerged victorious in this battle, the demon race has not suffered significant losses. The true formidable adversaries have yet to reveal themselves. This skirmish only involved one of the 365 demon gods from the demon court. In the future, the human race will face even graver challenges, so do not let your guard down." In a fleeting moment, the initially exuberant crowd of the human race fell into a solemn silence. Over the course of several years, the sacrifices among the human warriors had exceeded half, with the innate human race suffering the loss of hundreds. Such staggering casualties had only resulted in minor injuries to the demon race, hardly even qualifying as significant wounds. How could this not incite panic among the masses beneath the mountain river tribe? As Feng's words echoed, the crowd was engulfed in trepidation. Observing this, Feng offered words of reassurance. "However, the vastness of the wilderness means that our human race occupies but a small corner of the world. The demon army, advancing from the Unzao Mountains, will require at least 200 years to arrive. How long have we, the human race, been cultivating? In 200 years, I believe our human race will present a completely different visage." Upon hearing Yi Feng's proclamation, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Indeed, they had only cultivated for a few thousand years and had already vanquished invading demons. In another 200 years, even if the demons were to grow stronger. With the Martial Ancestor present, they held confidence in their ability to withstand any assault. In an instant, the spirits of many were uplifted, leading several to enter a state of enlightenment. This drew envious gazes from other members of the human race. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng offered a slight smile that it seemed that the author of his previous life had not been entirely mistaken. Within the realm of life and death lies tremendous opportunity. Those of the human race who survived such a great battle were undoubtedly gathered with fortuitous luck. Now that the war had come to an end, it was naturally a time for rapid advancement in strength. With this thought, Yi Feng utilized the extraordinary power of his inner energy to isolate those in enlightenment. He then spoke, "Esteemed ones, although we have withstood the assault of the demon race, the human tribes along the eastern sea and other directions are still mired in dire straits. Mountain, river, those of you who have reached the adept level of the Golden Bell Shield, each of you shall lead 300,000 strong warriors to offer support. I shall remain here to safeguard our position." The 108 human beings immediately responded with respect. "Yes, Martial Ancestor." With that, the 108 humans soared into the sky, organizing their respective teams before swiftly departing into the distance. The previously bustling mountain river tribe instantly fell into a serene stillness. Meanwhile, within the Houtu tribe, the great shaman raced forward with fervor. In merely a few months, he traversed tens of millions of kilometers to reach the territory occupied by the human race. As he surveyed the surroundings, he beheld countless ruins scattered about, yet found no sign of any human presence. Seeing this, he remained unfazed. Although he had been ordered to assist the human race, he was merely seeking some excitement after a prolonged period of boredom in the tribe. He paid no heed to the surrounding area. Instead, following the lingering scent left by the demons, days passed, and in the distance, he finally spotted a tiny golden immortal demon king standing in the void. With a mighty inhalation, countless human beings were drawn uncontrollably towards the demon. Upon witnessing this, Yi's heart leapt with joy. After such a long journey, he had finally encountered a demon, albeit one of only Tai golden immortal level, yet it was sufficient to ignite his desire to engage in battle. Without delay, he withdrew his bow and arrows, swiftly knocking an arrow and releasing it in one fluid motion. Instantly, an arrow trailed a long tail of flame as it hurtled towards the demon king with great ferocity. Hearing the sound of the arrow slicing through the air behind him, the demon king finally reacted, but it was already too late. In an instant, the arrow struck fiercely at his neck, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloping the demon king's heart. Struggling to direct his gaze towards the source of the arrow, he narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Great shaman of the witch clan." No sooner had he spoken than he plummeted towards the human tribe below, causing a wave of panic as the humans scattered in fear. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from afar, filled with raucous laughter. Ha ha. What a thrill. As the words fell, tens of thousands of giants towering hundreds of feet in height materialized before the crowd. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, yet recognizing that the newcomer was the one who had slain the demon king, they refrained from acting rashly. The venerable elder of the human race stepped forward. Bowing respectfully to from the Eastern tribe of the human race, "We extend our deepest gratitude for your life-saving intervention, noble immortal." Upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha. I am not one of those sanctimonious individuals. We hail from the Houtu tribe of the witch clan. Tell me, do you know if there are any other demons nearby?" Though the elder appeared quite aged in the eyes of the witch clan, such age was still that of a mere child. The elder shook his head vigorously. "I am unaware of any movements from the demons, and I implore this valiant warrior for your understanding." At that moment, the elder found himself at a loss for how to address Undeterred, turned his curious gaze towards the multitude of human beings below. Indeed, the humans bore a striking resemblance to ordinary members of the witch clan, save for their frail bodies and diminutive stature. They bore few differences. Meanwhile, the crowd, under Yi's scrutinizing gaze, felt a surge of trepidation, mistakenly believing that the newcomer intended to devour the human race. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Yi's attention was drawn to a thatched cottage nearby, where suddenly, a stirring sensation coursed through him, imparting a sense of awe. What a delicate beauty adorned with lead powder, gracefully draped in fine silk. In Yi's eyes, before this woman, it seemed as if the stars from the celestial river had descended, and the blossoms of the abyss were in full bloom. Unbeknownst to At that very moment of admiration, a red thread materialized, linking the two of them together. With a swift motion, he leapt forward, causing the ground to tremble with a thunderous roar, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the woman. With a mere thought, his witch clan form transformed, shrinking into a robust man of a single zhang in height. With a gentle demeanor, he spoke, "I am Dai of the Houtu tribe. Might I inquire how to address you, fair maiden?" Though his tone was soft, the inherent roughness of the witch clan resonated, causing the surrounding innate spiritual energy to hum with reverberation. Whether in ancient times or modernity, the tales of heroes rescuing maidens have always captivated the hearts of women, and this maiden was no exception. Upon hearing the Yi's inquiry, her face flushed crimson, and she stammered, "I am Chang'e of the Juzi clan." Upon hearing this, he laughed heartily. "Would you be willing to accompany me to the witch clan? With the protection of the witch clan, no demon shall dare to infringe upon you." Chang'e paused, her gaze shifting towards the elder of the human race. Although she felt an affinity towards Yi, she was still a member of the human race and could not easily forsake her tribe. The elder, well-versed in the ways of the world, recognized that the witch clan had likely taken a liking to Chang'e. He nodded sagely. "You may decide for yourself." Seeing this, Chang'e hesitated, and after an indeterminate period, she finally spoke, "Though I wish to go, I cannot bear to abandon my kin in the tribe." Yi, upon hearing her words, laughed heartily. "What difficulty is there in this? You are presently concerned about a sudden demon ambush. Why not move together to the witch clan?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expressions brightened with joy. Truly, it was a case of one person's fortune elevating the rest, for the existence of Chang'e granted the tribe the protection of the witch clan. Thousands of years ago, during the expansion of the human territories, the majority of the populace migrated towards the eastern sea, while a smaller faction of human tribes spread to the surrounding regions. However, the Dongyi tribe chose to move towards the southwest direction of Mount Buzhou. This was the very reason why Yi encountered the Dongyi tribe during his southern journey. At that moment, Yi's thoughts were entirely consumed by Chang'e, leaving no concern for the rampaging demon race threatening humanity. He led the remnants of the Dongyi tribe toward Mount Buzhou. As Yi brought the Dongyi people into the witch clan, a stir rippled through the clan. The 11 ancestral witches emerged from their seclusion, hastening to the Houtu tribe, hoping to persuade Yi to expel the human race. However, deeply infatuated with Chang'e, Yi rarely engaged in disputes with the ancestral witches. Moreover, given that Yi was a prominent witch of the Houtu tribe, which was not part of the clan, the argument ultimately concluded without resolution. Thus, the integration of the Dongyi tribe into the witch clan became a foregone conclusion, observing Yi daily showcasing his affection for Chang'e within the tribe. The inherently restless witches began to entertain similar notions, initiating intermarriage with the human race. Remarkably, within a span of merely a few centuries, countless witch descendants emerged. This spectacle once again astonished the other 11 ancestral witches. Upon realizing that while the newly born witch descendants may not possess the formidable physiques of the witch clan, they were nonetheless exceptionally robust with the existence of their primordial spirits, the 11 ancestral witches were filled with immense joy. It is worth noting that since the Taoist patriarch's teachings at the Zixiao Palace a million years ago, the conflict between the witch and demon races had escalated significantly, culminating in a protracted war. Despite the witches' physical prowess, their lack of primordial spirits hindered their ability to deduce heavenly secrets, often placing them in a passive position during battles with the demon race. The birth of witch descendants not only alleviated the clan's shortage of members, but also offered the potential for cultivating primordial spirits. Thus, once these witch descendants matured, they were destined to become a substantial asset to the witch clan. Consequently, the 11 ancestral witches ceased to blame Yi for his decision. Instead, they expressed their intention to return and develop witchcraft for the training of witch descendants. Meanwhile, after Yi departed the tribe to assist the human race, Houtu ventured forth from the tribe, wandering through the primordial wilderness. As she journeyed, she soon arrived at the site of the ancient war between the two races. Though the conflict had long since passed, countless lingering souls remained in the skies above, some having transformed into malevolent spirits. The battlefield itself had become a desolate wasteland, marked by the demise of numerous postnatal beings. The newly emerged malevolent spirits, devoid of intelligence, knew only the instinct to kill. Upon noticing Houtu's presence, they charged at her without hesitation, claws bared. Yet, Houtu, unperturbed, waved her hand, causing innumerable malevolent spirits to disintegrate into dust. Although these spirits lacked intellect, they possessed an innate sense of fear, and upon witnessing Houtu's terrifying presence, they fled into the distance. However, as these spirits were born of the deathly aura of the battlefield, they could not escape the confines of the war-torn ground, hiding at its edges, trembling as they gazed upon the fearsome figure. Observing this, Houtu felt a sense of confusion. What was the purpose of the primordial wilderness created by the Father God? Was it merely to allow beings to slaughter one another freely, only to become wandering spirits after death? Yet, such questions remained unanswered, and Houtu could only continue her journey forward. As Houtu traveled, she soon arrived in the region of the human race. Before her lay a vast expanse of territory, where countless human tribes were visible. Towering above each tribe stood powerful demon kings of the Tai golden immortal level, their terrifying devouring powers radiating outwards. In the blink of an eye, one small human tribe was reduced to ruins, leaving behind countless remnants of souls charging madly towards the demon king. Yet, this horrifying scene elicited no fear from the demon king. A flag-like artifact materialized, swiftly absorbing the approaching human souls. Subsequently, the demon king moved towards another direction. Sensing this, Houtu furrowed her brow and shifted her gaze to another plane. The situation there was even more brutal than with the previous demon king. Dozens of great demons at the golden immortal level rampaged through the human tribes, while above them, another demon king quietly observed the carnage. Surrounding them were hundreds of powerful demons leading countless lesser demons, effectively besieging the tribe. Amidst the chaos, every flicker of a great demon resulted in countless human lives being mercilessly extinguished, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and rivers of blood. However, as soon as the words fell, the figure had already vanished without a trace. In the demon court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the atmosphere was tense. Your Majesty, the human race is protected by a formidable Luo Jingxian. I am no match for them. My subordinates, numbering in the millions, have all perished. As the howling moon demon god dragged the matter of the human race into the open, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. The assembled high-ranking demons wore expressions of disbelief. It must be noted that the human race had only emerged a mere 10,000 years ago. How could anyone cultivate at such a rapid pace? Yet, observing the disheveled state of the howling moon demon god, the demon lords were compelled to believe. At that moment, Emperor Jun's countenance darkened. The demon court had presided over the primordial wilderness for countless millennia, its might unparalleled. Yet, it had repeatedly suffered setbacks at the hands of the witch clan. And now even the diminutive human race proved to be a thorn in their side. The dignity of the demon court was utterly tarnished, just as Emperor Jun contemplated sending forth powerful beings to annihilate the humans. A figure rose from the lower ranks. Bai Zhe, with a demeanor as gentle as jade, spoke up. Your Majesty, the human race was created by the Empress Nüwa. They could be considered part of our kin. Now that they have a Luo Jingxian stationed among them, why not send someone to recruit them into the demon court, to serve your Majesty? Emperor Jun, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. Given that the demon race was already engaged in hostilities against the humans, how could the latter possibly agree to join the demon court? Moreover, in the impending battle against the witch clan, the demon court still required the blood and souls of humans to refine the slaughter witch sword. How could they bypass that necessity? Bai Zhe, however, smiled calmly and replied, Your Majesty, there is no need for such apprehension. Simply dispatch a demon saint. After all, they are merely a Luo Jingxian and would certainly not dare to act recklessly. As for the slaughter witch sword, among the various demon gods, each is an elite of their respective clans. Once we have the human elites brought into the demon court, our subsequent actions will be much smoother. Even if they harbor objections, with your Majesty and Dong Huang overseeing the demon court, they would not dare to be unruly. Before Emperor Jun could respond, Ying Zhao stood up decisively. Amir de Luo Jingxian, our demon court could easily suppress them with just one of our demon saints. Why must Bai Zhe demon saint calculate so meticulously? It undermines the dignity of the demon court. Bai Zhe shook his head gently and replied, Demon Saint Ying Zhao, your words are misguided. Our demon court has existed in the primordial wilderness for countless years. Absorbing myriad races to combat the witch clan. To rashly attack a clan protected by a Luo Jingxian would jeopardize our standing among the myriad races. Furthermore, the human race was forged by Empress Nüwa. We must consider her sentiments. Integrating them into the demon court would also serve to protect them. Should this come to pass, your Majesty's generosity would surely spread throughout the primordial wilderness, enticing more clans to join the demon court. For a moment, Ying Zhao found himself at a loss for words. Seeing this, Emperor Jun felt a surge of joy and eagerly inquired, Might I ask if Buzhou Demon Saint has a candidate in mind for approaching the human race? Buzhou bowed once more, exuding confidence as he declared, Your Majesty, since I have proposed this, I shall personally undertake the task. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Buzhou Demon Saint, to make the journey. With that, his gaze swept over the array of demon gods below, and an aura of imperial authority filled the space. Bi Feng, Mingxi, Lu Wu, the three demon gods promptly stepped forward. Awaiting orders. I command you to lead your armies, and once Buzhou Demon Saint succeeds, eradicate the remaining human race. Bai Feng, Mingxi, Tu Shan, and Lu Wu were among the most formidable of the 365 demon gods. The fact that Emperor Jun dispatched 3 of them at once underscored the gravity he placed on this matter. Had Tu Shan not excelled in illusion, it was likely that Emperor Jun would have sent him as well. The Howling Moon was instructed to hand over the 4 Seas bottle to Bai Feng, and then to retreat to tend to his wounds. The Howling Moon demon god wore a bitter expression. Not only had this mission failed, but he had also lost Emperor Jun's trust, and was barred from participating in matters of the demon court. Faced with the formidable Emperor Jun, the Howling Moon could only reluctantly surrender the 4 Seas bottle and transformed into a streak of light. Returning to the demon court's abode. Meanwhile, at the Shana tribe, Yifeng regarded the unexpected visitor before him with curiosity. The witch clan's Houtu, I have met the human race's martial ancestor. Indeed. The figure standing before Yifeng was the ancestral witch Houtu, who had traveled a great distance. Time in the primordial wilderness was unmeasured. Since the Howling Moon demon god had retreated, decades had already passed, after years of assimilating their experiences from the great battle. The human race's formidable beings had made remarkable progress in strength. Initially, Yifeng was the only one at the extraordinary realm, with 3 others at the celestial realm. Now, aside from the original 10 extraordinary physical cultivators, there were already tens of thousands of celestial cultivators, most of whom were in the mid to late stages. It could be said that the human race had taken its first step in the primordial wilderness. Yifeng was naturally pleased by this development, and, without reservation, imparted his knowledge of the undying imprint to these celestial cultivators. In this way, extraordinary accomplishments were anticipated, and as the Martial Ancestor, Yifeng would undoubtedly reap substantial benefits. Just as Yifeng concluded his teachings, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before him, immediately revealing her identity. Human Yifeng, I have met the ancestral witch Houtu. Although Yifeng was far inferior to the 12 ancestral witches and other great powers of the primordial wilderness, as the martial ancestor of the human race, he could not diminish his own standing simply because of another's strength. My friend, what a fortunate opportunity you possess, having opened up an entirely new path of cultivation. At this moment, Houtu was not overbearing. Instead, she expressed her admiration for Yifeng's martial teachings. Upon hearing this, Yifeng realized that his earlier discourse had indeed caught her attention, though he felt a twinge of displeasure. He understood that the nature of the witch clan was such, compounded by the fact that he was clearly unable to overpower her. Thus, he could only helplessly ask, What is your perspective on martial arts? Ancestral witch Houtu, upon hearing Yifeng's inquiry, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, she had come to inquire about Yifeng's whereabouts but had fortuitously stumbled upon his lecture on the cultivation method of the undying imprint. Out of curiosity, she had practiced for a while. Although her formidable ancestral witch physique had overwhelmed the inner strength, she still sensed something distinctly different. It was as if in cultivating the undying imprint, she had faintly grasped a thread of the principles of yin and yang, reality and illusion, life and death. Furthermore, after practicing the undying imprint, Houtu felt an inexplicable connection, as though it contained the opportunity she had been seeking. How could she not be astonished? Martial arts have indeed opened a new path of enlightenment in the primordial wilderness. Should you persist on this journey, there will surely be a place for you in this vast world. Houtu's praise was not lost on Yifeng. With the system's presence, as long as he did not act recklessly, he would eventually stand at the pinnacle of the primordial wilderness, shaking his head internally. He decided not to dwell on the matter further and swiftly changed the topic. Might I inquire how the ancestral witch Houtu came to be in the human territories? Houtu did not conceal the truth. Responding candidly, since the witch human war hundreds of years ago, I have found it difficult to focus on my cultivation. Thus, I sought to wander the primordial wilderness and behold the world created by my father. Yifeng, upon hearing this, immediately grasped the developments in the primordial wilderness. At this point, Houtu was likely on the verge of transcending into reincarnation. He followed the thread of conversation, asking, What are your thoughts on the primordial wilderness? ancestral witch Houtu. Houtu seemed to drift into recollection, and an array of emotions washed over her. Since my father opened the primordial wilderness, it has endured calamities, such as the beast calamity and the dragon Han calamity, leading countless beings into slaughter. Throughout these years, I have roamed the vast lands, only to observe one phenomenon. Feng, though somewhat aware, still echoed, I would be eager to hear more. I have discovered that in areas where vast numbers of beings perish, a desolate land emerges around them, impervious to even the innate spiritual energy. Within these dead zones, remnants of souls float, devoid of intelligence yet driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. They linger nearby, unable to depart, which is why few beings are aware of their existence. Sensing Feng's silence, Houtu continued, these entities lack a physical form, and ordinary methods prove ineffective against them. For the ordinary beings of the primordial wilderness, they pose a significant threat. However, I feel compassion and cannot bring myself to extinguish them entirely, yet I am at a loss as to how to resolve this matter. Her gaze turned toward Feng, filled with anticipation. Seeing this, Feng feigned deep contemplation before finally stating, this matter cannot be resolved through slaughter. As long as beings exist in the primordial wilderness, conflict will persist, and the entities you speak of will continue to manifest. Even if we annihilate them, new ones will inevitably arise. Upon hearing this, Houtu's expression shifted to one of realization, and she promptly asked, please, my friend, enlighten me. Upon hearing the words, Feng bowed his head in contemplation. Though his mind had already delved into the depths of the system's space, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, with a single strike, the cycle manifests, and with each attack, the enemy can be continuously weakened. Upon reaching mastery, it can ensnare the foe in an everlasting cycle of reincarnation. The cost of exchange, 1 billion vitality. In the battle against the mountain river tribe, Feng's points had long surpassed 100 billion. Thus, without hesitation, he chose to redeem in an instant. A surge of reincarnation power abruptly enveloped Feng, as the system imparted knowledge upon him. His aura grew increasingly formidable. Houtu, observing Feng's transformation, quickly grasped his state. After marveling at Feng's profound understanding, she silently began to safeguard him. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several years had slipped away. Fortunately, this was merely an offensive martial art, rather than an internal cultivation technique. Otherwise, the time required would have likely multiplied many times over. During this period of enlightenment, Feng remained unaware that Buzhou, the foremost among the 10 great demon saints, had personally arrived. However, upon his appearance, he immediately detected Houtu's presence. At that moment, he disregarded his original purpose and fled back to the demon court. Houtu merely cast a casual glance at him, choosing not to pursue further. After all, although Buzhou held the title of the foremost among the demon saints, his combat prowess was rather ordinary. What made him troublesome was his innate divine ability to avert calamity and attract fortune. With such a power at his disposal, even an ancestral witch would find it challenging to capture him entirely. Consequently, upon witnessing Buzhou's retreat, Houtu resumed her vigilance over Feng. One day, Feng's aura surged dramatically before retracting completely within him. His previously closed eyes opened once more, revealing a glimmer of the vicissitudes of life within their depths. To cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, one must first experience reincarnation oneself. Otherwise, how could one hope to cast the enemy into the cycle? Moreover, should one fail to reclaim their true self amidst the endless cycles, they would be irrevocably lost in the abyss, despite having the system's assistance. This time, Feng's journey was a personal one. Of course, even if the system could directly impart knowledge to bypass the sufferings of reincarnation, Feng would not choose that path without undergoing the myriad cycles. Achieving mastery in the 6 paths of reincarnation fist would be utterly impossible. Thus, at this moment, Feng exhibited a profound sense of the passage of time. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for obtaining this fortuitous opportunity. Houtu's voice floated over, snapping Feng back to reality. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Ancestor Houtu. Houtu shook her head gently, responding, no harm done. You have a solution, fellow Taoist. Although Feng was aware, he could not articulate it directly, merely shaking his head and saying, I am not certain. I have only comprehended a martial technique in this endeavor. I humbly request Ancestor Houtu to appreciate it. Upon hearing Feng's uncertainty, a wave of disappointment surged within Houtu. However, as she learned he wished to demonstrate a martial technique, she understood he was referring to a divine ability and smiled warmly, saying, excellent. Feng did not linger on words, soaring into the air and declaring, "This martial technique is known as the 6 paths of reincarnation fist." With that, he unleashed a punch. Infinite death energy coalesced at his fist's edge, with 6 eerie black holes swirling around it. Then, with a swift motion, the 6 paths of reincarnation were instantly launched, landing upon a small mountain miles away. Yet, the anticipated thunderous roar never came. Instead, the once lush mountain appeared to have experienced countless epochs. Its vegetation withered, and the mountain itself eroded to dust. When all was said and done, no trace of the mountain remained. Upon witnessing this, Houtu's pupils constricted, murmuring to herself, 6 paths of reincarnation fist point 6 paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation, in that moment. A flash of inspiration illuminated her mind. As Feng descended, he promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Fellow Taoist, I have gained some new insights and require further seclusion. I kindly request your protection." With that, he revealed his true form as an ancestral witch, sitting down in place to meditate. It is important to note that such sudden enlightenment is a rare occurrence. When it strikes, one must seize the moment to comprehend it. Thus, Houtu chose not to return to Mount Buzhou, but instead commenced her own cultivation at this moment. Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. Initially, when Houtu first encountered Feng, she merely took on a transformed guise. After all, for Houtu, humanity was rather insignificant. However, now, as she sought to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation, she had to reveal her true form to facilitate a deeper understanding. Being born of Panga's essence, she cultivated the Panga legacy of the 9 transformations divine art. Coupled with her peak quasi-saint cultivation, her true form had already reached towering heights. This manifestation utterly obliterated the already ravaged remnants of the mountain river tribe, sending Feng reeling back hundreds of thousands of miles. Gazing at the colossal figure of Houtu, he found himself momentarily stunned, despite having anticipated such a reaction. Meanwhile, Buzhou discovered that Houtu had arrived in the realm of humanity. He hastily retreated to the demon court to report to Emperor Jun. "Are you saying that Houtu is among the humans?" Upon hearing the news, Emperor Jun was taken aback, pondering, given that human blood can restrain the witch race, could it also counter the demon race? Otherwise, why would Houtu be present among the humans? Yet he quickly considered that, due to the crude nature of the witch race, they likely wouldn't bother utilizing such tactics. As the old saying goes, the one who knows you best is not yourself, but your enemy. After a million years of conflict with the witch race, he understood their temperament well. Yet, Emperor Jun was soon plagued by new doubts. Why had Houtu appeared among the humans? Did the 12 ancestral witches uncover the demon race's intentions and thus dispatched Houtu to oversee the humans? Thinking this, Emperor Jun began to calculate with his hands, only to find the heavenly secrets elusive. Even with the enhancement of the great array of the celestial stars, he could glean nothing. After a long while, he lowered his hands, feeling a sense of nostalgia for Fu 11. It is known that Fushi's divination skills were renowned throughout the primordial realm. If he had personally intervened, he surely would have discerned something. However, Emperor Jun held no regrets about sending Fushi away. The demons had no dual masters. Aside from Emperor Jun and Tai, all other demons must respect the two. Otherwise, even a quasi-saint like Fushi, if inclined toward Nüwa, would distance himself from the power center of the demon court. With no results from his calculations, Emperor Jun inquired, "Buzhou, do you understand why Houtu is among the humans?" Buzhou, equally curious, shook his head. "I do not know. However, it appears Houtu has not acted against the humans, so their interactions seem quite amicable." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun fell into deep thought. Below, the high-ranking demons awaited in silence. After a lengthy pause, Emperor Jun finally spoke. "Now is not the time. The demon race is not suited to engage the ancestral witches immediately." While speaking, he pondered for a while before continuing, "Bifeng, Mingxi. Lu Wu, you are to closely monitor Houtu's movements. Wait until she departs the realm of humanity before making your move to annihilate the humans. The matter of the slaughtering witch sword must not be mishandled." The 3 demon gods responded respectfully. "We shall obey the decree of the demon emperor." Emperor Jun nodded, adding, "You may each depart and prepare accordingly." Upon hearing these words, the myriad of demons dispersed in haste. The primordial realm remains unmarked by time. In the blink of an eye, 5 millennia have elapsed. With the presence of Houtu overseeing the human race, the demon clan has ceased all hostile actions against humanity. Only a few minor demons linger at the fringes, clandestinely devouring humans to bolster their strength, only to be discovered and ruthlessly exterminated by powerful human warriors. Thus, the primordial realm has descended into a fleeting peace, granting ample time for the human race to flourish. After enduring the harrowing battles of yore, Countless human champions have seen their powers surge dramatically. Over 2,000 innate humans have reached the pinnacle of celestial beings. Moreover, a multitude of postnatal humans have transcended to celestial status, all diligently cultivating the undying seal passed down by Feng. This technique has propelled Feng to a state of extraordinary mastery, allowing him to attain the zenith of the extraordinary realm, equivalent to that of a pinnacle Nüwa golden immortal in the primordial realm. In an instant, the fortunes of the human race have surged wildly within the river of destiny, drawing the attention of the 6 holy beings of heaven and earth, who have begun to speculate upon these developments. However, this moment coincides with the most critical juncture of the witch-demon tribulation, rendering the heavenly secrets obscure. Even the saints are unable to calculate with precision, only aware that the human race has encountered a tremendous opportunity. Only Nuwa, entangled with the human race by fate, has gleaned a fragment of understanding. Yet, she chooses to remain silent on the matter. On this particular day, the meditating Houtu suddenly opened her eyes. Gazing at Feng, who silently guarded her, she spoke gently, "It is time for me to depart." Hearing this, Feng also opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Hou. Realizing that her departure signified her transformation into the cycle of reincarnation, he could not help but urge, "Perhaps you might linger a while longer in the primordial realm." Houtu nodded and smiled. "Indeed, though I have gained enlightenment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, I have yet to achieve completeness. I still need to wander and enrich my understanding of the 6 paths." Upon hearing this, Feng clasped his hands in respect and said, "Take care." Houtu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, responding tenderly, "When the 6 paths of reincarnation are established, there shall be a place for the human race. In gratitude for your guidance, my friend." With that, her figure vanished in an instant. Even now, with Feng's mastery of the golden bell shield at a nascent stage, he could not sense her departure, reflecting the profoundness of her understanding of the laws of the earth. As Houtu departed, far away, the vigilant by Feng, Mingxi, and Luwu became immediately aware of the unfolding situation. They promptly ordered their troops to mobilize against the human race. In an instant, countless demon kings and soldiers scattered in every direction, charging towards various human tribes. Meanwhile, the 3 great demon gods directed their focus toward Feng, intent on combining their formidable powers to suppress him. Aware of Houtu's presence in human territory, Dijuan abandoned any plans to recruit Feng into the demon court. Although Feng had not cultivated the power of the primordial spirit, the perceptive abilities of a martial artist are formidable, coupled with his nascent mastery of the golden bell shield and his status as a martial deity. He could sense movements across vast expanses of the world. Observing the scattering demon kings and minor demons, he let out a cold snort. Did they truly believe the human race remained as feeble as it was thousands of years ago? Thus, he disregarded the departing demon kings and awaited the arrival of the 3 great demon gods in silence. In the realm of the Nüwa golden immortals, Feng was considered a formidable adversary. In the blink of an eye, they appeared several 100,000 miles away from him. Given their long-standing enmity, both sides unleashed their most potent assaults upon meeting. Feng, as a member of the Feiyu clan, was the first to arrive, unleashing an endless torrent of Feng divine fire from his mouth. The heat surged, flames erupted, and the space warped, with the residual force scorching the earth into a cracked state. The Feng divine fire, imbued with overwhelming might, thundered toward Feng. Witnessing this, Feng's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed the 6 paths reincarnation fist. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and the power of the 6 paths violently tugged at the Feng divine fire. Just then, Mingxi, arriving from behind, suddenly launched an attack. A green arrow shot forth directly toward Feng. Although he was confident in the defense of the golden bell shield, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He immediately enveloped himself in the undying seal, placing himself in a state of ethereal balance. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through Feng's form, landing on the ground behind him. Instantly, a vast expanse of flora withered, and the earth was stained a deep black. The potency of the poison was evident. Following closely, Lu Wu was equally formidable. His 9 tails writhed as he conjured a barrage of ice arrows formed from condensed vapor that rained down upon Feng. Each arrow possessed the power to annihilate a small world. Yet, Feng's expression remained unperturbed, relying on the nascent mastery of his golden bell shield. He stood alone against the 3 great demon gods high above the 9 heavens. Of course, with Feng's current martial deity physique, should he unleash his full power, the three great demon gods would undoubtedly be unable to withstand him. However, concerned about the looming presence of Dijuan and Tai, who were prepared to intervene, he was compelled to restrain his strength and engage in a protracted struggle with the three great demon gods. High above the nine heavens, intense waves of energy surged forth. The three great demon gods seemed to recognize Yefeng's formidable physical prowess, opting not to engage him in close combat. Each time Yefeng approached using his heavenly demon transmutation technique, they would withdraw, allowing the other two demons to restrain him. Thus, Yefeng found himself in a passive position. Nevertheless, the Undying Seal proved itself a formidable weapon of mass assault. In the face of the relentless barrage of divine attacks from the three great demon gods, he exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, through the transformation between the ethereal and the corporeal, he continually converted their attacks into his own internal energy, coupled with the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist to diminish the strength of their assaults, and the protective barrier of the Golden Bell Shield. Even as the three great demon gods unleashed their ferocious onslaught, that could not inflict any harm upon Yifeng. In the timeless primordial realm, Yefeng and the three demons clashed for an indeterminate duration. With each passing moment, the three great demon gods grew increasingly alarmed. Feng expelled a breath of Feng divine fire and then communicated telepathically, "My friends, this human is proving extremely troublesome. What shall we do?" In response, Mingxi unleashed several green arrows toward Yefeng and then conveyed, "Let us remain patient. This time, the demon kings number in the millions, and the greater demons in the tens of billions. As long as we can contain this individual before us, we shall prevail." Lu Wu flicked his 9 tails, sending forth a torrent of water toward Yefeng, and similarly replied, "Mingxi speaks wisely. We must not disrupt our formation. Xiaoye has indicated that this individual possesses a physique rivaling that of the great witches. We merely need to exercise caution and delay." After a brief exchange, the three great demon gods once again engaged Yefeng in combat. The thundering echoes of energy resounded across the primordial land once more. Meanwhile, the human race was not as easily decimated by the demons as the three great demon gods had anticipated. Across Shouyang Mountain and the shores of the East Sea, fierce battles erupted. Although the number of celestial beings among the humans remained inferior to that of the demon army, they were far from defenseless. With the collaboration of masters and grandmasters, they engaged in a frenzied slaughter against the demons. As the battles grew increasingly brutal, even the innate realm experts joined the fray. In that moment, both the demon army and the humans suffered grievously, with countless warriors from both sides plummeting into the void. Yet, in this moment of chaos, neither side was willing to retreat. The conflict raged on for hundreds of years, claiming the lives of innumerable strong beings. A palpable wave of resentment surged across the primordial land. Meanwhile, high above the 9 heavens, the battle gradually approached its conclusion. After hundreds of years of conflict, even the three great demon gods began to feel their internal powers waning. In contrast, Yefeng, blessed with the Undying Seal, remained invigorated. Sensing the rising tide of resentment emanating from the earth below, the three great demon gods felt a surge of hope. It has worked. Upon exchanging a fleeting glance, radiant beams of light surged forth in various directions, signaling the retreat commanded by the demon gods. Observing this, Yifeng remained oblivious to the deeper implications, merely assuming that the adversaries had devised alternative plans. Though he harbored confidence in humanity, a tinge of concern lingered within him. Consequently, his assaults against the three great demon gods intensified, leaving them in a state of distress. Nevertheless, despite the ferocity of Yifeng's onslaught, he deliberately restrained himself, opting not to unleash his full might. Had he chosen to do so, the current strength of the three demon gods would have been insufficient to impede him. This restraint stemmed from Yifeng's apprehension that, should he decisively vanquish them, he might provoke the direct intervention of Emperor Jun and Tai, plunging humanity into a veritable hell on earth. Of course, the three demon gods remained unaware of Yifeng's intentions. To afford their subordinates sufficient time to retreat, they dared not allow Yifeng to depart unchallenged, and thus continued to engage him in combat, in the vast expanse of the primordial world. A century slipped by in the blink of an eye. Following the withdrawal of the demon army, humanity found itself in a brief period of tranquility. Although the recent battles with the demon race had resulted in significant casualties, the essence of humanity remained unscathed. Both the three ancestors and Yifeng had consciously sought to keep the battlefield at the periphery of humanity's territory, thereby providing a stable environment for their kin to cultivate. With the immense population of the human race bolstering their ranks, despite the dire circumstances on the front lines, an unending stream of martial practitioners emerged, eager to break through their limits and offer support. Consequently, humanity's strength remained unbroken. In fact, the continuous reinforcement of powerful human warriors to the front lines had inflicted severe injuries upon the demon soldiers under the command of the three demon gods. To put it plainly, the human race had simply not had sufficient time to cultivate their martial prowess, and Feng was merely endowed with extraordinary inner strength. Achieving such results, Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. For humanity was no longer merely a target for slaughter at the hands of the demon race. Furthermore, the prolonged conflict between humanity and the demon court had utterly shocked the surrounding ne'er-do-wells, rendering them hesitant to invade human territories. Thus, within the demon court, the demon race busied themselves with forging the slaughter witch sword, while the witch clan engaged in daily competitions, leaving humanity to retreat into a period of diligent cultivation. The primordial realm had, astonishingly, entered a brief phase of peace. However, in light of such circumstances, the saint of the western region, who had come to the east seeking profit, found himself discontent if the witch and demon races refrained from war. How could the West hope to gain any advantage? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he promptly devised a plan. With a surge of saintly power, he vanished into the valley. In the realm of the Sunstar. The Tang Valley had become a forbidden zone for the demon race ever since Emperor Jun and Tai Yi established the demon court atop Mount Buzhou. Coupled with the terrifying true fire of the sun, any ordinary being approaching would be instantly reduced to ashes. After the birth of the 10 princes of the demon court, their inability to control their own true fire led Emperor Jun to confine them within the Tang Valley. His intention was to utilize the supreme innate spiritual root, the Fusang tree, to aid the 10 princes in refining the true fire within them, while simultaneously erecting a formidable array to prevent their unrestricted movement in and out of the valley. Though termed confinement, it was more akin to protection. However, despite having transformed over countless eons, Emperor Jun lacked experience in child-rearing and was unaware of the mischievous tendencies typical of their age. Ever since their exile to the Tang Valley, the 10 princes had completely let loose, neglecting to diligently cultivate in accordance with Emperor Jun's wishes. Instead, they reveled in play, making no discernible progress in their cultivation. Nonetheless, even the vast expanse of the Tang Valley would eventually grow tiresome. One day, the 10 princes gathered together, with the eldest prince speaking first. Father truly is inconsiderate, imprisoning us in the Tang Valley without allowing us to venture out for thousands of years, leaving us utterly bored. The other princes echoed his sentiments, lamenting, "Our demon race boasts numerous powerful beings, and Uncle Tai Yi's might is unparalleled in the primordial realm. Even if our cultivation is lacking, who would dare to offend us?" Of course, while the 10 princes expressed their dissatisfaction, the moment they faced Emperor Jun's formidable presence, they would likely fall silent in fear. Just as the 10 princes reveled in their dreams of leading the demon race across the primordial world, a silent breach opened in the array surrounding the Tang Valley. Subsequently, a rather unsightly demon disregarded the surrounding, fearsome true fire of the sun and strolled leisurely within the valley. The newcomer did not make any effort to conceal himself, and thus, upon his arrival, he was immediately noticed by the gathering 10 princes. Still in their childhood years, and with the protective array established by Emperor Jun, the 10 princes did not regard the newcomer with suspicion, but rather inquired curiously, "Who are you that can disregard the true fire of the sun?" The little demon respectfully replied, "I am merely a small demon serving His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Your Highnesses, with your esteemed status, why would you remember a humble demon like me?" Upon hearing this, the eldest prince's face brightened with delight. "Excellent. My brothers and I are terribly bored in this Tang Valley, which harbors no other beings. Since you can withstand the true fire of the sun, come and play with us." With that, the eldest prince flew toward the little demon. The other 9 princes, seeing this, were equally unwilling to lag behind and flapped their golden crow wings to join him. The little demon, witnessing this, was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, "Your Highness, you mustn't. I come bearing the decree of the Demon Emperor." However, at that moment, the 10 princes were hardly inclined to heed his words. After being cooped up in the Tang Valley for thousands of years, encountering a fellow demon unafraid of the true fire of the sun was an opportunity too precious to pass up. They resolved to indulge in merriment first and worry about the consequences later. As the 10 princes radiated the terrifying true fire of the sun, the little demon was instantly left in a state of disarray, his form blackened and covered in soot. After a considerable time, the 10 princes finally ceased their frolicking, each taking to the Fusang tree. Observing the little demon's pitiable state, they erupted into laughter. The little demon, unfazed, waited for the princes to calm down before complimenting, "Your highnesses possess boundless prowess. I am no match for you." The eldest prince, reveling in his triumph, declared, "Then, little demon, as you are close to the demon emperor, you must be privy to the affairs of the primordial realm. Pray, share your knowledge with us." The little demon, with newfound confidence, puffed out his chest and replied, "The primordial realm is vast and filled with countless beings. There lies the towering Mount Buzhou, reaching heights of 99,999 zhang. In the expansive four seas, there are the ever-raging immortal volcanoes in the blood-red ocean spanning millions of miles." As the little demon regaled the princes with tales, their curiosity only grew. When the little demon spoke of the unruly barbarians residing in Mount Buzhou who defied the demon court's authority, the princes were filled with indignation, vowing that once they had fully refined their true fire, they would make the witch race pay dearly. At that moment, the Golden Crow's eldest prince asked, "Little demon, did you not mention having the decree of our father? What message does he wish to convey to us?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the little demon's eyes sparkled with excitement. The moment had finally arrived. He promptly responded, "Your Highness, the demon emperor, being busy with affairs, has been unable to visit. He has specially dispatched me to guide you on an expedition through the primordial realm, among the 10 princes." The 10th prince, Nüwa, was particularly cautious and immediately questioned. "Father once stated that we must not step out of the Tang Valley until we have completely refined our true fire. Are you attempting to deceive us into leaving?" Thereby incurring Father's wrath. While Nüwa's caution was warranted, having remained in the Tang Valley since birth left him lacking in experience. Thus, he merely suspected that the little demon sought retribution for earlier mischief. The little demon hastily feigned trepidation, responding, "Your highnesses possess esteemed status. How could I ever dare deceive you? Were it not for the protective method bestowed upon me by the demon emperor, how could I traverse the array so freely and withstand the assault of the true fire of the sun?" As he spoke, a treasure imbued with Emperor Jun's essence materialized in the little demon's hand. In an instant, the 10 princes cast aside their doubts. Had their father truly consented to their venture into the primordial realm? Seeing the little demon nod affirmatively, the princes could no longer contain their excitement. They urged, "Then quickly, open the array, so that we may venture forth." Upon hearing this, the little demon waved his hand casually, and a gap suddenly appeared in the great formation guarding the outer perimeter of the sun star. The 10 princes, upon witnessing this, could no longer concern themselves with anything else and hurriedly flew towards the opening. Subsequently heading towards the vast wilderness, the Tang Valley fell into tranquility. The little demon transformed, taking on the appearance of a ragged Taoist, embodying none other than the Western sage, Zhuanti, with his gaze fixed upon the wilderness. Zhuanti murmured, "Let the battle commence, let it commence. Only then shall my Western realm have a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, his sage power surged, and he vanished from sight. Remarkably, no one, aside from the parties involved, was aware of this occurrence. Meanwhile, the 10 princes manifested in the wilderness, instantly captivated by its breathtaking scenery. They began to flap their wings and frolic upon the vast expanse of land. However, unbeknownst to them, they had yet to fully refine the true fire of the sun. Consequently, in the eyes of the myriad beings of the wilderness, they appeared as 10 miniature suns, unleashing a terrifying heat that ravaged the land. Countless rivers ran dry, the earth cracked open, and billions of lives were plunged into suffering. Among the powerful beings in the wilderness, there were those who recognized the origins of the 10 princes. Thus, even though they disapproved of the prince's actions, they dared not express their discontent. Instead, they activated their protective formations to shield their sanctuaries from the onslaught of the sun's true fire. The 10 princes, oblivious to this, proceeded towards the renowned mountains and rivers as instructed by the little demon. As the princes traversed the land, countless beings were scorched by the sun's true fire, their essence obliterated. Simultaneously, a dreadful calamity quietly surged into the bodies of the 10 princes. Yet, they remained entirely unaware, lost in their revelry. On this day, the 10 princes found themselves near Shouyang Mountain, observing the anguished expressions of the human beings below, who were being scorched by the sun's true fire. The eldest prince remarked with curiosity, "Is this the race created by Empress Nüwa? I must say, they look rather unimpressive. I recall that little demon mentioning a battle with our 3 great demon gods hundreds of years ago, resulting in significant losses for them. Should we not teach them a lesson?" The other princes nodded in agreement. Thus, the 10 princes, carrying the terrifying true fire of the sun, made their way towards the human territories. At that moment, a blood-red bell shadow suddenly emerged atop the distant Shouyang Mountain. The overwhelming pressure of its blood essence enveloped the human realm, and a voice echoed from afar, "Begone." Instantly, the 10 princes were filled with dread, no longer daring to approach, and they employed their innate abilities to flee into the distance. As the 10 princes departed, the bell shadow on Shouyang Mountain dissipated in an instant. Feng gazed solemnly into the distance. Beside him, the 3 ancestors who had returned from the Eastern Sea seethed with anger, declaring, "A mere 10 Taiji golden immortals dared to ravage the human realm. Were it not for the concern over Emperor Jun, Taichi would have personally dealt with them." Upon hearing this, Feng consoled, "There is no need for such distress, for others will handle them." The 3 nodded and resumed their meditative practices, having emerged from their earlier battle. The 3 ancestors had significantly enhanced their strength, their internal cultivation surpassing the extraordinary realm, their combat prowess second only to Feng. For a time, Shouyang Mountain fell into silence once again. In the vast expanse of the void beyond Shouyang Mountain, the 10 princes, having fled to this point, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The eldest prince expressed his confusion. "Brothers, did I just sense the power of Uncle's Eastern Emperor Bell?" The other princes chimed in. "I too felt something." "So did I." Only the 10th prince, Luya, being the last to emerge and the weakest in strength, lagged behind his brothers, thus he could only catch a glimpse of the situation. "That does not resemble Uncle's Eastern Emperor Bell. It feels more like a physical power." Upon hearing Luya's words, the other princes regained their composure, a sense of dread washing over them. "Indeed, the humans are truly formidable. Having contended with our demon court for hundreds of years, yes, we should distance ourselves swiftly and avoid provoking them. We shall inform Father Emperor upon our return to the demon court." After their discussion, the princes hurriedly soared further away. It must be said that these 10 princes were indeed immature, easily forgetting past pains. After merely a few years of revelry in the wilderness, they had completely erased all memories of their earlier experiences. On this day, they arrived near Buzhou Mountain. Observing the giants below who perished under the scorching sun's true fire, the eldest prince was the first to speak. "Is this the tribe of Wu that has always opposed Father Emperor? They seem rather unimpressive." The other princes quickly echoed, "Indeed, they cannot even withstand our sun's true fire, yet they continue to defy our demon race. Let us draw nearer and reduce them to ashes." With that, the 10 princes approached the Wu tribe's settlement. That moment, a burly man suddenly emerged from within the tribe, instantly towering with a height of 1,000 zhong, and bellowed at the 10 princes. "Who dares to disturb my Quafu tribe?" Upon finishing his words, he swung his ebony staff towards the golden crows. The 10 princes, momentarily taken aback by the giant's imposing figure, quickly scattered in all directions. It was then that the golden crows seemed to recall the terrifying scene from Shouyang Mountain, and they fled without a backward glance. Quafu, witnessing their retreat, felt a surge of indignation and roared, "Where do you think you're going?" He then charged after the 10 princes with his colossal form. The earth trembled, and mountains crumbled as the chase ensued. The 10 golden crow princes, upon seeing this, grew increasingly frantic. Thus, they fled, the chase carrying them thousands of miles away. At that moment, the 10 golden crows huddled together. The eldest prince remarked, "Brothers, it seems this Wu tribe cannot keep up with us. They are merely using their size to intimidate us. Shall we not subdue him and bring him back to the demon court? Father Emperor will surely commend us." The other prince's eyes sparkled at this suggestion, and they all took action. Waves of sunfire surged towards Quafu. However, Quafu remained undaunted. Child's play, he scoffed, and as he spoke, he swung his staff, causing the sunfire to explode in midair like fireworks. Upon witnessing this, the 10 princes were once again taken by surprise and hastily retreated. Quafu, unwilling to relent, pursued them relentlessly. After several million miles, Quafu began to feel fatigued, and upon spotting a great river in the distance, his eyes lit up. He rushed over and consumed the entire river, quenching his thirst somewhat. With the river in his belly, Quafu regained his composure and glanced at the fleeing golden crows before turning to leave. However, the golden crows were unsatisfied. After being pursued for so long, they could not simply let him go. They swiftly returned, unleashing sunfire recklessly at Quafu. Even if they could not harm him, they would at least take vengeance for being chased for millions of miles. This infuriated Quafu, who effortlessly dispelled the sunfire and resumed his pursuit of the 10 golden crow princes as he passed through the land. It trembled as if a dragon were stirring beneath. It was unclear how long the chase continued, but Quafu felt an insatiable thirst. Whenever they felt thirsty, they sought out a river to drink from, and whenever they grew hungry, they would slay nearby demons for sustenance. The two parties engaged in a dramatic display of speed and passion across the wilderness for hundreds of years. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the mighty Quafu, the 10 princes were no longer as brash as before. The eldest Golden Crow Prince anxiously exclaimed, "Brothers, we must devise a plan. If this continues, our Taiji golden immortal powers will soon be depleted." The other princes, upon hearing this, shook their heads in unison, filled with regret for having provoked Quafu. As they watched their brothers in despair, the eldest prince of the Golden Crow revealed a glimmer of hopelessness in his eyes. However, when his gaze fell upon the silent Nüwa, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. And he exclaimed, "Little Tin, among our brothers, you are the wisest. Quickly devise a plan." Nüwa, hearing this, turned his gaze towards the relentlessly pursuing Quafu and confidently remarked, "Eldest brother, I have observed that Quafu consumes a river each time he pursues. Why not create a barren land ahead using the true fire of the sun? Let us see how Quafu fares then." The eldest prince of the Golden Crow's eyes brightened at this suggestion, and he promptly commanded, "Second, third, fourth brothers, accompany Little Tin. We shall hold Quafu back." The 3 princes readily agreed and rushed off into the distance, while the eldest prince and the remaining brothers stayed behind to engage in battle with Quafu. At that moment, Quafu was exhausted and in search of a river, only to find the Golden Crows had remained. He hastily advanced, clashing with them. In an instant, the true fire of the sun ravaged the land, engulfing it in flames. After a prolonged struggle, Nüwa and the others successfully completed their task and returned. Observing this, the eldest prince of the Golden Crow quickly led his brothers to flee. Quafu, feeling the thirst gnawing at him, sought a nearby river, but the previous battle had rendered the area barren. Reluctantly, he continued to chase the Golden Crows, hoping to find a river ahead to quench his thirst. Regrettably for Quafu, his calculations had gone awry. After pursuing for countless miles, he found only desolation, devoid of any rivers. As time passed and exhaustion set in, he felt his strength waning, far from the might he once possessed. In frustration, Quafu let out a roar and swung his ebony staff with the last of his strength towards the Golden Crows, collapsing to the ground. His body transformed into a massive mountain, standing solemnly upon the earth. Meanwhile, the ebony staff he hurled did not strike the 10 Golden Crow princes. Instead, it fell upon the primordial land, morphing into a peach grove. With Quafu's fall, the 10 princes stood in the void, showering Nüwa with praise. Little Tin is truly clever. He has dispatched a formidable shaman with such simplicity. Nüwa, upon hearing this, quickly shook his head, stating, "Were it not for my brother's distractions, I would have been unable to contend with Quafu." The mention of Quafu reminded the eldest prince of the humiliation they had endured throughout this journey. He seethed with rage, declaring, "I vow, even in death, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed." With that, he unleashed a torrent of true fire from his mouth, engulfing the peach grove in flames. The inferno raged for dozens of days until it finally extinguished. The eldest prince then spoke again, "Brothers, I cannot swallow this bitterness. The shaman clan has only Quafu left. I intend to restore my powers and then head to their stronghold." Hearing this, Nüwa interjected, "Eldest brother, we have roamed the primordial lands for quite some time. Should we not return to the demon court to see father?" The eldest prince, upon hearing this, cast a displeased glance at Nüwa and retorted, "Little Tin, are you afraid? If so, you may return to the demon court first. My brothers and I shall annihilate the shaman clan before we return." Nüwa hastily shook his head. "Eldest brother, you overestimate my fears. That I merely worry that father may be concerned, since you plan to destroy the shaman clan before returning. I shall accompany you." The eldest prince, hearing this, laughed heartily. "Then let us restore our powers here first." With that, the 10 princes descended upon a mountaintop, beginning to absorb the innate spiritual energy to rejuvenate themselves. Meanwhile, the Golden Crows wreaked havoc upon Quafu's clan. Naturally, the nearby Dai clan received word of this calamity. Concerned for their friend, Dai could not remain idle. He cast aside his tender moments with Chang'e and, bow in hand, rushed towards Quafu's clan. However, by the time Dai arrived, Quafu had already pursued the Golden Crow princes away. Dai waited in vain for decades, still not seeing Quafu's return. Anxiously, he set off in the direction Quafu had departed. Years slipped by unnoticed, and one day, as Dai rested and prepared to continue his journey, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Raising his eyes, he beheld 10 small sons approaching him. In that moment, Dai realized his friend Quafu had met with misfortune. Enraged, he drew his bow and aimed an arrow at the foremost Golden Crow. In an instant, the arrow transformed into a streak of light, trailing a fiery tail as it sped towards the golden crow. At that moment, the golden crows remained oblivious to the impending danger, continuing their playful antics in the sky. Suddenly, a flash of light darted past, and the eldest golden crow felt a sharp pain in his chest. Struggling to look down to his horror, an arrowhead protruded from his chest, and in the midst of his brother's terrified gazes, his body uncontrollably fell towards the ground. I in the void, a voice echoed, "This pain is unbearable." As his body crashed to the earth, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into a sea of flames that lingered for ages. In that moment, the 9 remaining golden crow princes were thrown into a state of panic. Suddenly, 3 more piercing sounds tore through the air, jolting the 9 little golden crows back to reality. Alas, it was too late. With 3 anguished cries, 3 more golden crows succumbed, enveloped in flames upon the primordial earth. Flee, quickly, escape. The remaining 6 golden crows could think of nothing else. They flapped their wings and soared into the heavens. Observing this from a distance, Day coldly scoffed, "Do you think you can escape? Let us see if my bow agrees." With that, he knocked 5 more arrows, aiming at the 5 foremost golden crows. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated throughout the void. The 5 golden crows sensed an icy chill enveloping them. They wished to evade, yet their bodies were unresponsive. They helplessly watched as the 5 arrows pierced through them, darkness engulfing their senses. In the void, only Nüwa, the golden crow with the least cultivation, remained, lagging behind. Day, noticing this, smirked coldly and aimed his bow once more at the last golden crow. That moment, within the demon court, in the imperial palace of Dijuan, the meditating Dijuan felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Spitting forth a mouthful of blood, he hastily began to calculate the cause. Though the current calamity obscured the heavenly secrets, the 10 golden crows were intertwined with Dijuan's fate. Consequently, he instantly grasped the situation and thundered furiously, "Shaman clan, you possess great audacity." Just then, outside the palace, Xia cried out, "Husband, save our children." In that moment, Dijuan could think of nothing else. He was about to descend into the primordial lands when, before he could act, another wave of pain struck his heart, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. In his urgency, he forgot to send a message and shouted loudly, "Second brother, swiftly save the children," within the palace of Dong Wangtai. Upon hearing his brother's call, he was taken aback. With a thought, the Dong Wang bell soared forth, swiftly heading towards the primordial lands. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the demon court. However, this delay resulted in the loss of 5 more princes. When Dong Wangtai arrived on the battlefield, he witnessed Dai release his final arrow. Instantly, he declared coldly, "Shaman clan, you possess great courage." With that, the Dongwang bell flew forth, landing upon Nüwa. Waves of suppressive power radiated outward, distorting the very fabric of space and time. With the sound of the bell echoing through the primordial lands, the arrows were instantly reduced to mere dust. This moment, Dongwang Tai had no time to concern himself with Dai. With a flash, he appeared before Nüwa, who stood in stunned silence. Dongwang Tai's voice trembled as he spoke. Little Ten. You?" The others, brothers, hearing the familiar voice, Nüwa finally snapped out of the terror that had gripped him moments before. With a wail, he cried, "Uncle, you must avenge my brothers." Upon hearing Nüwa's response, Dongwang Tai felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Since the birth of the 10th prince, he had showered him with unparalleled affection. Now, upon receiving the dreadful news, his grief rivaled that of Dijun. He turned his gaze towards the distant Dai, who stood tens of thousands of miles away, and spoke coldly, "Wu clans Dai, you possess an audacious spirit to slay my royal nephew. I shall ensure you are reduced to ashes." With that, the pinnacle of his quasi-saintly power erupted, and a colossal hand of magical energy, spanning millions of miles, materialized in the void above, descending violently upon Dai below. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Dai, knowing escape was futile, exuded a prideful demeanor and laughed heartily. "What a pity that I let a small one escape. I cannot avenge my brother Quafu myself." Naturally, surrendering to Dong Huang Tai was not an option. As his words fell, a barrage of sharp arrows tore through the air, hurtling towards the descending magical hand with ferocity. In the Dijiang tribe, as the sound of the bell reverberated through the wilderness, Dijiang, who had been devouring malevolent energy in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he was unaware of why the Eastern Emperor Bel had appeared in the wilderness, he understood that the demons governed the heavens while the witches ruled the earth. Thus, he could not remain indifferent to the appearance of the Eastern Emperor Bel. With a swift motion of his hands, the fabric of space before him tore apart as if it were mere paper, and Dijiang himself vanished from his location. Simultaneously, the other 10 ancestral witches also concluded their seclusion and hurried towards the source of the bell's chime. As arrows disintegrated into dust, the colossal hand of magical energy remained unscathed, and in the blink of an eye, it loomed directly above Yi, just as despair began to settle within him. A rift in space abruptly appeared before him, and Zhang's figure emerged. With a casual punch, the terrifying might of his physical form instantaneously shattered the descending magical hand. Although Dong Huangtai seethed with rage, he recognized that Yi was merely a great witch. While his assault was fierce, it was only aimed at a being of the Deluo gene skin level. Thus, when Zhang appeared, he effortlessly countered Dong Huangtai's magical hand. Upon witnessing Zhang's arrival, Dong Huangtai coldly remarked, Zhang, do you think you alone can thwart me? As he spoke, he summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, which began to spin rapidly before landing in his grasp. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from thousands of miles away. Within mere breaths, the other 10 ancestral witches materialized. Zhu Rong roared in fury. Mongrel bird. For ages, the demons have governed the heavens while the witches have ruled the earth. You dare intrude upon the wilderness, believing that our witch clan fears you. Hearing these words, Dong Huangtai's anger surged. While he was unafraid of the ancestral witches joining forces, he was mindful of Lu Ya's presence. Thus, he forcibly suppressed his fury and coldly stated, Zhang, the Wu clan's Yi has slain my demon prince. Should you not provide an explanation? Upon hearing this, Zhang burst into laughter. An explanation? The demons govern the heavens while the witches rule the earth. This is a decree established by the Dao ancestor. Your demon prince encroached upon the wilderness uninvited. What consequence is there if we slay him? Dong Huangtai's anger intensified upon hearing this, and in a frigid tone, he replied, very well. With that, he swiftly departed with Lu Ya. Zhu Rong, witnessing this, exclaimed, Elder brother, why not eliminate Dong Huangtai once and for all? Zhang cast a cold glance at Zhu Rong, causing him to feel a chill within. Dong Huangtai possesses a primordial treasure by his side. We cannot contend with him in the short term. Furthermore, Yi is merely a great witch. He would only fall victim to the chaos of battle. Additionally, our younger sister has yet to return. Should Dong Huangtai delay us, and Dijun sets up the great array of the heavenly stars, how shall we respond? At present, neither Dijun nor Tai knows that our sister is absent. We must avoid initiating conflict and instead frighten him away. Think more and refrain from incessantly seeking battle. Zhu Rong felt utterly humiliated by Zhang's reprimand. Zhang, having little interest in scolding Zhu Rong further, turned to Yi with a smile and said, Yi, well done. You have not tarnished the prestige of the Wu clan. Yi, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, esteemed ancestral witch, for your timely assistance. Zhang shook his head and continued, now that our younger sister is absent, the tribe cannot remain in this state indefinitely. From this day forth, you shall be the Houtu tribe's Hoi. Until our younger sister returns, you shall temporarily lead the tribe. Yi, upon hearing this, respectfully replied, Hoi pays his respects to all esteemed ancestral witches. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement before leading Hoi back to Mount Buzhou. In the demon court, within the demon emperor's palace, as a streak of rainbow light traversed the air, Dong Huangtai suddenly appeared before Dijun with a flick of his hand. The dazed Lu Ya materialized before Dijun. Little Tin. In unison, Dijun and she exclaimed in shock. Dong Huangtai, filled with shame, replied, Elder brother, I arrived too late. I could only save Little Tin, while the others, Dijun waved his hand. His eyes reddened, and said, this is not the time to blame you. But do you know which member of the Wu clan was responsible? Dong Huangtai coldly replied, it was Wu clan's Yi. When I attempted to intervene, Zhang and the others rescued him. I dared not confront Zhang directly to protect Little Tin. Upon hearing this, Dijun gradually calmed down and replied, you have done well in this matter. Just as he spoke, she interjected, husband, our children have perished so tragically. You must swiftly lead the army to attack the Wu clan and avenge our children. At that moment, he, consumed by grief, cared little for the grand schemes of the demons and only wished for Dijun to launch an immediate assault against the Wu clan to exact revenge for their children. Yet, Dijun had already regained his composure. Though he was equally pained by the loss of his children at the hands of the Wu clan, he still sought to comfort her, saying, the slaughtering which sword is about to be refined. We must not act impulsively. In her madness from the loss of her beloved child, she could not heed his words. With a furious cry, she retorted, Dijun, It was your child who perished. You spend your days plotting for the demon clan while neglecting your own children. You are unworthy of being a father. My poor child was confined in a desolate place shortly after birth. Only to meet such a tragic fate now. Since you refuse to seek vengeance, I shall go myself. With that, the laws of the moon surged around her, and her figure vanished from the demon court. Witnessing this scene, Dong Huang Tai Yi, filled with curiosity, remarked, "Elder brother, what my sister-in-law says holds merit. United against a common enemy, even without the slaughtering witch sword, we need not fear engaging in a death struggle with the Wu clan." Dijun shook his head and sighed. "Second brother, do you know why I arranged for the 10 princes to be placed in the Tang Valley?" Naturally, Dong Huang Tai Yi was aware of Dijun's intentions. The arrangement was to enable the princes to swiftly refine the true fire of the sun and attain the Dai was a grand formation established by the two of them to prevent any small disturbances. Upon hearing this, Dijun nodded and continued, "Indeed, we set the grand formation on the Sunstar ourselves. I in the wilderness, who could possibly evade our senses and bring the 10 princes into this realm? It was only after they provoked a calamity of immense proportions that we became aware." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a river of fortune suddenly materialized before the two demons. On its surface, the once great fortune of the demon clan was now shrouded in endless black mist, entwined and chaotic. Upon hearing Dijun's explanation, Dong Huang Tai Yi's face turned grave as he suddenly realized. "A saint?" Dijun nodded and replied, "Indeed, but I do not know which specific saint acted. Now that the demon court's fortune is severely diminished, this is also why I have not agreed to your sister-in-law's demands for a hasty attack." Within the demon court, as Dijun concluded his analysis, the palace fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Dong Huang Tai finally regained his senses, although he possessed unmatched strength and looked down upon all beings below the quasi-saint level. When faced with a saint, he could not help but recall the Dao ancestor's finger. A deep sense of helplessness surged within him. "Elder brother, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Dijun revealed a faint smile. But it was a smile devoid of the previous arrogance that had once overshadowed the heavens and the earth, now tinged with self-deprecation. "Second brother, we have transformed for millions of years, yet we have arrived at this juncture. However, with the incident concerning the princes, I cannot shake a sense of foreboding. Behind this, it seems as though an invisible pair of grand hands is manipulating everything. The aim is to ensure that our demon clan and the witch clan are mutually annihilated, or even face total destruction." Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai was taken aback. Who, besides the exalted saints, could possibly wield such control over the two great clans of the primordial world? Before Dong Huang Tai could utter a word, Dijun continued, "Brother, I understand what you wish to convey. Now that we have reached this juncture, a conflict between the demon and witch clans is inevitable, until one side is utterly vanquished." Hearing this, Dong Huang Tai, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "What about sister-in-law?" Dijun shook his head and replied slowly, "Let she go. I in this battle. Even I do not know if I will survive." Dong Huang Tai opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Dijun rose, his imperial aura radiating, and coldly declared, "I am aware that I cannot rival the saints, but the demon clan must not become extinct. Brother, I will take Xiaoshi to the chaos for a while. I must trouble you with the affairs of the demon court for the time being." Dong Huang Tai understood Dijun's intentions. He was preparing to entrust Liu to the protection of the Saint Nüwa, thereby alleviating any worries. In that moment, a surge of bravery emanated from Dong Huang Tai. "Rest assured, brother, I shall accompany you upon your return, and we shall fight fiercely together." Dijun, upon hearing this, was equally invigorated. "Haha, splendid. When I return, we shall once again wage war in the primordial realm." With that, Dijun's figure vanished from sight, along with the unsuspecting Prince Luya. Meanwhile, since Hou Yi's return, the news of his feat in slaying the 9 golden crows spread like wildfire throughout the tribe. In an instant, both the Eastern Yi tribe's human race and the Houtu tribe's kin were filled with exuberance. Save for one individual, Hou Yi's wife, Chang'e. For reasons unknown, since her birth, Chang'e had made no progress in martial arts despite her relentless training. Even the leader of the Eastern Yi tribe, possessing innate prowess, could not fathom the reason behind it. Chang'e merely believed that the cultivation methods were unsuitable for her and thus turned her attention to the various martial techniques passed down by the Martial Ancestor. Consequently, to this day, Chang'e had already mastered numerous martial techniques. Whenever a human would showcase a martial skill, she could instantly identify it and pinpoint its flaws. In this manner, her daily life remained fulfilling. However, as an ordinary postnatal human without any cultivation, her lifespan was merely 5,000 years, nurtured by innate spiritual energy. She had followed Houyi to the Houtu tribe at the age of 18. And now many years had elapsed. Although she had been sustained by the game Houyi hunted, life had already slipped away for the most part, compounded by the fact that Houyi would be gone for several hundred years this time. Chang'e was consumed by longing, her appearance aging drastically. Thus, upon hearing that Houyi had returned, her heart raced with anxiety. Fortunately, Houyi had just assumed command of the tribe and had not returned home directly, granting Chang'e a brief respite. However, as days passed, her heart grew increasingly frantic. The ravages of time rendered her too ashamed to step outside her door, spending her days lamenting within her room. One day, as Chang'e sighed within, she suddenly heard a coughing sound from outside. With a kind-hearted disposition, she could not bear to witness another's suffering, though she felt her appearance was unfit for public view. She still opened the door. At the threshold, she beheld an elderly woman seated on the stone steps, coughing repeatedly. Chang'e hurried forward, gently caressing the woman while inquiring, "Sister, do you feel unwell?" The old woman, gasping for air, replied, "I am merely passing through and feel parched. Might I trouble you for a bowl of water?" Without a second thought, Chang'e assisted the woman, saying, "Please, come inside to rest. I will fetch you some water." With that, she guided the elderly woman into her home and personally brought her tea. After the woman finished drinking, she smiled and said, "Thank you, dear sister. I have matters to attend to and cannot stay long." With that, she rose to leave, and a pill silently slipped from her grasp and landed where she had been seated. Chang'e, oblivious to this, only noticed the shimmering pill upon returning after seeing the woman off. When she sought to find the elderly figure once more, there was no trace of her. Chang'e thought little of it, planning to return the pill when the woman came back seeking it. As time passed, the day turned to dusk. Houyi had not returned, nor had the elderly woman reappeared. Seeing this, Chang'e decided to lie down and prepare for sleep. Just as she lay down, she heard a voice from outside. "Strange, it was right here. Where has it gone?" This was a precious elixir of immortality I painstakingly acquired from the Queen Mother of the West. How could it simply vanish? Upon hearing this, a thunderous realization struck Chang'e's mind. Immortality, eternal youth. Was she not in such a predicament now, with her life fading and her beauty lost? She glanced at the glowing pill on the table, and a wave of desire surged within her. Time slipped by, and after what felt like an eternity, Chang'e finally quelled her yearning. She hurriedly seized the pill and moved toward the door. Yet, upon stepping outside, there was no sign of the elderly woman. With a sense of resignation, Chang'e returned. Days turned into weeks, and the elderly woman never reappeared. The matter of the pill felt as though it had never transpired. Nevertheless, the luminous pill on her bedside constantly reminded Chang'e of its reality. One night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery radiance over the vast primordial land. Since Houyi's return to the tribe, he had been occupied with tribal affairs, and now he had completed the transition. Thinking of his long-lost wife, Chang'e, he hurried home. "Chang'e, I am back." Upon hearing her husband's voice, Chang'e, who had just settled into bed, was abruptly awakened. The thought of her current appearance being seen by Houyi filled her with terror, and panic washed over her aging visage. As the footsteps grew ever closer, Chang'e could no longer afford to hesitate. She swiftly grabbed the pill from her bedside and swallowed it whole, with the golden elixir coursing through her. She declared, "My life is mine to command." With the elixir consumed, a torrent of power surged forth from within her. In the heavens above, waves of lunar energy cascaded down, transforming into a silvery waterfall that continuously washed over Chang'e's being. As the lunar energy enveloped her, her once aged appearance blossomed into youthful beauty. Even her formerly silver hair transformed into a cascade of lustrous black locks. The overwhelming lunar energy swiftly collapsed her dwelling, bathing her entirely in moonlight. Feeling the vibrant life force surging within her, the melancholy that had once clouded Chang'e's features was replaced by sheer joy, gazing at her husband, Houyi, who stood stunned before her. Chang'e's happiness knew no bounds. However, just as she spoke, a terrifying force of attraction descended from the heavens, pulling her uncontrollably skyward. In her state of panic, Chang'e extended her delicate hands, her face etched with urgency as she cried out, "Save me." At this moment, Houyi had finally regained his composure from the shock. He immediately summoned the power of the great shaman and pursued Chang'e. However, despite possessing the strength of a great shaman, He was still unable to catch up with Chang'e's pace and could only recklessly ascend towards the heavens. This commotion inevitably attracted the attention of the ancestral shamans. Upon witnessing Hou-yi stepping into the primal starry sky, they feared for his safety and hastily followed him. Above the moon star, a resplendent silver beam of light pierced through the cosmos. Reaching the primordial realm, at the end of this beam stood the breathtakingly beautiful Chang'e. Though beneath her exquisite visage lay a sorrowful expression, on the verge of tears, Chang'e's figure drew nearer to the moon star. The essence of the moon continuously washed over her soul. The once pitiful beauty gradually transformed into an air of aloofness, until the brilliance faded. A magnificent palace suddenly emerged beside the laurel tree, with 3 innate inscriptions glowing on its entrance: Palace of Eternal Cold. Simultaneously, Chang'e's figure slipped directly into the Palace of Eternal Cold, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. At that moment, Hou-yi had just caught up, and upon witnessing this scene, he realized he had fallen into the trap of the demon clan. Instantly, he drew his bow and aimed at the moon star. Shi-he, release Chang'e. As his words fell, the figure of Shi-he slowly materialized in the sky above the moon star. Hou-yi, you have caused this palace to lose its beloved son. Today, I shall ensure that you and your wife are eternally separated. Hou-yi's gaze hardened as he regarded the aura of quasi-saintly pressure emanating from her. A sense of dread creeping into his heart. Though he was unafraid of death as a member of the shaman clan, for Chang'e's sake, he could only compromise. Shi-he, please release Chang'e for my actions. Unbeknownst to him, she had already descended into madness, consumed by grief over the loss of her son, while her husband remained silent for the demon clan's schemes. At that moment, her mind was filled with the exhilaration of vengeance. Hou-yi, if you wish to rescue Chang'e, you may as well abandon that hope. The elixir of immortality that Chang'e consumed was obtained from the Queen Mother of the West and refined with the essence of the moon. Chang'e has long since forgotten her past. Even if the 12 ancestral shamans were to destroy the moon star, she would not regain her true self. Upon hearing this, Hou-yi's fury ignited, and his veins bulged with rage. Shi-he, reveling in her sense of revenge, proposed, I possess a method that can restore Chang'e to her true self. Do you dare to attempt it? With gritted teeth, Hou-yi fixed his gaze upon Shi-he. Speak. Shi-he's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. The laurel tree is intrinsically linked to the moon star. If you transform into a mortal and sever the laurel tree, Chang'e will surely return. Do you dare to try? Without further ado, Hou-yi brandished his divine bow and shot an arrow towards the laurel tree. In response, Shi-he made no attempt to hinder him. Merely observing the unfolding events, with a thunderous roar, the laurel tree was instantly blasted with a colossal hole. Yet, before Hou-yi could rejoice, the potent force of the moon star surged forth to cover the wound of the laurel tree. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state, while a heart-wrenching scream resonated from within the Palace of Eternal Cold. Hou-yi's astonished gaze lingered. Shi-he laughed uproariously. Futile. Chang'e is already intertwined with the essence of the moon. Should you harness great power to destroy the laurel tree, she shall perish in an instant. Hou-yi, seething with wrath, directed his gaze towards the Palace of Eternal Cold and slowly uttered, Fine. Upon finishing his words, his figure shimmered, and his towering form shrank to that of an ordinary human. Subsequently, his bow transformed into a massive axe. I am Wu Gang. As long as the laurel tree endures, Hou-yi shall not return. Hou-yi, no. A voice cried out as 11 formidable figures traversed the starry expanse, swiftly arriving at the moon star. Alas, it was too late. As Hou-yi's words fell, he sealed his consciousness and relentlessly began to chop at the laurel tree with the axe. Each strike carved out a gaping wound. Yet once the axe was withdrawn, the laurel tree remained unscathed. Witnessing this, the 11 ancestral shamans grew increasingly anxious, calling out to Hou-yi. However, he had already closed himself off. Entirely oblivious to the world around him, the hot-tempered Zhu Rong charged directly towards Shi-he, who stood defiantly atop the moon star. Die. In an instant, the starry sky trembled, and countless celestial bodies were extinguished. Although Shi-he was a quasi-saint, she stood no chance against the ancestral shaman. Nevertheless, unperturbed by the threat, Shi-he laughed heartily. My son is dead. I shall have my revenge. With that, a cataclysmic roar reverberated throughout the primordial cosmos, and Shi-he was instantly obliterated, her essence scattered to the winds. Once the chaos subsided, the ancestral shamans gazed at the transformed Wu Gang with complex expressions. With Shi-he's demise, the demon court will surely be shaken. We should not linger in the starry sky. Let us swiftly return. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's command, Xianming interjected, "Elder brother, what of Hou-yi?" Emperor Jiang shook his head and replied, "Hou-yi has sealed himself. Only by severing his obsession can he return. We cannot intervene." The other ancestral shamans, hearing this, felt a deep pang of sorrow. They knew all too well that unless the laurel tree was felled, Hou-yi would not return. Though such an event seemed improbable, there remained a glimmer of hope that if they were to destroy the laurel tree, they would only ensure that Hou-yi could never come back. With a resigned sigh, they followed Emperor Jiang as they soared towards the vast primordial land. Deep within the chaos, a radiant arc swiftly traversed the void. If the beings of the primordial realm were to witness this, they would recognize it as the famed Golden Crow's rainbow transformation, a unique talent of the Golden Crow clan, covering 30,000 miles in the span of a breath. Even the swift North Sea Kuimping would bow in submission to this escape technique. In the midst of chaos, the concepts of time and space seemed to dissolve into insignificance. In this hazy realm, it felt as though nothing ever changed, that a mere breath might encapsulate the passing of millennia in the primordial land. Revealing the terrifying nature of chaos, as the arc of light dissipated, a majestic figure materialized in a corner of the cosmos. Emperor Dijun, who had journeyed from the demon court. Behind him stood the silent Prince Nüwa, who, having witnessed the demise of his 9 brothers, had long since lost the innocence befitting his age. The demon Emperor Dijun proclaimed, "I seek an audience with Empress Nüwa." In days past, while Dijun held deep respect for the saints, he had always harbored a sense of pride. However, following the tragic loss of his son, and in light of the dire circumstances facing the demon clan, he had come to profoundly understand the insignificance of those beneath the saints. Even with the great array of the Zhou Tian star, capable of contending with the saints, was it not still at their mercy? Thus, amidst the impending calamity, Dijun had already resigned himself to a mindset of inevitable demise. "The only concern that weighs heavily on my mind is the remaining Prince Nüwa." Dijun is acutely aware that during the process of the demon clan's dominion over the vast wilderness, numerous formidable beings have been offended in the past. With himself and Tai suppressing the opposition, they dared not act recklessly. However, if both he and Tai were to meet their demise, Nüwa's predicament would be dire. Dijun also understands that among the saints, only Nüwa, who shares the same demonic lineage, could extend her protection. Yet, he is mindful that his massacre of the human race has displeased Nüwa, and she would never allow him to enter the realm of the Nüwa Emperor. Thus, this time, he speaks with a tone of supplication, hoping to draw closer to her. He yearns for a personal audience with the Saint Nüwa to discuss the matters that lie ahead. Indeed, as Dijun's voice faded, a fissure of human size suddenly appeared in the spatial barrier outside the Nüwa Emperor's domain. Without hesitation, Dijun entered with Nüwa in tow. The moment he stepped into the realm of the Nüwa Emperor, he felt a shift in the cosmic order. When he regained his senses, he found himself within the Nüwa Emperor's palace. Without time to marvel at the power of the saints, he respectfully bowed to the elegantly attired woman before him, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to Lady Nüwa." Nüwa regarded Dijun with indifferent eyes and slowly spoke, "Dijun, do you know your crimes?" Upon hearing this, Dijun's heart tightened, fully aware that Nüwa was questioning him about the order to slaughter the human race. A misstep in his response could spell disaster for Nüwa's entry into the Nüwa Emperor's palace. After a prolonged silence, Dijun finally spoke, "I am the demon emperor of the demon clan." Implicit in his words was an acknowledgement of his guilt, but as the demon emperor, he felt compelled to act thus. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the Nüwa Emperor's palace. After a lengthy pause, Nüwa finally replied, "Nüwa may enter the Nüwa Emperor's realm, but he shall not be under my tutelage." Hearing Nüwa's acquiescence, Dijun felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he respectfully bowed again, saying, "Thank you, lady." With that, he vanished from the Nüwa Emperor's realm, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as he headed towards the demon court, leaving Nüwa alone, gazing in the direction of Dijun's departure. At a loss for words, "Nüwa, you may cultivate here in peace. After the calamity of the Wu and the demons, return to the vast wilderness." Upon hearing Nüwa's arrangement, Nüwa bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, lady, for taking me in." At that moment, Nüwa began to sense something amiss. Nüwa said little more. With a wave of her hand, the power of the saint surged, and Nüwa had already vanished from the palace. It was only then that Fushi revealed himself from a side chamber. "Why does Dijun act this way?" Nüwa answered calmly, "Dijun has embraced a death wish." Fushi was taken aback by her words and immediately began to calculate. But the heavenly secrets were too obscure. The demon clan's dominion over the vast wilderness, with both Dijun and Tai being among the pinnacle of power, how could they possibly perish? Nüwa's gaze fixed upon Fushi, and after a long silence, she finally spoke. The schemes of the saints. Upon hearing this, Fushi's expression changed to one of realization, followed by a look of despair. The schemes of the saints. Indeed, this was only possible because Fushi resided within the Wa Emperor's realm. Otherwise, to speak ill of the saints would have led to immediate retribution. However, Fushi had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the saints. Nüwa's treatment of the human race was one matter, but the other saints' treatment of the demon clan was equally troubling, especially considering the bitter feud between the demon clan and the Wu tribe that had persisted for 100 millennia. Seeing Fushi's state, Nüwa explained, the two clans of Wu and demons possess strength comparable to that of the saints. The other saints would never permit such beings to exist. Fushi, however, shook his head, interrupting Nüwa's explanation, and gazed at her, saying, "Is this not the reason you allow the demon clan to slaughter the human race?" Nüwa opened her mouth to explain, but Fushi seemed to have already made up his mind about the rationale and continued. "Sister, there is no need for explanation that I understand. During the decisive battle between the Wu and demons, I shall be there." At this moment, Nüwa's composure had vanished. Hearing his words, she exclaimed in alarm, "Brother, you must be mad. When the calamity erupts, even I cannot guarantee your safety." Fushi shook his head, stating, "Dijun and I share a bond of gratitude. Having borrowed the Houtu and Luoshu for enlightenment, I have already incurred a significant karmic debt. In this battle, I shall repay this debt with my life." Upon hearing this, Nüwa's expression tightened, and she fell silent. The entanglement of karmic ties is something even a saint cannot resolve. Otherwise, why would the Western saints, Zhuanti and Jiayin, go to such lengths over the karmic ties of Hong Yun? Noticing Nüwa's silence, Fushi continued, "That you have created the human race and achieved sainthood, and thus bear great karmic ties to them. You have also gained your own sainthood through this. Revered as the millennia Holy Mother, you have merely watched as the human race falls into calamity, thus incurring another karmic debt. After my demise, I ask you to take my remaining soul and, when the time is ripe, descend upon the human race to repay this karmic debt." Upon hearing this, Nüwa's eyes turned red, and she spoke softly. "Brother." Fushi shook his head gently, replying, "This is what I must do. It is also the last thing I can do." With that, his warmth dissipated. "Once I descend to the human race, I shall become Fushi of the human race, severing all sibling ties with you." At this moment, Fushi had grown disillusioned with the schemes of the saints. However, as Nüwa's elder brother, the karmic debts incurred by his sister could only be repaid by himself. "Brother, why must it be this way?" Nüwa, stripped of her lofty status as a saint, pleaded like a fragile maiden. Yet Fushi merely shook his head and turned to leave the palace. Time in the vast wilderness is indifferent to years. In the blink of an eye, a millennium has passed out on Shouyang Mountain. As terrifying vortices of spiritual energy surged wildly, Feng's aura grew increasingly profound. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the three ancestors encircled Feng, embodying the trinity of heaven, earth, and humanity to protect him. The aura of the Martial Ancestor became increasingly formidable. It was anticipated that upon achieving this breakthrough, he would ascend to the realm of the martial god. Sitting atop the Tian Shu, the Sui Ren clan member spoke with a smile. Since the Holy Mother created humanity, the human race had been treading on thin ice. But it was precisely because there were no formidable beings guarding them that the impending breakthrough of the Martial Ancestor stirred the spirits of the three ancestors. The member of the Earth Pivot, the Yu Chao clan, joyfully exclaimed, "From now on, among the vast wilderness, our human race will possess the strength to protect ourselves. Let us see who would dare to infringe upon humanity." Brothers, do not get too carried away with joy. Now that the Martial Ancestor approaches the realm of the martial god, we three are still at the transcendent level, but shouldn't we also strive to cultivate? The others paused momentarily before smiling wryly and replying, "We wish we could. However, a millennium ago, we were on the front lines supporting the human race. Now that peace has finally returned, the Martial Ancestor seeks to break through. Our cultivation must be put on hold." It must be said that the three ancestors possessed talents and perseverance far beyond the ordinary. Otherwise, they would not have stood out among the 3,000 innate human beings. However, since the invasion of the Howling Moon demon god thousands of years ago, the three ancestors have been steadfastly guarding the front lines of humanity. Even after the Howling Moon demon god retreated, they still dared not relax their vigilance. As a result, The cultivation of the three ancestors had to be set aside, but even so, they managed to reach the transcendent level in just a few thousand years. Comparable to the great Luo golden immortals within the vast wilderness, the Ze clan member spoke up. What my younger sister said pertains to the future, after the Martial Ancestor breaks through. We will relinquish our duties and focus on our cultivation. Until we ascend to the realm of the martial god, we shall not leave our seclusion. The other two nodded in agreement. It shall be so. As the three conversed, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted in the heavens above, as if a great whale were devouring the essence, leaving the area beneath, where Feng stood, utterly drained. In an instant. A vast expanse of land transformed into a desolate void devoid of spirit. This phenomenon attracted the primordial spiritual energy from far and wide, converging towards Shouyang Mountain. Witnessing this spectacle, the three ancestors ceased their dialogue. Their gazes fixed intently upon Feng. This was the reason Shouyang Mountain lay within the realm of humanity. Had it been in other territories, formidable beings would undoubtedly have come to investigate. Suspecting the emergence of a spiritual treasure, simultaneously, a searing wave of heat radiated from Feng, causing countless plants and trees within a 1,000,000-mile radius to wither instantly. Just then, the heat surged back towards him. And in the blink of an eye, it was completely absorbed by Feng. Once again, tranquility enveloped Shouyang Mountain. Feng, who had been in meditation, slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the three ancestors guarding him. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your diligent protection, esteemed ancestors." Upon seeing this, the ancestors immediately flashed forward, with Sui Ren tremblingly inquiring, "Martial Ancestor, have you broken through?" Feng nodded, "I have not failed my mission." In that instant, the three ancestors were overcome with indescribable excitement. Just as they were about to speak, suddenly, the primordial realm trembled, celestial flowers cascaded from the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. While purple energy surged from the east for millions of miles, not only Feng and the three ancestors, but all beings of the primordial realm turned their astonished gazes towards the heavens. In the distance, a towering figure, thousands of feet high, stood imperiously in the void. At the same time, a voice resonated from the heavens, echoing throughout the primordial land. "I am the descendant of Pangu, the Earth Mother. Today, I witnessed the relentless strife across the primordial realm, where the deceased have no resting place, and the living cannot find peace. I now wish to assume the form of the ancestral shaman, to sanctify the cycle of reincarnation and provide a refuge for the souls of the departed. Let the cycle of reincarnation commence." With a thunderous roar, as the vow was uttered, the heavens quaked, and an infinite expanse of golden pathways of virtue enveloped the sky. Simultaneously, the towering figure of the Earth Mother began to dissipate from the ground up. The immense energy that overflowed began to transform into a pitch-black space, within which malevolent energies howled and the aura of death lingered. Upon witnessing this, all beings of the primordial realm were filled with trepidation. Below Mount Buzhou, 11 ancestral shamans gathered, revealing their true forms and exclaiming, "Sister, do not." In that moment, a sorrowful wail echoed throughout the primordial land. Far above the blood sea, the Earth Mother seemed to sense something, her gaze drifting towards Mount Buzhou as she murmured, "Brothers, my sister has departed." As the cycle of reincarnation unfolded, the Earth Mother was no longer the magnificent figure of yore. Only a remnant of her form remained before the eyes of all beings. Witnessing this scene, not just the 11 ancestral shamans, but all primordial beings felt a pang in their hearts. In the palace of Nuwa, Kunlun Mountain, and Mount Shumi, the 6 sages of heaven stood up. Regardless of their previous disdain for the shaman clan, they now bowed respectfully towards the location of the Earth Mother, proclaiming, "Your great virtue, O goddess." As the sages bowed, the heavens and earth shifted, the sun and moon rose together. The once tranquil void was suddenly filled with tumultuous winds and clouds. The decree was issued. The cycle of reincarnation commences. In the primordial realm, where there is life, there is death, and where there is death, there is life. Today, I, the Earth Mother, am willing to transform my remnant form into the 6 paths, providing a place for the reincarnation of all beings. The 6 paths are the heavenly path, the Azura path, the human path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. As the Earth Mother's words resonated through the primordial realm, her form shattered once more, revealing 6 dark whirlpools above her head. Those who had amassed great merit in life could ascend to the heavenly path and enjoy peace. Those who committed atrocities would enter the Azura path. Those whose merits outweighed their transgressions would enter the human path. Those whose transgressions outweighed their merits would enter the animal path. Those with great transgressions would enter the hungry ghost path and the hell path, thus allowing all souls to return to their rightful places. With each vow uttered by the Earth Mother, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation grew immensely. When the vows concluded, the force of reincarnation surged throughout the entire primordial realm, as if marking all beings within it. Subsequently, as the power of reincarnation dissipated, 2 obsidian artifacts materialized in the void. These were the supreme innate treasures of the Earth Path, the Book of Life and Death, and the Judge's Pen. The location where the Earth Mother once stood had long since been reduced to ashes with the emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the court of the demon clan. Emperor Jun silently observed this scene, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, whether to rejoice, grieve, or rage. Naturally, he rejoiced at the demise of the Earth Mother, as the grand formation of the 12 capitals of heaven would crumble without attack, significantly alleviating the pressure on the demon clan. However, he mourned, for this confirmed his suspicions. These were beings of immense power who had cultivated for countless eons, who would willingly perish without scheming, now that the Earth Mother had fallen. What of himself and Tai? Surely, their end would not be far off. Anger surged within him as the Earth Mother's establishment of the 6 paths had relegated the demon clan to the status of the animal path. Upon the emergence of the 6 paths, Emperor Jun was acutely aware of the demon clan's position within the Earth Path. Yet, regardless of his thoughts, the Earth Mother was dead, and even if he wished to exact retribution, there was no one to confront. In the depths of the Blood Sea, the river Styx gazed upward, his face contorted with frustration as he watched the dissipating figure of the Earth Mother. It must be said that the Earth Mother's transformation into reincarnation dealt the greatest blow to the river Styx. On that day, when the Earth Mother traversed the Blood Sea, she intended to establish reincarnation within it. How could the river Styx consent? After all, he had thoroughly refined the Blood Sea, claiming that as long as the Blood Sea remained, he would not perish. Now, with the Earth Mother's arrival demanding the establishment of reincarnation within the Blood Sea, it meant a significant loss of power for the river Styx. Thus, he naturally opposed it, intending to wield the dual swords of destruction to slay the Earth Mother. It should be noted that the river Styx had previously created the Azura clan and established the Azura teachings, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, with no further advancement possible. Armed with 3 supreme innate treasures, he would not falter even against Tai in battle. However, just as he stepped out of the Blood Sea, he received a warning from the heavenly path. Consequently, the river Styx had to take a step back, incorporating the Azura path into the upper 3 paths of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even so, he still felt a significant loss, yet at this point, he could only begrudgingly accept. Unexpectedly, with the Earth Mother's transformation into reincarnation, she perished, leaving only 2 Earth Path supreme treasures in her wake. How could the river Styx not be tempted? He immediately transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the location of the treasures. Yet, even though he was closest to the treasures, he was still a fraction too late. In the blink of an eye, the figures of Taiji Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tok Tian Jiao Master, and the 2 others materialized. Upon witnessing this, the river Styx's eyes narrowed, and he spoke gravely, "Sages, this item was nurtured within the Blood Sea. It rightfully belongs to the Blood Sea." Hearing this, Zhuan Ti was the first to shake his head, saying, "Friend Styx, your words are mistaken. This treasure was nurtured within the Earth Path, not the Blood Sea. I, from the West, have established the Western Paradise. This item is perfectly suited for my Western teachings." The river Styx, unwilling to relinquish the treasure without a fight, retorted, "The Earth Path is located deep within the Blood Sea. Thus, the treasure naturally belongs to the Blood Sea." However, Yuanshi Tianzuan, seeing the unfolding situation, coldly declared, "To disrespect the saints is to invite punishment." With that, the 3 treasures Jade Rui shot forth, striking the river Styx on the head. The river Styx could hardly fathom that the saints would disregard their dignity and strike without warning. Of course, even if he had anticipated it, he would have been unable to evade as the 3 treasures Jade Rui struck his forehead. The river Styx's form exploded in midair, deep within the Blood Sea. A drop of blood slowly writhed, swiftly coalescing into the figure of the river Styx. However, at this moment, the river Styx's expression was far from pleasant. He had just broken through to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, believing that even if he could not defeat the saints, he could at least contend with them. Thus, he had still hoped to claim the treasure for himself after the saints appeared. To his dismay, with just a casual strike, he had already been reduced to fragments. Had he not refined the Blood Sea, he likely would have faced complete annihilation. Now, the river Styx could only look begrudgingly at the space above the Blood Sea. With a wave of his hand, the great formation of the Blood Sea emerged, and he ceased to focus on the contention for the treasures above the Blood Sea upon seeing the river Styx retreat. Zhuan-Ti immediately spoke. Brothers, just as he began, Taiji Laozi interjected. Junior brother, this is the East. Upon hearing the words of Zhuan-Ti, a look of hesitation crossed his face. It is important to understand that this is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. A true treasure of the earth. Even the Western teachings of today do not possess such a treasure to guard them, although the 12-petaled golden lotus is considered a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. It is not the ultimate treasure of any particular path. Should the Western teachings acquire this supreme treasure, they could undoubtedly contend with the likes of Taiching Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan. This is precisely why Zhuan-Ti hesitated. Observing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu stepped forward, subtly encircling the two saints of the West. In response, a sense of alarm surged within Zhuan-Ti, prompting him to glance towards his brother, Jing. Noticing Zhuan-Ti's anxious gaze, Jing sighed helplessly, his expression growing increasingly pained. Despite his reluctance to engage with the Sanqing, the matter at hand concerned a supreme treasure, and even if it meant losing face, it was essential to obtain it. Just as the two saints resolved to engage in battle with the Sanqing, the heavens suddenly shifted. An infinite stream of golden-hued virtue descended from the ninth heaven. 1/10 of it fell into the cycle of reincarnation. As the virtue dispersed, the originally ethereal space solidified in an instant, gently settling upon the blood sea. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, only to reappear deep within the Blood Sea. Even the five saints, who were preparing to seize the supreme treasure, were equally astonished and paused to observe. With the return of the earth path, a further portion of virtue fell from the ninth heaven, within the earth path. The winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The Yamahal, the 18 layers of hell, the Wangchuan River, the Nüwa Bridge, the Sanqing Stone, and the Bianhua Flower, among other creations of the underworld, emerged in succession. Following this, another portion of virtue descended. Heading toward the depths of the Blood Sea's Mingi, this was the great virtue of fairness. The Mingi consented to allow the earth path to reside within the Blood Sea, and thus, virtue naturally rewarded this act. At this moment, the five saints paid little heed to this occurrence. Their attention solely focused on the newly emerged structures of the underworld, their hearts in turmoil. It must be noted that these were creations of the earth path, each region representing a divine office. If their sect could seize control, a continuous stream of virtue would undoubtedly follow. Yet, before the five saints could ponder further, another portion of virtue suddenly surged towards Shouyang Mountain. In an instant, not only the five saints, but even the myriad beings of the Honghuang were puzzled. What business did the ancestral witch Houtu have with the establishment of the underworld? Alas, regardless of how the beings speculated, the virtue indeed fell upon Shouyang Mountain, where it was casually collected by Yething. Thus concluded the rewards, with the remaining 60% of virtue continuously cascading upon the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the sight of the myriad beings of Honghuang, the 6 paths of reincarnation trembled suddenly. A woman of unparalleled grace emerged slowly from within. At the same moment, the pressure of the saints engulfed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The beings of Honghuang were taken aback, hastily prostrating themselves, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Lady Houtu." At this moment, even the 5 saints present could not conceal their astonishment, considering Houtu's contributions to Honghuang. She could easily eclipse the saints. Suddenly, there was a flash in the void, and the goddess Nüwa, who had been observing the world from her palace, appeared above the Blood Sea, together with the other 5 saints. She bowed respectfully to Houtu, saying, "We pay our respects to the Lady Houtu." It turned out that the goddess Houtu had transformed into reincarnation, and the great virtue was moved to descend in abundance. Having already perished, with only a trace of her true spirit remaining, the goddess Houtu restored her memories under the influx of immense virtue. Furthermore, having shed the influence of her ancestral witch's form and its malevolent aura, she unexpectedly regained her own primordial spirit. Simultaneously, under the influx of virtue, she broke through the bottleneck of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, becoming the first saint of the earth path. At this moment, the goddess Houtu gazed at the 6 saints standing before her in reverence and slowly spoke. "Houtu is no more. I am now the lady of the earth path." Upon finishing her words, she casually beckoned, and the earth path's supreme treasure immediately fell into her hands. The appearance of the goddess Houtu left the 5 saints present unable to continue their contest for the earth path treasure. As for the goddess Nüwa, she had no desire to partake in the disputes of Hongwang. Nodding respectfully to the goddess Houtu, she vanished from the scene. This time, the 2 saints of the west found themselves unable to remain passive. Zhuan Ti spoke first. Lady Houtu, the underworld is newly established and requires personnel to maintain order. Our Western teachings are willing to send some disciples to assist you in overseeing the underworld. Beside him, Taiching Laozu narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating an obstruction. However, having never taken disciples since the founding of the Taoist teachings, he was at a loss on how to intervene, and thus turned his gaze to Yuanshi Tianzi. Sensing the situation, Yuanshi Tianzi promptly interjected, Lady Houtu, all 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching are individuals of great fortune and merit. They can assist you in managing the affairs of the underworld. Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzi's offer, Tongtian Jiaozhu, recalling their brotherly bond, chose to remain silent, instead directing his gaze toward the 2 saints of the west, subtly implying a threat. Seeing this, Houtu's brow furrowed slightly. Although she possessed the cultivation of a saint, she was merely an earth path saint, and her attained status was also of the earth path. Therefore, should she leave the earth path, her strength would regress to the peak of quasi-saint. Unlike the 5 saints, who had attained the heavenly path status and could roam freely within Hongwang, Houtu, though unafraid of the 5 saints' collaboration, could not entirely relinquish her ties to the witch clan. If the 5 saints were to target the witch clan, Houtu would be powerless to intervene. Thus, in facing the 5 saints' demands for divine offices in the underworld, Houtu could not firmly refuse. Yet, she also would not willingly relinquish the divine offices of the underworld. After a moment of silence, she spoke. The underworld is the realm of reincarnation for Hongwang. Disputes among sects must not manifest within the underworld if you truly wish to reside in the underworld. You must abandon your original identities. Only then may you enter the underworld and assume the authority of the earth path. Upon hearing Houtu's declaration, the 5 saints were momentarily taken aback. Their original plan to secure divine offices within the earth path was to enhance their sect's fortune. Disciples entering the underworld to strategize for virtue and elevate their strength would naturally result in the sect's prosperity. Yet now, to require their disciples to abandon their identities was tantamount to working for the underworld without compensation. How could the saints possibly agree? Zhuan Ti was the first to voice his objection. Dao friend Houtu, our disciples in the Western teachings are of mixed quality and require further refinement. Thus, we shall not trouble you. With his words, the 2 saints' saintly power surged, and their figures vanished in an instant. At this juncture, Houtu turned her attention to the Sanqing, inquiring, might the Dao friends of Sanqing be willing to send disciples to oversee the affairs of the underworld? Believing this approach would lead the saints to retreat, she was taken aback when Taiching Laozu suddenly spoke. Dao friend Houtu, although I have no disciples under my command, I have an alternative solution. Upon hearing this, Houtu's expression remained unchanged, and she coolly replied, please, Dao friend Taiching, enlighten me. Rather than speaking directly, Taiching Laozu's figure flickered, and suddenly, a doppelganger materialized. Even as a saint, the division of his primordial spirit to create a doppelganger was no small burden. As the power of the heavenly way surged, Taiching Laozu finally regained his composure. With a smile directed at the goddess Houtu, he said, I shall manifest a doppelganger today to govern Fengdu and assist you in managing the affairs of the underworld. Would this be acceptable? Upon hearing this, Houtu's countenance turned. I see why To govern Fengdu meant to assume the role of the Fengdu emperor, one of the 5 ghost emperors. A position of great power. As one of the highest rulers of the underworld. Taiching Laozu's move was an overt attempt to usurp authority from Houtu. However, Houtu had previously declared that anyone who abandoned their prior identities could join the underworld. Although Taiching Laozu's actions had no direct connection to the Taoist teachings, the doppelganger was still associated with his true self. Thus, Taiching Laozu could benefit greatly with only a fraction of his primordial spirit's power expended, though Houtu's heart was filled with displeasure. She had no choice but to consent. The reasons were clear, and he had fulfilled his promise. To refuse now would mean a complete rupture of relations. She coldly replied, agreed, with Houtu's acquiescence. A terrifying aura surged forth from the depths of the earth path, enveloping Taiching Laozu's doppelganger. In an instant, the doppelganger transformed into another form, adorned in imperial robes, radiating an aura of authority that permeated the entire expanse above the blood sea. Witnessing this, Yuanshi Tianzi immediately understood the situation. His figure flickered, and he too manifested a doppelganger. The doppelganger respectfully bowed to the assembled saints, declaring, "The Tai Jukatianzuan pays his respects to all the saints." At this moment, if Houtu had not forcibly suppressed her fury, she would have likely erupted by now. In contrast, Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared utterly unconcerned, casually stating, "I shall forego the title of Ghost Emperor. Let Tai Jukatianzuan oversee the affairs of the underworld and Fengdu." Upon hearing this, Houtu's expression turned icily cold. While it was eloquently phrased as aiding the great emperor of Fengdu, the underlying implication was that he wished to seize complete control of the underworld. Had Yuanshi Tianzuan sought the position of a ghost emperor, Houtu would not have been so enraged. At worst, they could have distributed the other 3 ghost emperors among themselves, thereby creating a mutual check on power. Yet now, with only one ghost emperor position claimed, there were, in fact, 2 quasi-saint powers stationed there. With the other ghost emperors engaged in their own intrigues, how could they possibly contend against 2 formidable foes? One must not entertain the notion of uniting against them. The hearts of men are inscrutable, and who knows if there might not be an instance of the clam and the snipe contending to the benefit of the fishermen? Thus, even if it was merely one ghost emperor position, the great emperor of Fengdu, or rather, Taiching Laozu, harbored intentions of becoming the sovereign of the underworld. However, given the current circumstances, the 2 saints of the West had made it clear that they would not involve themselves in underworld affairs. Houtu could only endure the humiliation, responding coolly, "Very well." Meanwhile, Tongtian Jiaozhu had initially intended to manifest a clone, but upon witnessing Houtu's demeanor, thought better of it. He quickly shook his head, saying, "With 2 elder brothers involved in underworld matters, it seems that manpower is sufficient. I shall refrain from intervening." Hearing this, Houtu's expression softened slightly. Had Tongtian decided to join, it was likely that Houtu would have resorted to direct action. Observing this, Taiching Laozu promptly remarked, "Now that the great emperor of Fengdu has taken his position, dear friend Houtu, you may relinquish the treasures of the underworld to facilitate the maintenance of order." Upon hearing this, Houtu did not utter a word. The treasures of the underworld were born from the earth itself. Even if the great emperor of Fengdu held them, Houtu could reclaim them with a mere thought. Thus, with a casual wave, the judge's pen and the book of life and death fell before the great emperor of Fengdu, who promptly stored them within his primordial spirit. The 3 clear ones, recognizing that matters had reached a conclusion, were about to take their leave when suddenly, from the heavens above, a magnificent spectacle unfolded. Heavenly flowers cascaded. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and purple qi surged from the east for billions of miles. This scene signified the emergence of a sage. Instantly, the myriad beings of Honghuang began to speculate which sage had descended. Simultaneously, a voice resonated from the heavens above. "High upon the 9 clouds, I repose, a true Taoist upon my mat. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall be the esteemed teacher." Pangu birthed the Taiji. The 2 instruments and 4 images follow suit. 1 Doctrine passes to the 3 friends. The 2 teachings delineate their divisions. The leader of the Xianmen, 1 Qi, transforms into Hongjun, accompanied by the echo of this verse throughout the cosmos. An elderly figure dressed in white gradually descended from the heavens. The 3 clear ones and Houtu, upon witnessing this, promptly bowed and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Tao Ancestor." However, within their hearts, the 3 clear ones were perplexed. Since the appearance of Hongjun Daozu in Honghuang, he had always manifested as a gray-robed figure. Yet this time he appeared in white. It was only upon noticing the indifference in his eyes that they understood the visitor was not the true Tao Ancestor, but rather the heavenly Tao Hongjun. Looking at Houtu with an indifferent gaze, the heavenly Tao Hongjun declared, "The 6 paths of reincarnation are of utmost importance to Honghuang. Houtu must preside over the underworld, for immeasurable calamities cannot be allowed to emerge." Upon hearing this, Houtu's gaze turned frosty. First, the 3 clear ones sought to usurp the divine offices of the underworld, and now Hongjun wished to confine her eternally. This was tantamount to treating Hongwak as a monolithic entity under the Xuanmen's decree. "I am the Holy One of the earth," the implication being that while Hongjun is a saint of the heavenly Tao, he has no authority over the matters of the earth. Seeing this, the heavenly Tao Hongjun said nothing further. He merely extended a finger. In that instant, Houtu felt an overwhelming terror descend upon her. Without hesitation, an immense force from the underworld surged into Houtu's being. With the support of the earth's power, Houtu's strength surged dramatically. She unleashed a punch directed at the heavenly Tao Hongjun's finger. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated resounding clash did not occur. Were it not for the blood seeping from Houtu's lips, The three clear ones might have believed the encounter had ended without consequence. Gazing at the still impassive figure of Hongjun above, Hutu's expression darkened. The previous exchange, though seemingly mundane, involved the wielding of the Tao inherent to both parties. Unfortunately, as the Earth's powers had only recently emerged, they could not yet rival the heavenly Tao. Consequently, upon their confrontation, Houtu was swiftly bested. Casting a cold glance at Hongjun in the heavens, Hutu's figure flickered, and she instantaneously disappeared into the depths of the earth. Observing this, the heavenly Tao Hongjun offered no further words and did not spare a glance at the three clear ones, vanishing from sight in an instant. Left behind, the three clear ones exchanged glances. Bewildered, after a long pause, Taiching Laozu finally spoke. I never expected that under the augmentation of the Earth's powers, Houtu would possess such formidable strength. We have inadvertently offended her gravely. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly. He had witnessed their earlier confrontation. Although Houtu was defeated, the prowess she displayed indicated that even with the innate treasures of Pangu and the auspicious clouds of the myriad heavens, he would still not be her match. This left Yuan Shi, who had always regarded Pangu's orthodoxy as supreme, feeling quite disheartened regarding the witch clan. Having coexisted for countless eons, Taiching Laozu was keenly aware of Yuan Shi's sentiments. He immediately suggested, now that the divine offices of the earth have been secured, we need only maintain order, and we shall reap endless merits, since Huda has agreed to allow us to station our avatars. She will not take further action. Let us depart. With that, the power of the sages surged, and they disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu also chose not to linger and promptly left. Although the beings of Hong Wang were aware that a sage had descended upon the Blood Sea, they remained oblivious to the confrontation between the heavenly Tao Hongjun and Houtu, the three clear sages. Being the only witnesses, would not casually disseminate this information, for it pertained to the dignity of the sages on Shouyang Mountain. As Yefeng absorbed the merits of the great Tao, the merit golden wheel grew ever more resplendent. Observing this, the three ancestors, though curious, refrained from probing further, instead congratulating him with, "Congratulations, Wuzhu." The four engaged in casual conversation, and then the three ancestors exchanged glances. Sarin took the lead, stating, "Wuzhu, now that you have attained the status of a martial god, our human race finally has a formidable guardian. We three have decided that from now on, you shall lead the human race forward." In response, Yefeng was unwilling and promptly declined. "No. The three ancestors have tirelessly paved the way for the human race. Now that we have finally stabilized, this is precisely the time for vigorous development. How can the ancestors simply step back?" Hearing this, Yu Chao spoke up, "Wuzhu, we have also deliberated upon this matter, with you overseeing the human race. Common miscreants will surely think twice before encroaching. While we three may be human ancestors, our strength is somewhat lacking. Thus, we thought it best for you to take charge, allowing us to focus on our cultivation." Z echoed, "Wuzhu, this is a consensus among the three of us. Please do not refuse." Yefeng, shaking his head, replied slowly, "Given that the battle between the witches and the demons is imminent, our human race finds itself in a relatively stable position. It would be better to allow the human race to develop freely. Is that not preferable?" The three ancestors, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement with Yefeng's suggestion. Yefeng then proposed, "In that case, let us establish a human race sacred hall on Shouyang Mountain. All grandmasters above the human race can join the sacred hall. When there is nothing to attend to, they may cultivate within, allowing the human race to develop freely. Should any overwhelming external threats arise, they may descend to assist. How does that sound?" The three ancestors, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of hesitation. Sarin inquired, "If we proceed in this manner, will not the various tribes of the human race lack powerful guardians?" To this, Yefeng found it difficult to explain. Should he divulge to the three ancestors that the Mount Buzhou was on the verge of collapse and that the heavens and earth were about to undergo a tremendous upheaval? It was uncertain whether the three ancestors would believe him, and he feared that even if he spoke, the divine thunder of the purple clouds might reduce him to ashes. Thus, he shook his head and clarified, "The human race has only just stabilized. I have also attained the status of martial god precisely to impart teachings to the elites of our clan, enhancing the foundation of our people." The three ancestors, upon hearing this, were filled with delight and laughed. With the Wuzhu personally imparting teachings, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for the human race. In the present moment, I refrain from overthinking. When it comes to preaching, there are, of course, designated places for it. After a discussion among the four, Sarin was tasked with notifying the human powerhouses along the eastern shore, while Zi would attend to matters near Shouyang Mountain. And Wichao was to lead the surrounding tribes in constructing the human sanctum. As for Yefeng, he was responsible for organizing the martial arts he intended to expound upon, having endured 2 fierce battles against the demon clan. Yefeng's vitality was already immense at this juncture. Yefeng had just attained the status of a martial deity. Exchanging for other internal cultivation techniques would not significantly enhance his strength. Thus, he opted to redeem all the lower-tier martial arts available in the system's marketplace. In no time, each of the four was engrossed in their respective tasks. Time flowed unmarked in the primordial wilderness, and a century swiftly passed. After the establishment of the reincarnation cycle by Houtu, no significant events transpired in the primordial realm. The myriad races withdrew into seclusion to cultivate. In stark contrast to the rest, the Wu clan, active near Mount Buzhou, continued their relentless daily battles. The tribal arena was a constant stage for the visceral excitement of hand-to-hand combat. In the northern expanse of Mount Buzhou, a vast Wu clan tribe was nestled. This was the territory of the water deity Gonggong. One day, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the primordial realm. Gonggong, come forth! The powerful shout echoed above the Gonggong tribe. As the words faded, a colossal figure, towering 10,000 zhang, surged forth from the heart of the tribe. Zhurong, what madness has possessed you? At this moment, Zhurong's face was contorted with rage, and with a casual sweep of his hand, a mangled corpse of a Wu clansman fell before Gonggong. Gonggong, how do you explain this? Gonggong's gaze sharpened as he beheld the fallen body, which was entwined with a dense manifestation of water-esque laws. Zhurong suspected Gonggong to be the perpetrator. Naturally, Gonggong would not admit to such an accusation and retorted, "This is not my doing." In the face of Gonggong's denial, Zhurong's fury escalated, exclaiming, "A farce! If not you, then are we to believe it was the birdmen, Emperor Jun and Tai? If those 2 birdmen stirred trouble near Mount Buzhou, would my 11 ancestors not be aware?" Gonggong found himself at a loss for words. However, being a primordial ancestor, his combative nature flared, and after countless clashes over the eons, he bellowed, "Zhurong, cease your slander. Even if I were responsible, what of it? If you wish to fight, then let it be. Do you think I, Gonggong, fear you?" Upon hearing this, Zhurong's anger ignited further, declaring, "It seems you concede. Then let us clash." With that, he unleashed a punch infused with the power of the primordial ancestors and the essence of fire, instantly engulfing the entire Gonggong tribe in flames. Observing this, Gonggong was filled with both shock and fury, and while he summoned the waters to defend himself, he shouted, "Zhurong, have you lost your mind? How dare you fight within the tribe?" Yet, Zhurong showed no sign of hesitation. Countless fireballs rained down upon Gonggong. The surrounding tribesmen were caught in the crossfire. A jest. You are permitted to strike down my tribesmen, yet I am not allowed to retaliate? With that, the flames intensified ferociously. In an instant, the skies above the Gonggong tribe blazed with fire. Gonggong, witnessing this, was consumed with wrath and uttered no more words. With a wave of his hand, an ocean surged forth, transforming into towering waves that engulfed the entire Gonggong tribe. As the multitude of fireballs descended, the sound of catastrophic explosions reverberated throughout Mount Buzhou, awakening the other 9 ancestral spirits engaged in meditation. However, upon discovering the 2 were merely clashing, they fell silent once more. Having witnessed countless battles over the eons, the other ancestors, weary of intervening, chose to let the conflict unfold. However, unbeknownst to them, this time, the stakes had escalated to a deadly serious confrontation. The inhabitants of the Gonggong tribe found themselves obliterated in the clash of water and fire. Gazing upon the ruins of his tribe, Gonggong held nothing back, striking with unparalleled ferocity, far beyond the battlefield. 2 figures silently observed the unfolding chaos. Had the 12 ancestral spirits been present, they would recognize these 2 as the demon court's master Kuanping and the western sage Zhuanti. Following a discussion in the demon court, Kuanping had hastened to Mount Shumi, under the pretext of settling the karmic ties with Hongyun, inviting the western sage to intervene. The 2 western saints, eager for turmoil in the east to serve their interests and to conclude the matter of Hongyun, found their goals aligned. However, being ensnared in the calamity, even the saints could not foresee the movements of the 12 ancestral spirits, which delayed their plans. Only after Houtu became a sage, and the Wu clan was no longer under the intimidation of the 12 heavenly gods, did Zhuanti accompany Kuanping to Mount Buzhou. After a century of scheming, The current situation came to fruition. Zhurong never anticipated that a mere tribesman would provoke Kunpeng's intervention and the protection of a sage, thus placing the blame squarely upon Gonggong, with whom he had long-standing grievances. Initially, Zhurong had no intention of severing ties with Gonggong entirely. Like the other ancestral spirits, Zhurong had engaged in countless skirmishes over the millennia. Thus, he initially sought only to release his pent-up frustration through a single battle with Gonggong. However, under Zhuanti's subtle provocations, Zhurong unleashed lethal strikes, utterly decimating Gonggong's tribe, the Tio Gonggong. This spectacle was nothing short of infuriating. With Zhuanti's nearby encouragement, the conflict escalated into a life-or-death struggle. Many thanks for your assistance, Sage. At this moment, Kunpeng felt a sense of relief. Since agreeing to Emperor Jun's request, he had remained in the primordial realm, fearful of failing to complete his task and incurring the wrath of the two brothers, Emperor Jun and Tai. Now that the mission was accomplished, he felt liberated from worry. However, a chill crept into Kunpeng's heart. Despite orchestrating the plan, he knew that without the sage's intervention, it would have been impossible to realize. As he watched the two ancestral spirits engage in a fierce life-and-death battle from afar, his apprehension of the sage grew. He yearned for the conclusion of the Wu Demon War, so he could swiftly return to the North Sea, vowing never to involve himself in the primordial conflicts again, lest he find himself ensnared by the sage's schemes. Beside him, Zhuanti chuckled softly. Kunpeng, my friend, I have already intervened. Within a millennium, Zhurong and Gonggong shall remain in this state. Thus, the karmic ties between the Western teachings and you shall be resolved. At this juncture, Kunpeng dared not linger in Zhuanti's presence, eager to distance himself, and hurriedly bowed, saying, Thank you, Sage. I must return to the demon court to report. So I shall take my leave. As the words fell, he immediately unleashed the divine art of the Kunpeng, traversing a distance of 200,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Vanishing without a trace, in an instant, the surrounding area once again descended into tranquility, interrupted only by the distant sounds of explosions that attested to the terror of the ongoing battle, in the realm of the demon court. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the gathered formidable beings erupted in excitement upon hearing the recounting of Kunpeng. Though Zhurong and Gonggong were still engaged in fierce combat, with no victor yet determined, the great powers were all too aware that even the formidable physical body of the ancestral shaman would eventually succumb to exhaustion after thousands of years of relentless fighting. At that point, devoid of the support of Houtu, the existence of Zhurong and Gonggong would only bolster the odds in favor of the demon race in their conflict with the shaman clan. Emperor Jun, with no reservations, lavished praises upon Kunpeng, though he refrained from mentioning any rewards or treasures. Observing this, Kunpeng became increasingly convinced that after the great battle, he would need to distance himself swiftly, even if it meant dragging Emperor Jun into the depths of the fray. This way, he could ensure his own tranquility in the North Sea thereafter. As these thoughts occupied his mind, his gaze turned toward Emperor Jun seated at the head, growing ever more peculiar. However, this fleeting expression of Kunpeng went unnoticed by the throng of excited powerhouses present at Hexiang Mountain through the diligent efforts of the human race's formidable beings among various tribes. Palatial structures rose majestically over the course of a century, enveloping the entire peak. At this moment, billions of human powerhouses gathered at Shouyang Mountain, their fervent eyes fixed upon the four palaces shrouded in mist. The very abode of the four ancestors of the human race, staircases cascaded down the mountain, and upon them sat countless human powerhouses, engaged in hushed conversations. Suddenly, four figures appeared atop the lofty platform. Instantly, all conversation ceased, and the crowd gazed fervently at the four ancestors. Today, I shall once again impart teachings at Shouyang Mountain. The content is diverse. You may choose the cultivation methods that resonate with your own. As Yi Feng's voice resonated, the human powerhouses present rose in unison, respectfully bowing and exclaiming, Thank you, Martial Ancestor, for your teachings. Yi Feng nodded and began to speak slowly. The way of heaven is to diminish the excessive and supplement the insufficient. Hence, the virtual prevails over the tangible, and the insufficient triumphs over the excessive. Its meaning is profound, its principles intricate, its essence deep. The phenomena of heaven and earth are divided. The conditions of yin and yang are delineated. The reasons for transformation are manifested, and the signs of life and death are revealed. Without intent, the traces are the same. Without agreement, the obscure and the clear are in harmony. If one scrutinizes the words for subtlety and verifies them through deeds without error, It can indeed be deemed the root of the ultimate path and the beginning of life. As Yi Feng began his discourse, the assembly of human powerhouses concentrated their minds and quietly absorbed his teachings. This time, Yi Feng elucidated nearly all the low-tier cultivation methods available for exchange in the system shop to those present. In the span of merely 10,000 years, countless humans discovered cultivation methods suited to themselves, leading to a meteoric rise in their strength. Meanwhile, Yi Feng himself also reaped significant rewards, especially in the realm of internal martial arts, experiencing substantial progress. With the backing of numerous human powerhouses, even the ordinary internal cultivation methods, when transformed into the energy of the Nine Suns divine art, allowed it to reach a minor completion stage. Indeed, during the earlier retreat at Shouyang Mountain, Yi Feng had already exchanged for the Nine Suns divine art, utilizing it to break through to the realm of the martial god. Feeling the power of the Nine Suns within him, Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. With the technique reaching minor completion, he could now manifest it before him. Just as the Golden Bell shield had covered countless miles upon its breakthrough, Yi Feng could now summon the 9 solar apparitions to the battlefield at will, though a single solar apparition's might was comparable only to that of an ordinary quasi-saint. With all 9 suns unleashed, Yi Feng felt confident he could contend with formidable beings at the late quasi-saint level. This newfound assurance was a direct result of the 9 suns divine art's advancement to minor completion. However, contemplating the exalted saints above, Yi Feng could not help but sigh in resignation. Despite his significant enhancement in strength, he still felt an overwhelming sense of impotence when faced with the saints. Once the calamity between the shamans and demons concluded, humanity would enter the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At that time, the saints would undoubtedly set their sights upon the human race, vying for its fortune. How could he possibly prevent this? In that moment, Yi Feng's joy in his own strength was overshadowed by a profound worry that it was not merely a matter of becoming a martial saint. How could he stand against the saints' covetous gaze upon humanity's fortune? He feared that, in the end, all the human powerhouses gathered at Shouyang Mountain would find themselves trapped within the Fire Cloud Cave, a true farce. As these thoughts weighed upon him, Yi Feng furrowed his brow, redirecting his focus toward the system. He pondered whether there existed formations within the spatial realm of the system, if martial arts were to emerge. Surely formations present in the martial world should exist as well. Ding. In accordance with the host's request, the system shop has been updated. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately turned his attention to the system shop. Heavenly Gang Beidou Formation, a formation of 7, interconnected head to tail, capable of contending with beings 1 realm higher. A formation of 98, interdependent, with boundless might. Exchange price, 10 billion vitality. True Martial 7 Cutting Formation, a formation of 2. Doubling battle power, a formation of 3, further amplifying power, up to 7, yielding overwhelming might. Exchange price, 10 billion vitality. 9 Palaces 8 Trigram Sword Formation, Great 5 Elements Sword Formation. Heavenly Wind Silver Rain Formation, in an instant. All renowned and obscure formations from the martial world appeared within Yi Feng's system shop. Even with Yi Feng's formidable strength as a martial god, he found himself momentarily dazzled. Meanwhile, as Yi Feng imparted teachings at Shouyang Mountain, at the shores of the Eastern Sea, in the Hogang tribe, a man gradually opened his eyes from meditation. At last, I have broken through to the Grand Master level. The man's name was Songjia. Born thousands of years ago in the Hogang tribe by the Eastern Sea, gifted with exceptional intellect and agility. Upon reaching adulthood and delving into martial arts, his strength surged dramatically. In just a century, he had already broken through to the innate realm. Songjia's talents astounded the tribe. The tribal chief even took him under his wing, personally imparting teachings. Songjia did not disappoint, ascending to the master realm within mere centuries. Just as the tribe celebrated the emergence of a new master, a decree from the 4 ancestors of humanity was issued, summoning all grand masters and above from the tribe, including the chief, to Shouyang Mountain for teachings. In an instant, Songjia became one of the strongest individuals in the Hogang tribe. The chief departed in haste, failing to elaborate on the subsequent cultivation methods of the innate realm. Songjia, left with no choice, could only ponder alone, hoping to swiftly break through to the Grand Master level in order to attend Shouyang Mountain for further teachings. Thus, after many trials and tribulations over several millennia, Songjia finally ascended to the Grand Master level. Yet, at this moment, he reflected upon his predicament. The sudden departure of the tribe's strong individuals had severed the transmission of martial arts within the tribe. Had it not been for Songjia's innate intelligence, how could he have so easily achieved the Grand Master level? If he could devise a method of inheritance, even in the event of the tribe's strong individuals vanishing without a trace, the human race could still cultivate methodically, greatly benefiting its development. With this thought in mind, Sanjia's enthusiasm for attending Shouyang Mountain waned considerably. However, the matter of creating a method of inheritance for humanity was far from simple. Sanjia pondered for years without finding a solution. To this end, Sanjia sought out other Grand Master-level powerhouses within the tribe and even mingled among the innate strong. Yet, whenever he inquired, the responses were uniformly negative. Our human race has always relied on oral transmission. What you speak is indeed unfathomable. Thus, this was the response of the multitude to Sanjia. Realizing that he could not find answers here, Sanjia had no choice but to wander on the fringes of the tribe. This place was the realm where the human race below the innate level resided, living on the outskirts of the tribe, while partially due to the stratification of ranks. After all, in the primordial world, strength was revered, was primarily for the convenience of survival for those below the innate level. After all, the humans below the innate level had yet to begin fasting, especially as those in the body-tempering realm were still in the process of establishing their foundations. Flesh was indispensable. Thus, the humans below the innate level remained active in the outer edges, facilitating their daily hunts in the great mountains that, of course, due to the repeated invasions from the demon race. The innate level powerhouses within the tribe would take turns to oversee the hunting expeditions. Unlike the bustling center of the tribe, the periphery was alive with activity, amidst the ebb and flow of people. Conversations arose in a cacophony. Aimlessly wandering through the tribe, Sanji observed the hunting teams returning laden with spoils and the children chasing after them. There was excitement, joy, yearning, and also sorrow. Sanji understood that those who were sorrowful were so because they had not seen their beloved kin. Although the hunting teams were always escorted by innate-level guardians, ordinary beasts would not interfere with their endeavors. Moreover, due to various unforeseen incidents, the hunting teams did not always return unscathed. Thus, such circumstances were common across the various tribes of the human race. Watching the hunters bear their prey gradually fade into the distance, Sanjia couldn't help but reminisce about the moments spent in the hunting teams. Overwhelmed by a flood of emotions, he recalled that the tribal leader once mentioned that before the Martial Ancestor imparted his teachings, hundreds or even thousands of humans would venture into the mountains for each hunt, resulting in the sacrifice of many kinfolk to successfully slay beasts. Yet now, merely a dozen individuals could freely traverse the mountains in cooperation. Who could say if, countless years hence, anyone would remember the glory of their ancestors? With this thought, Sanjia became even more resolute in his quest to seek a method of inheritance for the human race. Thus, Sanjia continued to wander among the humans for several years, only to suddenly discover that some individuals had begun to utilize simple objects for counting. Upon hearing this news, Sanjia hurried there. After a detailed inquiry, he found that they were using small twigs to record quantities. Witnessing this scene, Sanjia was struck by inspiration. He promptly bid farewell to them and returned to his humble abode to delve into research. Initially, Sanjia experimented with manipulating twigs, but later he had a sudden flash of insight. He began to etch symbols into the ground with the twigs. However, over time, the drawings inexplicably vanished. Thus, Sanjia decided to procure a massive stone and utilized his Grandmaster-level internal energy to carve upon it. The images Sanjia etched were not mere flights of fancy, but were based on his own observations and experiences, depicted in simple and comprehensible illustrations. He then further simplified these illustrations. As the years passed, Sanjia finally perfected the expression of the language he had come to understand through simple images. With the final illustration successfully carved onto the stone, the heavens trembled, and dark clouds gathered ominously in the skies. In the primordial realm, countless mighty beings turned their gazes toward the shores of the eastern East. This moment, Sanjia, having expended his heart and soul over several millennia, despite possessing the strength of a grandmaster, had already become a white-haired elder. Observing the raging thunder within the clouds above, Sanjia felt an intense anger swelling within him. After countless years of effort, he had finally created a legacy for the human race, only to unwittingly attract the punishment of the heavenly path. It was hardly surprising, given the enigmatic nature of the heavenly path, which eluded mortal comprehension. However, the emergence of written language had laid bare the mysteries of heaven and earth before the eyes of humanity. While it was true that the demon master Kuanpeng had previously created demon scripts, those were, after all, condensed from magical power for the purpose of facilitating communication among the demon race's spiritual beings. In contrast, the characters Songjia had created were manifestly presented before the eyes of humanity. Thus, it was only natural that the heavenly path would not acquiesce. Watching the increasingly terrifying calamity clouds, Songjia, unwilling to succumb, cried out toward the heavens. O heavenly path, I am Songjia of the human race. Today, I create an object for the inheritance of humanity, to be called characters. With a resounding boom, as Songjia's words fell, a thick bolt of calamity thunder descended from the ninth heaven, its might equivalent to the full force strike of a Tai golden immortal dot. If it had been any other grandmaster of the human race facing this calamity thunder, they would likely have perished instantly, unable even to consider reincarnation. Yet, Songjia remained unperturbed, casually waving his hand as a massive stone leapt above his head. Upon it, a single character radiated a hazy light. Confronting the heavenly tribulation, with a tremendous rumble, the stone shattered, its brilliance contained, smoke and dust enveloping the area. As the dust settled, the scene was unveiled to the spiritual senses of numerous mighty beings. There stood Songjia, unscathed, with a solitary character quietly floating above him. In an instant, the myriad powerful beings of the primordial realm fell silent in shock. A seemingly ordinary character, lacking the spiritual essence of innate treasures, nor the terrifying power of postnatal treasures, had managed to counteract a calamity thunder that even a Tai golden immortal would find daunting. Truly, the primordial realm was filled with wonders. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation seemed to understand the thoughts of all beings, as if it had suffered a grave humiliation. Instantly, the calamity clouds swirled, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more bolts of calamity thunder descended. Yet Songjia remained calm in the face of adversity. As the heavenly path unleashed 3 bolts of calamity thunder, Songjia hurled 3 massive stones to meet them. Each stone depicted the process of a character coming into existence from nothing. At this moment, Songjia had an additional 2,996 such stones by his side. The beings of the primordial realm, witnessing this, experienced a scene more terrifying than anything since their own transformation. The heavenly tribulation was no stranger to them. Apart from the human race, all beings in the primordial realm who reached a certain level would face the tribulation of transformation. Generally, those free from karmic ties face the 3-9 tribulation, which comprised 27 ordinary bolts of calamity thunder. Following that were the 4-9 tribulation, 7-7 tribulation, and the most terrifying, the 9-9 tribulation, except for the ancestor of the netherworld river, who succeeded in overcoming it through the power of blood sea resurrection. No being in the primordial realm had ever survived, meeting instead with certain death. Yet at this moment, a seemingly insignificant human faced a heavenly tribulation far exceeding the mere 81 bolts. For 3 consecutive days and nights, the calamity thunder rained down, turning a vast area of several 100,000 miles around Songjia into a desolate wasteland. Had it not been for the other grandmasters and strong individuals in the tribe evacuating their people in advance, the losses would have been catastrophic. Over the course of 3 days and nights, the calamity thunder struck down 3,000 bolts. Even the final 9 bolts of calamity thunder reached the level of a great Luo golden immortal. In this moment, Songjie's hair was disheveled, his robe tattered, and his appearance a picture of chaos. Yet within his gaze, there remained an unwavering determination. Surrounding him, 3,000 characters formed a radiant constellation, emanating a golden light, as if proclaiming their indomitable spirit to the heavenly path. On Shouyang Mountain, Feng had long since retracted his consciousness from the system space. His gaze, like that of everyone else, was fixed upon the shores of the Eastern Sea. Songjia's creation of characters established a legacy for the human race. Regardless of where the humans roamed in the primordial realm, they could still sense it in the depths of their beings. Furthermore, Shouyang Mountain was the ancestral land of the human race, a gathering place for countless powerful individuals of humanity. With each bolt of calamity thunder that struck, the meaning expressed by the characters would automatically surface in the minds of all humans. Until all 3,000 characters were imprinted in their hearts, Shouyang Mountain erupted into a fervor. Our human race has a legacy. Songjia has done well. This was yet another legacy following that of the 4 ancestors. Feng, too, bore a smile, glancing at the triumphant 3rd ancestor beside him, and spoke. Songjia has created characters, a great merit for humanity. I propose we honored Songjia as an ancestor, titled 1 ancestor. Feng did not intentionally lower his voice. Thus, not only did the 3rd ancestor hear it, but also the other powerful beings nearby. In an instant, the news spread like wildfire, and soon all the powerful individuals of the human race on Shouyang Mountain were aware of it. The Martial Ancestor wished to honor Sangjia as the One Ancestor. Indeed, the discussions have been handed down, and the Martial Ancestor is presently in deliberation with the three ancestors, given Sangjia's contributions. It would not be unreasonable to refer to him as the literary ancestor. In a moment, the multitude atop Shouyang Mountain began to murmur amongst themselves. Meanwhile, at the summit, the three ancestors, having heard Yifeng's proposal, exchanged thoughts briefly and came to a conclusion. Just as they were about to speak, their expressions suddenly shifted, and they turned their gazes toward the shores of the eastern Seat that instant. Not only the three ancestors, but everyone present was drawn to the direction of the eastern sea, their eyes ablaze with seething fury. The calamity clouds, which had previously dispersed, suddenly began to coalesce once more, their density far surpassing what it had been before. The height of the calamity clouds descended to within 10,000 miles, creating an oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of dark clouds looming over a city, poised to engulf in the vast wilderness. All of humanity felt an inexplicable weight upon their hearts. Feng, too, felt an uncomfortable tightness within. With his martial godly prowess, he could discern that the impending tribulation thunder had transformed into the divine thunder of the purple clouds, its power reaching the late stage of a quasi-saint in the wilderness. Relying solely on Sangjia and the 3,000 characters was woefully insufficient. Yet, the term tribulation thunder indicated that only the strength of the one undergoing the tribulation could contend with it. Any external interference would only serve to amplify its ferocity. Thus, even Yifeng himself could only stand atop Shouyang Mountain, anxiously awaiting developments with the others. However, as Yifeng shifted his gaze from the calamity clouds to the 3,000 characters hovering above Sangjia's head, a flicker of brilliance ignited in his eyes. As he focused on the 3,000 characters, quietly suspended millions of miles away, he felt a surge of thought, and several of the characters seemed to momentarily glow faintly. This scene struck Yifeng's mind like a thunderclap, and in an instant he soared into the skies, standing tall amidst the 9 heavens. His martial godly energy surged, his voice echoed across millions of miles. How can the heavenly Tao deny me? I, Yifeng, vow in the name of the Martial Ancestor that our humanity shall prevail against the heavens. In that moment, whether on Shouyang Mountain or by the eastern sea, the human race resonated with Yifeng's voice. They gazed at the boundless calamity clouds in the sky and the 3,000 characters imprinted in their minds, their hearts swelling with indomitable spirit. What of the heavenly Tao? In matters concerning humanity, why should it interfere? Humanity shall prevail against the heavens. As this thought coursed through countless hearts, beneath the calamity clouds, the 3,000 characters erupted in immeasurable radiance. Among them, 4 characters radiated a golden light that instantaneously dispersed the clouds of calamity. While only the human race comprehended the significance of these 4 characters, none of the other beings in the wilderness understood. They could only marvel at the sheer might of these characters, capable of dispersing even the divine thunder of the purple clouds, though the great powers of the wilderness were attuned to the happenings here through their spiritual senses. Aside from the human race, the other mighty beings remained unaware of Yifeng's declarations and the specifics of the events unfolding. They could only observe that the 4 characters suddenly burst forth with golden light, completely shattering the calamity clouds that nurtured the divine thunder of the purple clouds. Yet, all of this did not escape the notice of the heavenly Tao from the moment Yifeng established the martial path. The heavenly Tao had been aware, however, Yifeng's actions were beneficial to the wilderness, and coupled with his comparatively low strength, it refrained from striking him down. Now, as Yifeng dared to intervene in the tribulation, the heavenly Tao could not allow it. However, at this moment, Yifeng not only possessed the merit of establishing the martial path, but also bore the merit awarded by the Earth Mother for founding the earthly path. Particularly, this merit from the earthly path was something even the heavenly Tao dared not personally punish. Nevertheless, it held no fear of Sangjia, the creator of characters. High above, the previously dispersed calamity clouds began to subtly gather once more, and the commotion was even more intense than before. Chaotic divine thunder. In an instant, these 4 characters appeared within the spiritual consciousness of all beings in the wilderness. Not only were the great powers of the wilderness astonished, but even the lofty saints were bewildered as to how humanity's creation of characters could provoke the ire of the heavenly Tao, resulting in the descent of the chaotic divine thunder that left even saints feeling apprehensive. Deep within the chaos, the once tranquil space suddenly stirred with commotion. A palace radiating thick purple energy materialized, the esteemed Zishu Palace, which exerted pressure upon the wilderness within the palace. An old man in gray robes sat quietly upon a mat. This was the Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Tao Ancestor Hongjun opened his eyes, calmly gazing ahead. Before him stood an old man in white robes, whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Tao Ancestor Hongjun himself. This was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Observing that Hongjun did not speak, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao took the initiative to declare, "An anomaly has arisen within the wilderness. It must be eradicated." Tao Ancestor Hongjun, upon hearing this, merely shook his head lightly and replied, "His establishment of the martial path has been of benefit to the wilderness, and with the earthly path's protection, this cannot be allowed." The embodiment remained expressionless, stating coldly, "He impedes the operation of the wilderness and obstructs the descent of the tribulation. He must be punished." Yet, Tao Ancestor Hongjun shook his head once more, refusing. "Heavenly Tao, at our level, what secrets remain in the wilderness? The emergence of humanity's characters is an inevitable trend. Even you, Heavenly Tao, cannot thwart it. Today, should Songjia perish, in 10,000 years, another Songjia will arise to create characters. You cannot prevent this. If this continues, when the great Tao manifests, how will you position yourself?" The embodiment of the heavenly Tao sought to press the matter further. Suddenly, from the depths of the chaos, an unconscious wave of energy emerged from the void, instantly manifesting within the spiritual consciousness of the embodiment and Tao Ancestor Hongjun. In that moment, the previously indifferent countenance of the embodiment of the heavenly Tao shifted dramatically, and it vanished from Zishu Palace. Tao Ancestor Hongjun, sitting quietly upon his mat, smiled faintly, declaring, "Humanity's characters shall emerge. Those who obstruct them shall be obliterated." This pronouncement was the great Tao resounding from the depths of the void. Otherwise, how could it have caused such a dramatic change in expression from the heavenly Tao, prompting it to conceal itself? It is essential to note that obliteration does not merely entail the erasure of consciousness. It signifies the complete annihilation of the concept of the heavenly Tao from the hearts of all beings in the wilderness. Since the opening of the heavens by Pangu, the heavenly Tao has perpetually existed. The nurturing of innate spiritual treasures, the birth of spiritual roots, and the elevation of beings' cultivation have all, invisibly, augmented the strength and foundation of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, with the Tao Ancestors' unity with the Tao, the current heavenly Tao, even if stripped of its consciousness, could still resurrect from the primordial essence of the wilderness as long as any being in the wilderness retained a notion of the heavenly Tao. Obliteration, however, signifies a true and complete disappearance from the wilderness. How could the heavenly Tao not be filled with trepidation? Yet, while laughing, Tao Ancestor Hongjun felt a tinge of bitterness within. The heavenly Tao is self-serving. The tribulations of the myriad beings ultimately serve a selfish agenda, endangering the lives of all in the wilderness. Yet, at this moment, Tao Ancestor Hongjun felt utterly powerless, merely observing the unfolding events. Much like how the heavenly Tao Hongjun had once intervened against the earthly Tao. Within Zishu Palace, as Tao Ancestor Hongjun's words echoed, his thoughts drifted back to the dawn of creation. Since Pangu opened the heavens, many formidable chaos demons have reincarnated into the wilderness, seeking to rediscover the path to enlightenment in this new world. Among them, the most renowned were the 5 chaos demons: Tao Ancestor Hongjun, Luo Ho, Yangmei, Qian Kuan, and Yin Yang. Upon taking shape, the 5 demons recognized that their kind could not exist within the wilderness. Yet, at the beginning of creation, none of the 5 were willing to forfeit the opportunity for enlightenment, possessing fragments of the Chaos Jade Plate. Tao Ancestor Hongjun felt an implicit connection with the heavenly Tao of the wilderness and resolved to act as a conduit for the merging of the Tao. With the pride of a chaos demon, Tao Ancestor Hongjun was naturally confident that he could break free from control after the merging of the Tao. Even the suppression of the heavenly Tao itself is not without merit. The revered ancestor Yangmei, being an embodiment of the Hollow Willow, is innately attuned to the mastery of spatial principles. He stands among the top 3 of the 3,000 chaos pathways. Thus, although Pangu severed Yangmei's true form, the Hollow Willow was not entirely obliterated. The essence still drifts within the chaos, known only to Yangmei. Consequently, the ancestor Yangmei remains indifferent to the opportunities within the primordial realm, dedicating himself solely to profound cultivation. Awaiting the moment his prowess reaches the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal at that time, he shall venture into the chaos to refine his true form and attain the Tao of primordial. Meanwhile, the ancestor of heaven and earth and the yin-yang demon god are intent on scavenging for opportunities within the primordial realm. once their strength reaches the primordial golden immortal level. They plan to escape into the chaos with their newfound fortune. It is indeed fortuitous for the two. The primordial heavens do not permit the emergence of chaos demon gods, rendering opportunities a mere fantasy. Yet, through their inherent power of laws, they manage to discover two extraordinary treasures that resonate with their essence: the innate treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. Conversely, Luoho embarked on an entirely different path. Since the primordial realm forbids the existence of chaos demon gods, he resolved to annihilate everything within it, returning the primordial realm to chaos, thereby allowing himself to slay and attain the Dao. At this juncture, the heavenly Tao had only just begun to evolve. How could it stand against these chaos demon gods? Even in its current state, devoid of any intellect, the heavenly Tao was still intimidated by Luoho's murderous intent. Naturally, it chose to align with the venerable Hongjun thus. With the connection to the heavenly Tao and the assistance of the creation jade plate, Hongjun's power surged dramatically, and he acquired a plethora of innate spiritual treasures atop Mount Buzhou. Yet, despite this, in their first encounter with Luoho, Hongjun was unable to prevail and had to flee. Subsequently, Hongjun deceived the ancestors of heaven and earth and yin-yang, claiming that should they slay Luoho, the heavenly Tao would bestow immense merit upon them. At that time, they could cultivate in peace within the primordial realm. By using the spatial laws from the creation jade plate as bait, he lured the ancestor Yangmei for assistance. In the latter part of the Long-On Calamity, the shocking battle between Tao and demon erupted fully. The four of them, wielding the extermination sword array, the god-slaying spear, and the 12th-grade world destruction Black Lotus, clashed with Luoho. This battle ravaged the Western beings, shattering the spiritual veins. Ultimately, the ancestors of heaven and earth and yin-yang fell, while the ancestor Yangmei was severely wounded and retreated into chaos, leading to Luoho's self-detonation, marking the end of the demon Dao. In the end, Hongjun emerged as the final victor. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Hongjun attained sainthood, feeling the repulsive force of the primordial heavens, he reluctantly chose to merge with the heavenly Tao. However, this integration also entwined Hongjun's consciousness within the heavenly Tao. Thus, the once emotionless heavenly Tao was suddenly imbued with feelings. Drawing upon the primordial power cultivated over countless epochs, the heavenly Tao swiftly subdued the venerable Hongjun. At this moment, Hongjun lost all semblance of freedom. Accompanied by the thoughts of Hongjun, the purple cloud palace flickered with radiant light before vanishing into the chaos. Just as the heavenly Tao receded, at the Hogang tribe, the once congealed chaos calamity clouds instantaneously dissipated. The warm power of the golden crow enveloped the land once more. Simultaneously, a golden torrent of Tao merit descended abruptly from the depths of the chaos. Songjia found himself momentarily bewildered. The method for utilizing the merit surged into his mind. Concurrently, a voice suddenly resonated in Songjia's ear, urging him to collect the merit power. Upon hearing this, Songjia was momentarily taken aback, before realizing it was the voice of the Martial Ancestor. Secretly marveling at the Martial Ancestor's might, he continued his actions without pause. With a wave of his hand, the Tao merit swiftly converged within his primordial spirit. Following Yifeng's instructions, he refrained from directly refining the merit to enhance his strength. Nor did he condense a merit golden wheel. In truth, Songjia's creation of characters was meant to be rewarded with merit from the heavenly Tao, not the Tao itself. However, the heavenly Tao, harboring selfishness, was reluctant to allow the emergence of written language. Not only did it withhold merit, but it also unleashed heavenly tribulations for destruction. This prompted the Tao to intervene and compensate Songjia. Yet, none among the beings of the primordial realm or the sages of the heavenly Tao were aware of this. Just as Songjia accepted the merit power, four figures suddenly appeared before him. Startled, Songjia quickly bowed and said, "The human race." Songjia pays respects to the four ancestors. The four promptly stepped aside, with Sarin smiling and saying, "With the advent of written language, the human race has gained a legacy to pass down through generations. Your contribution deserves the title of literary ancestor." Songjia was taken aback by this proclamation. For ancestors, this. Wu Chao shook his head and chuckled. The title of literary ancestor was proposed by the Martial Ancestor, and we agreed upon it after discussion. Zi also smiled, saying, "Literary ancestor, do not decline. The emergence of written language holds immense significance for the development of the human race. Whether in martial arts or ancient tales, it can be passed down for future generations to study." The merit of the literary ancestor is no less than that of the martial ancestor's cultivation methods. Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "The title of literary ancestor is well-deserved." Seeing the four ancestors speak thus, Sanjia no longer declined and immediately replied, "Literary ancestor Sanjia pays respects to all esteemed predecessors." With that, the five of them burst into hearty laughter. After a long while, as the laughter subsided, Feng spoke, "Literary ancestor, now that written language has emerged, it is time to put it to use. I plan to establish a sacred ground for the human race atop Mount Buzhou, where you may inscribe the methods of human cultivation and the history of human development for future generations to study." Sanjia, upon hearing this, became solemn and replied, "Agreed." With that, the figures of the four ancestors instantly vanished from the scene. As for the Hogang tribe, there were clan members responsible for the reconstruction. Just as Sanjia was creating characters, the gaze of the powerful beings of the primordial realm converged upon the eastern sea. Near Mount Buzhou, two colossal figures, towering to 10,000 zhong, were still locked in an unrelenting struggle. They were none other than Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, two of the 12 ancestor witches. After millennia of life and death combat, the ancestral power within their bodies had long been depleted, relying solely on instinct to continue the fight. The vast lands within millions of miles lay in ruin. The battle between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had not garnered the attention of the other ancestor witches. Following the transformation of Houtu into reincarnation, Dijiang felt a sense of urgency. The witch clan had existed for millions of epochs since their emergence in the primordial realm. Yet, with the continuous development of the primordial realm, powerful cultivators gradually arose, particularly among the Yao clan. Although individually weaker than the witch clan, the sheer numbers of the Yao clan were overwhelming. After countless years of conflict, their numbers remained undiminished. Moreover, the appearance of the Zhou Tian star array shattered the confidence the ancestor witches once held. While it might not rival the might of the 12 ancestor witches utilizing the Duhua God array, it was no longer as effortlessly destructive as before. Previously, with the Duhua God array in place, the witch clan had no need to worry about being schemed against. Even the saints were not taken seriously by the ancestor witches, as the Duhua God array was Dijiang's source of confidence. However, now that Houtu had transformed into reincarnation, a crucial element of the Duhua God array was missing. Dijiang, sensing an undercurrent of crisis, had begun collecting a drop of blood from each ancestor, which after Houtu's transformation, placing it within the blood pool of the Pango Hall, that he hoped to use the power of the blood pool to quickly nurture another ancestor witch. Thus, in conjunction with the other ancestor witches, the witch clan could continue to utilize the Duhua God array to ensure the swift emergence of this new ancestor witch. Dijiang personally took residence in the Pango Hall to guard the new ancestor witch. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the battle between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. In Dijiang's mind, these two were not easy opponents, after billions of years of interaction, if they weren't fighting daily. It was not far from that. Instead of wasting time on persuasion, he preferred to await the arrival of the new ancestor witch. One day, while Dijiang was deep in meditation within the Pango Hall, his eyes suddenly brightened with excitement as he gazed within the Panga temple. Almost simultaneously, terrifying figures appeared before Dijiang, comprising the other 8 ancestor witches, excluding Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Looking at Dijiang, they exclaimed with excitement, "Elder brother, has it succeeded?" Dijiang smiled and nodded in response. "Our witch clan has finally gained another ancestral shaman." At that moment, within the blood pool of the Pango Hall, a torrent of blood surged, and an endless aura of malevolence permeated the entire divine hall. Fortunately, the Pango Hall could shield against all inquiries from the primordial chaos. Otherwise, such a terrifying aura of malevolence would surely invoke a heavenly tribulation. As the boundless malevolence surged and the blood waves roiled, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the blood pool. "I am the ancestral shaman Qiyu." As the voice faded, a formidable figure instantaneously appeared beside the blood pool. In an instant, the surrounding malevolent energy became even more agitated, continuously flowing into Qiyu's body. Under the infusion of this malevolent energy, Qiyu's physique and strength escalated wildly. Among the witch practitioners, from the minor shamans to the great shamans, it was only then that the frenzied malevolent energy surrounding them began to gradually settle. Outside the Pango Hall, the 9 ancestral shamans furrowed their brows and murmured, "How could this be?" It must be noted that this was birthed from the combined essence of 11 ancestral shamans, in addition to the unique properties of the Pangu blood pool, according to the calculations of the ancestral shamans. It should not merely be the great shaman's emergence, Nearby, Zhu Jiuyin's expression grew grave as he remarked, "It is possible that the blood pool previously nurtured a multitude of witch clans, resulting in insufficient energy for the blood pool, thus preventing Qiyu from attaining the realm of the ancestral shaman." Although the other ancestral shamans felt regret, they had no choice but to accept this explanation. Just then, Qiyu, who had been standing in the Panga hall, suddenly opened his eyes wide, bellowing, "Break for me." In an instant, a tremendous suction force emanated from within him. The Panga blood pool instantly boiled, and the previously somewhat clear blood water surged forth again, completely enveloping Qiyu. Around him, an infinite wave of malevolence surged forth, forming a terrifying vortex of malevolence. Qiyu's figure completely vanished from the perception of the ancestral shamans. Such a terrifying spectacle did not elicit any concern from the ancestral shamans. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration. Zhu Meng laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Such a terrifying, devouring power. Qiyu will undoubtedly break through to the realm of the great shaman." The other ancestral shamans nodded in agreement. Di Jiang further remarked, "Now that Qiyu is about to emerge as an ancestral shaman, it is indeed a joyous occasion for our witch clan." The battle between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong has lasted nearly 10,000 years. It is time for the two to cease their hostilities. With that said, he prepared to employ the laws of space to travel to the battlefield of the two. However, a sudden roar reverberated throughout the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain. "Zhu Rong, no!" In an instant, the expressions of the 9 ancestral shamans changed, and they hurriedly employed their divine powers to head towards Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had been locked in battle for 10 millennia, leaving the surroundings of Buzhou Mountain riddled with devastation. Both were equally worse for wear, their bodies covered in wounds. However, both had completely lost their rationality. Every attack was aimed directly at each other's vital points. Heedless of their own injuries, they battled their way from Gong Gong's tribe to Zhu Rong's tribe, turning both ancestral shamans' realms into mere ruins. Their followers suffered grievous losses. Despite this, neither displayed any desire to 5,000 years have passed, extending to this very moment. Then, abruptly, he withdrew from the river of time. In reality, Zhu Jiuyin suddenly opened his eyes, and a mouthful of blood, brimming with malevolence, was instantaneously expelled. At that instant, the countenances of the assembled ancestral witches shifted dramatically. Di Jiang appeared before Zhu Jiuyin in a flash, anxiously inquiring, "Second brother, what have you seen?" At this moment, Zhu Jiuyin's face was ashen, his gaze filled with fury directed towards the heavens above, as he slowly uttered, "It is the demon race, Kunping, who has plotted against us." In an instant, the ancestral witches were struck with shock, subsequently raising their eyes to the sky, cursing vehemently. Yet, unbeknownst to the assembled ancestral witches, their curses completely drowned out the murmurs of Gong Gong. At this moment, Gong Gong muttered softly, so it is, Brother Zhu Rong. I, Gong Gong, am sorry for you. Today, I shall meet my demise upon Mount Buzhou. A life for a life." With that, he charged madly towards Mount Buzhou. Though he had been lost in confusion for a century, the formidable power of his ancestral witch form had long since been restored to its prime. By the time the ancestral witches realized what was happening, it was far too late to intervene. They could only exclaim in alarm, "Gong Gong, no!" With a thunderous roar, accompanied by a resounding crack, Gong Gong's body was instantly shattered, transforming into a vast ocean of primordial spiritual energy, scattering in all directions. Before the eyes of the ancestral witches, the once indestructible primordial pillar, Mount Buzhou, began to fracture with a series of cracking sounds. In the demon court, ever since Kunping returned to the heavenly realm from the primordial chaos, the powerful beings of the demon race had been gathering in the Lingxiao Palace, silently awaiting the outcome of the battle between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. A century prior, the war among the ancestral witches had concluded with Zhu Rong's demise, instantly invigorating the powerful beings of the demon race, who clamored to take up arms. Di Jun, without hesitation, produced the summoning banner of demons and waved it vigorously. This summoning banner was one of the two exquisite primordial spiritual roots, the gourd vine, which had emerged from Mount Buzhou following the Tao ancestors' first sermon in the Zixiao Palace. Di Jun and Tai Yi had seized one of the gourds. After obtaining the gourd, Di Jun refined it into the summoning banner, which subsequently absorbed a fragment of the true spirit of myriad demons following the establishment of the demon race, serving as one of the means to control them. The summoning banner did not fall into Nüwa's hands until after the battle between the witches and demons, while the gourd acquired by Nüwa became the furnace for refining demons. The other gourd, however, was taken by Dong Huang Tai Yi and refined into the immortal slaying flying dagger. Dijun brought Luya to Nüwa's celestial domain, entrusting it to Luya for protection. As the summoning banner waved, all demons across the primordial expanse felt its resonance, converging towards the heavenly realm. It could be said that once the summoning banner emerged, the demons were left with no choice but to comply, lest their souls be scattered. Even Fuxi, who was in seclusion in Nüwa's celestial domain, departed without a word. Although Nüwa, the saint, was aware of this, she did not intervene, merely gazing with concern at the retreating figure. In the blink of an eye, a century had elapsed. At this moment, in the demon court of the 33 heavens, a multitude of demons gathered, the terrifying demonic aura enveloping the entire primordial sky. On the ground, darkness descended completely. In an instant, the powerful beings in seclusion across the primordial realm activated their great formations, retreating into closed doors. Within the Ling Xiao Palace, Dijun sat high upon his throne. Observing the assembly of demon saints and demon gods below, he proclaimed loudly, with the ancestral witch Houtu reincarnated in Zhu Rong deceased, the grand formation of the 12 ancestral witches is rendered ineffective. This is the time for our demon race to exert their dominance over the primordial realm. Are you all willing to follow this emperor to Mount Buzhou? At once, the demon saints and demon gods rose. Their voices filled with fervor as they declared, "We vow to follow the demon emperor to the death." Hearing this, Dijun burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, then let us proceed." Before he could finish his words, suddenly, the Ling Xiao Palace trembled, and countless spiritual roots and fruits fell to the ground. The entire palace was plunged into chaos. The demon court shook, and the Ling Xiao Palace was instantly thrown into disarray. With the powerful beings present exchanging bewildered glances, sensing this, Dijun's heart sank, and he thought, so it is, after all, previously, when the 10 princes of the demon race were schemed against by the saints. A sense of foreboding had begun to creep into my heart. At this moment, when the demon race was poised to attack, the demon court was beset by turmoil. Dijun's suspicions grew ever stronger. However, his expression remained unchanged as he swiftly vanished, appearing outside the Ling Xiao Palace. In an instant, the primordial spirit power of a late-stage quasi-saint enveloped every corner of the 33 heavens. There, at the juncture between the demon court and Mount Buzhou, a massive breach suddenly appeared. An endless torrent of the 9 heavens' weak water surged forth from the gap, cascading down to the primordial earth. Simultaneously, countless structures within the demon court shattered in a chain reaction, threatening to spill over onto the Ling Xiao Palace. Dijun's heart seized with alarm. Although he had resigned himself to death, as long as the demon court existed, the fate of the demon race was still intact. Even if he and Tai Yi were to perish, the demon race would not be utterly vanquished. Once they matured, the demon race would remain a formidable force within the primordial realm. Contemplating these matters, Dijun called out, "Tai Yi." In response, a figure appeared, and Dong Huang Tai Yi materialized before Dijun in an instant. Having been companions for countless eons, they naturally understood each other's intentions. Dong Huang Tai Yi waved his hand, and the innate treasure, the Dong Huang bell, soared into the 9 heavens. As it spun, boundless power emanated from the bell. The Dong Huang bell suppresses time and space. With a thought, a terrifying force of suppression surged forth from the bell, creating ripples that fell upon the 33 heavens. In an instant, the 33 heavens, which had been on the brink of collapse, stabilized. However, the pillar of heaven had crumbled, and the heavens had fallen. How could a mere peak quasi-saint contend against such calamity with just an innate supreme treasure? Before the 2 demons could catch their breath, an even more terrifying force erupted. The suppressive power of the Dong Huang bell dissipated in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Dijun was taken aback, urgently calling out, "Tai Yi, protect the Ling Xiao Palace." Hearing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi, without a moment's hesitation, infused a surge of peak quasi-saint power into the Dong Huang bell once again. The force of time and space suppression descended once more. But this time, its range was limited to the area surrounding the Ling Xiao Palace. Meanwhile, the demon saints and demon gods within the hall had regained their senses and were stepping out of the palace. Dijun, seeing this, did not dare to delay, issuing commands. "All demons, form the great array of the celestial stars, and lend your strength to Dong Huang." The demon gods, upon hearing this, neglected to observe the circumstances of the 33 heavens and immediately produced the star banners. Drawing upon the power of the celestial stars, in the depths of chaos, the figure of the Zixiao Palace suddenly materialized. Within the palace, Hongjun Daozu opened his eyes with a start, exclaiming, Slash, as his voice fell. Myriad chains of laws appeared around him, numbering 3,000 in total. The chains, formed by the 3,000 heavenly laws, bound Hongjun Daozu tightly within the Zixiao Palace, with the utterance of that single word. An invisible blade of light manifested above Hongjun Daozu's head, striking fiercely at the chains behind him. In an instant, more than 1,000 chains shattered into fragments and dispersed. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged within the Zixiao Palace. Gazing at Hongjun Daozu with indifferent eyes, it was none other than the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Upon seeing this, Hongjun Daozu felt no tremor in his heart. He was well aware of the heavenly Tao's intentions. With a calm gaze directed at the heavenly Tao before him, he spoke softly. Heavenly Tao, you would risk damaging your very essence for this. Do you not fear that I might completely free myself from your grasp? In truth, Mount Buzhou, as the pillars supporting the heavens, would not falter even under the might of a late-stage gong, much less be damaged by a saint's direct intervention. The fortune of Pangu enveloping Mount Buzhou was not to be trifled with. Were it not for the covert intervention of the heavenly Tao, how could Mount Buzhou possibly collapse? The heavenly Tao, however, responded coldly. What of damaging my essence? Panga's power is formidable. Not even the 3,000 fiends could oppose him. Though he exhausted his strength and perished, his cultivation remained such that as long as the beings of the primordial realm harbor the shadow of Pangu in their hearts, he may yet have a chance at resurrection. Once Pangu revives, the primordial realm will exist without me. As for you, the words of the embodiment of the heavenly Tao remained unfinished before vanishing within the purple cloud palace. Yet, who could possibly be unaware of the meaning behind those words spoken by the Tao ancestor Hongjun? It was unmistakably a display of disdain towards him. Nevertheless, Hongjun did not feel any sense of dejection. Although he had achieved unity with the Tao, far surpassing his former self as the chaotic demon god, he still felt a profound sense of impotence when faced with the ancient Pangu. However, this time, Hongjun did not depart empty-handed. Leveraging the damage to the primordial essence, he successfully shattered 1,000 chains of loss, thus gaining a measure of freedom. At this juncture, if the heavenly Tao sought to exert control over Hongjun again, it could only do so if he willingly submitted. Yet, would Hongjun acquiesce? Clearly, that was out of the question. However, the heavenly Tao, having been wounded at its core, required time to recuperate. As for the matter of cleaning up the aftermath, Hongjun would personally take charge. This, indeed, was the true purpose of the heavenly Tao's manifestation in the purple cloud palace. Enough of being imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, it was high time to venture out. With that thought, he vanished instantaneously from the purple cloud palace, below Mount Buzhou, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous ancestral witches. The mountain split apart at its center, above the firmament. A massive chasm suddenly appeared. An endless torrent of the 9 heavens' weak waters cascaded into the primordial chaos. It is worth noting that these were the legendary 3,000 weak waters, said to be capable of forming a sea from a single drop, an existence that could not be traversed. While that may be somewhat exaggerated, among the myriad beings of the primordial realm, those whose strength had not yet reached the level of the great Luo golden immortal were utterly powerless against the devouring force of the weak waters. Even the great Luo golden immortals could only manage to protect themselves with great difficulty. Were there many great Luo golden immortals in the primordial realm? Indeed. Yet, compared to those beneath that level, they were exceedingly rare. As the 9 heavens' weak waters descended upon the primordial land, they instantaneously transformed into a vast ocean, wreaking havoc across the primordial realm. Countless birds and beasts fled in terror from this horrifying scene. Yet even those birds, upon soaring to the skies, were swiftly pulled into the ocean by the terrifying suction of the weak waters. At this moment, the 9 ancestral witches finally regained their senses. Observing the dreadful spectacle, they momentarily set aside their other concerns and hastily summoned the scattered tribesmen to retreat towards the Panga temple. The heavens trembled, and the chasm continued to widen under the relentless onslaught of the 3,000 weak waters. Furthermore, more fissures appeared in the firmament. The earth quaked, and the skies tilted, as the primordial world truly descended into a scene of apocalyptic despair. In the Panga temple, the 9 ancestral witches gathered, gazing at the raging flood that flowed before them, a trace of sorrow surfacing in their hearts. At this moment, Zhu Jiuyin had just recovered from the backlash. Though his complexion remained pale, he managed to speak. Eldest brother, the demon court has plotted against our witch clan time and again. We can no longer afford to wait. We must swiftly strike against the demon court. Upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin's words, the ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure. Zhu Meng urged, Eldest brother, what the second brother says is correct, now that sister Houtu is no longer here. And with Zhu Rong and Gong Gong both fallen, the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation has become a mere joke in the primordial realm, rather than waiting for Di Jun and Tai Yi to come and deal with our witch clan. We might as well take the initiative and overthrow that demon court. Strong Liang, Tian Wu, Shizi, Shibai Shi, and Xianming also voiced their eagerness to fight. Even the members of the witch clan behind them began to speak up. In an instant, an overwhelming battle intent pervaded the Panga temple, as if tearing the heavens and the earth apart. Even the rampaging flood seemed to recognize the might of the witch clan, choosing to turn in another direction. Seeing this, Di Jiang cast aside his lingering doubts and declared loudly, "Now, as the ancestor Qi Yu is on the verge of taking shape, our witch clan has no more worries." Xing Tian, Jiu Feng, Xiang Lu, the three great witches immediately approached and respectfully said, "Ancestor witch." Di Jiang nodded and instructed, "You three shall lead your respective tribes to guard the Panga temple and protect the ancestor Qi Yu." Upon hearing this, the three were taken aback and hurriedly responded, "Ancestor witch." Before they could finish, Di Jiang raised his hand to stop them, stating, "The Panga temple is the foundation of our witch clan. We must not allow any petty figures to infiltrate." Witnessing Di Jiang's resolute stance, the three great witches reluctantly agreed. Di Jun then turned to the other 8 ancestral witches and began to speak slowly. "Sister Houtu has transformed into reincarnation, and our brothers Zhu Rong and Gong Gong have both fallen. Now, among the 12 of us brothers, only 9 remain. All of this has arisen due to the demon race. Today, I shall lead all my brothers to strike at the demon court and drag Di Jun and Tai Yi down with us." Zhu Jioyin immediately replied, "I am willing to follow eldest brother and topple the demon court." The other ancestral witches echoed, "We are willing to follow eldest brother and topple the demon court." Hearing this, Di Jiang's spirit soared as he pointed to the heavens above and bellowed, "All sons of the witch clan, follow me to slay the demon court." With that, he surged forward towards the location of the demon court. Behind him, countless sons of the witch clan followed in his footsteps, resolutely charging towards the demon court. Mount Shouyang, located in the southeast of Mount Buzhou, witnessed a colossal chasm opening in the 9 heavens above. As torrents of flood waters cascaded downwards, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with flashes of lightning and thunder, and rain pouring down like a waterfall. This immediately drew the attention of the powerful beings of various clans. At this moment, Yifeng's heart suddenly jolted. Was this not the scene of the celestial pillar collapsing, the heavens shattering, and the 3,000 weak waters flooding the primordial realm? Recalling the terrifying nature of the weak waters, Yifeng did not dare to delay. He soared into the air, the might of the martial god radiating across millions of miles of human territory. His voice, imbued with profound inner strength, resonated throughout the land. All human tribes immediately began to gather towards Mount Shouyang. Those above the extraordinary level hastened to the vicinity of the mountain river tribe to halt the floodwaters. As his words fell, his figure flickered and instantly vanished from the spot. The strong beings on Mount Shouyang also snapped back to reality, quickly taking flight, accompanied by sharp winds as they headed northward. The heavens trembled, and the rain poured like a deluge. The closer they got to Mount Buzhou, the more ferocious the waters became. The primordial human race, confronted with the terrifying disaster of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, felt utterly lost and insignificant, akin to ants. They could only flee in all directions, searching for refuge. Upon hearing the Martial Ancestor's command, a sense of resolve surged within them, and they gathered towards Mount Shouyang. However, the torrential flood would not cease its expansion simply because the human race was retreating. Instead, as the fissures in the 9 heavens multiplied, it surged even more violently. The territory of the human race, while not vast, was also not small. Although Yifeng had reached the realm of the martial god, and his perception extended millions of miles away, it did not mean he could instantaneously appear across such a vast distance. Even the famed Golden Crow's rainbow technique could only cover 300,000 miles in a single breath. At this moment, Yifeng was employing neither the ripple step he had exchanged for at the beginning, nor the celestial demon transformation technique, but rather the renowned sword technique known as celestial ascension. As its name implies, although it is a sword technique, once executed, it resembles a celestial being soaring from the heavens, showcasing the terrifying speed it possesses within the martial arts world. With the system's demonic transformation, celestial ascension became even more formidable. At this moment, Yifeng appeared as a beam of sword light, traversing tens of thousands of miles of void in the blink of an eye. Time, often the most inconspicuous of elements in the primordial realm, now seemed exceedingly precious to the human race. In the span of 3 months, Yi Feng's figure flitted through the void, finally arriving at the mountain river tribe just before the flood's arrival. The overwhelming waves, having accumulated for months, still surged forth with an unstoppable destructive force. In Blue Star, how do humans feel when confronted with tsunamis of dozens or even hundreds of meters? On one hand, they marvel at the might of nature. On the other, they feel the insignificance of humanity. At this moment, Yi Feng faced not merely 100 meters, but an entire ocean. This ocean was now advancing upon the human territory with the force of a relentless tide. Golden Bell Shield. Golden Bell Illusion. As Yi Feng's voice fell, the power within his corporeal form surged wildly. While fully manifesting the defensive technique known as the Golden Bell Shield, an ethereal bell gradually materialized as the bell began to solidify. Yi Feng's expression grew grave, and he bellowed, "Go!" In an instant, the bell surged forward with terrifying force. At that moment, Yi Feng harbored the audacious intention of contending against the vast ocean formed by the 3,000 weak waters, all on his own. With each collision, a thunderous roar erupted in the void above, while the deluge rose to staggering heights. Yi Feng's figure, with each confrontation, was forced to retreat further and further. It could be said that with Yi Feng's strength, swimming through the 3,000 weak waters would be achievable. However, to swim and to resist are two entirely different matters. Yet, Yi Feng chose not to flee. Ever since the day he battled the demon clan, he had come to a profound realization about himself. He must fight for humanity. Today, as the flood invaded, he was determined to stand firm against it. However, the scope of the flood was immense. Even with Yi Feng exerting all his might through the Golden Bell Shield to protect a radius of 100,000 miles, countless torrents still spread from the periphery, with Yi Feng's continued resistance. The dissipating flood converged with the relentless waves advancing from behind, growing increasingly ferocious. The heavens shattered, and torrential rains poured down like a waterfall. The cataclysmic flood transformed from the 9 heavens. Weak water swept across the primal land. Countless beings were compelled to abandon their homes in search of refuge at the borders of the human realm. Yi Feng repeatedly activated the Golden Bell Shield, standing resolutely against the surging tide. After each clash, he found himself involuntarily retreating several hundred zhang. As time passed, the force of the flood's impact intensified. Yet, Yi Feng did not choose to retreat immediately. He persisted at the forefront, striving to provide humanity with ample time to withdraw. Thus, months slipped by in a flash. On one fateful day, streaks of light traversed the void and swiftly arrived before Yi Feng. They were the extraordinary human warriors who had journeyed from Shouyang Mountain. Upon seeing them, Yi Feng was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the Golden Bell Shield once again repelled the flood. He shouted, "Everyone, use all the mountains in the Shouyang region as a guide. Carve channels, and lead the flood away from the human realm." From the very beginning, Yi Feng had never contemplated relying on the extraordinary warriors of humanity to combat the flood. That would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Leading the human experts here was merely to bolster his own resistance against the flood's onslaught, while the others were tasked with excavating the water channels. However, these channels required an extraordinary height. Upon hearing Yi Feng's command, the human warriors instantly understood, marveling at the brilliance of their Martial Ancestor's mind. They swiftly dispersed in all directions. In an instant, boundless energy surged within 100,000 miles. 18 varieties of weaponry manifested in the void, bombarding the earth with relentless force, carving out ravines 1,000 zhang deep in the primal land. Furthermore, some individuals ventured to the rear, cleaving mountains and peaks, then hoisting the fractured mountains beside the ravines to deepen the channels. One can only imagine the sight of 8-foot-tall men carrying colossal peaks, traversing the void, under the united will of the people. In just a few days, a primitive levy stretching 1,000,000 miles emerged within the human realm. Subsequently, the group hastily expanded further afield, after several years of relentless effort. The primitive levy completely enveloped the regions of Shouyang Mountain and the Eastern Sea. Upon receiving this news, Yi Feng decisively ceased his efforts. In that moment, the flood surged downwards, crashing violently against the levee, erupting in a series of thunderous roars. Following this, it flowed along the levee into the distance. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng finally exhaled in relief, his figure flickering out of existence. The human warriors united against the flood. In the 36 heavens above, the demon court was in utter disarray. At the moment the heavens shattered, the 3 lowest tiers collapsed in unison. as the 9 heavens' weak water cascaded down to the primal land. The remaining realms were also in a perilous state. Although the Eastern Emperor's bell and the great array of the celestial stars exerted suppression, as long as the gaping hole in the heavens remained unaddressed, the complete disintegration of the 36 heavens was merely a matter of time. However, despite the formidable powers of the demon court, while they could annihilate the heavens and the earth, preventing the collapse of a realm, even with the aid of formations, only allowed for a tenuous suppression of the shattering might of the heavens. The notion of sealing up the breach was utterly absurd. At this juncture, the 365 demon deities were scattered across the other 33 tiers, wielding star banners to continuously attract the stellar forces of the primal cosmos. Dijun stood atop the Lingxiao treasure hall, channeling streams of quasi-saint-level power into the supreme innate treasures, the river map and the Luo book, maintaining the suppressive force of the great array of the celestial stars. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai had been standing in the starry sky for an indeterminate length of time. The Eastern Emperor's bell radiated a resplendent golden light amidst the cosmos, with the peaked quasi-saint power of Dong Huang Tai. Waves of distorted time and inverted yin-yang forces surged forth, stabilizing the demon court below, just as the mighty beings of the demon court were occupied with fortifying their realm. 9 towering figures, each reaching 10,000 zhang in height, suddenly appeared before the 36 heavens. They were the 9 primordial witches, descending from Buzhou mountain, combining the power of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal's laws with their terrifying physical strength. They unleashed a devastating punch at the heavens and earth before them. In an instant, the entire realm shook, and the already strained great array of the celestial stars was obliterated by the onslaught of the 9 attacks. As the array collapsed, the expressions of the demon warriors changed drastically, and they spat blood in shock. The lowest tier of the heavens shattered under the might of the 9 primordial witches. Cascading down alongside the 9 heavens' weak water into the primal land, future generations of humanity would likely find it hard to fathom the terrifying spectacle of colossal stones plummeting from the sky, blades descending from above, and blood rain falling. Yet, in that moment, all of it manifested within the primal realm. With the destruction of the array and the shattering of the 9 heavens, Dijun coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his furious voice echoing throughout the demon court. Dijiang, you seek death. Amidst the rubble of the shattered heavens, Dijiang laughed heartily. Dijun, you petty schemer, dare to plot against my brother. Today, I shall ensure the complete destruction of your demon court. Brothers, let us slay them. As the echoes of their voices faded, the 9 ancestral witches immediately charged towards the Lingxiao Palace, where Emperor Jun resided. All who stood in their path, be they demon gods, demon kings, or other members of the demon tribe, were swiftly reduced to dust by their relentless assault. Following the ancestral witches, hundreds of millions of witch clan warriors, led by the powerful witches, surged towards the other 24 heavens. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle cries, the clash of divine powers, and the reverberating impact of weapons, resonating throughout the demon court. This incursion into the demon court was not a venture for survival. Neither the ancestral witches, the great witches, nor the members of the witch clan harbored any thought of returning alive. Thus, as the conflict erupted, it swiftly escalated into a fervent struggle, commencing from the lowest realms and advancing layer by layer upwards. The 9 ancestral witches, relying on their formidable lineage, made a beeline for the Lingxiao Palace. As the great heavenly star array was shattered, the countenance of Dong Huang Tai shifted dramatically, with no time to spare. He seized the Dong Huang bell and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Emperor Jun. However, regardless of their unparalleled strength, be it Emperor Jun, Tai, or the other ancestral witches, they were all apex beings within the primordial world. Even with Dong Huang Tai's extraordinary prowess and unmatched speed, he still lagged behind the ancestral witches, just as Emperor Jiang and the others set foot in the Deluo heaven, the realm of the Lingxiao Palace. Emperor Jun and his companions began to recover from the backlash of the shattered formation. Although they remained gravely injured, they had regained some capacity for resistance. In that moment, the Xiuan Fushi, the demon master Kunping, and the 10 great demon saints surged forth from behind Emperor Jiang, launching themselves at the 9 ancestral witches. Yet, despite the 10 demon saints also being at the quasi-saint level, they paled in comparison to Emperor Jun, Tai, and the other ancestral witches. Thus, right from the outset of the battle, apart from Fushi and Kunping managing to engage 1 ancestral witch each, the remaining demon gods found themselves outnumbered 2 to 1. Even so, the demon saints remained at a disadvantage. Above the Deluo heaven, divine powers ran rampant, and innate spiritual treasures soared through the fray. Amidst the fierce confrontation, countless palatial structures were instantly reduced to ruins. Floating amidst the void, in the chaos of battle, only Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Emperor Jun had yet to make their move. Observing that their brothers had each found their adversaries, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances and both charged towards Emperor Jun, who stood resolutely before the Lingxiao Palace. True to his title as the Demon Emperor, even under the weight of backlash, Emperor Jun faced the combined assault of the two ancestral witches with unwavering composure. Above his head, the river diagram and Luo book spun incessantly, enveloping him in boundless might, shielding him from encroaching laws of space and time. In an instant, he revealed his true form, a towering figure thousands of feet high. Standing proudly in the void, around him, a terrifying inferno of solar true fire raged across the heavens, as if intent on reducing all existence to nothingness. Should an ordinary cultivator from the primordial realm encounter such overwhelming solar true fire, they would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Alas, what Emperor Jun faced were the two ancestral witches in the face of the overwhelming onslaught of solar true fire. Both ancestral witches unleashed their own divine powers and laws, creating a barrier that repelled the flames, preventing them from even approaching within several feet. Emperor Jiang, with a powerful stamp of his feet, shattered the ground reinforced by countless formations in the blink of an eye. He appeared before Emperor Jun, his terrifying physical strength piercing through space to strike the true form of the three-legged golden crow, despite Emperor Jun's injuries and the protection of the river diagram and Luo book. He was still forced back several thousand feet by Emperor Jiang's blow, crashing violently into a palace that moment. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes gleamed with excitement. With Dong Huang Tai absent from the demon court, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Emperor Jun. The laws of time coalesced around him, and as if teleporting, he suddenly appeared atop a palace, his massive hands reaching down to grasp Emperor Jun with the intent of tearing him apart. Just then, a crimson light sliced through the void. As Zhu Jiuyin was on the verge of securing his victory, a sudden strike aimed at his head caught him off guard. With a sickening thud, Zhu Jiuyin's head fell, drifting into the void. In that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to descend into an eerie silence. As Zhu Jiuyin's corpse plummeted into the primordial realm, Emperor Jun manifested above the void, wielding a massive sword radiating a menacing aura. Emperor Jiang, did you not anticipate this? To deal with you ancestral witches, our demon court has spent millennia refining this witch slayer's sword. Today, I shall wield it to annihilate all of you ancestral witches. With that declaration, he swung the witch slayer sword directly at Emperor Jia. As the words fell, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the entire realm of the demons. It was the Xianming ancestor witch, aware of the futility of escape, who chose to self-detonate the laws surrounding its being. In an instant, a terrifying black hole appeared above the Luo heaven, chaos energy surging forth. Simultaneously, the primal laws of Xianming wreaked havoc in all directions. The first to bear the brunt was Emperor Jun, whose countenance shifted dramatically as he quickly retreated. Alas, no matter how swift Emperor Jun was, he could not evade the onslaught of the rampant laws. Countless forces of law struck against the colossal body of the golden crow, stretching thousands of zhang. In that moment, a wretched wail echoed through the skies of the demon realm. Emperor Jun spat blood, his form uncontrollably plummeting into the distance. Xianming, Xianming, dear sister. In an instant, the various battlefields of Luo heaven resonated with the anguished cries of the ancestor witches. Emperor Jiang, with spatial laws swirling around him, materialized before Emperor Jun in an instant, his iron fist crashing down upon the still receding Emperor Jun. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared. The Eastern Emperor Bell materialized before Emperor Jiang. As Emperor Jiang was on the verge of striking Emperor Jun, the golden light reappeared. With a resounding boom, Emperor Jiang was sent flying back. At that very moment, a rainbow-like light descended from the starry sky, revealing the figure of the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had rushed over. Upon seeing Emperor Jun's tragic state, fury ignited within Eastern Emperor Tai's heart as he turned his gaze towards the flying Emperor Jiang. Coldly, he declared, Emperor Jiang, you shall perish. With that, the Eastern Emperor Bell erupted with dazzling golden light. A terrifying force of suppression surged from the bell, directed at Emperor Jiang. However, Emperor Jiang remained unfazed, his spatial laws in constant motion, resisting the encroaching power of suppression. Unfortunately, despite his innate mastery over spatial laws, he could not contend with the chaotic force of the supreme treasure. Coupled with the fact that the Eastern Emperor Bel restrained the spatial laws, Emperor Jiang found himself unable to evade. Helplessly watching as the suppression force inched closer on another battlefield, the poison ancestor which Shebi Shur was engaged in combat with the two demon saints, Qi Yuan and Tias, a master of poison. The arena of Shebi Shur and Qi Yuan was a dazzling spectacle of colors, bewildering to behold. Despite the vibrant hues, the terrifying toxins contained within could make even the most formidable quasi-saints tremble. As the poison ancestor witch, one would expect Shebi Shur to possess an extraordinary level of skill in both the application of poison and resistance against it. Yet, faced with Qi Yuan's lethal toxins, Shebi Shur dared not risk even a single touch, opting instead to counter with her own poisonous laws. Each time she attempted to engage Qi Yuan in close combat, Ci Tai would step in to block her. Although Ci Tai's physique could not match that of an ancestor which, as a primordial beast, he had devoured countless metallic substances since his cultivation began, rendering his body incredibly resilient. In their confrontations, he managed to hold his ground against the ancestor which, with Qi Yuan providing support, it was often the case that after only a few exchanges, Shebi Shur was forced to retreat and continue her battle with poison. As she witnessed the self-detonation of Xianming and the dire predicament of Emperor Jiang, desperation surged within Shebi Shur. Should Emperor Jiang be suppressed, the unimpeded Tai, along with the other demon saints, would undoubtedly overpower the remaining brothers. Resolute, she decided to confront Qi Yuan's deadly toxins head-on, enveloping the nearby Ci Tai in her own lethal poison at that moment. Neither Qi Yuan nor Ci Tai anticipated that Shebi Shur would resort to such a self-destructive tactic. In an instant, a horrific miasma enveloped Ci Tai. Within mere breaths, his formidable physique crumbled, and he perished entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Shebi Shur, leveraging her ancestor witch form, dashed through Qi Yuan's toxic barrier and appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Though Qi Yuan was a quasi-saint, all his strength resided in his mastery of toxins. Faced with Shebi Shur's ruthless approach, he had no choice but to withstand the blow. However, unlike Ci Tai, Qi Yuan was not invulnerable. With a single strike, his body erupted in an explosion, unleashing boundless poisonous laws that spread outward, engulfing the surrounding void in darkness. The far reaches were scattered by the energy fluctuations from battles between other formidable beings. As for Shebi Shur, her body shimmered with a multitude of colors, not from divine powers, but from the toxic aura that clung to her. Yet, she paid it no mind, her gaze fixed upon the quaking Eastern Emperor Bel. A fierce glint appearing in her eyes. With determined steps, she gathered the poisonous laws around her and unhesitatingly charged towards the Eastern Emperor Bel. Elder brother, I shall take my leave first. With that declaration, her form collided directly with the bell. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, resonating across the land. At that moment, the Eastern Emperor Bel's golden light waned, showing signs of retreating back into the essence of Eastern Emperor Tai. The backlash caused Eastern Emperor Tai to spit blood, cursing, madman. Yet, he could not afford to pause for recovery, as the peak quasi-saint powers surged once more into the Eastern Emperor Bel. Empowered by this surge, the bell erupted with brilliant golden radiance, completely suppressing the residual force of Shebi Shur's self-detonation. At this juncture, the remaining ancestor witches, witnessing the successive falls of Zhu Jiuyin, Xianming, and Shebi Shur, had already descended into madness. Ignoring their own injuries, they forcefully struck down Fuxi, Fei Dan, Jiuying, and Gue Che, severely wounding Fei Lian and Shang Yang. Only Kuanpeng, sensing the peril, wisely distanced himself. Thus, the 6 great demon saints of the demon clan fell, and the Shi Wang Fuxi perished, with only 5 ancestor witches remaining, including the severely injured Emperor Jiang. The situation was dire. However, the ancestor witches cared not for their own wounds. Their eyes locked onto the figure of Eastern Emperor Tai, standing defiantly beneath the Eastern Emperor Bel, madness gleaming in their gazes. As if sensing the ancestor witch's intentions, even Eastern Emperor Tai could not help but pale in shock. Yet, behind him lay the gravely wounded Emperor Jun. How could Eastern Emperor Tai retreat, especially with the fall of Ji Ming and the others? The accumulated foundation of the demon race over 1,000,000 years had turned to ashes, and as the Eastern Emperor of the demon race, how could he allow himself to withdraw? Instantly, peak quasi-saint power surged around him, wildly converging upon the Eastern Emperor Bel. In that moment, the golden light from the bell seemed to pierce the heavens, illuminating the realms above and below. Rude brutes! I, the Eastern Emperor, stand here, Come if you dare. Ru Shou, Zhu Meng, Tian Wu, Chong Liang, and Yin Zi exchanged glances, resolutely gazing toward Emperor Jiang in unison. They proclaimed, Elder brother, we shall take our leave first. We must annihilate Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor. As their words fell, the 5 ancestor witches charged fiercely towards the Eastern Emperor bell enveloping Tai. The reverberations of 5 consecutive explosions echoed through the heavens. The terrifying force of self-detonation swept across everything. Under this overwhelming self-destructive power, the Eastern Emperor bell's golden light dissipated, transforming into a streak of light that entered Tai's essence, with the bell shattered. Tai bore the brunt, his essence shaking violently, spitting blood repeatedly, his complexion pale as parchment. Yet, he paid it no heed, laughing maniacally. Ha! Ancestor witches, is this all you have? At that moment, with the Eastern Emperor bell fleeing, Emperor Jiang finally regained his freedom from suppression, watching helplessly as his brothers, with whom he had shared countless eons, self-destruct one after another before his eyes. Despair gripped his heart. Observing the now weakened East as the words fell, he immediately leapt before the 2 demons, prepared to self-destruct his entire being, intending to take Di Jun and Tai down with him. Above the firmament, as the cataclysmic battle between the witch and demon clans erupted, the rift gradually widened, and an inexhaustible torrent of the 9 heavens' feeble waters rained down upon the primordial land. The floods surged upward, reaching hundreds of zhang in height. In the wilderness, countless living beings perished amidst this terrifying calamity. However, neither the 6 saints of heaven nor the frenzied combatants of the witch and demon tribes paid any heed. With the fall of each ancestral witch, Di Jiang had descended into madness. The laws of space swiftly coalesced as his form charged towards the space between Di Jun and Tai. At that moment, Tai was already at the end of his strength, and the other demon saints were equally drained. Suddenly, Di Jun arose, forcibly condensing a surge of quasi-saint level power, which flowed into his accompanying spiritual treasure, the river map and Luo book. Instantly, the river map and Luo book erupted with brilliant light, shooting directly towards Di Jiang. As Di Jun prepared to self-detonate his accompanying treasure to obstruct Di Jiang's advance. Just then, a figure broke through the constraints of space, appearing before the river map and Luo book in an instant. Following this, the quasi-saint level power surged forth, swiftly enveloping the river map and Luo book, causing them to vanish from sight. In that moment, both Di Jun and the grievously wounded demon gods were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they exclaimed in outrage, Kuanpeng, how dare you? Unfortunately, at that moment, Kuanpeng had already employed his divine technique, rapidly fleeing towards the northern sea, with a thunderous roar echoing across the heavens. Di Jiang completely detonated the laws of space surrounding him. In an instant, terrifying space rifts surged forth in all directions, weakened and stripped of their protective treasures. The Eastern Emperor Tai and Di Jun were swiftly torn to shreds by the ferocious spatial storm. The once mighty demon Emperor Di Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai had now completely fallen. In their place, only the Eastern Emperor bell remained, suspended in the void, spinning endlessly, as if mourning the demise of Eastern Emperor Tai. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 demon saints gazed in disbelief at the distance, murmuring in shock. The demon emperor and Eastern emperor had fallen just like that. At that moment, the heavens and earth erupted in a magnificent display, with golden lotuses springing forth from the ground as purple chi ascended from the east for countless miles. This heralded the arrival of the primordial saints. Suddenly, 5 terrifying figures appeared at the site of Eastern Emperor Tai and Di Jun's fall. As if they had always been present, they were the 3 saints of Kunlun and the 2 saints of the west. As soon as the 5 saints appeared, they moved to act almost in unison. With the surge of saintly power, they enveloped the Eastern Emperor bell, which now ought to be renamed the chaotic bell. In that moment, the struggle of saintly power ensued, with none willing to relinquish their grasp. Taishang Laojun, increasing his saintly power, spoke, 2 junior brothers, this is an Eastern treasure. You have crossed the boundary. The saint of guidance, usually indifferent to worldly affairs, suddenly unleashed his saintly power, intensifying the attraction. With a pained expression, he asserted, we have all taken form in the wilderness. What distinction is there between East and West? Zhuanti's countenance darkened as he assisted in strengthening the pull, declaring, Elder brother Sanqing, you already possess the Taiji diagram and Panga banner. Why must you make things difficult for our Western teachings? Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed coldly, unleashing boundless saintly power, mercilessly stating, We of the Sanshin are transformations of Panga's primordial spirit. The chaotic bell is the incarnation of Panga's axe handle and thus rightfully belongs to us. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, disinterested in further discourse with the two saints of the West, knew that among the Sanshin, both Taiji Laojun and Yuan Shitianzun possessed treasures of the primordial creation to stabilize their sect's fortune. Even the Western teachings had the 12-petal merit lotus to anchor their fate. Yet, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, despite his formidable combat prowess, lacked a treasure to stabilize his own fortune, faced with the chaotic bell. He could not afford to relinquish it easily, and thus the saintly power surged wildly. The four swords of extermination flew forth from his primordial spirit, aimed at the two saints of the West. Seeing Tong Tian suddenly make a move, Zhuanti's expression shifted in surprise. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Tong Tian, how dare you engage in such treachery? You shameless wretch!" Tong Tian Jiao Zhu laughed heartily. "We are currently vying for a treasure. How can this be called a sneak attack?" With that, he wielded the four swords of extermination, striking at Jane and Zhuani while simultaneously intensifying his pull on the chaotic bell. The five saints fought tooth and nail for the chaotic bell. Suddenly, a terrifying suppressive force enveloped the chaotic bell. Although lacking the support of Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's power and unable to sustain a prolonged eruption, it nonetheless managed to break free from the five saints' grasp for a brief moment. In the astonishment of the five saints, it shattered the barriers of space, vanishing into the chaos. Even with the abilities of the five saints, they could not discern the whereabouts of the chaotic bell. In that instant, the faces of the five saints turned ashen, silently blaming the other four for their reckless actions that had granted the chaotic bell an opportunity to escape. Yet, they failed to realize that they too had instigated the conflict. Each saint snorted coldly, preparing to depart. They were utterly unconcerned with the shattering of the heavens and earth. Having achieved the status of saints, unless an immeasurable calamity were to arrive, the heavenly path would not perish. Nor would the saints. Even if the primordial realm were to crumble, the essence of the heavenly path, though damaged, would not vanish. They could merely expend countless epochs to re-evolve the primordial realm. In due time, the five saints would still remain exalted, gazing down upon all beings. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from the chaos. High above the nine clouds, I recline, resting upon the lotus of true Tao. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall preside as the supreme teacher. Panga gave birth to the Taiji, following the two instruments and four images. One conveys the three friends, while the two teachings divide. The leader of the Xianmin, I transformed the one Qi into Hong Jun. As the words fell, a gray-robed elder materialized above the five saints. Revealing himself as the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, the five saints were taken aback and promptly bowed in reverence. "We respectfully welcome our teacher." However, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun merely stroked his beard, remaining silent. In that moment, an extraordinarily beautiful woman appeared. Bowing to the Tao ancestor, disciple Nüwa pays her respects to the teacher. With the six saints now gathered, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun finally spoke. "Do you know your crimes?" In that instant, the six saints were struck with alarm, fearing that Hong Jun was aware of their schemes. Yet they remained silent, observing their reaction. Hong Jun continued, "Pangu opened the heavens, embodying all things. The heavenly path emerged, and the great Tao concealed itself. As the heavenly path saints, you ought to uphold the stability of the primordial realm. Yet now, Mount Buzhou has toppled, the firmament is shattered, the heavens lean to the northwest, and the earth sinks to the southwest. As heavenly path saints, you have turned a blind eye. Oh, you not know your sins." Upon hearing this, the six saints breathed a sigh of relief while hastily declaring, "Disciple acknowledges the crime." Hong Jun, seeing this, commanded, "Why do you not repair the heavens and earth?" With that, he waved his hand. And a small cauldron spun forth, landing before the Saint Nüwa. The six saints beheld its radiant aura and its profound mystery. Their hearts startled. They had not anticipated that the Tao ancestor possessed a treasure. This was the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, capable of reversing the innate and postnatal effects. Nüwa. You shall use this to forge the materials to mend the heavens. Upon hearing this, Nüwa's heart rejoiced, and she promptly bowed respectfully. "Yes, Tao ancestor." At this moment, the battle of the lich has come to a close, and the malevolent energy gradually dissipates. With the power of a sage, one can calculate the course of events. Behold, as the divine energy of Nüwa flows, she deftly performs a calculation and discerns how to forge the substance that will mend the heavens. Subsequently, she extends her hand, and an unusual gravitational force suddenly draws towards the five great mountains below. In an instant, Beams of light of various hues pierce through the heavens, descending before the goddess. With a gentle touch of her delicate hand, the Qian Kuan Ding bursts forth with boundless radiance. Drawing the 5 colored stones into its embrace. As Nuwa's infinite principles of creation flow within, the cauldron is suffused with mysterious yellow energy, beginning its gradual refinement. Hongjun Daozu observes this with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Before an enigmatic aura envelopes him, his figure has long since vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones, reluctant to allow Nüwa to monopolize the merit of repairing the heavens, take action. Taiji Laozi casually waves his hand. And with the surge of sage energy, the Taiji diagram swiftly emerges from his primordial spirit. As one of the treasures of creation, the Taiji diagram radiates with myriad rays, adorned with auspicious colors. While predictions of the great Tao encircle its exterior, and symbols of heavenly laws flicker within, the 5-colored brilliance illuminates mountains and rivers, and the 9-colored auspicious aura reverberates throughout the cosmos, with the infusion of Taiji Laozi's sage power. The Taiji diagram trembles, transforming into a bridge of white jade and gold, connecting heaven and earth, stabilizing the firmament. Yuan Shi Tianzun, witnessing Laozi's actions, does not hold back either, with a thought, the innate treasure. The Panga banner hovers ominously in the void. In that moment, a terrifying aura of destruction envelopes it, while chaotic sword energy ravages the space around it. Yuan Shi Tianzun casually waves his hand, and boundless sage energy flows into the Panga banner. The chaotic sword energy surges forth, extinguishing the fire, wind, and water that had re-emerged due to the shattered sky. At this juncture, Tongdian Jiaozhu contemplates intervening but realizes that aside from the Sten sword array, his other treasures would be rendered useless against the fractured firmament. The Xian sword array, however, would only bring about destruction. Suddenly, Tongtian recalls that the pillar of heaven has collapsed. Even if Nuwa refines stones to mend the heavens, there will still be a need for support to hold the sky aloft. Otherwise, the primordial realm will ultimately converge back into chaos. He promptly gestures with his hands, engaging in calculations. Meanwhile, the 2 saints of the West, though envious of the merit of repairing the heavens, are acutely aware of their own limitations. Lacking innate treasures, they realize they cannot contribute to the endeavor. Exchanging glances, they vanish without a trace, their sage energy swirling around them. As the assembly of saints collaborates to mend the heavens, Yi Feng, who is seated with closed eyes atop Shouyang Mountain, suddenly feels an inexplicable sensation. He halts his cultivation, gazing intently at the space before him. At that moment, the very fabric of space splits apart, revealing a chaotic expanse behind. As Yi Feng is momentarily stunned, a flash of light darts past him. A delicate little clock suddenly traverses the void. Coming to rest before him, the petite clock spins incessantly, as if expressing endless grievances. Despite having cultivated for 10,000 years and adopting a sage demeanor, Yi Feng is momentarily taken aback, exclaiming the classic words of the later generations. WC, the chaos clock, this innate treasure of the primordial realm, birthed from the essence of the universe, inherently contains the undying spiritual light of the primordial, which can be likened to a glimmer of nascent consciousness. This consciousness does not mature, yet it is not as lifeless as the treasures forged in the mortal realm. The number of restrictions within the treasure signifies its strength. 112 restrictions denote a low-grade treasure. 1,324 for a mid-grade treasure. 2, 536 for a high-grade treasure. 3, 748 for a supreme treasure. And 49 for a sacred treasure. In the primordial realm, treasures are categorized into innate treasures, which are born from the heavens and the earth, and postnatal treasures, which are man-made. There is no inherent hierarchy, but innate treasures possess an undying spiritual light, making them more versatile than their postnatal counterparts. The exquisite little clock now hovering before Yi Feng is indeed one of the treasures of creation. The chaos clock. After the initial shock wears off, Yi Feng deduces the reason for the clock's appearance. It turns out that after the demise of Tai, the 5 saints emerged to seize the chaos clock. Naturally, the clock resisted, breaking through the void and fleeing into the chaos. However, as it departed the primordial realm, it sensed a particular region within the realm that was irresistibly drawing it in, an even more formidable essence pulling it closer. Though the chaos clock is an innate treasure, it possesses only a flicker of nascent consciousness. Compelled by this attraction, it once again ruptures the chaotic void and materializes before Yi Feng, realizing the significance of the chaos clock. Yi Feng feels a surge of joy. An innate treasure has descended upon the primordial realm after millennia. He had never dared to reveal himself, fearing the attention of the saints. even as a martial deity. He remains hidden among humanity. As for actively participating in the lich calamity to seize the merit of repairing the heavens, Feng thinks to himself, those who wish to do so may proceed. But do not involve me. Does one truly believe the 6 saints of the primordial realm are mere decorations? Even if Nuwa refrains from acting against him due to his humanity, the other saints would show no mercy. Thus, Feng has always acted with discretion. Moreover, time in the primordial realm is unfathomable. A mere blink could see thousands of years pass. Even saints would not cast their gaze upon a being who has existed for millennia. Consequently, Feng has steadily cultivated to the level of martial deity. Yet, despite achieving this status, Feng remains unperturbed. The collapse of Mount Buzhou and the cataclysmic Lich War have irrevocably altered the course of the primordial realm. He is acutely aware that the next phase will see the Lich fade from the annals of history, while humanity will rise to prominence with the establishment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. While this may sound noble, in truth, it means humanity will become pawns in the struggle for fortune among various sects, particularly in the aftermath of the investiture of the gods, where celestial beings will seize faith as puppets. As the martial ancestor of humanity, how can Feng accept such a fate? Although he has imparted the teachings of cultivation to humanity, severing the path of Taiji Laozi to establish a humanistic doctrine. The treasure that suppresses human destiny, the Konggong Seal, remains in Taiji Laozi's possession. As the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerge, Taiji Laozi utilizes the Konggong Seal to enact suppression and bestow titles. Feng can only watch helplessly, acutely aware that the saints may discover his existence, sealing him within the fire cloud cave. This is the terrifying nature of the Konggong Seal. Some may argue that as the martial ancestor, Feng is inherently endowed with the fortune of humanity and need not concern himself with the Konggong Seal. But to defy it, one could certainly test that. The fortune of humanity stands at 10, with Nuwa claiming half and the Konggong Seal possessing 3/10. Only 1/10 is distributed among all of humanity, leaving the remaining portion collectively held by the 5 ancestral figures. Taiji Laozi can effortlessly manipulate the Konggong Seal to strip dissenters of their identity as human beings. Once deprived of this identity, one would be akin to a rootless reed. At that time, amidst the primordial chaos, one could hardly speak of cultivation. Merely preventing one's cultivation from regressing would be a cause for gratitude. However, the human race had never truly witnessed anyone achieving the status of a sage. With the formidable power of the Taiji Laozi, a mere thought could obliterate any dissenters. Thus, the true might of the Konggong Seal had never been displayed. It was more a symbol than anything else. At this moment, the Chaos Bell actively manifested, acknowledging its master. Feng was acutely aware of the significance that lay behind this, a treasure of creation. It inherently possessed the ability to suppress the fate of others. Moreover, with the current state of the primordial human race, all were cultivating the Golden Bell Shield. Unbeknownst to them, this created a subtle bond with the Chaos Bell. If Feng were to utilize the Chaos Bell to suppress the human race's fate, he could easily seize a third of the human race's fortune from the Konggong Seal, rendering it utterly powerless as a treasure of humanity. This thought ignited a fervor within Feng. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it was the opportune moment for the human race to break free from the puppet strings of the myriad sages. With this in mind, Feng immediately focused his thoughts, and the Chaos Bell transformed into a spectral image, merging seamlessly with Feng's Golden Bell Shield. This was indeed a unique refining method exclusive to martial arts. When attributes harmonize and techniques align, one can naturally integrate spiritual treasures into their practices. Thus, he would not need to invest excessive time refining internal restrictions with his primordial spirit, while simultaneously enhancing the strength of his techniques, a twofold benefit. As the Chaos Bell completely merged with Feng's being, a terrifying force that could suppress the heavens and distort time and space immediately enveloped a vast expanse of space that in an instant. Countless powerful beings of the human race found themselves subdued by this overwhelming force, their astonished gazes turning towards the direction of Shouyang Mountain. Soon after, expressions of ecstatic delight adorned their faces. As a singular thought surged through their minds, the martial ancestor has broken through. The Golden Bell Shield, which inherently fortified the physical body, was now augmented by the innate treasure of the Chaos Bell. The potency of his physical form surged at an alarming rate. Had Feng's system possessed proficiency levels for techniques, it would likely have been flooded with notifications of increased mastery at this moment. Yet, this phenomenon did not manifest. As his physical strength continued to escalate, The realm of the Golden Bell Shield was also rapidly advancing. A torrent of cultivation insights flooded his mind, coupled with the continuous metamorphosis of his physical form. For a fleeting moment, Feng experienced a profound sense of fulfillment in both spirit and body. Just then, a resounding boom echoed within Feng's being, with the relentless integration of the Chaos Bell's energy. Feng's Golden Bell Shield naturally broke through to the realm of great accomplishment. At this point, Feng finally regained his composure. Clenching his fist, he felt as though a single strike from him could shatter space itself. This time, it was not the illusion of sudden strength as before, but a genuine capability. With a mere thought, the Chaos Bell soared from his body, playfully bounding about like a joyous child before Feng. In response, Feng merely smiled gently, directing his focus onto his physical form. At this moment, the Golden Bell Shield had indeed transcended into great accomplishment, rendering his physical power impervious even to the might of the ancestral witches. With the added enhancement of the Chaos Bell, Feng was confident he could withstand the assaults of a sage without peril. Why not reach out and touch a sage's beard to experience the difference for himself? Upon this thought, Feng hastily shook his head. Absurd. At present, he barely possessed the strength for self-preservation in the face of a sage. To truly reach out and touch a sage's beard? No, he wished to live a few more years. Meanwhile, as Feng's power surged exponentially, a vast island materialized upon the surface of the northern sea. It drifted upon the waters as if unaware of any destination. On this island, countless low-tier beings thrived, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. At that moment, a man clad in a blue robe suddenly appeared before the island, a figure who had journeyed tirelessly. The Tongtian. The Tongtian emanated the power of a sage. A voice suddenly resonated from the primordial spirit of the island. Xiangui, awaken. At the instant the voice echoed, the island trembled violently, causing panic among the myriad beings residing there. The island quaked, and countless clods of earth cascaded into the northern sea, revealing its true form, a colossal Xiangui. The Xiangui, a unique being of the primordial realm, had emerged during the calamity of fierce beasts. Having witnessed the deceptions of the primordial world, it retreated into the northern sea to cultivate in silence. However, as time passed, the Xiangui found itself unable to fully manifest. Instead, it absorbed vast amounts of innate spiritual energy, resulting in a continuous increase in size, gradually transforming into a massive island. The Xiangui, by nature lethargic, had allowed a thick layer of soil to accumulate upon its back over countless years of cultivation. Even sprouting towering trees, the vibrant evolution of life naturally attracted some low-tier beings to reside upon it. During the infinite years of cultivation, the Xiangui once awakened, causing great alarm among the island's inhabitants. Although the Xiangui was inherently lazy, its temperament was extraordinarily gentle. Upon noticing the multitude of beings dwelling upon its back, it could not bear to drive them away and thus sealed itself completely, dedicating itself to cultivation. Thus, day after day, year after year, countless innate spiritual energies flowed into the Xiangui, further enlarging its already massive form. Now, with the sudden appearance of the Tongdian, the sage forcefully roused the slumbering Xiangui. This led to the tremors of the island and the ensuing panic among its inhabitants. The Xiangui slowly surfaced from the sea, its immense body finally revealed to the world. Its murky eyes gradually opened, fixing upon the Tongtian, and it spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. "Why have you awakened me?" Although in the primordial realm, a sage could discern the past and future with a mere thought, the Tongtian remained astonished as he beheld the entirety of the Xiangui. Hearing the Xiangui's query, he replied gently, "In the calamity of the Wu and Yao, as the pillars of heaven collapse and the firmament shatters, we are in dire need of your limbs to serve as the pillars that support the heavens." The Xiangui, despite its detachment from worldly affairs and its gentle nature, felt a surge of anger upon hearing the Tongtian's words. It retorted, "You, Taoist, are exceedingly rude. I have floated in the northern sea for countless eons, oblivious to the world's happenings. You dare come to demand my limbs? Do you truly believe I, the Xiangui, fear you?" Since its emergence, the Xiangui had remained in the northern sea, having awakened only once. Naturally, it was unaware that it was confronting one of the sages of the heavenly Tao. The Jia sect emphasized that all things possess a glimmer of hope. Although the Xiangui's rejection was resolute, the Tongtian would not resort to the direct violence of his elder brother, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Instead, he calmly stated, "Xiangui, you have cultivated for countless eons yet remain unable to manifest. The root of this lies in your excessive size. While supporting the heavens may seem unjust to you, It is also an opportunity of a different kind. I, Tongtian, as the leader of the Jie sect, swear by the fruit of my sagehood that when your body perishes, I shall ensure your primordial spirit is reincarnated and accept you as a personal disciple of the Jie sect. Upon hearing this, the Xin Gui hesitated. Reflecting on its existence as a reincarnation of the chaos demon god, it had drifted aimlessly in the northern sea. Should it undertake the task of supporting the heavens, it would undoubtedly accrue immeasurable merit. Furthermore, with the Tongtian's oath to protect its primordial spirit's reincarnation, its future path of cultivation would become significantly smoother. Contemplating this, the Xian Gui reached a decision and spoke. I shall accept this matter. However, you must find a safe haven for the beings dwelling upon my back. Seeing the Xian Gui's agreement, the Tongtian breathed a sigh of relief. Had he forcefully slain the Xian Gui, they would have forged an unbreakable enmity. Though he was a sage and feared no adversary, the immense merit associated with the task of supporting the heavens would deter even him from taking action. Once the Xian Gui underwent reincarnation, the Jie sect would face endless reprisals. The current outcome had indeed resulted in a mutually beneficial situation. He nodded and replied, agreed. As the words fell, with a casual wave, the power of the sage surged forth. The creatures upon the back of the mystical tortoise were all transported elsewhere. Subsequently, the Qingping sword soared forth in an instant, transforming into an infinite cascade of sword light. In a blink, it severed the four limbs of the tortoise. Instantly, the colossal body of the tortoise plummeted into the northern sea, raising towering waves thousands of feet high. Witnessing this, the Master of Heaven felt a stirring in his mind, and a pearl materialized before him. It was the innate spiritual treasure, the sun and moon pearl, obtained from the cliff of dividing treasures. The Master of Heaven reached out and drew in the tortoise's hazy consciousness, saying, you shall first recuperate within the sun and moon pearl. After I stabilize the heavens, I shall guide you into the cycle of reincarnation. The tortoise nodded, instantly transforming into a beam of pure light, vanishing into the sun and moon pearl, with everything in place. They awaited the moment when the sage Nüwa would mend the heavens, enabling the task of supporting the skies to commence. The Master of Heaven, however, simply closed his eyes to meditate upon the northern sea. After 49 years, a resplendent five-colored light suddenly burst forth, piercing the clouds and illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This spectacle immediately captivated the attention of all beings in the primordial world. They could not help but gaze skyward. There, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in palace garments stood with a 5-colored divine stone in hand, her demeanor grave as she hovered in the void. I am the sage Nuwa. Today, I shall gather the essence of the 5 mountains to forge the 5-colored stone, to undertake the act of mending the heavens. With that, the 5-colored stone ascended to the 9 heavens, and under the support of the sage's magical power, it melted and began to repair the shattered firmament. Upon witnessing this scene, the beings of the primordial world rose in reverence, bowing to sage Nuwa and exclaiming, thank you, your majesty, for your intervention to save all beings. As the gaps in the heavens were sealed and the fissures mended, the torrential floods that had ravaged the primordial lands for a century finally ceased their relentless onslaught. However, although the heavens were no longer fractured, they had lost the supporting pillar, Mount Buzhou. The heavens gradually began to descend toward the primordial earth, subtly inverting the yin and yang and trending towards chaos once more. At that moment, from the distant northern sea, a voice resonated throughout every corner of the primordial world. I am the master of the Jie sect, the Master of Heaven. Today, I shall gather the 4 limbs of the northern sea tortoise to serve as the pillars for supporting the heavens. The 4 extremes arise. In an instant, all beings bowed toward the northern sea, respectfully declaring, thank you, Master of Heaven. As their voices echoed, the tortoise's 4 limbs appeared above the northern sea, empowered by the force of the heavenly way. They shed their mortal forms, transforming into 4 radiant pillars of light that soared toward the 4 extremes of the primordial world. As one of the pillars descended into the east, a dragon's roar echoed, amplified by the power of the heavenly way, resonating across the primordial lands. In the presence of the heavenly way, I am the azure dragon, descendant of the ancestral dragon, acknowledging the slaughters of the ancient dragon clan. I wish to transform into the spirit of the eastern extreme, to eternally guard the east and dissolve the dragon clan's karmic ties. In an instant, the azure dragon's massive form broke the surface of the sea. Empowered by the heavenly way, its physical body shattered, and its primordial spirit transformed into a streak of flowing light. Racing into the eastern pillar, simultaneously, vast amounts of karmic merit cascaded down, and under the influence of this merit, The Azure Dragon's karmic burdens were swiftly erased, allowing its power to ascend to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm that I in that moment. The beings of the primordial world felt a stirring in their hearts and bowed toward the east, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Azure Dragon Sage." In the furthest west, the voice of the ancient Qilin echoed, "In the presence of the heavenly way, I am the White Tiger, descendant of the ancient Qilin. Acknowledging the slaughters of the Qilin clan, I wish to transform into the spirit of the western extreme, to eternally guard the west." As these words were spoken, a colossal figure appeared under the influence of the heavenly way, only to shatter moments later, its primordial spirit becoming a streak of light racing into the western pillar. Simultaneously, vast amounts of karmic merit poured into the White Tiger's primordial spirit, enabling it to break through to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. In that moment, the beings of the primordial world were once again shaken and bowed reverently toward the west, declaring, "We pay our respects to the White Tiger Sage." However, at this moment, the expressions of the two heavenly sages, Jian and Juanti, were far from pleasant. Following the battle between the Tao and the demon, the spiritual veins of the west had been shattered, and no beings remained. Jian and Juanti had traversed the west, finding no trace of life. They believed themselves to be the sole survivors. Thus, they had been devoted to guiding the beings of the east to join the west. Little did they know that when they had just taken form, the White Tiger had long been the strongest clan under the Qilin lineage. How could two newly formed juniors casually seek them out? Consequently, even as both had attained the status of sages, they had not explored the western lands. Although it is said that a sage can glimpse the past and future of the primordial world with a mere thought, such a notion requires intention. Since neither sage had such an intention and the three clans had withdrawn from the stage of the primordial world, the White Tiger clan had retreated into obscurity in the west, leaving them unaware of its continued existence. In that moment, both sages felt deep regret. Had they known, they would have investigated the western lands further after attaining sagehood, thus avoiding such an oversight. Yet no matter how they pondered, the White Tiger had already transformed into the sacred beast of the west, establishing its dominion in the far west. Almost simultaneously with the White Tiger's return from the southern region, a resounding phoenix cry reverberated across the primordial lands, drawing the attention of all beings once more. I in the presence of the heavenly way, I am the vermilion bird, descendant of the primordial phoenix. Acknowledging the slaughters of the Phoenix clan, I wish to transform into the spirit of the southern extreme, to eternally guard the south. As the voice of the vermilion bird spread throughout the primordial realm, its form appeared before the beings, enhanced by the power of the heavenly way. Soon, its exquisite figure shattered, and its primordial spirit transformed into a streak of light, darting into the southern pillar. At the same time, vast amounts of merit flooded into the vermilion bird's primordial spirit, instantly cleansing the karmic burdens brought forth by the calamities of the Dragon and Han era. Its power surged to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, making it yet another top-tier powerhouse in the primordial world. In that moment, the beings felt a stirring in their hearts and bowed toward the south, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the vermilion bird sage." In the northern sea, the Master of Heaven silently observed all of this. After an indeterminate time, he finally spoke, saying, "Truly, it is commendable to witness the existence that played a principal role in the ancient struggle for dominion over the heavens. The Master of Heaven merely established the four extremes, yet you all seized the opportunity to scheme for the positions of the sacred beasts. As long as the four extremes remain intact, the three clans shall have a continuous source of merit to eliminate karmic ties. After the boundless calamities, you may restore your true forms and attain the Hunyuan Dao. A splendid strategy, a remarkable plan." After expressing his admiration, the Master of Heaven ceased his focus, for the events had already transpired. Even as a sage, he could not obstruct what had occurred. However, his feelings toward the three clans had begun to sour. This was also the reason why, in later times, while disciples of the GS sect gathered from all corners, none from the three clans appeared. Of course, that was a matter for another time. It need not be discussed now. Very well, with each of the three clans guarding an extreme, the northern region cannot be left unattended. It seems this is an opportunity for the Tortoise clan. With that, as the power of the sage surged, his form vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself on an island. Although the northern sea tortoise was a remnant soul of a chaotic demon, it was not the only one of its kind in the primordial realm. There existed a clan of tortoises living in the northern sea. Yet, In ancient times, due to assisting the dragon clan against the other two clans, their vitality had suffered greatly, leading them to conceal themselves within the northern sea. Of course, some of the impure-blooded tortoises had completely defected to the dragon clan, but that is not the topic at hand. As the Master of Heaven manifested upon the island, within its depths. An elderly figure with a haggard countenance and a stooped back slowly opened his eyes. Unlike the northern sea tortoise, this elder was aware of the existence of sages. He had personally witnessed the grandeur of sage Nüwa, mending the heavens, and the Master of Heaven establishing the four extremes. In an instant, he appeared beneath the Master of Heaven, bowing respectfully. I am Xuanwu of the Xuanwu clan, paying my respects to the Sage of Heaven. The Master of Heaven, upon seeing this, furrowed his brow slightly. For Xuanwu was indeed in a pitiful state. Entangled in karmic ties, his primordial spirit was obscured, and his magical power was as stagnant as dead water, devoid of vitality. The injuries within him were intricate and complex. And he was on the verge of descending to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. It was unfathomable that even after billions of years had passed since the dragon and Han calamity, his wounds remained unhealed. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu was immediately filled with a sense of shame and remarked, in the days of yore, during the fierce struggle among the three clans, countless atrocities were committed. And I too suffered severe injuries. Now, burdened by karma, I can only barely manage my internal wounds. In response, Tongtian Jiaozhu, as a sage of the heavenly Tao, was naturally aware of this and chose not to elaborate further. He directly stated, now that the four poles have manifested in the world, 3 of the spirits of the 4 poles have already taken their places, accumulating immense merit. Would you be willing to become the spirit of the North Pole? Upon hearing this, Xuanwu's heart soared with joy. Previously, when the chaos in the primordial realm unfolded, how could Xuanwu not feel envious? After all, the 3 clans were the protagonists of the ancient era. The Azure Dragon needs no further mention. Although the White Tiger belongs to the terrestrial beasts, after the calamity of the dragon and Han, the Qilin clan had long since withdrawn from the world. The actions of the White Tiger were thus not entirely unjustifiable. The Vermilion Bird, being a branch of the Phoenix clan, naturally had no need to consider the Phoenix clan's sentiments and could directly ascend to become the spirit of the 4 poles. Yet, the Xuanwu clan, in ancient times, was merely a vassal to the Dragon clan's progenitor. Now, with the Azure Dragon emerging prominently, asserting dominance over the 4 poles, and Tongtian Jiaozhu residing above the northern sea, Xuanwu dared not engage in any small maneuvers. Therefore, he could only harbor envy in silence. However, with Tongtian Jiaozhu personally visiting, Xuanwu felt entirely unburdened. Contemplating this, he hurriedly bowed respectfully once more to Tongtian Jiaozhu, stating, Xuanwu is willing. I thank the sage of Tongtian for your guidance. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded and smiled. Go forth. Xuanwu, brimming with excitement, nodded in affirmation, and in an instant, soared into the void. The essence of the primordial golden immortal surged, drawing upon the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm. In that moment, the heavenly Tao quivered, and Xuanwu's figure suddenly appeared before the eyes of all beings in the primordial realm. I am Xuanwu of the Xuanwu clan. Guided by Tongtian Jiaozhu, willing to embody the spirit of the North Pole, eternally safeguarding the North. This declaration was also a reflection of Xuanwu's intentions. Firstly, it was to inform the beings of the primordial realm that he was under the guidance of the sage of Tongtian. His background no less formidable than that of the 3 clans. Secondly, it served as a warning to the Azure Dragon, indicating that he had the support of the sage of Tongtian. Thirdly, it was a means of repaying the favor of Tongtian Jiaozhu's guidance. One could say that it was no surprise that a being of such profound cultivation over countless eons would be so adept at scheming that as these words concluded, his form, empowered by the force of the heavenly Tao, instantly dispersed, his essence transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing into the pillar of light of the North Pole. In that instant, the heavenly Tao trembled, and vast amounts of golden clouds of merit rained down upon the land. 90% of this descended upon Xuanwu's essence. In a flash, the karmic burdens caused by the calamity of the dragon and Han disintegrated, and his power surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, mere steps away from the pinnacle. The remaining 10% flew toward Tongtian Jiaozhu, who casually waved it into his sage's essence. Sensing Xuanwu's ascension, the beings of the primordial realm once again bowed reverently towards the North Pole, proclaiming, We pay our respects to the holy venerable Xuanwu. At that moment, as the firmament was restored and the 4 poles took their places, the heavens trembled, and countless acres of merit-filled golden clouds enveloped the skies. However, their sudden appearance ignited boundless envy from the two saints of the West. Had they known this would transpire, even without possessing a supreme treasure, they could have relied on the power of the heavenly Tao to stabilize the primordial realm. Such a formidable force of merit would undoubtedly have included a share for the two saints. They could have seized this opportunity to repay some of their own merits towards sainthood. However, the two saints initially believed this endeavor to be thankless and thus chose not to pursue it. After all, with Laozi and Yuanshi's supreme treasures present, any assistance they provided would yield minimal merit. Consequently, they were reluctant to face the scrutiny of the three pure ones, preferring instead to discreetly enlighten some beings of the East. With the descent of countless acres of merit-filled golden clouds, 40% landed upon the shoulders of the goddess Nwa in an instant. The boundless laws of creation surged, and Nwa's power experienced a significant enhancement. Meanwhile, 30% settled upon the sun and moon pearl in Tongtian Jiaozhu's possession, more specifically, nourishing the essence of the Xuanwu within 0.20% of the merit fell into the hands of the three pure ones, who effortlessly absorbed it into their essence. As for the final 10%, it descended upon the primordial land. In that moment, the once-scarred primordial land began to subtly regain vitality, with the influx of immense merit descending upon it. The land, previously shattered by the war of the witches and the demons, was rejuvenated. Simultaneously, as the firmament was repaired and the four poles established, the vast merit continued to descend. The prolonged calamity of the witches and demons, lasting for millions of years, finally came to a conclusive end. In that instant, the beings of the primordial realm felt a clarity of mind. Even the comprehension of the laws of the heavenly Tao seemed less obscure than before. Instead, they appeared vivid and tangible, as if the heavenly Tao had laid the laws before them for their contemplation. However, such benefits were reserved for those congenital beings and those of the great Luo golden immortal realm and above. As for the postnatal beings, they found themselves engulfed in astonishment and fury. Although the primordial land was gradually reviving, the deluge of the 9 heavens' weak waters had already become an irreversible reality. A single drop of weak water could constitute an immeasurable ocean. Under such relentless currents, the primordial land had undergone a profound transformation. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would discover that the once vast primordial continent had now been cleaved into 4 distinct lands, with the collapsed Buzhou mountain serving as the dividing point. In the east, due to the presence of the 3 saints of Kunlun Mountain and numerous powerful cultivators, the eastern continent managed to remain relatively intact amidst the rampant floods. Although the 3 pure ones did not intervene during the flooding, now, blessed by the merit of the heavenly Tao, it radiated with resplendent hues, evoking imagery of a paradise for cultivation, thus dubbed the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. In the south, the timely intervention of human cultivators ensured minimal impact, though the land bore the scars of their efforts to cleave mountains and reshape the terrain. Even with the descent of the heavenly Tao's merit, a sense of desolation lingered, earning it the name Southern Jianbu Continent, in the west. Due to the presence of the 2 saints, the area surrounding Mount Sumeru remained unscathed from the flood's devastation. However, the lack of powerful cultivators in the west meant that the other regions were not faring much better. Thus it was referred to as the Western Nüwa continent. The north suffered the most, as the absence of a saint meant that the demon master Kuanping was embroiled in conflict with the witch clan, coupled with the numerous elite forces stationed at the demon court. No one could withstand the flood's onslaught. Although the waters had receded, the northern region remained shrouded in miasma and toxic vapors, rendering it a perilous realm for cultivators. Hence it was known as the Northern Jiulu continent. Thus, the names of the 4 great continents were etched into the minds of all beings. Yet, the consequences of Buzhou Mountain's collapse were far-reaching, as the primordial land lost its connection to the 9 heavens. Unable to draw upon the chaotic spiritual essence directly, this led to a rapid decline in the innate spiritual energy of the primordial land. Among the 4 great continents, only a few blessed realms could still produce innate spiritual energy. The rest had already devolved into postnatal spiritual energy. From this point forth, aside from the innate beings with robust bloodlines, the bloodlines of other postnatal beings would no longer exceed the level of Earth Immortal, relegating them to the status of mundane beings. The path of cultivation was no longer as smooth as it once had been. It is only through enduring the tribulations of thunder that one may embark upon the path of immortality cultivation. The realms of cultivation are numerous, including the refinement of essence into qi, the transformation of qi into spirit, the refining of spirit into void, and the merging of void with the Tao. Only upon achieving a complete union with the Tao and undergoing the thunder tribulation can one transcend the mortal realm and ascend the path of immortality. This, indeed, is the source of the astonishment and ire among the postnatal beings. As the new dynamics of the primordial chaos took shape, the heavens and earth trembled, the heavenly Tao resembling a sunset in its twilight. Infinite principles of the heavenly Tao once again manifested before all beings, offering them a profound opportunity for enlightenment, marking the conclusion of the calamity as a reward from the heavenly Tao to the denizens of the chaos. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full 49 days before vanishing in an instant. In that fleeting moment, countless formidable beings of the primordial chaos felt a profound disquiet in their hearts, secretly cursing the heavenly Tao for its stinginess. Yet, these great powers merely harbored their thoughts internally, refraining from voicing their grievances. Meanwhile, upon the ruins of the former demon court, the Saint Nüwa had regained her strength. With a sweeping gaze, the power of the saint surged forth, filling every corner of the demon court with boundless laws of creation. Observing this scene, Laozi, the primordial heavenly venerable, and the arriving Tongtian saint instantly understood Nüwa's intentions. Each of them immediately wielded their saintly power. Remarkably, the 9 layers of heaven, once shattered by the 9 great ancestral witches, re-emerged before the eyes of the world. This calamity, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, could be remedied through the transference of causality, restoring the original heavens and earth. However, due to the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the remaining 3 layers of heaven were irreparably damaged, leaving the saints unable to restore them. The original 36 layers of heaven had now been reduced to 30-3 at this moment. Even the saints were lost in their thoughts, the atmosphere thick with tension as the 33 layers of heaven solidified. A sudden flicker crossed Nüwa's gaze. Instantly, an ethereal figure began to materialize before her, revealing the remnants of Fushi's soul. Upon appearing, the figure regarded the 4 saints with a complex expression. After a brief nod, it focused its gaze on Nüwa. The 3 pure ones assumed that this was a reaction to the destruction of the demon court and, recognizing Fushi as Nüwa's elder brother, chose not to press the matter further. They simply acknowledged the remnant of Fushi with a nod as a form of greeting. Nüwa, acutely aware of her brother's lingering resentments towards the saints, chose not to elaborate and directly harnessed her saintly power to absorb Fushi's remnant soul. This matter is concluded. I shall return to the Hua Huang heaven that if my esteemed brothers have the time. You are welcome to visit Hua Huang heaven for a discussion. With those words, she casually tossed the remaining piece of the multicolored stone used for mending the heavens into the primordial chaos. In an instant, Nüwa's figure vanished from sight. Tongtian, observing this, turned his gaze to Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable, inquiring, should we also take our leave? Laozi remained silent, instead directing his attention towards the primordial heavenly venerable. The latter, with a calm demeanor, replied, there is no rush. Upon finishing his words, as the power of the saints surged, the remnants of the warring witch and demon clans, still battling in other realms, were swiftly extracted from the 33 layers of heaven and cast into the desolate North Julu continent. Simultaneously, the primordial heavenly venerable invoked the heavenly Tao's authority, his booming voice resonating throughout the primordial chaos, bolstered by the heavenly Tao, demon clan, those who are fur-covered and horned, having ruled the heavenly court for 100,000 years, have merely poisoned the masses, resulting in the shattering of the firmament and the suffering of countless lives. Today, I, the primordial heavenly venerable, in accordance with the heavenly Tao, condemn you to the North Julu continent, never to return. Which clan, who disrespects the heavenly Tao and shows no reverence to the saints, have known nothing but war since their emergence, leading to the destruction of Mount Buzhou and the cataclysmic changes in the primordial chaos. Today, I, the primordial heavenly venerable, in accordance with the heavenly Tao, condemn you to dwell in the Pangu Palace, forever barred from returning. The 2 decrees echoed throughout the primordial chaos, and in a moment, the oppressed tribes, long tormented by the witch and demon clans, bowed deeply towards Kunlun Mountain, expressing their immense gratitude to the primordial heavenly venerable. Little did they know, the primordial heavenly venerable had never regarded the masses with any significance. Furthermore, harboring a disdain for the witch and demon clans, he acted in accordance with his own inclinations, had it not been for the concern over his and Laozi's incarnations being slain by the Lady of the Earth. The fate of the witch clan would have surely been far more dire. The primordial chaos underwent a tremendous transformation. The innate spiritual energy transitioned into postnatal spiritual energy. The human race naturally sensed the shift and gathered upon Shouyang Mountain, awaiting the deliberations of the 5 ancestral figures of humanity. At this moment, atop Shouyang Mountain, within the palace of the Martial Ancestor, the figures of Sarin, Yu Chao, Zi, Yefeng, and Sanjia sat across from one another. As the most powerful figures among humanity, they convened to discuss the future of their race amid the unprecedented upheaval. As the eldest of the 5 ancestors, Sarin spoke first. Brothers, in light of the current upheaval, the newly born human race lacks even the strength to grasp a chicken. The foundational teachings established by the Martial Ancestor are no longer suitable for the newly born human race. As the ancestors of humanity, we must redefine the methods of cultivation to guide our people onto the path of postnatal cultivation. All 5 present were extraordinary beings, capable of establishing their own sects within the primordial chaos. Therefore, regarding the methods of cultivation, the other 4 ancestors could similarly contribute their insights. Sarin continued, 10,000 years ago, the ancestral witch Zhu Rong battled Gong Gong. Though I did not witness the battle, I could sense the intense fire laws resonating in the void. That I must admit, despite my proficiency in firemaking, I feel woefully inadequate in comparison to him. While Sarin expressed his humility, the pride on his face was unmistakable. Recognizing that Sarin had more to say, the others listened attentively. Sarin then declared, after 10,000 years of understanding, combined with my insights from martial cultivation, I have created a technique named Wrath of the Fire God. With that, he stepped outside the great hall, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon standing outside, Sarin suddenly unleashed a powerful shout. Channeling his martial prowess as a wave of intense heat erupted around him. Wrath of the Fire God. In an instant, a towering figure of fire, standing thousands of feet tall, surged forth from behind Sarin, enveloping him in flames. That moment, Sarin resembled a descending fire deity, exuding an awe-inspiring authority. Yefeng, witnessing this, felt a flicker of familiarity. Upon reflection, he realized that this technique was none other than the second form of the celestial intense 4 symbols technique, Wrath of the Fire God, from the game Demonic Sword, Life and Death Chess. It was unexpected that he had not exchanged it through the system. Yet Sarin had created it himself. Silently admiring Sarin's remarkable comprehension, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, elder brother, on achieving the realm of the martial god." Indeed, through a millennium of contemplation, Sarin had crafted a technique more suited to himself, thereby stepping into the realm of the martial god. The other figures also expressed their congratulations. However, Sarin replied, "While the power of this technique is formidable, it demands an exceptionally high physical constitution. Forcing its cultivation would only result in self-harm." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in acknowledgement. From the perspective of the 5 ancestral figures, the newly born human race possessed abysmal innate qualities, rendering this technique unsuitable for widespread dissemination. Nevertheless, they could not help but lament the situation. Even outside of their circle, other powerful figures of the human race beneath Shouyang Mountain could similarly devise simple techniques for the newly born to practice, albeit with varying degrees of effectiveness. Inspired by this, Yefeng proposed, "Let us collectively delve into this matter and forge a path for the martial way of humanity." Upon hearing this, the 5 returned to the palace and commenced their discussions. Time flowed unfettered in the primordial chaos, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the 5 ancestral figures of humanity finally established the future path for human cultivation. The realms beyond body tempering remained unchanged. Rather, the body tempering stage was meticulously refined, delineating it into 4 realms: manifest strength, hidden strength, energy transformation, and blood exchange. To this end, Yefeng specifically exchanged for techniques like the 8 Extremes Fist from later generations to facilitate training for ordinary individuals. Mastering the fist techniques to perfection would enable them to control their strength for blood exchange. Upon achieving mastery in blood exchange, they would be poised to begin training in the Taizu Long Fist, or a simplified version of the Golden Bell Shield, thus solidifying their foundations and embarking on the path of martial cultivation. Although martial cultivation may not grant the ability to soar through the heavens as an immortality cultivation, one could still swiftly maneuver with agility and skill. Aside from their inability to fly, their strength is undeniably formidable. However, there exists one aspect in which practitioners of immortality cannot compete. That is the ordinary innate qualities of the postnatal human race. particularly after the transformation of innate spiritual energy into postnatal spiritual energy, relying on cultivation to enhance one's strength, unless one possesses extraordinary comprehension. The celestial immortal realm becomes the ultimate destination. Of course, the human race's selection of the 5 ancestors is not subject to interference. Once the lower-tier techniques are disseminated, no further attention is paid. Conversely, upon the swearing clan's comprehension of a particular technique, which allowed them to break through the martial god realm, the other 3 ancestors were filled with envy and subsequently entered seclusion to contemplate. Since the conclusion of the witch and demon calamity, the primordial world has entered a period of rapid development. The once desolate lands, ravaged by war, have now begun to flourish anew. Meanwhile, the eastern divine continent, untouched by the ravages of battle, has birthed countless postnatal spiritual roots, prompting a frenzy among myriad beings eager to seize them. Simultaneously, due to the demise of the witch and demon clans, spiritual beings in the primordial realm face tremendous difficulty in seeking the path. In response, the 3 pure ones opened their gates on Kunlun Mountain to expound the teachings to all beings. In no time, the renown of the 3 pure ones reverberated throughout the primordial realm, drawing countless beings to Kunlun Mountain to seek guidance. To this end, the 3 pure ones established a grand formation as a trial, stating that only those who pass the formation may become their disciples. Upon the announcement, the primordial realm was astounded, with throngs of individuals flocking to Kunlun Mountain to challenge the formation. Some fortunate souls managed to navigate the trials and join the sect, inciting great envy among others. Thus, a century swiftly passed. After accepting the Taoist Jinren as a named disciple, Laozi of Taiji devoted his days to the study of refining the 9 revolutions golden elixir. Meanwhile, Yuan Shitianzun accepted several innate beings from the primordial realm as disciples. Among them the renowned 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, who became direct disciples of the Chan sect. Additionally, there were external disciples such as Yun Zhongzi and Nanji Xianwan, as well as the Taoist Randeng, who was appointed as the deputy leader of the Chan sect by Yuan Shitianziyu and As for Tongtian Jiaozhu. He welcomed all who wished to join the Jie sect, accepting them into his fold. Naturally, as one of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, Tongtian Jiaozhu also maintained a sense of dignity. Therefore, most of those who joined the Jie sect were external disciples, only 3 direct disciples, namely Duo Bao, Jin Ling, and Wu Dang, alongside the 7 attendants, Wu Yun Xian, Jinggu Xian, Pai Lu Xian, Lingya Xian, Qiushou Xian, Jingguang Xian, and Chang'er Dingguang Xian. However, as the majority of the Jie sect disciples were of the demon race, Yuan Shitianzun faced considerable criticism, as Tongdian Jiaozhu accepted only those creatures adorned with fur and horns, leading to a foul atmosphere on Kunlun Mountain. Yet, Tongdian Jiaozhu believed that the Jie sect, which he founded, should provide a glimmer of hope for the beings of the primordial realm. Thus, those who joined the Jie sect were naturally fated to its teachings. Consequently, whenever the 2 saints met, a heated argument was inevitable, and had it not been for the restraint of Laozi of Taiji, they would have undoubtedly clashed. The primordial realm is ageless. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have elapsed. Disciples of the 3 sects gradually matured amidst their conflicts, establishing a formidable reputation in the Eastern Victory divine continent. Relying on their identities as disciples of the saints, they roamed the East, where great powers treated them with utmost respect. Fearing to offend the saints, for the weaker beings, they prayed not to possess any spiritual treasures, lest they fall victim to unforeseen calamities. In a moment, the disciples of the 3 sects spread their fearsome reputation throughout the 4 great continents. Meanwhile, in the southern Zhan continent, an incident occurred that ignited the fury of the human race on the shores of the Eastern Sea. Located at the juncture of the Eastern Sea and the Southern Sea, it is well known that the 4 seas are the domain of the Dragon Clan, since the ancient calamity of the Dragon Han. The Dragon Clan has remained hidden within the 4 seas. Even the immense karmic repercussions from the 3 clans' war rendered the Dragon Clan's path to cultivation seemingly hopeless. During the calamity of the witch and demon clans, Tai wielded the chaos spell, exerting pressure over the 4 seas, forcing the Dragon Clan to submit. In return, they presented the 9 dragon incense palanquin to the demon court, essentially a war chariot of innate spiritual treasure rank, drawn by 9 dragons of the golden immortal realm. Following this event, the prestige of the Dragon Clan significantly diminished. Yet, at that time, under the oppression of the demon court, the Dragon Clan dared not emerge, allowing the beings of the primordial realm to speculate, until the sudden emergence of the Azure Dragon Saint, who established dominance over the eastern extremity. the ambitions of the dragon clan began to swell anew. Coupled with the conclusion of the witch and demon calamity, which left both clans severely weakened, the groundwork for the dragon clan's resurgence was laid. However, to unify the primordial realm, a show of power was still essential. Just as the demon clan had done before, with Dong Wangtai leveraging the innate treasure, the Dong Wang Bell, to subdue any dissenters, culminating in the complete annihilation of the celestial court established by the male celestial figure, Dong Wang Gong, thus solidifying the demon court's status in the primordial realm. Now, the dragon clan aspired to dominate the primordial realm and recognized the necessity of obliterating a significant race to instill fear among the inhabitants. Consequently, after deliberation, the dragon kings of the four seas set their sights on the nascent human race. Firstly, the human race is abundant in number, and following the calamity, there are even signs of development in other continents. Secondly, through reconnaissance, the dragon clan determined that the strongest among the human tribes was merely at the Xian immortal realm, in reality, a master. Even if there were hidden strong individuals, they would likely be at the golden immortal realm at most. Although the dragon clan had fallen from grace, there still existed several primordial golden immortals among them. While they were unable to act due to entangled karmic debts, they were more than capable of intimidating the other powers of the primordial realm. Moreover, with the Azure Dragon Saint backing them, the 4C Dragon Kings felt no trepidation. Even in the face of potential ire from the Saint Nüwa. It was also due to the prolonged oppression from the demon court that the 4C Dragon Kings had remained hidden for too long. Unaware that the human race's strong figures were located near Shoyang Mountain. Otherwise, it would be uncertain whether they would have chosen to attack the human race. After concluding their discussions, the Eastern Sea and Southern Sea raised countless troops, launching a horrific massacre against the human race along the shores of the Eastern Sea. In an instant, tens of thousands of human tribes were annihilated, blood saturating the land, malevolent energy soaring to the heavens. And the grievances of over 1 billion humans pierced through 33 heavens, shaking the very fabric of the world. That moment, numerous in an instant, countless formidable warriors of the human race suddenly materialized on Shoyang Mountain. Aware of the external threats faced by humanity, they refrained from asking questions and swiftly employed their lightness skills to hasten towards the shores of the East Sea. At this moment, Feng had already unleashed his celestial flight, appearing tens of millions of miles away, and was rapidly making his way towards the East Sea. The collapse of Mount Buzhou had altered the primordial landscape, causing a corresponding reduction in the size of each continent. Even so, it took Feng, with his martial god prowess, over 10 days to reach his destination at full speed. It is no wonder that in later years, when the martial king waged war against Zhou, Zhangzia sought the intervention of the Golden Immortals from the Chan sect, often resulting in months-long ceasefires due to the sheer time wasted in travel. Upon arriving at the shores of the East Sea, the scene before Feng ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. As if to instill fear among the denizens of the primordial realm, the dragon clan was slaughtering the human race without consuming the corpses. Across a vast expanse, countless human tribes lay in ruins, their remnants scattered, limbs strewn about, and bodies piled like mountains. Rivers of blood flowed towards the horizon, and above the tribes, the anguished souls of the slain drifted. At times fierce, at times lost, resembling a hell on earth. A million miles away, innumerable shrimp soldiers and crab generals relentlessly assaulted a human tribe, where countless human men valiantly resisted the onslaught of the dragon army. Within the tribe, countless elders and children gazed intently at the advancing shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their eyes ablaze with hatred. For the first time, Feng harbored a flicker of doubt regarding his prior decision. Was it truly wise to gather all the human warriors at Shoyang Mountain? Yet, he quickly steeled his resolve. It was only his own excessive low profile that had emboldened even the dragon clan, which had long retreated from the primordial struggle, to invade the humans. Regardless of whether his decision was right or wrong, the immediate priority was to kill, to eradicate these invading enemies of humanity. Then, he would rally the human warriors and storm the four seas, instilling fear in the hearts of the dragon clan. In that moment, as the power of the martial god surged, he once again unleashed his celestial flight. His form transformed into a colossal beam of sword light, piercing through the dragon army ahead. This time, he intended to annihilate them completely. Such a breathtaking sword aura naturally drew the attention of the dragon army. From the rear, several figures soared into the air, their bodies radiating the oppressive aura of the Tai Golden Immortal. bearing down upon Yi Feng with great intensity. They bellowed, "Who dares to disrupt the affairs of our dragon clan?" Without hesitation, Yi Feng shouted, "Die!" As the words left his mouth, the sword light flashed, and the dragon clan experts at the Tai Golden Immortal level found themselves utterly unable to withstand even a fraction of its might. Previously, Yi Feng had utilized celestial flight merely for travel. Now, he unleashed its true power. In an instant, the colossal sword light cut through hundreds of thousands of miles, cleaving through the ranks of the dragon army. In that moment, whether they were shrimp soldiers, crab generals, or beings of dragon lineage, they were all reduced to mere dust beneath the might of this sword light. The dragon army, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, was immediately severed in two, leaving a vast void in the center, a testament to the terror of celestial flight. The dragon army, now shaken from their shock, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Such a horrifying spectacle struck fear into the hearts of the dragonkin. Retreat, quickly retreat. In an instant, the dragon army scattered, employing their divine abilities to flee towards the coast. Yet, in the face of Yi Feng's martial god prowess, this scene appeared almost comical. As the sword light dissipated, Yi Feng's figure became visible once more. Observing the panicked dragon army, he coldly smirked. "Since you have come, then you shall remain." With that, a torrent of blood energy surged around him, and a crimson bell shadow manifested above his head. The terrifying force of suppression enveloped all the dragon army within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In that moment, the faces of the dragon warriors turned pale with horror. They found themselves unable to move, only able to watch as their bodies erupted violently, vanishing from existence. Among the human tribes, tales of the Martial Ancestor circulated, and many human beings cultivated the Golden Bell Shield. Feeling the pull of primordial power, the hearts of the onlookers swelled with excitement. This was indeed the power of the perfected Golden Bell Shield. "Thank you, Martial Ancestor." Initially, only a few among the humans grasped the situation and shouted in gratitude. Soon after, all the surviving humans joined in the chorus of praise. Seeing the humans below, their eyes glistening with tears and their expressions filled with fervor, Yi Feng felt a pang of sorrow. He immediately channeled his inner strength, projecting his voice across millions of miles. "I am sorry for my tardiness." As his words resonated, countless survivors wept openly, their cries echoing in the air. Yi Feng continued. "At this moment, there are still countless tribes under siege by the dragon clan. I must go to their aid. You all focus on rebuilding your homes. Today's events will surely be avenged for humanity." With that, his figure flickered and he vanished, reappearing hundreds of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. The shores of the East Sea, under Yi Feng's relentless onslaught. The once arrogant dragon army was annihilated at a visibly rapid pace. Wherever Yi Feng arrived, the dragon forces disintegrated into nothingness. Over the course of several months, he traversed over 100 battlefields. The number of dragon warriors falling to his hand was incalculable. On this particular day, as Yi Feng approached the coastal waters of the East Sea, he appeared as a solitary figure advancing from the distance, having relentlessly hunted down and obliterated all dragon forces assaulting the human tribes. With no worries left behind, he followed the traces of his enemies to the very edge of the East Sea. Here lay the dragon clan's military stronghold, where no fewer than 1 billion dragon warriors had gathered. Each day, an unending stream of dragon forces arrived here to rest before launching further attacks on the humans. At the center of the army, a colossal black dragon, measuring 1,000 feet in length, loomed over the troops. The oppressive aura of a primordial golden immortal radiated from it, seemingly instilling fear among all creatures of the primordial realm. Moreover, the dragon's presence, continually enveloped in the aura of primordial golden immortal power, attracted the attention of the powerful beings across the primordial realm. As Yi Feng drew closer, the bloodthirsty aura generated by the countless dragon warriors he had slain immediately caught the black dragon's attention. As if it sensed a threat, the black dragon let out a resounding roar. "I am Ao Dong, the black dragon of the North Sea under the ancestral dragon. Fellow cultivator, I advise you to withdraw at once to avoid becoming collateral damage." Yi Feng remained calm, continuing his slow advance towards the dragon's stronghold. "You ancient remnants dare to show yourselves in the primordial realm, thinking just because a Qinglong has emerged, you can intimidate the primordial beings?" The black dragon's fury ignited at these words. "Presumptuous, how dare you speak ill of the holy Lord Qinglong? You shall not leave today." Instantly, boundless water laws spread across 1,000,000 miles, stirring up monstrous waves on the surface of the East Sea, as if heralding the end of days. Yet, amidst such a terrifying display, Yi Feng remained unfazed, his gaze indifferent, If you dare to offend humanity, today you shall experience despair. With that, he summoned the power of the martial god and bellowed. Dragons battle in the wild. In an instant, two massive golden dragon apparitions manifested before Yi Feng, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar as they charged towards the black dragon. Although the dragon suppression 18 palms was merely a low-level martial art, it possessed the unique ability to restrain dragon bloodlines. Combined with Yi Feng's martial god strength, its power was formidable. By this time, the calamity of the witches and demons had long since ended, and the world was clear once more. The dragon suppression 18 palms made its debut before the denizens of the primordial realm. The black dragon, witnessing this, was already shaken to the core, though Yi Feng's movements bore no hint of any law power. The golden dragon apparitions exuded an overwhelming suppressive force upon the black dragon. In that moment, its expression shifted to one of shock and fury. Who exactly are you? I am the black dragon under the ancestral dragon. My bloodline is among the pinnacle of the dragon clan. Why can this dragon apparition suppress me? Regrettably, Yi Feng had no intention of offering an explanation. He merely gazed silently at the golden dragon phantom charging towards the black dragon. Little did the black dragon know that the golden dragon phantom wrought by the 18 palms of the dragon subduing was merely a manifestation of inner power in motion. The essence of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing lay predominantly in the term subduing dragon. Any being possessing the bloodline of the dragon race would inevitably fall victim to this technique. With sufficient strength, even confronting the ancestral dragon would yield an effortless suppression. As Yi Feng remained silent, the black dragon's fury intensified. It unleashed a torrent of essence blood from its mouth, striving to break free from the constraining force of the golden dragon phantom. Alas, despite expelling all its essence blood, the black dragon could not escape the might of the dragon's subduing force due to the insurmountable disparity in power. As the golden dragon phantom soared through the heavens, the black dragon could only watch helplessly as it penetrated its very being. In an instant, consciousness faded, and the water laws that permeated the surrounding area vanished into thin air. Yi Feng's figure flickered, and he instantly manifested the heavenly celestial form. A terrifying sword light flashed past the dragon's head. Amidst the deluge of dragon blood, the black dragon, a being of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, met its demise. In that fleeting moment, countless formidable beings from the primordial realm, who had been monitoring the battle, were struck with shock. They gazed in disbelief at Yi Feng, who stood proudly beside the black dragon's corpse. It was imperative to note that the black dragon was a formidable Hunyuan golden immortal, whose every move was accompanied by myriad laws more potent even than the paths bequeathed by the Tao ancestor. Such an effortless slaying raised questions. Had the Hunyuan golden immortal grown weak? Or had the nature of the primordial world shifted? Regardless of the speculations among the great powers of the primordial realm, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence following the black dragon's fall. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly fixed his gaze upon the heart of the dragon army and spoke indifferently. Will you not come forth? As his words echoed, profound stillness enveloped the world. Time passed, and suddenly, a sigh reverberated through the heavens. Following this sound, a figure emerged rapidly from the ranks of the dragon army, manifesting in the form of a primordial Tao body. The fire dragon under the ancestral dragon. This time, it was our dragon race at fault. We shall retreat. What say you? It turned out that the dragon race had not merely stationed a single Hunyuan golden immortal as their sentinel. There was another, concealed within the dragon army. While the black dragon had been responsible for intimidating the primordial powers, the fire dragon, contrasting the black dragon's volatile temperament, was inherently cautious. Thus, unlike the black dragon, which resorted to violence upon Yi Feng's appearance, the fire dragon chose to observe Yi Feng's origins in secrecy. However, Yi Feng's swift actions left the fire dragon unable to intervene, resulting in the black dragon's immediate demise. Consequently, the fire dragon dared not act recklessly and focused on concealing its presence. Yet, even so, it was still detected by Yi Feng. At this moment, the fire dragon, now aware of Yi Feng's origins, spoke the earlier words. Yi Feng, however, regarded the fire dragon with a bemused expression and replied coldly, "Oh, since when did our human race become a place where you may come and go as you please? Since you dragons have chosen to invade the human race, be prepared for the consequences." Upon hearing Yi Feng's declaration, the atmosphere around them instantly chilled. An overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped the surrounding vastness. The fire dragon Alien's countenance darkened as he retorted coldly, "Do you not fear invoking the wrath of the Azure Dragon Saint? Observing Aoyan's shameless behavior of threatening to take refuge if unable to fight, Yifeng erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. As Aoyan's expression grew increasingly grim, Yifeng gradually restrained his mirth and uttered in an icy tone, "Do not speak of the Azure Dragon's emergence. Even if it were to stand before me, what do we have to fear?" In that instant, Aoyan's anger flared, and he pointed at Yifeng, exclaiming, "You!" Yet, before Aoyan could finish his sentence, Yifeng impatiently interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Enough! Had I not been utterly bored? Would I waste time conversing with you?" Yifeng had never intended to allow this dragon army to return safely to the Four Seas. The delay had merely been due to the fact that these were the only forces of the dragon race invading the human realm. And Yifeng awaited the arrival of the human powerhouses from Shouyang Mountain. Thus, his idle conversation with the fire dragon served only to alleviate his boredom. As Yifeng's words fell, Aoyan's expression shifted dramatically. Within his divine sense, he discerned countless powerful beings swiftly approaching from millions of miles away. Just in terms of divine sense alone, there were billions of golden immortals, millions of Tai golden immortals, thousands of Deluo golden immortals, and even a quasi-saint leading them. Coupled with Yifeng before him, what did this signify? The demon court, which governed the primordial land, possessed only 365 Deluo golden immortal demon gods. Even with hidden forces included, they barely numbered over 1,000. Yet now, within Aoyan's divine sense, there were thousands of Deluo golden immortals. Gazing at Yifeng's tranquil demeanor, Aoyan could hardly comprehend that the approaching forces were indeed the human race. In an instant, he was engulfed in confusion, just as countless great beings across the primordial realm, who had been observing this spectacle, shared the same bewilderment. How could the human race, having emerged for merely over 10,000 years, produce such a multitude of powerful figures? Was the human race truly favored by the heavens? Regardless of the thoughts swirling among the great powers of the primordial realm, the undeniable fact remained. The human race had genuinely manifested thousands of Deluo golden immortals. At this moment, Aoyan was already steeped in panic. Without further contemplation, he hastily bowed to Yifeng multiple times, urgently declaring, "Fellow Taoist, no, esteemed human powerhouse, the dragon race acknowledges its mistakes and is willing to submit." At this juncture, Aoyan harbored a singular thought. He must prevent these thousands of Deluo golden immortals from entering the Four Seas. Otherwise, the dragon race would never know peace again. However, Yifeng coldly laughed and said, "Rest assured, I shall personally visit the East Sea Dragon Palace and demand an explanation from the dragon kings of the Four Seas." With that, he dismissed any further discussion with Aoyan, with a forceful push of his palms. He executed the technique Kong Long Yu Hui in an instant. Two colossal golden dragon phantoms materialized before him. At this moment, Aoyan felt the weight of his bloodline being suppressed, and the laws of power within him grew obscure. Soon after, he beheld a brilliant sword light slicing through the heavens. Just before consciousness faded, a thought surged within him. Never provoke the human race. With this realization, Aoyan's body was instantly cleaved in two, transforming into a colossal headless fire dragon that crashed thunderously to the ground. As the fire dragon met its end, streaks of brilliance flickered and swiftly descended before Yifeng, with a mere wave of his hand. Yifeng coldly commanded, "Annihilate them all, then follow me into the Four Seas." In an instant, numerous human powerhouses surged forth like tigers among sheep, plunging into the ranks of the 10 billion-strong dragon army. The golden dragon phantoms danced, sword lights flashed, and blade lights ravaged through the battlefield. Within mere moments, the battlefield descended into an unsettling silence, punctuated only by the gasps of countless witnesses resonating throughout the primordial expanse. It was undeniable that the 18 palms of the dragon subduing held an incredible advantage over the dragon race. Even dragons of the same realm were unable to withstand its might, let alone those mere beings possessing traces of dragon blood. They were obliterated under the suppression of the golden dragon phantoms, reduced to nothing but remnants. Subsequently, many could not help but lament the emergence of yet another great clan in the primordial realm since the war between the Wu and the Yao. The heavens of the primordial world were surely set to shift once more. They promptly instructed their disciples to avoid provoking the human race. Of course, Yifeng paid no heed to the attitudes of the beings of the primordial realm. As the skies cleared and the path of cultivation illuminated, those who practiced the immortal way could deduce the events of this battle through divination. Yifeng sought to use this confrontation to convey a message to the denizens of the primordial realm. The human race is not to be trifled with. With the battle concluded, numerous powerful figures gathered behind Yifeng. He made no arrangements for the disposal of the bodies of the scaled beings. leaving them there would nourish the land. As for the pestilence that might arise in future tales? Alas, this was the primordial realm. He then cast his gaze towards the East Sea, proclaiming, "Let us set forth and exact retribution upon the dragon race." As the words fell, they immediately set forth towards the East Sea. Upon witnessing this, a multitude of human warriors rose in unison, their gazes resolute. As the human warriors stepped into the East Sea, the heavens above darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously, as if heralding a terrifying calamity about to befall the beings of the East Sea. In the dragon palace of the East Sea, the 4 sea dragon kings gathered, their expressions grim. With the demise of the black dragon and the fire dragon, the fortunes of the dragon clan had plummeted. And the 4 sea dragon kings instinctively sensed this decline. The already precarious state of the dragon clan, entangled in karmic burdens and disparities in strength, was further exacerbated, igniting their fury. However, the 4 sea dragon kings had never contemplated that the black dragon and the fire dragon had fallen at the hands of humans. Who could have dared to slay the formidable warriors of the dragon clan? In the dragon palace of the East Sea, the 4 sea dragon kings assembled, their faces shrouded in darkness. Below, dozens of attendant clan maidens trembled in fear, dreading that the wrath of the dragon kings would be unleashed upon them. At that moment, a crab general, flailing his massive pincers in panic, rushed into the dragon palace. Report! Report! The humans have invaded the East Sea, and all the patrolling sea yaks have perished. Prince Aowang is currently organizing the naval forces to resist. We implore the dragon kings for support. In an instant, the 4 sea dragon kings were left stunned. Humans invading the East Sea. How could this be? Humans had only emerged for less than 10,000 years. How could they breach the East Sea? What purpose did the patrolling sea yak serve? The East Sea Dragon King, brimming with wrath, seemed incredulous at the unfolding events. Observing the East Sea Dragon King's ferocious demeanor, the crab general quivered as he waved his pincers, stammering, "Dragon Kings, the humans truly have invaded the East Sea. At present, the water tribe suffers grievously, and Prince Aowang cannot withstand the onslaught, which is why I was sent to seek assistance." The North Sea Dragon King promptly interjected, "Elder brother, regardless of whether they are humans or not, we must unite and confront them. Surely, they are the culprits responsible for the demise of the Black Dragon and the Fire Dragon. With our combined strength, we shall not fear any entities that dare to provoke us within these waters." Among the Dragon Kings present, none felt more aggrieved than the North Sea Dragon King. It was well known that the North Sea Kuanping was not an easy adversary. During the reign of the monster court over the wilderness, the Kuanping had devoured countless members of the North Sea Dragon clan. The North Sea Dragon King, stationed in the North Sea, was so fearful of the Kuanping that he dared not step foot outside the North Sea Dragon Palace, lest he be consumed as a meal. After the downfall of the monster court, the Kuanping had retreated deep into the North Sea, leading the North Sea Dragon King to believe that the dawn of a new era for the Dragon clan had arrived. He ventured to the East Sea with the clan's sole Huanjixian powerhouse, the Black Dragon. Yet, the Black Dragon had fallen in the conflict against the humans. How could the North Sea Dragon King contain his fury? It was crucial to remember that after the ancient calamity of the Dragon Han, the 3 clans had declined, and the Dragon clan was no exception. Only a few heavily injured elders remained among the Huanjixian powerhouses of the Dragon clan. Even after billions of years, some injuries had not significantly improved due to the lingering effects of karmic retribution. Although the 4 sea Dragon Kings ruled their respective waters, they were merely at the Daluo Jinxian level of power. It was only through the deep-rooted heritage of the Dragon clan that they could contend in the chaotic waters. Now, upon hearing of the human incursion into the East Sea, the Black Dragon was eager to exact revenge. The South Sea Dragon King and the West Sea Dragon King, witnessing this, also spoke up. "Elder brother, time is of the essence. We must hasten to support Prince Aowang. How can our Dragon clan, which governs the 4 seas, allow other races to bully us at will? Were it not for their presence in the East Sea Dragon Palace, it was likely that the 3 Dragon Kings would have already charged into battle." Their expressions were filled with unparalleled rage, and had Feng been present, he would have surely mocked them. This was a classic case of forgetting past grievances, when the Eastern Emperor Tai was in power. The 4 sea dragon clans had been thoroughly subdued, forced into submission, and even had to offer 9 true dragons from their ranks as mounts. Now that the monster court had been vanquished, they felt emboldened once more. Hearing the exhortations of his brethren, the East Sea Dragon King regained his composure. He declared with conviction, "I shall make arrangements immediately." With that, he summoned his Daluo Jinxian powers. striking the Dragon King's throne with a resounding palm. It turned out that the East Sea Dragon Palace was not merely a residence for the Dragon King, but also a pivotal treasure governing the East Sea. Through the East Sea Dragon Palace, the commands of the East Sea Dragon King could be disseminated throughout the region in an instant, with the Dragon King's throne serving as the nexus of this artifact. Of course, given the current prestige of the Dragon Clan, whether they could truly command all the water tribes of the East Sea remained to be seen. However, the majority of aquatic beings still prioritized the edicts of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The other three Dragon Kings, observing this, appeared unfazed, clearly indicating that the other three Dragon Palaces possessed similar functions. The ability of the Dragon Clan to instill fear in the wilderness during ancient times speaks volumes of their profound heritage. By the decree of the East Sea Dragon Palace, all water tribes of the East Sea are to unite and eradicate the invaders. East Sea Dragon Clan. Assemble the myriad dragon formation. Instantly, the entire East Sea erupted into fervor. As countless aquatic beings surged towards the East Sea Dragon Palace, simultaneously, in various corners of the palace, numerous dragons that had been in seclusion awakened from their slumber, their divine consciousness extending towards the waters of the East Sea. At this moment, the waters of the East Sea were littered with the corpses of innumerable aquatic beings. Ever since the revelation that the 18 dragon-subduing palms taught by the Martial Ancestor could counter the Dragon Clan, countless human warriors had descended into a frenzy of slaughter. Thousands of extraordinary martial artists, wielding the 18 dragon-subduing palms, rampaged through the waters of the East Sea. Aquatic reinforcements, shrouded in the illusion of a golden dragon, were unable to even cast their divine abilities before their bodies erupted in midair, leaving them utterly lifeless. On one side stood the Dragon Clan, which had commanded respect since ancient times. On the other, a newly risen clan of the wilderness. The onset of war drew the attention of countless formidable beings from the wilderness. In the depths of the waters, a man of ethereal grace stood at the rear of the aquatic army. Were it not for the horns atop his head signifying his identity, an uninformed observer might mistake him for a human warrior infiltrating the ranks of the aquatic army. This individual was none other than Aoguang, the prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. However, Aoguang's youthful visage was marred by an expression of anxiety. He was indeed a prodigy of the Dragon Clan, having ascended to the Tai Jingxian realm in a mere million years. It is noteworthy that the Dragon Clan was still entangled in immeasurable karmic burdens, highlighting Aoguang's exceptional aptitude. Logically, Aoguang's demeanor should have been one of unparalleled pride. Indeed, reaching the Tai Jingxian realm in a million years had fostered a sense of arrogance within him, leading him to look down upon his fellow dragon kin. However, due to the unwavering support of the East Sea Dragon King since his youth, Aoguang had refrained from expressing his inner thoughts openly. Upon hearing that his father had dispatched the aquatic forces to engage the humans, Aoguang had initially intended to seize this opportunity to explore the East Sea, preparing himself for the eventual succession of his father's position. Little did he know that after several years of exploration in the East Sea, he would suddenly receive news of the human invasion. Initially, Aoguang had not regarded the humans as a significant threat, especially given his status. Even while traversing the East Sea, he was accompanied by two Daluo powerhouses for protection, his loyal shrimp and crab warriors. Upon learning of the human incursion, he promptly summoned the aquatic forces in the vicinity to prepare for battle. Believing that with countless aquatic legions to hold them back and two Daluo powerhouses stationed, they would easily handle the insignificant humans. Yet, reality proved starkly different from his expectations. Faced with innumerable human warriors, the aquatic forces were decimated within moments. The shrimp warriors also fell victim to the mysterious golden dragon illusions summoned by the human forces. Were it not for the crab general's quick thinking and his tenacious efforts to extract Aoguang from the fray in the East Sea, he would likely have perished in the initial skirmish. Recalling the golden dragon illusion he had witnessed on the battlefield, Aoguang was still filled with trepidation. Glancing around, he noticed that the crab general had not yet returned and promptly inquired of a nearby aquatic soldier. How long has the crab general been gone? Has he reached the Dragon Palace? After Aoguang was rescued by the crab general, he arranged for the crab general to seek aid from the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, he, in his capacity as the prince, summoned the aquatic races in the nearby seas to resist the onslaught of the human army. However, it seemed that he was intimidated by the phantom of the golden dragon. Aoguang did not venture to the battlefield but continued to retreat toward the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, all the while commanding the surrounding aquatic races to resist the human assault with all their might. Buying time for the Dragon King of the East Sea, The aquatic attendants nearby were equally filled with dread as they witnessed countless aquatic beings charging forward, only to be obliterated in an instant. Upon hearing the prince's inquiry, one of them stammered, "Your Highness, the crab general should have already reached the dragon palace. I believe he will soon bring the dragon clan's forces to our aid." Hearing this, Ao Guang felt a slight sense of relief, yet he could not fully let go of his worries. He immediately commanded, "Transmit my order. All aquatic races within 1,000,000 miles of this sea must continue to resist the human forces." Having said that, he swiftly darted toward the rear of the battlefield. The attendant, upon hearing this, displayed a bitter expression. As the prince of the dragon clan, Ao Guang was naturally indifferent to the lives of the aquatic races. In contrast, the attendant, due to his role, had inadvertently offended too many aquatic beings. Though reluctant, he could only comply with the prince's orders. Just as the attendant prepared to depart, the entire East Sea suddenly erupted in chaos. Accompanying this upheaval was the commanding voice of the Dragon King of the East Sea. The attendant's expression relaxed as he realized he would no longer need to play the role of the villain. As the decree from the Dragon Palace spread throughout the East Sea, endless aquatic races surged toward the battlefield. As the human warriors advanced, more and more aquatic beings surrounded them, encircling the human forces entering the East Sea. Consequently, the once relentless advancement of the human warriors was abruptly halted. After all, most of the human warriors were still at the Grand Master level, and their internal energy was not limitless. They needed to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. Furthermore, the vast expanse of seawater created additional barriers, making the conversion of their energy even more arduous. In a moment, the situation on the battlefield took a drastic turn, with several of the foremost grandmasters already sustaining injuries. At this critical juncture, a terrifying wave of heat surged through the air. Suddenly, the figure of Sui Run, who had been hovering above the East Sea, plunged into the battlefield. Instantly, countless aquatic beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were reduced to ashes as the boundless seawater was vaporized. At that moment, Sui Run was enveloped in flames, surrounded by a colossal figure of fire. Even the endless waters of the East Sea could not extinguish this fiery apparition in a short span of time. The surrounding aquatic beings, who had narrowly escaped, gazed in horror at the terrifying fire giant, too frightened to move a muscle. Just then, the East Sea trembled, and a dragon's roar echoed across the boundless waters. "Humans, you possess great audacity to invade my dragon clan's East Sea and slay our aquatic races." As the voice reverberated, the vast waters of the East Sea seemed to part under an uncanny force, forming an incredibly wide passage. At the end of this passage stood a resplendent palace, the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. With the voice's conclusion, the palace gates swung open with a thunderous crash. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas emerged first, their forms flickering as they appeared on the battlefield in the sky. Upon witnessing this, Feng intended to intervene, but Sui Ren's voice suddenly reached his ears, prompting him to halt and observe quietly. At that moment, Sui Ren, shrouded in flames, resembled a god of fire, casually surveying the four sea dragon kings before him. He spoke coolly, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the four sea dragon kings were immediately filled with rage, perceiving Sui Ren's words as a blatant insult to their kind. The Dragon King of the East Sea then ominously replied, "Remember, it is the four sea dragon kings who shall bring about your demise." As Sui Ren heard this, the flames surrounding him erupted violently, and a voice, resonating like thunder, boomed, "Are you the four little loaches who ordered the invasion of my human race?" The Dragon King of the North Sea could no longer contain his fury, and with power surging through him, he bellowed, "To be the stepping stone for the rise of my dragon clan is an honor for you, human, since you do not recognize the grace bestowed upon you. I shall send you into reincarnation today." With that, an endless array of water laws enveloped him, and empowered by the infinite sea, he momentarily ascended to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. In that instant, the Dragon King of the North Sea transformed into his true form, unleashing the terrifying laws of water as he charged directly at Sui Ren. The Dragon Clan, after all, was not only adept in spiritual techniques, but possessed formidable physical strength as well. This was the foundation that enabled the Dragon Clan to contend with the Phoenix and Qilin clans for countless years during ancient times. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the aquatic beings, Sui Ren merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Is it merely strength bolstered by external forces? Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" With that, He refrained from employing any techniques and simply unleashed a normal punch. Instantly, the fire god's apparition surrounding him moved in tandem, and a colossal fist struck toward the incoming Dragon King of the North Sea. Seeing this, the Dragon King of the North Sea roared in fury. "Humans dare to underestimate my dragon clan. Prepare to die." With that, he did not evade but instead swung his dragon claws directly toward the fiery giant's fist that a thunderous explosion echoed across the vast sea. In the blink of an eye, 1,000-foot tidal wave surged forth, and countless aquatic beings were obliterated by the rampaging energy. The Dragon King of the North Sea let out a pained roar as his nearly 1,000-foot-long body was sent flying backward. His dragon claw was now charred black from the flames. The other 3 sea dragon kings exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. The Dragon King of the East Sea decisively exclaimed, "This is bad. Third brother is no match for him. We must all strike together." In an instant, 3 colossal dragons materialized in the East Sea, and boundless powers of the laws transformed into terrifying blades, concealing themselves in the water. They charged toward Sway and At that moment. As the blades of law sliced through the waters, dark currents surged ominously, a palpable killing intent permeating the air. Simultaneously, the massive bodies of the dragons charged forward, their claws shimmering with the power of laws as they aimed for the fire god's apparition. Unfortunately, despite their well-laid plans, the 3 dragon kings were not true Hunyuan golden immortals, and thus could not comprehend the intricacies of that realm. While Sui Run was a martial god, his perception was on par with that of a cultivator's divine sense. With a thunderous roar, Sui Run unleashed the full force of the flames surrounding him, extinguishing the encroaching laws in an instant. He then delivered a rapid series of 3 punches, sending flaming fists hurtling toward the 3 dragon kings. Witnessing Sui Run effortlessly dispel their hidden killing intent, the 3 dragon kings found it difficult to believe. Yet, in the heat of battle, they had no time to ponder. They immediately unleashed their powers, reinforcing the laws in their claws, and struck out against the incoming punches. Simultaneously, they executed the dragon's tail sweep, seeking to disperse the fire god's apparition. Unfortunately, despite their swift reactions, they were facing Sui Run, a martial god. The moment their claws collided with the punches, they shattered instantly, and dragon blood evaporated in the flames, leaving the once mighty claws charred black. Unable to suppress their cries of anguish, they were sent tumbling backward. The subsequent attacks from the 3 dragon kings were swiftly rendered ineffective. Though the battle had appeared fierce, from the moment the Dragon King of the North Sea launched his attack to the retreat of the 3 sea dragon kings, only a few breaths had passed. Observing that their once mighty dragon kings had been repelled by a single human warrior, the aquatic beings gazed in disbelief, soon overwhelmed by an insurmountable wave of panic. If even the 4 sea dragon kings had been defeated, who could possibly stand against the human forces, regardless of the thoughts of the Eastern Sea Dragon tribe? At this moment, Sarin was unwavering. With a single strike, he injured the 3 sea dragon kings. And immediately the divine power of the fire god surged forth, causing the ethereal figure of the fire god to solidify even further. As his form flickered, boundless flames incinerated the surrounding seawater, rendering the space faintly illusory. Die. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated in all directions. The ethereal figure of the fire god, infused with the might to scorch mountains and boil seas, surged toward the 4 sea dragon kings. At this moment, the 4 sea dragon kings wore expressions of sheer astonishment, acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Hunyuan golden immortal. Yet, the 4 sea dragon kings were not to be underestimated. As they commanded the dominion of the dragon tribe across the seas, despite their shock, they would not remain idle. The Eastern Sea Dragon King bellowed, "WNLDZHN, rise," instantly. Numerous true dragons appeared around the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Hovering above it.as, streams of magical power converged. A massive formation materialized before the primordial beings of Hongwang, at Kunlun Mountain. In the Buzhou Palace, the master of Tongtian sat upon a mat, above the central hall. A light screen floated quietly in the air, displaying the scenes of the battle in the Eastern Sea. Below him stood the 7 immortals, Daobao Daoist, and the Holy Mother of Wudong, all reverently poised. As the dragon tribe unleashed the WNLDZHN, the master of Tongtian let out a soft exclamation, his voice resonating throughout the Buzhou Palace. The dragon tribe truly was the protagonist in the ancient struggle for supremacy over the heavens. This WNLDZHN bore a power that could rival the 12 capital heavenly godly formation and the great formation of the celestial stars. Thus, you should deeply contemplate its significance. Panga's three pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, naturally inherited a fragment of Pangu's legacy. The Taiji Laozi received the path of alchemy, renowned for his creation of the 9 revolutions golden elixir, coveted by countless mighty beings. The Yuqing Yuanshi inherited the path of artifact refinement, and although his fame was not prominent at this time, his heaven-turning seal, crafted from a portion of the Houtu, shone brilliantly during the Feng era. It should be noted that the previous segment, after Nüwa mended the heavens, neglected to mention that Yuanshi Tianzuan took the Houtu. As for the Shangqing Tongtian, he inherited the path of formations. Throughout the Feng cataclysm, the formations produced by the disciples of the Jie sect were ceaselessly remarkable, attesting to the might of their formations. However, due to Yuanshi Tianzuan's disregard for saintly virtue and his willingness to deceive the small with the large, ultimately even colluding with outsiders to oppress his own brethren, this led to the downfall of the Jie sect. At this moment, witnessing the dragon tribe deploying the WNLingDZHN, the master of Tongtian felt compelled to impart guidance. His disciples, upon hearing his words, promptly responded with reverence and began to observe attentively. Yet suddenly, the master of Tongtian's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he stood up from his mat. Fixating intently on the human figures within the light screen, he beheld the scene where the WNLingDZHN repelled Sarin's offensive. Before the dragon tribe could expand their victory, thousands of great Luo golden immortal human beings surged forth from the battlefield behind. Ranging from a few to dozens, they formed various formidable formations, launching a frenzied assault against the WNLingDZHN. Had it been merely ordinary formations, even in great numbers, the master of Tongtian would not have been surprised. After all, the vastness of Hongwang is filled with wonders, and it is conceivable that certain beings might, by chance, comprehend unique formations. However, at this moment, the master of Tongtian was astonished by the developments. The myriad formations utilized by the thousands of human beings were unknown to him. Even as a saint, and each exhibited overwhelming power capable of amplifying strength by several, or even dozens of times. This left the master of Tongtian in disbelief. Although he, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, had sensed that the human race was no ordinary entity, how could he describe them as anything less than extraordinary? In just over 10 millennia, not only had 2 quasi-saint powers emerged, but such formidable formations had also surfaced. The master of Tongtian began to question if these humans were submerged in the ocean of laws even before their birth. Below, the disciples who were intently observing also sensed their teacher's unusual demeanor, and they all expressed their astonishment. Was there truly something in Hongwang that could astonish their teacher? It was known that their teacher was a saint, an omnipotent existence within Hongwang, the master of Tongtian. With his profound awareness, naturally perceived the thoughts of his disciples. He immediately admonished, "Hurry and focus on your comprehension. This is your opportunity." With that, the disciples collectively gathered their thoughts and immersed themselves in contemplation. Meanwhile, the master of Tongtian unleashed the power of his saintly essence. Vanishing from the Buzhou palace, he intended to personally journey to the Eastern Sea to observe the intricacies of the human formations. As the WNLingDZHN manifested, boundless maritime realms were isolated from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Millions of miles away, the battlefield shifted from the depths of the ocean to the surface of the Eastern Sea. At this moment, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings were stationed within the WNLingDZHN, observing the repelled Sarin with hearty laughter. A mere human race, having existed for only over 10,000 years. What can they achieve even if they attain the Hunyuan? Our dragon tribe has traversed Hongwang for countless eons. How could your foundations compare? However, seeing the strength of the human race, they continued, as long as you swear allegiance to the heavenly Tao and submit your race to our dragon tribe, we shall overlook your aggression against the Eastern Sea. Previously, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings had not regarded the human race highly, and thus they would have killed them without hesitation, striking fear into Hongwang. In doing so, the dragon tribe could dominate Hongwang like the Yao tribe. However, now that a Hunyuan golden immortal had emerged from the human race, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings suddenly altered their perspective. If they could bring the human race under their banner, having them act as vanguards would undoubtedly facilitate the dragon tribe's dominance over Hongwang. Yet, these words fell on Sarin's ears somewhat unpalatably. A mere multitude of mudfish dares to suppress my human race. Sarin's voice resonated like the roar of a fire god, echoing across the skies of the Eastern Sea. Simultaneously, thousands of streaks of brilliance erupted from the ranks of human powerhouses. Appearing in the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye.it was the thousands of extraordinary human beings. Upon their arrival, they formed into teams, whether in groups of a few, a dozen, or several dozen, crafting intricate formations. In an instant, the terrifying power of the formations erupted above the eastern sea, causing countless mighty beings from Hongwang, who were observing the battle, to be struck with awe. As the human powerhouses established their formations, the expressions of the four sea dragon kings turned grim. Utilizing the strength of the four seas, they could barely contend with quasi-saint powers, coupled with the WNLingDZHN formed by countless true dragons. Even ordinary quasi-saint beings would be easily suppressed. However, now, with the formation crafted by thousands of great Luo golden immortal humans, the four sea dragon kings could sense that each formation could unleash power several, or even dozens of times greater. What did this imply? It meant that the early-stage great Luo golden immortal, empowered by the formation, could elevate their combat prowess to the pinnacle of the great Luo realm. The mid-stage great Luo golden immortal, under the formation's influence, could barely match the strength of a quasi-saint. Not only that, but with the formation's enhancements, the operators of the formations would collaborate in a manner that made them even more formidable than their peers of the same level. Initially, they believed that with the emergence of the WNLingDZHN, the human race posed no threat. Yet now, the four sea dragon kings begrudgingly realized that it seemed the human race was equally formidable in terms of formations. As the formations were laid out, the battlefield space appeared to detach from this world, entering another realm. Dozens of human women emerged first, appearing in various corners of the void. Simultaneously, the power of the extraordinary realm erupted. And through mutual attraction, they enveloped the thousands of true dragons within the WNLingDZHN. Almost instantaneously, the true dragons felt their surroundings transform. Their bodies felt as though they had plummeted into dense clouds and fog, leaving them not only deaf and blind but unable to probe their surroundings with their primordial spirits. This was not all. As the power of the formation continuously infiltrated, the controlled dragons grew increasingly anxious. This led to another force within the formation emerging, as the true dragons ensnared within began to fall into illusions. Suddenly, enchanting dragon women appeared before them, dancing gracefully, their melodious voices reverberating in their minds, enticing the hearts of the dragons. Given the inherently nature of the dragons, how could they possibly withstand the power of the formation? In an instant, a scene of utter disgrace unfolded, causing the other dragon clans to flush with embarrassment. This spectacle was also witnessed by the formidable beings of the primordial world, who erupted into laughter. The dragon king of the East Sea, upon witnessing this, bellowed in fury, "Human race, how dare you so brazenly insult the dragons?" As his words echoed, the grand formation of 10,000 dragons unleashed a terrifying blue light, aimed directly at the human woman manipulating the array. Concurrently, the dragon kings of the four seas harnessed the power of the East Sea, unleashing a torrent of fearsome waves of law aimed at the human woman orchestrating the formation. One can only imagine the depth of rage the four sea dragon kings felt towards the human woman who had set this array in motion. Seeing the four sea dragon king take action, Sarin naturally refused to stand idly by and coldly exclaimed, "You four little mudfish, your opponent is me." As her words fell, for fiery fists of shadow tore through the void, instantaneously intercepting the assault from the four sea dragon king. At the same moment, 98 extraordinary human warriors erupted with power. A closer observation reveals that among these 98, 7 led the charge, uniting to form a formidable offensive formation. Simultaneously, another 7 served as support, merging to create a defensive array. With these two formations as the foundation, they combined into a colossal Big Dipper formation. Under the guidance of their inner strength, boundless power from the Big Dipper descended from the primordial cosmos. With a thunderous roar, the aura of the East Sea surged as the formation's might was fully displayed to the beings of the primordial world. A horrifying silver sword light shot forth, piercing the blue column of light from the grand formation of 10,000 dragons. In an instant, the blue column shattered, and the silver sword light continued unabated, crashing into the barrier of the grand formation. With a resounding explosion, a terrifying storm of energy erupted, and the barrier of the formation was instantly obliterated. Hundreds of true dragons trembled, spewing forth dragon blood as their bodies plummeted into the depths of the sea. In that moment, the once mighty grand formation of 10,000 dragons disintegrated, leaving countless true dragons with ashen faces. High above in the heavens, a figure stood quietly in the void, enveloped in an enigmatic aura that even quasi-saint beings could not perceive. It was none other than the master of Tongtian, who had hastened from Kunlun Mountain. Yet, in this moment, the master of Tongtian's heart was far from tranquil. Since his transformation, he had prided himself on being unparalleled in the art of formations. However, the emergence of the 12 Capitals' heavenly god-slaying formation from the Witch clan had left him astounded. The subsequent appearance of the Demon clan's celestial star formation further enlightened him. Although the master of Tongtian possessed the Excalibur sword array, it was not of his own creation, but rather the work of the demon ancestor Luo, who during the calamity of the dragon Han. Thus, since his ascension to sainthood, he had diligently sought to comprehend the path of formations, hoping to devise a countervailing grand array that could rival those of the Witch and Demon clans, thereby demonstrating to the beings of the primordial world that his mastery of formations was equally unparalleled. Yet, the intricacies of formation arts are profoundly complex. Even the master of Tongtian, with the power of a saint, found his progress slow. It was not until the clash between the dragon and human races over the East Sea, when the dragon race unleashed the grand formation of 10,000 dragons, that the master of Tongtian's heart stirred. As one of the ancient dominators of the world, the grand formation of the 10,000 dragons was undeniably terrifying. It could harness the power of the formation to concentrate the cultivation of thousands of dragons, equating to an explosive increase in offensive capability by hundreds or even thousands of times. The stronger the participating dragons, the greater the formation's power. This realization ignited a spark in the master of Tongtian, inspiring him to create a unique grand array of 10,000 immortals, distinct to his sect. This was reminiscent of the scene that had unfolded in the Buzhou Palace, though the ancient three-clan struggle had led to the decline of the dragon race and a general decrease in strength. The grand formation of 10,000 dragons retained but a fraction of its former might. However, the human race was not on par with the ancient Phoenix or Qilin clans. It could be said to be a battle of equals. Yet, at this moment, the human race had only deployed 2 grand formations to shatter the grand formation of 10,000 dragons. In an instant, the master of Tongtian found himself contemplating whether he should pursue the understanding of the grand array of 10,000 immortals. As the master of Tongtian pondered, the battlefield below underwent yet another transformation. Sarin, with a booming voice, commanded, "Everyone, set up the tenfold ambush formation to avenge our human brethren by the shores of the East Sea." In an instant, all human warriors erupted with vigor. Countless grandmasters, led by 1,000,000 Tai golden immortals, drew upon their inner strength that a grand formation swiftly enveloped the vast expanse of the East Sea. Simultaneously, all human warriors concealed themselves under the protection of the formation's power. Within the billion-mile sea area, only the countless panicked aquatic beings remained. Kill! With the resounding battle cry, no human figures were visible. Yet, within the formation, countless aquatic beings met their demise in waves, casting them out of the formation. In that moment, the primordial world was thrown into shock. The 4-sea Dragon King, witnessing this, roared in fury.